My name is Lin Xiaoyu, online ID Ujibupa. I used to be a survival game streamer. Please note the two key phrases here used to be, and game. My daily work was to sit in a comfortably air-conditioned room, drink iced cola in front of the camera, and use my keyboard to build a luxurious treehouse in the game King of the Wild. My survival knowledge was limited to pressing E to gather and control for quick building, and my muscle mass was probably lower than my cat's. But now I am squatting under a coconut tree that looks like it has a very bad temper locked in a staring contest with an even worse-tempered coconut. It happened about 72 hours ago, probably. After my fancy fruit brand phone went through a long fall and a seawater bath, it turned into an expensive brick, and my sense of time now depends entirely on guessing by the sun's commute. I remember I was taking part in a 7-day luxury world cruise streaming event, and then the ship turned out to be less than sturdy. The details are blurry. I only remember the world spinning, salty seawater flooding my mouth and nose, and when I woke again, I was lying face down on this fine, but painfully hard, sand. No streaming crew, no 5-star chef, no endlessly refillable mango smoothies. Only an endless sea so blue it feels almost dishonest, a jungle so aggressively green it looks ready to swallow 10 of me whole, and one cruel reality, I, Lin Xiaoyu, am stranded on a deserted island. A live-action version, the kind with no save files and no reloads. Alright, standard procedure. I licked my cracked lips trying to recall every survival game I had ever played. Step 1. Gather basic resources. I staggered to my feet and walked to the coconut tree. Its trunk was outrageously smooth and towered into the clouds, at least from my 1.65 m perspective. I tried jumping to reach it, and my fingertips were still about a whole galaxy away from the lowest coconut. It's fine in games, you just press F to interact. I took a deep breath, spread my arms toward the tree, and in a voice I believed brimming with psychic power, growled, "Gather." The coconut didn't so much as twitch, only a few seabirds, startled by my stupidity, flapped away. Wonky logging. I chopped at the trunk with a hand blade. Ow. I clutched my suddenly swollen, reddening hand, hopping in place from the pain. The trunk didn't even lose a single flake of bark. Over the next 3 days I tried, including, but not limited to, throwing rocks at it. The rock rolled back down, and nearly smashed my own foot, poking it with sticks. The stick snapped, calling to the coconut with deep affection. I yelled, my throat raw and lying flat in defeat. Remarkably effective, it only made me hungrier. My stomach had gone from protesting loudly to a weak, feeble whimper, and my throat felt as if it had been scraped with sandpaper. On the 4th morning, the sun rose like a merciless searchlight, roasting me out of a half-fainted stupor. Staring at that coconut still perched high above, as if mocking me, an unprecedented mix of despair and anger surged up inside. Why? In games I at least get a starter pack. This lousy real world doesn't even come with a tutorial. All my knowledge, all the Bear Grylls tips and survival guru Bibles I had bragged about on stream, had turned into pale, useless nonsense. They existed in my mental hard drive, yet not a single executable program could open them. What do I have to do to get that damned coconut? 3 days worth of fear, helplessness, and hunger exploded all at once. I used the last of my strength to slam my fist against the rough trunk. Pain lanced through my hand, but an even stronger wave of vertigo crashed over me. The world twisted and dimmed before my eyes. I don't know how long passed before consciousness slowly rolled back in like a retreating tide. I opened my eyes and saw something strange. Not the slightly pale hands I knew as my own, but a pair of hands with well-defined joints covered in a thin layer of calluses, wrists solid and strong. Those hands were deftly working several tough-looking vines. Then I heard from my throat a completely unfamiliar voice. Low, hoarse, and carrying an unquestionable certainty. Rookie, watch closely. My body began to move on its own. Every motion was fluid and powerful, imbued with a coordination I had never known. Those hands picked up a shard of stone with a sharp edge, walked to a clump of plants I had completely overlooked, and with a few swift chops cut down several long vines. Next, I found a sturdy stick of the right thickness and bound it tightly to another forked branch, with the vines tying a knot I had never seen before yet, which looked solid at a glance. In moments, a simple hook-sickle was complete. The entire process flowed like water and took less than 5 minutes. I watched dumbfounded, my brain's CPU fried to a crisp. Who are you? I asked shakily inside my mind. The sensation was bizarre. I could feel the body moving, feel the muscles exerting force, even smell the briny sea air and plant sap, yet none of it was under my control. I was like a rookie stuffed into a mecha cockpit watching some hulking ace pilot show off through the windshield. I didn't answer at once, but instead took the new hook-sickle and walked back to the coconut tree that had tormented me for 3 days. Muscles in the arm tightened, the waist drove the motion, and the hook-sickle whistled through the air, catching the coconut stem with precision. Crack! A heavy coconut dropped to the ground with a dull, tantalizing thump. I bent to pick it up, found a sharp stone, and tapped a particular spot at the top several times. The hard shell yielded, opening a small hole. Shut up and drink. That low voice sounded again heavy with obvious impatience. He guided my hand to lift the coconut to my lips. The coconut water sweet with a faint astringency poured down my throat, and in that moment I almost burst into tears, from gratitude and from sheer fright. The cool liquid slid down temporarily, soothing the tormenting dryness. But my mind was even more thirsty than before, starving for information, terrified by this supernatural phenomenon before me. Thank you. I ventured in my mind, my voice as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. What should I call you, big brother? Are you a system? An old grandpa spirit? Or did I accidentally unlock some hidden quest? The presence controlling my body ignored my rambling. Let's call him he. That aura could never be a she. Drained most of the coconut water in one go, then wiped our mouth with the back of our hand in a rough gesture that looked absurdly macho, executed by me. Then he picked up the sharp stone and began stripping away the fibrous husk of the coconut with a technique I couldn't begin to understand, yet which he executed with practiced ease. The density of your nonsense rivals the mosquitoes on this island. He finally spoke again, his voice echoing directly in my consciousness, thick with undisguised disdain. I'm not your cheat code, and I'm not here to play roles with you. You can call me Lei. For now, if you want to see tomorrow's sunrise, keep quiet, watch carefully, and learn well. Lei. The name suited him, a temper like a thunderstorm. Watch what? Learn what? I blurted automatically. Learn how to stay alive, rookie. Lei spoke while deftly peeling out tender white coconut flesh and stuffing it into our mouth to chew. With this body marinated in cola and takeout, and that empty head of yours, we wouldn't last the night. He finished one coconut in a few bites, then used the same method to bring down several more, moving with the ease of someone who does this every single day. Then he made our body stand and swept a sharp gaze over the jungle's edge around us. Rehydration is only the first step. Before dark, we need a shelter that keeps out damp and idiots, and we need fire. Fire, I blurted, startled. Friction fire with wood. I've seen videos, but it's supposed to be really hard. Humph. Lei gave a short, cold snort, cutting off my excitement. With hands that can barely hold a mouse steady. Keep dreaming. He didn't explain further, just set off toward the jungle with a steady gait I had never possessed. As he walked, he observed, constantly stopping now and then to pick up dry twigs and a kind of brown fluffy bark, stuffing them into a makeshift bundle he'd fashioned from my designer t-shirt. Brother Lei, I couldn't help speaking up again. Shouldn't we find a cave first? In games, that's what you do. It's easy to defend. Reality isn't your dumb game. Lei shot back without mercy. A cave might already belong to a bear, a snake, or any other little darling you fancy. And when you don't understand the situation, sticking close to cliffs and caves only raises your risk. The best starter shelter is the one you build adapting to the terrain. He found a slightly recessed rock face with an overhang to shield from some rain and wind, not far from the beach and with a relatively open view. This spot will do. Then I witnessed what it meant to be a one-man construction crew. Under Lei's command, our body worked with frightening efficiency. Using that ever-handy sharp stone, he cut down branches of suitable thickness, whittled one end into a point, and drove them into the ground as support posts. He selected tough vines and set his hands flying, tying complex, yet incredibly sturdy knots, fastening crossbeams and framework, so they sat firm and secure. He gathered large palm fronds and broad, thick leaves, layering them tightly and densely over the frame to form a slanted roof, even leaving a flap at the entrance that could be pulled down for cover. I was like an audience member watching an IMAX film in first person, fully immersed in the construction process. Watching an A-frame hut rise from nothing with sound structure and even a hint of coziness left me so shocked that words fell short. It was 100 times sturdier than the houses I spam built in games with hotkeys. Brother Lei, I seized a moment while he was reinforcing the roof to flatter him cautiously. If you streamed this craftsmanship, you'd be at the very top. A wild construction master. It's just, we're a bit scruffy right now. Later, if we get the chance, I'll teach you about filters. You'd look ridiculously cool. Lei's movements paused for a heartbeat. Then I clearly felt a vein throbbing at our temple. Lin Xiaoyu. His voice was so dark it felt like it could drip water. Oh, I'm here, Brother Lei. If you ever mention streaming or filters again, he enunciated each word, his tone so murderous it felt almost tangible. I will use this hand to choke us both to death. Mutual destruction. I mean it. I fell silent at once, curling up in a corner of my consciousness. At last the hut was finished. The afterglow of sunset stained the sea gold and red as the temperature began to drop. Lei spread the dry leaves we had gathered inside the hut, forming a simple bed. Then he sat in the doorway, picked up the dry, fluffy bark and a straight hardwood stick, and found a slightly concave piece of softwood. I knew what he was about to do, fire by friction. I held my breath, though I had no actual breathing to control, watching nervously. Lei set the top of the stick into the hollow of the softwood, pressed his palms together, and began spinning the stick quickly and firmly. His movements were steady and rhythmic, muscles in his arms and back standing out in the sunset glow. Time trickled by. A faint smell of charring began to spread through the air. A thin thread of pale smoke rose from the point where wood met wood. My heart lodged in my throat. The smoke thickened, the contact point darkened into char. Lay's hands moved faster and harder. Suddenly, a tiny ember of orangerd flared for an instant in the tinder of dry bark fibers. Lay stopped at once, and with the greatest care, as if handling the most precious treasure in the world, cupped the smoldering bundle of bark in his hands, raised it to his lips, and blew with gentle, even breaths. The ember swelled, spreading through more of the dry fibers. Then a small dancing tongue of orange flame burst out with a soft whoosh and began to burn merrily. We did it. I couldn't help cheering in my head, almost moved to tears. Brother Lay, you're incredible. You're my god. Lay ignored my flattery. He carefully transferred the precious flame to a prepared little pile of dry leaves and twigs and watched as the fire grew, consuming its fuel and crackling softly. The orangerd firelight pushed back the surrounding darkness and brought with it a tangible warmth. He added a few thicker branches to stabilize the blaze, then finally let out a long, barely audible breath of relief. Even for him, after all that sweat beaded across our forehead, and this body was sending loud signals of exhaustion and aching muscles. He leaned against the rock wall of the hut, gazing at the dancing flames in silence for a long time. The sea breeze drifted past, carrying salt and the scent of smoke. From afar came the calls of unknown seabirds and the endless crash of waves on the shore. For the first time on this strange, dangerous, utterly bare island, I felt a tiny, but undeniably real sense of safety. And that sense of safety came from this inexplicable bad-tempered man sharing half control of my body. Listen, rookie. Lay's voice sounded again, tired but still unyieldingly forceful. Today was just luck. This body is too weak, resources too few, and the unknowns too many. Staying alive is our only goal from now on. He paused, his tone taking on a hint of resigned sarcasm. Until I find a way to separate us, or at least teach you to clean up your own mess, you and I are bound together for now. Now sleep. At first light tomorrow, we look for water and food. And if you dare whine and disturb my beauty, sleep like you did this morning. He didn't finish the sentence, but the unspoken threat was more chilling than any explicit detail. I shut my mouth, immediately curling myself even smaller in the depths of my consciousness, pretending to be a quiet speck of dust. The firelight flickered, painting our silent face in warmth and shadow. My desert island survival had begun, in a way I hadn't even dared imagine, and in dual-player, dual-personality mode at that. A terrifying thought suddenly popped up after Lay trains my body into 8-pack abs and sharp hip lines when I do my grand comeback survival stream. Which filter should I use to show off that tough guy vibe, without losing my old playful Yuga style? Yes, a serious question worthy of deep contemplation. Lin, shall you? Lay's roar exploded in my head again. My neck shrank involuntarily, and I became completely obedient. I should focus on staying alive first. The filters could wait for some future negotiation with him, if that day ever came. At dawn, I was roused by a torment that was so regular and vicious it bordered on criminal. No, not roused. I had never fallen asleep in the first place. Ever since that irritable guy called Lay forcefully logged into my body yesterday, I had lost all control over it, reduced to a pitiful passenger who could only watch but not move. Now this driver was controlling our body to carry out a terrifying operation called morning physical activation just as the sky was beginning to lighten. The routine included but was not limited to squats. My thighs felt like they were on fire, push-ups. My arms howled in agony, and a bizarre movement combining jumping with crawling which made my lungs shriek. Sweat surged from every pore like a flood released from a dam, soaking through my t-shirt, whose original color was no longer discernible, clinging tightly to my skin, beneath which some unfamiliar hard lines seemed to be protruding in rebellious protest. Lay, Liege, I pleaded weakly in my mind, isn't this enough? The muscles say they want to break. Shut up. Lay's voice was firm as iron, accompanied by a clean, crisp finishing move. This body's endurance is worse than soaked instant noodles. Your basal metabolic rate is low, muscle mass insufficient, and core strength virtually non-existent. If the circumstances weren't special, I would never allow a body like this to survive in the wild for more than 24 hours. I fell silent. I felt thoroughly insulted. He walked to the edge of the makeshift shelter, picked up the half coconut left from the previous night, drained the remaining juice in a few gulps, then broke off the flesh and chewed. His movements were swift and purposeful, purely to replenish energy devoid of any enjoyment. It made me ache with nostalgia for my beloved sugary sodas and spicy fried chicken burgers. Today's objectives: secure a stable water source, establish a sustainable food supply, and evaluate the feasibility of sending out a distress signal. Lay rattled off the directives like a humanoid GPS combined with a task manager. Now move out. We set off along the coastline. Lay's stride was steady and rhythmic as his sharp gaze swept over the beach, the intertidal zone, and the distant edge of the jungle. I was like a tourist in the passenger seat, my body exhausted and sore, yet my mind involuntarily drawn in by his actions. Look there, Lay suddenly said in my consciousness while directing our gaze toward where the beach met the jungle. The vegetation is clearly denser than elsewhere and a deeper shade of green. I peered closely. It did seem a bit greener. This suggests an underground freshwater layer close to the surface, Lay explained while walking over. He crouched down and began scraping away the top layer of sand with his hands. The sand gradually turned damp and deeper down. Tiny beads of murky water began to seep out. Whoa, water! I exclaimed in delight. Don't celebrate so soon, Lay doused my enthusiasm. This only gives preliminary confirmation. We need to dig a seepage pit, let the water slowly collect and settle, and preferably pass it through sand and charcoal for simple filtration before drinking. Drinking this seepage straight is no different from swallowing a bacteria culture. As he spoke, he was already using his hands and a flat shell as tools to dig at the chosen spot. His movements remained efficient as soil and sand were continuously scooped out. Just then my attention was caught by some tiny moving dots on the beach. They were several large crabs. They strutted sideways across the receding tide flats, brandishing imposing claws, their shells gleaming with a bluish-gray sheen in the morning sun. Liege crabs. Are those coconut crabs? I saw in videos that coconut crabs are super delicious. Tons of tender meat. I shouted excitedly, my foodie instincts instantly overwhelming my thirst for water. In all my gaming career, crabs had been one of the easiest early game protein sources. Just press the E key to pick them up. Lay didn't even pause his digging, his tone dripping with the disdain of "I knew you'd say that." First, those aren't coconut crabs. Coconut crabs are land hermit crabs that mostly roam the forest at night. These are ordinary swimming crabs with little meat and troublesome processing. Second, before we secure a stable freshwater source, any food that requires additional water for metabolism goes to the bottom of the priority list. Right now, what your body needs most is water, not protein. Can't you load something useful into that head of yours besides thoughts of food? I wilted. Oh, the dream of a charcoal-grilled crab feast crumbled to dust. The seepage pit was about half a meter deep when he stopped. A shallow layer of turbid water had begun to pool at the bottom. Lay lined the pit's sides and base with palm leaves to prevent the sandy walls from collapsing, then went off to gather some dry sand and fragments of charcoal left from the previous fire. Filtration takes time. Now we go get fuel that can burn for a long time for signaling. He led me to an open stretch of higher ground on the beach and began collecting dry seaweed, driftwood, and even a few plastic bottles washed ashore, unfortunately all broken. He piled these materials into a huge conspicuous X shape, one of the internationally recognized distress signals. You need strong color contrast and sufficient size to ensure it's easily spotted from sea or air. He kept working as he lectured me like a failing student. It's a pity we don't have metal sheets or a mirror. Otherwise, we could use sunlight to flash signals in the daytime for better effect. What about at night? A fire? I asked. A campfire is the most primitive and also the most effective night signal, but it requires continuous fuel, and we must avoid starting a forest fire. So the location and fire breaks matter a lot. He pointed at our signal pile. This is only a backup plan. All morning, Lay barely allowed the body a moment's rest. He improved the seepage pit and covered it with a simple palm leaf lid to prevent contamination. He inspected the shelter's sturdiness and reinforced several spots. He even tried weaving a crude container out of flexible bark fibers. The finished product looked like an abstract art basket, but at least it could hold things. I drifted behind him like a lingering ghost, watching from shock to curiosity to numbness and finally to a faint trace of respect. This guy's mouth was foul and his temper rotten, but he genuinely knew what he was doing, and he was genuinely fighting to keep us alive. This sense of solidity and action was something I had never experienced in any virtual game. By noon, the sunlight turned vicious. Lay returned to the seepage pit. A thin layer of water had gathered at the bottom, still cloudy, but much better than before. He scooped up a small amount with his hands, brought it to his nose to sniff, then cautiously tasted it. Still a lot of impurities and astringency, but it's barely acceptable in an emergency. He frowned, drank a few more handfuls, then carefully covered the pit with large leaves for initial settling. Our thirst eased, but hunger surged back with a vengeance. My stomach growled traitorously. Lay was silent for a moment as though weighing options. In the end, he rose and headed toward the tide pools. Time to teach you something simple, rookie. Watch carefully. I'll only show you once. He searched among the reef rocks and quickly found some oysters tightly clinging to them along with a few slow-moving limpets. Using the sharp edge of a stone shard, he deftly pried off several oysters and swiftly snatched up the sluggish limpets. Back at the fire pit, he arranged the oysters near the flames to roast until their shells popped open with a crisp snap, revealing the tender flesh inside. The limpets were skewered on twigs and roasted directly. Shellfish must be thoroughly heated to kill parasites and bacteria. He lifted a cooked oyster to our lips, of course with him in control. Taste it. A burst of flavor, Sea salt freshness fused with the smoky char of the flames exploded in my mouth. There were no seasonings at all, yet that primitive, unadulterated savor almost moved me to tears. It was more real and delicious than any seafood buffet I had ever tried. So good. I mumbled praise in my mind with my mouth full. Lay snorted, saying nothing, but his disdain seemed to lessen by the tiniest fraction. After we finished this simple yet life-saving lunch, he leaned against a rock in the shade to rest. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the leaves, scattering dappled spots across our sweat-slicked arms. Well, mostly mine. I suddenly noticed that the skin on my forearm seemed a bit darker, and the previously soft, flabby bye-bye area now seemed to have a faint, elusive outline. Liege. I began hesitantly. What now? He replied impatiently. After we're rescued, do you think I could leverage the muscles you've trained up to open a wilderness survival livestream training class? You handle the technical guidance, I'll be the face of the brand. I started picturing the future, even brainstorming slogans. Do you want to become a real man like Lei? Lin Xiaoyu's wilderness crash course. Guaranteed results. A long silence followed. Dead, suffocating silence. I could almost feel our temples throbbing. Lin Xiaoyu. Lei's voice was so low it was terrifying, like the final calm before a storm. I was wrong, Liege. I'll shut up. I'll format myself right now. I instantly caved, clamping both hands over my non-existent mouth in the depths of my consciousness. Lei took a deep breath and in the end did not explode. He merely rubbed his brow in exhaustion, using my hand. This afternoon, he said through gritted teeth, we're going to look for vines and try making a fishing trap. And you're going to learn to identify edible and poisonous plants in the area. If you dare zone out again. He didn't finish, but the threat in his tone was unmistakable. I hurried to declare I promised to study hard. No zoning out whatsoever. My body was still exhausted and aching, the future still uncertain, and my body still housed a ticking time bomb. Yet for some reason, as I watched the waves leap before me, tasted the lingering brininess of shellfish in my mouth and felt the faint but very real muscle soreness in my arms. I suddenly felt that this bizarre two-unknown castaway survival might not be completely unlivable after all. Of course, on the premise that I had to learn how to protect myself, my consciousness that is, from friendly fire whenever Liege's temper hovered on the verge of exploding. This might well be my first and most important required course on this deserted island. The afternoon sun blazed with a ferocity that seemed capable of melting the very sand. Lei controlled our body, locked in a tense struggle with a resilient bundle of vines. He intended to weave a fishing trap, his movements intricate and dizzying to behold. Meanwhile, my consciousness drifted idly within the mind, doodling circles with its toes like a bored passenger. Brother Lei, do you think there might be a Friday on this island? I asked, grasping for conversation. According to the script of Robinson Crusoe, it was high time a native companion made an appearance. Friday. Without glancing up, Lei's hands moved deftly as he threaded a vine through a knot whose purpose eluded me, then pulled it taut. If by Friday you mean a native who will labor for you and shower you with gratitude, I suggest you awaken from that fantasy, promptly. Every living thing on this island is far more likely to regard you as a walking protein supplement, NNTCH, utterly devoid of humor. And then, faint, fragmented, and carried on the sea breeze, a sound drifted toward us. Is anyone there? Na young woman's voice, tremulous with tears and profound exhaustion. In me. Enlei's hands froze mid-motion. He snapped his head up, his sharp gaze sweeping across the island's far side, the jagged reef zone, like a searchlight. Did you hear that, Brother Lei? Someone's here. A girl's voice. I leapt wildly within my own mind. A survivor. We're no longer alone. Hurry. Go save her, Robinson. Niet Lei's brow furrowed, not with relief, but with grave instinctive wariness. Silence. Situation unknown. No shouting. And he dropped the vines, instantly snatched up his multi-functional sharpened stone, lowered his center of gravity, and advanced toward the reef zone, silent, poised, balanced between defense and aggression. His posture bore no resemblance to that of a rescuer aiding a fellow castaway. Rather, it echoed that of a special operations soldier reconnoitering hostile territory. And hey, why so suspicious? Maybe she's just a gentle girl who needs help. I bristled at his reaction. And gentle girl. Lei scoffed coldly. In a place like this, survival eliminates the word gentle entirely. The price of underestimating your enemy is becoming fertilizer. NW, primarily he, circled past colossal boulders with meticulous care. The voice grew steadily clearer. At last, tucked into a damp, shadowed crevice beneath a slick black rock, we found its source, a young woman. She sat hunched with her back to us, cradled in the rock's hollow. Her faded blue floral dress hung in tatters caked with mud and strands of seaweed. Fine lacerations striped her bare arms and calves. Her long hair clung sodden and dark to her cheeks and neck. Her shoulders rose and fell in quiet, shuddering sobs. From behind, she embodied the textbook image of a pitiable, shipwrecked maiden. Yet Lei's gaze bypassed her entirely, settling instead upon the objects beside her. There lay a small parcel roughly but effectively wrapped in palm fronds and vines. Beside it rested a neat pile of clean shellfish and several wild fruits. Most striking of all was the wooden stake at her side, one end expertly sharpened, its tip hardened and blackened by fire. Lay's pupils contracted sharply. And then, she sensed our presence. Her sobbing ceased abruptly. She whirled around. In that instant I froze. Yes, tear streaks smudged her face, her hair was wild and unkempt. But her eyes, amber-hued and feline in their alertness, held not collapse or frailty, but swift appraisal and tightly held composure. A flicker of alarm, yes, but far more of vigilant stillness. She appeared about my age, or perhaps a year or two older, early 20s. Even in such utter disarray, her features retained an underlying delicacy, now veiled by exhaustion and watchfulness. "Who's there?" Her voice was hoarse, yet steady. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the sharpened stake. Her motion practiced effortless, as if handling a familiar tool. "Survivor," Lay replied, his voice low and clipped, issuing the words through my throat. He remained rooted where he stood, eyes darting rapidly between her modest possessions and the surrounding terrain, assessing risk. She too scanned us swiftly. Her gaze swept over Lay. Over me, the ragdour garments, the sun-darkened and subtly hardened arms, the sharpened stone gripped firmly in his hand. Deeper wariness flared in her eyes, yet beneath it a subtle, almost imperceptible flicker of surprise. As if she hadn't expected to encounter a male survivor, especially one appearing so physically intact. "And you, hello?" I urged inwardly. "Say something. Ask her name. Where she's from. Just the two of us. It's awkward." Lay ignored me, holding her gaze in silence. The air thickened taut with unspoken tension. She moistened her lips, then spoke first, softening her tone deliberately. I'm Sushi. Sushi-chun. When the cruise ship sank, I clung to a plank and washed ashore here. About 2 days ago. And she gestured vaguely beyond the reef. "And you? Are you together?" "Lin Xiaoyu," Lay answered tersely, using my name, concise, economical. "Alone?" Sushi nodded, relaxing, just slightly, though her fingers never loosened their hold on the stake. I found a small freshwater seep. It's fairly clean. Over there." And she pointed deeper into the reef. "And these?" She indicated the shellfish and fruit. "I've tested them. They're safe." Lay's eyes tracked her gesture, to the seep, then to the food. At last the rigid line of his jaw softened almost imperceptibly. He could tell she wasn't lying, and that her demonstrated survival competence far exceeded that of any ordinary castaway. On a desolate island, a helpless dependent was a liability, but a peer capable of self-sufficiency and even resource contribution was an asset of an entirely different order. A single guttural syllable escaped his throat, an acknowledgement tacitly granting her provisional admission. He stepped forward, halting at a careful distance, then crouched to examine her gathered provisions. Turbo snails, adequately prepared. These berries are edible, though excessive consumption causes diarrhea. His assessment was clinical technical, devoid of pleasantries. Sushi exhaled, visibly relieved, her vigilance easing just a fraction. A faint, weary smile touched her lips. "Thank you. You know quite a lot. Brother Lay, can't you at least be polite?" I raged inwardly. "She's a woman, and remarkably resilient. Can't you show some chivalry?" Lay's mental retort was icy. "Does chivalry fill your stomach?" In the wild, misplaced kindness kills faster than outright malice. Confirming she poses no threat and possesses cooperative value is sufficient. He rose and addressed Sushi directly. "We have a temporary camp nearby. Fire rudimentary freshwater collection. If you wish, you may join us. The terms are simple: contribute resources, follow arrangements." Sushi agreed without hesitation. "Yes, I'd be honored. Alone, I've been terrified." As she spoke, a perfectly calibrated softness softened her expression. Then she bent to retrieve her parcel and that signature sharpened stake. Yet, just as she leaned down, or rather Lay caught it. The cloth binding her calf wound had been torn from her dress, but the knot itself was a precise, pressure-applying sailor's hitch. Professional, functional, unmistakable. And when she reached for the stake, her wrist rotated with an uncanny blend of fluid coordination and latent strength, utterly unlike that of an ordinary office worker. Lay's eyes narrowed again, but he said nothing. NSU, she gathered her belongings and rose, following Lay, toward the camp. Her pace was brisk. Though fatigue shadowed her steps, her footing remained sure, easily navigating slippery rocks and obstacles. Back beside our lean-to and crackling fire, she's gaze lingered on the sturdy frame shelter and the steady blaze. Her expression shifting, unmistakably surprise, then, perhaps, appreciation. "This camp, it's excellent," she murmured sincerely, then immediately began adding dry kindling to strengthen the flames. Lay remained silent, turning instead to inspect the water seep basin. Meanwhile, my mind erupted. "And Brother Lay, did you see? Sushi, a real live woman. Attractive, capable. She's the quintessential island heroine. Could this be fate? Has my long-dormant romantic fortune finally bloomed? Even here, in my imagination spiraled into vivid fantasies of desert island romance and shared survival. Lay returned from the sea, heard my reverie, and doused it with glacial finality. Romantic fortune. More like misfortune. Huh. Why, first, her wariness toward us equals ours toward her. Second, her survival knowledge and physical coordination are far beyond those of any casual traveler. Third, and most critical, his voice turned edged with cold certainty, that sailor's hitch on her calf. It's a standard military-grade knot. A regular girl who ties combat knots, crafts weapons, and secures stable food and water within 48 hours of stranding. Either her background is extraordinary, or she's concealing vital truths. Until we ascertain her true nature, cooperate, remain vigilant, and suppress your infatuation. Otherwise, you won't even understand how you died. His words left me speechless, the fragile pink bubbles of my daydreams bursting instantly. Watching Sushi quietly tend the fire, her profile softened by the warm dancing light, I struggled to reconcile her gentle aura with the label dangerous. Yet, had Lei ever been wrong? Just then Sushi lifted her gaze toward us, toward Lei, and offered a warm, apologetic smile. Mr. Lin, thank you for taking me in. I will do everything I can to help, and never burden you. Her smile was radiant, disarmingly sincere. Lei merely nodded, expressionless, unreadable. And I, within my own skull, gazed upon this sudden, enigmatic, beautiful candidate for heroine, while simultaneously feeling the restless, razor-sharp presence of the wilderness king now sharing my body, and for the first time felt a complex, trembling mix of anticipation and dread for what lay ahead. This story, it seemed, was hurtling headlong into territory I'd never imagined. Tonight would certainly be sleepless. My consciousness at least would be consumed dissecting the heroine's hidden layers, weighing Lei's lethal warnings, utterly incapable of rest. The setting sun painted the surface of the sea in warm orange, yet our small campsite was steeped in a subtle, awkward tension among the three of us. Su Qian sat quietly by the fire, using the method that Lei had previously taught me. Of course, it was Lei controlling my hand to take dainty bites of the roasted shellfish, her movements graceful yet efficient. The firelight illuminated her profile, casting delicate shadows from her long eyelashes onto her cheeks. Whenever she glanced in my direction, her amber eyes reflected just the right amount of gratitude mixed with a hint of lingering fear. Beautiful indeed. Especially against the backdrop of this wilderness, the beauty contained within its fragility was doubly striking. If I were truly in control of this body, my heart would be racing, my words would be jumbled, and I might even stutter while attempting to tell a bad joke to ease the tension. Unfortunately, the driver was Lei. He was like an emotionless survival machine, focused intently on drawing with a sharpened stick in the sand. He was sketching a simple map of the island, marking the areas we had explored, the water sources, and the directions he needed to scout further. His gaze was concentrated, his brow slightly furrowed, completely ignoring the fact that a distressed lady was sitting across from him in need of some warmth and comfort. Ahem. I cleared my throat in my mind, though I had no such ability. Lay the atmosphere, pay attention to the atmosphere. At least ask her something like, are you getting used to this? Or does your wound still hurt? Basic social etiquette. Lei continued to draw without missing a beat, his mental response as cold as a rock. Her wound is bandaged more professionally than mine, her mental state is stable, and she is eating normally. This indicates that she is either accustomed to adversity or exceptionally skilled at masking her emotions. Either way, feigned niceties are unnecessary noise. I replied. I understood the logic, but can't you show a bit of compassion? Perhaps the prolonged silence was indeed strange. Lei finally lifted his eyelids, glanced at Su Qian, and spoke in a purely transactional tone. Night watch, 2 hours each. You go first, any problems? Su Qian seemed momentarily taken aback, then nodded immediately. No problem, I can do it. She even added, I'm sensitive to sounds and light, so I should be capable. Lei lowered his head and continued his mapping task. I was on the verge of losing my mind. Dude, are you looking for a teammate or hiring a security guard? She's a girl. A girl. And on her first day you're making her keep watch. No wonder you'll be single forever. Oh wait, you're using my body right now? Oh, I'll be the one to take the blame. Mr. Lin, Su Qian proactively spoke, her voice gentle. How did you survive? I see your campsite is organized and you have a fire. Her gaze landed on the solid structure of the shelter, filled with genuine curiosity. Here it comes. The opportunity to showcase value mine. Lei's has arrived. I frantically signaled Lei in my mind, hurry. Tell her how we started a fire by drilling wood, outsmarted coconuts, and built a 5-star shelter, establishing my formidable image as survival experts. Lei didn't even look up, succinctly replying, we were lucky to find suitable materials. What? I exclaimed in disbelief. Just that one sentence. What about my thrilling 3-day coconut battle? What about my feat of building a villa with bare hands, albeit lays? All dismissed with a simple lucky. Su Qian seemed surprised by the brevity of his response. After a pause, she changed the subject. I saw a pit over there. Are you collecting water? How do you filter it? This question finally touched on Lay's area of expertise. He finally elaborated a bit more. We dig a seepage pit using sand and charcoal for preliminary filtration. Boiling it is the safest method. Then there was silence again. The conversation fizzled out. Su Qian blinked, seemingly realizing that this Mr. Lin was not a conversationalist, so she stopped asking questions and quietly continued eating, occasionally adding more firewood. I was anxiously pacing in my mind, wishing I could seize control of the body, even if it meant chatting with Su Qian about the weather, though there's not much to discuss about this dreadful weather rather than enduring this awkward frozen state. Lei, I'm begging you. Just say something. Anything will do. Ask her what she used to do. What movies she likes. Does she have a boyfriend? I was desperate. Boring, Lei bluntly rejected. That information is of no help for survival. But you can't just sit here. This is about establishing trust. Do you understand team cohesion? Trust is built through actions, not idle chatter. Lei finally finished his map, tossed the stick aside, and stood up. I will check the traps. He directed at Su Qian, but it felt like an order to me. Keep the fire, pay attention to your surroundings, and shout if there's anything unusual. After saying that, he walked away into the thickening twilight, leaving Su Qian alone by the fire. I let out a silent wail in my mind. It's over. My image as Lin Xiaoyu in Su Qian's eyes is probably already equated with being a silent, emotionless, possibly introverted wilderness weirdo. However, shortly after Lei left, I noticed a subtle change in Su Qian's expression. The timid fatigue that had been on her face gradually faded, replaced by a calm focus. She was not just sitting there blankly, she began to observe our campsite meticulously. Her gaze swept over the structure of the shelter, lingering on the complex knot Lei had tied. For a few seconds, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her eyes. She examined our collected supplies, then looked toward the direction Lei had departed, her fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on her knee, as if evaluating something. This was certainly not the demeanor of an ordinary frightened girl. After a while, she suddenly stood up, walked to the edge of the shelter, and picked up a few palm leaves that Lei had stripped off earlier to use as fuel. Then, to my astonishment, her hands began to move skillfully. Her movements were fluid, precise, exuding an indescribable sense of rhythm. In less than 5 minutes, a sturdy, well-proportioned basket, even with a woven pattern, took shape in her hands. This skill was leagues above Lei's abstract art basket. I was dumbfounded. Who was this girl really? When Lei returned, he was carrying a plump, thrashing seabird. It seemed he had caught it in a simple trap. Upon seeing the exquisite little basket in Su Qian's hands, he paused for a moment, a glint of scrutiny flashing in his eyes again. Su Qian noticed him, quickly resuming her expression of slight reliance and gratitude, lifting the basket and smiling. Mr. Lin, look, I tried to weave a basket. It will be more convenient for carrying things in the future. Lei nodded slightly, said nothing, tossed the seabird onto the ground, and began to skillfully process it. Plucking feathers and gutting it, his movements were as swift as a professional butcher, albeit a wilderness version. Su Qian naturally leaned closer, offering large, clean leaves to catch the innards, and even went to the seaside to fetch water for washing. Her cooperation was surprisingly seamless for someone who seemed like a novice. Dinner consisted of roasted bird meat and shellfish soup. Using the basket Su Qian wove as a makeshift pot, which surprisingly held up well. The food was considerably richer than in previous days, yet the atmosphere remained somewhat delicate. Lei ate silently, while Su Qian occasionally attempted to initiate conversation, asking which vines were sturdier or if there were edible mushrooms nearby. Lei's responses remained brief and precise, devoid of any superfluous emotion. I felt like a director trapped backstage watching two actors, one of whom was a stand-in, perform a silent play titled Silence is Golden in Island Survival, filled with a desire to critique, but unable to voice it. The night watch time arrived. Lei unceremoniously crawled into the shelter and fell asleep, or rather forced the body into a state of rest, leaving me and Su Qian by the fire. Theoretically, this was now the time for me and Su Qian to be alone. In reality, Su Qian was on watch alone while I was frantically concocting pickup lines in my mind. Miss Su, what do you do for a living? Too cliché. Hey, do you think these stars resemble our lost destinies? Too cringeworthy. Actually, I'm not this boring. I'm quite interesting, really. Who would believe that? Just when my internal monologue was spiraling out of control, Su Qian on night watch made an unexpected move. After confirming that Lei in my body seemed to be sound asleep, she gently stood up and walked to the edge of the shelter. She didn't disturb him, but carefully placed something beside my hand. It was the small, delicate palm leaf basket she had just woven. Inside, she had also placed a few washed broad leaves that emitted a refreshing scent. Then she returned to the fire, hugged her knees, and quietly stared at the flickering flames, her silhouette appearing slender, yet resolute in the night. I looked at the suddenly added small basket beside me, as if something had gently collided with my heart. Lei, Lei. I tried to call out in my mind. What now? Lei's voice bore the annoyance of being disturbed. Su Qian. She made me. No, made you. A basket. And she also put what seems to be mosquito-repelling leaves. I said uncertainly. Lei paused for a few seconds, seemingly also looking at the basket. He ultimately replied with a single word, but the frost in his tone seemed to melt just a millimeter. Perhaps it was my imagination. She actually seems quite nice, right? I asked cautiously. This time Lei didn't immediately refute or ridicule. After a while, just when I thought he had fallen asleep again, his voice finally resounded again, carrying an elusive meaning. Good and bad are irrelevant here. What matters is being useful and not posing a threat. Continue observing. The night deepened. The sound of waves persisted and the insects chirped. The fire crackled. I watched Su Qian keeping watch, then felt the small basket beside me filled with kindness, my heart a jumble of thoughts. This suddenly appearing woman was like a stone thrown into a calm, a lake the ripples stirred were far more complex than I had imagined. She embodied too many contradictions. Beneath her fragile exterior lay skilled survival skills, and the gratitude in her gaze concealed subtle scrutiny. As for Lei, the irritable tenant occupying my body, he remained on high alert around her. And me? The original landlord, without even the right to greet anyone in my own body, could only watch like a ghost. This survival on the deserted island, due to Su Qian's arrival, instantly transformed from an awkward duet between Lei and me into a mystery-laden triangle. I sighed in my mind. It seems that attempting to have a sweet romance on this deserted island is probably out of the question. First, I need to figure out how to survive, then we'll see. In the early morning, I was awakened by a piercing wailing cry that sounded as if someone was lamenting. Wah! What kind of place is this? My limited edition sneakers. Ruined. And my hair gel. My streaming equipment. It's all gone. The voice was high-pitched and mournful and somehow a bit familiar. Lei reacted much faster than I did. He almost instantly controlled his body at the sound, darting silently to the entrance of the hut, like a leopard peering outside through the gaps in the palm leaves. I quickly turned to look as well. Not far away on the beach, a figure was scrambling forward, rolling and crawling. I used the term figure because this guy's appearance was quite shocking. He wasn't very tall, probably just over 1.7 meters, wearing a tight sports suit in fluorescent pink and bright blue. At that moment, the gaudy outfit was soaked, clinging to his body, outlining a somewhat skinny, plucked chicken physique. What caught the eye most was his hair. Despite the shipwreck and the ravages of seawater, it still stubbornly maintained a spiky hairstyle, carefully styled with hair gel, though a few strands dyed bright yellow drooped down, looking a bit ridiculous. He wore a large pair of sunglasses now covered in water droplets and cracks, and around his neck hung a thick chain that appeared to be made of titanium steel. At that moment, he was kneeling on the beach, pounding his chest in front of an open, wet, waterproof backpack, crying uncontrollably. "Hi, Lei." Even the usually calm Su Qian was startled as she peeked out from the other side of the hut, and upon seeing that figure on the beach, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in her amber eyes. Who is that?" Su Qian asked softly. Lei did not respond, his brows knitting tighter, his gaze filled with disdain that seemed almost tangible. He whispered in my mind, "Trouble has arrived." And I, after a brief moment of shock, suddenly realized and blurted out in my mind, "No way." Island Prince Zhao De. I remembered. This guy was a somewhat famous travel streamer known for going to various islands to shoot flashy videos of wealth, flirting, and enjoying luxurious meals, with a persona of free-spirited island aristocrat, and he had quite a few fans. On the cruise ship, I had seen him from a distance with a team, making a scene. His fluorescent pink sportswear and spiky hair were simply too recognizable. "Do you know him?" Lei's tone carried a dangerous edge. "Sort of. He's a streamer. His style is quite ostentatious." I carefully chose my words. At that moment, the island prince Zhao De seemed to have cried enough, perhaps realizing that crying wouldn't solve his problems. He took off his broken sunglasses, revealing a somewhat handsome face, now filled with despair and anger. He scanned the surroundings and finally spotted the thin plume of smoke rising from our camp. Lei had just added firewood this morning, and our group of wildlings. His eyes instantly lit up as if he had seen a lifeline, and he scrambled over, shouting, "Hey! Over there! Are you the rescue team? Hurry! Take me back! They'll pay you a lot of money." He rushed to our camp, panting heavily, his gaze sweeping over the three of us, especially brightening when he saw Su Qian, though it quickly faded back to reality as he took in his situation. He looked at our shabby hut, the shell debris on the ground, and Lei's my clothes that were even more tattered than his, and the hope on his face swiftly turned to suspicion and a hint of barely concealed disdain. You guys are also castaways." He examined Lei from head to toe, his tone slightly condescending. "Looks like you are having a rough time." Lei crossed his arms, coldly staring at him without speaking. That look was as if he were gazing at a piece of ocean trash washed ashore. Su Qian shrank back behind Lei, seemingly frightened by Zhao Da's loud demeanor, or perhaps instinctively avoiding trouble. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Zhao De shifted his attention to the few hat shells and some coconut meat we were preparing for breakfast, gulping, but saying, "This is what you're eating. This stuff is fit for dogs." When I was in the Maldives, breakfast was lobster paired with champagne. I finally couldn't hold back and roared in my mind at Lei, "Can I say something? Just one line." Let me retort. It's so infuriating. Shut up, Lei coldly refused. Arguing with an idiot will only lower your IQ. Zhao De continued to ramble on to himself. It's over, it's all over. My million fans are still waiting for me to update. My brand endorsements are going to fail. My island party. Right, there are several super hot models waiting for me at my party. As he spoke more and more sorrowfully, he plopped down on the ground and started wailing. Oh my God, why are you so cruel to me? Lei's patience had clearly reached its limits. He stepped forward, looking down at Zhao De sitting on the ground, his voice devoid of warmth. Have you cried enough? Zhao De was intimidated by Lei's imposing presence. His cries abruptly stopped as he looked at Lei in fear. If you want to live, shut your mouth. Lei pointed around. This is a deserted island. There is no rescue team, no lobster and champagne. If you want to survive, you need to work. What use are you? Zhao De was taken aback, as if he had never been evaluated by what use do you have. He blinked, trying to think hard, then uncertainly said, I can stream. I can tell jokes. My fans say I'm especially funny. I can also coordinate outfits. Look at this outfit, limited edition. Is it stylish? I nearly burst out laughing in my mind. Stylish. Right now it's about as stylish as a salted fish. Lei's face showed no expression, but I felt that his inner killing intent might have already boiled over. He pointed at Zhao Da's soaked backpack. What useful things are inside? Zhao De seemed reminded and hurriedly dumped the contents of his backpack. Aside from a few similarly soaked gaudy clothes, a nearly empty bottle of hair gel, a waterlogged selfie stick, and a cracked waterproof phone, there were surprisingly a few small packs of individually wrapped biscuits and chocolate bars, and a lighter with a luxury brand logo. Upon seeing the lighter, Lei's eyes finally showed a flicker of interest. He bent down to pick up the lighter and checked it was still usable. This is confiscated. Lei unceremoniously stuffed the lighter into his. On my tattered pants pocket, if that could still be called a pocket, food will be distributed as needed. Hey, that's my limited edition Zippo. Zhao De exclaimed. Lei shot him a glance, and Zhao De immediately shrank his neck, not daring to say a word. You, Lei said to Zhao De. Today's task is to gather firewood. If you don't gather enough, you won't eat. And you, he pointed at Su Qian, continue trying to weave containers and see if there's any suitable clay nearby. Lastly, to myself, I'll check the western coastline to see if there are more usable driftwood. The division of labor was clear and indisputable. Zhao De opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to protest, but upon seeing Lei's muscular arms, well, it was my arms that Lei had trained into shape over these days, and his icy gaze, he swallowed his words, sulking as he went off to gather firewood. Su Qian nodded silently, picking up palm leaves and walking aside to begin her work. Lei picked up his versatile sharp stone and headed west. After walking a distance, confirming that the two could not hear, I finally exploded in my mind. My God, what kind of peculiar being is Zhao De? Island prince. More like island princess. Even at a time like this, he was still thinking about his hairstyle and model party. A typical parasite of civilized society, lacking basic survival skills, emotionally unstable, and a potential loudmouth. His arrival is of no benefit except to consume resources, create noise, and attract unnecessary attention. So what should we do? Get rid of him. I felt a bit reluctant. Even though this guy was annoying, he was still alive. Get rid of him. That would be equivalent to murder. Lei denied, at least not now. Observe first. If he behaves, consider him as extra labor. If he causes trouble. Lei's voice trailed off, leaving the implication clear. I shivered. Lei's handling methods probably wouldn't be very civilized. What about Su Qian? What do you think of her? She's 100 times better than this waste. Lei's evaluation was simple and brutal. At least she knows what to do and is doing it. However, the more she is like this, the more it shows she is not simple. I looked back and saw Su Qian with her head down, her fingers swiftly working on the palm leaves, a small basket already taking shape, her skill astonishingly proficient. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhao De was picking up firewood while muttering to the sky, probably complaining to his million fans. A taciturn, mysteriously skilled, suspected former elite, a loud and obnoxious live treasure who knows nothing but showing off and streaming. Plus a host with a dual personality, housing a volatile wilderness expert and a cynical homebody. This survival team on the deserted island was becoming increasingly lively. I suddenly felt that the days ahead would probably not be boring. Of course, it could also become quite thrilling. The arrival of Zhao De was like tossing a lively lobster into a pot of gently boiling water, instantly causing an uproar. The first issue was resource allocation. Lei's rule was the more you work, the more you earn, but this clearly touched upon the knowledge blind spot of young Master Zhao. Picking up firewood. This task is too devalued. Zhao Dai pinched his nose disdainfully, picking up a dead branch with 2 fingers, saying my hands are meant for signing endorsement contracts and playing the piano, not for picking up trash. Lei's response was to throw Zhao's portion of breakfast, some small clams, into the fire. No labor, no food. Zhao Dai watched the sizzling shells, his stomach grumbling unceremoniously, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Ultimately, in the face of survival instincts, the dignity of the island's young prince shattered into pieces. He could only sulk and begrudgingly begin his reluctant scavenging career. However, his efficiency was abysmally low. The firewood he brought back was either too wet or too thin, and he was often startled by the little crabs on the beach, turning him into a walking noise machine. In stark contrast was Su Qian. She was as quiet as a shadow. Lei asked her to find suitable fibers and clay for weaving. Not only did she bring back a large amount of resilient bark fibers and pure clay, but she also casually collected some edible wild vegetables and a fragrant herb said to repel insects. She molded several rough but practical clay pots from the clay and placed them by the fire to slowly bake. The ropes woven from fibers were both sturdy and uniform. She even used broad leaves and branches to add a movable curtain to the shelter, enhancing its ability to shield from wind and rain. Zhao Dai looked at Su Qian's continual new contributions, then glanced at the pitiful crooked firewood by his feet, feeling an unprecedented workplace pressure. He edged closer to Su Qian, attempting to strike up a conversation. Beauty, your hands are really skillful. Did you study handicrafts before? Let's add each other on WeChat. Never mind. Your basket weaving is really impressive. Can you teach me? I need to produce some results too. Su Qian merely looked up and smiled politely, yet distantly at him, continuing her work. This requires some patience. Mr. Zhao, you should first complete the task assigned by Mr. Lin. Zhao Dai hit a soft wall and walked away feeling disgruntled. In my mind, I was enjoying the view. Lei, did you see that? It's internal competition. This is a living example of workplace competition. Sister Su Qian's performance marks her as an outstanding employee of the month. Zhao Dai is the one about to be optimized out. Lei was using the clay Su Qian found to patch up the gaps in the shelter when he scoffed. Healthy competition benefits the team's survival efficiency. If that useless fellow could be stimulated to be somewhat useful, it wouldn't be in vain for him to come. Should we set up a KPI assessment then? For example, how many pounds of firewood count as up to standard? I began to pitch a silly idea. Lei shot me a look of disdain expressed through my eyes and said, if you have energy to spare, go help me move that pile of stones over there to build the stove. I immediately shut my mouth. Forget it, it'll just be the audience. After a few days, the camp's infrastructure had significantly improved under Su Qian's drive for internal competition. However, our biggest problem, food sources, remained unstable. Shellfish and the occasional seabird caught could barely fill our stomachs. Lei decided to venture into the island's interior to explore new resource points. Today, we head inland following that stream upstream. Lei pointed to a small stream flowing from the jungle and announced, pay attention to the changes in vegetation, looking for traces of fruits, tubers, or prey. Stay alert and watch your step. Upon hearing they would enter the primitive forest, Zhao Dai turned pale, saying, Go in. Are there wild beasts inside? Poisonous snakes? Savages? My shoes are uncomfortable. How about I stay back to guard the house? No, Lei decisively rejected. Either we all go together, or you stay on the beach alone. Zhao Dai thought of the fear of facing the vast ocean alone and could only grit his teeth and follow along. Su Qian quietly prepared a long pointed hard wooden stick as a walking staff and applied grass juice on her exposed skin, saying it would repel mosquitoes. Our group of 4, strictly speaking 3 people and 1 spirit, followed the stream upstream. Lei led the way wielding a stone axe, a makeshift axe made by binding a sharp flint to a wooden stick, his gaze sharp. Su Qian followed behind her steps light, constantly scanning the surrounding plants. Zhao Dai walked at the back, trembling, muttering, by God bless, tightly gripping a rock, seeing everything as if it would leap out to bite him. Through Lei's perspective, I observed this unfamiliar jungle. Towering trees blocked out the sun, the air was humid and oppressive, filled with the smell of decaying leaves and earth. The stream babbled while birds chirped and insects buzzed, creating a lively atmosphere, yet concealing unknown dangers. Lei occasionally paused, pointing at some plants while quietly explaining, the sap of this vine is toxic. It will cause redness and swelling if it comes into contact with the skin. Do you see that tree with serrated leaves? Its bark can be twisted into rope, very sturdy. And those mushrooms don't touch the brightly colored ones. Su Qian listened attentively, occasionally asking questions. Zhao Dai, however, let everything go in one ear and out the other, focusing solely on swatting the mosquitoes buzzing around him. As we delved deeper, the terrain began to rise. The stream became swift, and several small waterfalls and pools appeared. At that moment, Lei, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped, crouched down, and examined the mud by the stream. Found something? Su Qian asked softly. Lei wiped a bit of mud with his finger, smelled it at his nose, and carefully observed the trampled grass nearby and a few indistinct footprints. A medium-sized animal often comes here to drink, possibly a wild boar or a deer. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This is good news. Wild boar. Zhao De almost jumped, the kind that charges. We're done for. Let's go back. Lei ignored him, standing up to continue forward, becoming even more cautious. After walking a while longer, the scenery suddenly opened up before us. We reached a larger pond with a higher waterfall cascading above it, the mist rising and forming a small rainbow in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond was no longer dense jungle, but a relatively open valley filled with various exotic plants. Most strikingly, on the open ground by the pond, there were scattered stone structures that were clearly not naturally formed. Though mostly covered by vines and moss, one could still faintly discern traces of some man-made structure. This is, Su Qian also noticed and stepped forward to examine carefully. Lei used his stone axe to cut the entwined vines, revealing a rough but purposefully built stone wall foundation beneath. It looks like some ancient campsite or an altar. His tone carried uncertainty. I was equally astonished. Are there ruins on this deserted island? Could it be that we are not the first unfortunate souls here? Zhao De, however, was not interested in the stones. His gaze was drawn to a plant by the pond. It was a low shrub bearing clusters of red, thumb-sized fruits that looked plump and juicy. Fruits. Wild fruits. Zhao De cheered, hunger overcoming fear, rushing over to pick some. Don't move. Lei and Su Qian called out almost in unison to stop him. But it was too late. Zhao De had already plucked a few red fruits and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing while mumbling, "What's there to be afraid of? With such a vivid color, they must be sweet." His expression suddenly froze, his face turning red at a visible speed. He dropped the fruit, clutching his throat, making gasping sounds, and jumped up and down in place. Water! Water! It's too spicy. I'm dying. He rushed to the pond's edge, burying his head directly into the water to drink frantically. Lei quickly walked over, picked up the fruit that Zhao De had discarded, examined it closely, and sniffed it, his expression darkening. Fire pepper. The spiciness of this thing is dozens of times that of regular peppers. Eating it raw. You're quite brave. Su Qian hurriedly took out some sour wild fruits from her small basket, which she carried everywhere now, and handed them over. Quick, eat some of this, it will help relieve the heat. Zhao De was already in tears, his nose running, grabbing the wild fruits and stuffing them into his mouth, looking utterly pathetic. I suddenly had a flash of inspiration in my mind. Lei. Peppers. This is also a resource for seasoning, preservation, and it could even be used as a weapon to drive away beasts. Lei looked at the small yet powerfully energetic red fruit in his hand, then glanced at Zhao De, still flailing by the pond, his lips seeming to twitch slightly. It seems that this hidden dungeon contains not only dangers, but also some unexpected surprises. The exploration continues. In this mysterious valley, we discovered even more: several edible tuber plants, a salt-rich rock wall, solving our salt issue, and even a tree that had been rubbed against by some animal, leaving claw-like marks that looked quite substantial. As we returned to the camp with our haul, including a batch of fire peppers that had given Zhao De a tough time and filled with questions, the sunset had already painted the sky red. A new map has been opened, new species fire pepper discovered, but more mysteries followed closely. What were those stone piles? What animal left those claw marks? How many secrets does this island hide? The fire pepper that Zhao De accidentally discovered due to his greed, though embarrassing for him, might become an important resource for our survival in the future. Is this what they call fortune hiding in misfortune? Looking at Zhao Da's swollen sausage-like lips and his aggrieved expression, then glancing at Su Qian silently organizing the newly discovered herbs, and finally feeling Lei's serious demeanor regarding the mysterious stone piles and animal tracks, I knew our life on this deserted island was destined to run towards a more complex and unpredictable direction, racing forward. Tonight by the bonfire there will surely be many stories. Zhao Da's swollen sausage-like lips had at last subsided after 2 days, but the psychological bruise they left could probably shelter Alinto. He grew unusually obedient, at least in front of Lei, refusing to pick up shells while scavenging for wood and keeping his distance from the fire when tidying the camp. But his excess appetite for performance needed an outlet, and unfortunately Su Qian became his new target of harassment. Su Qian's sister, what do you think of my pile of firewood? Doesn't it have a sort of postmodern flair? Su Qian's sister, aren't you tired from weaving that basket? Let Big Brother sing you a song to lift your spirits. Ahem. Off-key and out of tune like sawing lumber. Su Qian's sister, do you think we could make a deck of playing cards out of palm leaves? We eat shells every day, oh we need some entertainment, right? Most of the time, Su Qian answered with a polite, distant smile. When she grew annoyed, she would say softly, Mister. Zhao, you're blocking my light. Or am I identifying medicinal herbs? Do I need quiet? Then Zhao Dai would sheepishly fall silent for a while only to relapse not long after. I felt like a spectator at a live broadcast wildly cheering for Su Qian in my head. Well struck. Such composure. If it were me, I'd gag him with a vine. Lei paid no heed to the scene. He was intent on optimizing the team's division of labor. After days of observation and taking Zhao Dai as a negative case study, he devised a blunt but effective contribution point system. Listen, Lei called the three of us plus me a ghost to the fire and drew lines in the sand with a stick. Find stable food sources, and you score high points. Complete daily tasks like collecting firewood, fetching water, and maintaining the camp to earn base points. Create trouble, waste resources, or make unnecessary noise, and you'll lose points. Points will determine priority for food distribution and the comfort of night watch shifts. He looked at Zhao Dai. You are mainly responsible for gathering fuel and assisting with food processing. Make noise without cause, and you'll lose points and go hungry. Zhao Dai hunched his neck and muttered, fascist. Lei then turned to Su Qian. You are in charge of weaving, gathering edible plants, and part of the herb processing. Do well, and there will be extra rewards. He indicated the small clay pot Su Qian had successfully fired earlier. Inside it simmered wild vegetable soup, an important technical breakthrough. Su Qian nodded calmly. Finally, Lei's gaze, hesitantly, swept across me. I am responsible for hunting, exploration, security, watch, and final decisions. The division was so clear it left no room for argument. Zhao Dai became the muscle, albeit inefficient, Su Qian, the artisan, Lei the CEO and chief of security. And Lin Xiaoyu, the original soul, was chiefly tasked with offering snarky commentary and spectating in my own head. Brother Lei, what about me? What do I do? I couldn't help asking, don't I have a role? Otherwise my points will stay at 0 forever. Lei answered in my mind, your task is to keep quiet when I operate the body to minimize interference. That is your greatest contribution. Me. So am the team's atmosphere specialist. The negative kind. The division of labor took effect immediately. To avoid losing points and going hungry, Zhao Dai became noticeably more diligent collecting firewood, though the quality remained dubious, and no longer brazenly harassed Su Qian, only stealing the slightest plaintive glances at her now and then. Su Qian plunged deeper into her technical development, improving weaving techniques, experimenting with different clay mixes to fire more durable pottery, and even beginning to use a small knife. Lei had ground a crude stone blade for her to help process animal skins with unexpectedly deft hands. Lei meanwhile launched deeper explorations of the island, especially the valley where he had found the stone pile and the flame pepper plants. Each return brought new intelligence, a vine that stores water, a root rich in starch, or fresh signs of animal activity. He seemed particularly fascinated by the stone pile, always clearing the surrounding vines in search of clues. One day, he brought startling news. He had pushed deeper into the valley and found a patch of trees felled by wind forming a tangled clearing. At the edge of that clearing, he saw a huge, deep claw mark pressed into the damp soil. How big? Su Qian's face grew grave at the description. Lei gestured with his hands. The scale was chilling. I can't say what made it, only that it is definitely large. Be extra cautious if you go there. Zhao Dai went pale, and that night on watch felt as though his eyes might become searchlights. Under the spur of internal competition and the points system, the team's survival skills improved slowly, yet an invisible tension began to thicken the air. Zhao Dai's fear and resentment toward Lei, his covetous attention and flattery of Su Qian's placid exterior and ever-refining skills, Lei's quiet vigilance over Su Qian, and his firm control of the group's survival pressure, and me, a visible but untouchable, frantic, yet powerless observing spirit. The four of us, or 3.5, with our divergent thoughts, maintained this fragile, delicate balance at the small island camp. That evening, while checking the fishing traps, Lei unexpectedly pulled in 2 fat sea fish, the largest catch in recent days. Dinner's mood lightened, if only briefly. Lei rubbed the fish with a little powdered flame pepper, grilled them until fragrant, and even picky Zhao Dai ate with relish. Hey, I didn't expect this stuff to be so intense. Zhao Dai licked his fingers, his lips flushed from the spice, yet alight with excitement. If there were a live stream, I'd eat a raw flame pepper on camera and go viral. No one humored him. Su Qian nibbled quietly, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the dark jungle, as if lost in thought. Lei picked the bones with the concentration of a man defusing a bomb. Feeling bored, Zhao Dai turned to Su Qian. Su Qian, can't we do something to make a signal? We can't stay on this island like savages forever. I need to let my fans know I'm safe. Su Qian looked up coolly and said, isn't Mr. Lin already trying? He piled a signal and has been watching for passing ships and planes. His method is too primitive. Zhao Dai scoffed. We need a spectacle. Light a huge fire. Burn a patch of forest. Someone will see it. Lei, who had been silent, finally spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Set a forest on fire, and if the wind shifts, the first to burn will be us. If you want to die, don't drag others with you. Zhao De was silenced, gnawing angrily on a piece of fish. Watching that, I suddenly told Lei in my head, Brother Lei, Zhao De isn't entirely wrong. We should be more proactive about rescue, or we can't just wait to be discovered. Lei paused mid-movement and replied in my mind, I know, but a large fire is too risky. I'm thinking of other ways. The valley is higher, I'll go there tomorrow to see if there's a better signaling spot, or other materials. Other materials? I asked. For example, a damp plant that produces thick smoke or large reflective leaves. Lei's thought came clearly, rescue cannot rely on a single method. Also that stone pile. It still feels peculiar. Again with the stone pile. It seemed Lei's attention remained fixed on it. Dinner ended under a slightly heavy air. Zhao De and Su Qian were assigned the first half of the night watch. Perhaps energized by the fish, Zhao De tried to strike up conversation with Su Qian again, ranging from guesses about when rescue might come to rhapsodies about how they would celebrate back home. Su Qian mostly listened in silence, occasionally offering a measured while her eyes kept a wary sweep of the surrounding darkness. I hid in a corner of consciousness, watching the three around the fire with a mingled ache of feelings. We had food, water, fire, and a makeshift shelter. We had even begun preliminary divisions of labor and rules. But were we truly a team, or merely 3.5 solitary beings temporarily bound together by fear and the will to survive? Zhao Da's clamoring, Su Qian's silence, Lei's solemnity, and my unspoken role as observer wove together into the island night's singular background hum. I knew that beneath this surface calm undercurrents still swirled. The huge claw print, the mysterious stone pile, Su Qian's unknown origins, Zhao Da's volatility, and the odd coexistence of Lei and me. Any of these could be a detonator at any moment. For now, all we could do was strive to live, and within that despair seek the faint glimmer that might not even exist. Oh, and I must continue to perform my atmosphere crew duties, feeding an unceasing and usually ignored stream of snarky commentary into Lei's mind as he carries the heavy burden of leadership. That work, too, is rather wearying. Zhao Da's psychological shadow regarding the fiery pepper quickly transformed into a fervent admiration after tasting the flavor of fish grilled with it. Now he boasts to everyone that he risked his life to discover this divine gift of seasoning, although every time he mentions it he can't help but subconsciously touch his still swelling lips. The division of labor in the camp barely operated under Lei's point's tyranny. Although the firewood pile Zhao De was responsible for still retained an abstract shape, its quantity met the standard. Su Qian successfully fired 2 ceramic pots that could be used to cook soup directly over the fire with her improved clay formula, marking a technological revolution. Lei, on the other hand, returned home late every day, exploring the island, his expression increasingly grave. The news he brought back included that huge claw marks had appeared several times pointing towards the mountainous area in the center of the island, and that he had discovered some unusual signs along the coastline to the northwest. A few stones deliberately piled up resembling some sort of marker, but the style was completely different from the ancient stone piles we had previously found. It seems like someone has been here recently. Lei briefly announced after dinner, his gaze sweeping over us. There might be others on this island. This news hit like a stone thrown into water. Zhao De first reacted with excitement. Others? Is it a rescue team's marker? Then he grew fearful. What if it's wild people? Cannibals? Su Qian remained silent, instinctively touching the sharp wooden stick she always carried. I was discussing in my mind with Lei, Brother Lei, do you think they are friends or foes? Until confirmed, treat them as a threat. Lei's answer was always so cautious. Tomorrow I will search the northwest carefully. You all stay in the camp and strengthen the vigilance. However, plans could not keep up with changes. The next morning the weather suddenly changed. The originally clear sky was covered by rapidly approaching dark clouds, and the sea breeze turned chaotic, whipping up sand that stung our faces. Distant thunder rumbled, signaling an impending tropical storm. Back to the hut. Secure everything, Lei commanded decisively. We hurriedly moved the ceramic pots, firewood, food, and other supplies into the hut, pressing down the palm leaves around it with stones. The wind quickly intensified and torrential rain poured down like countless whips, striking our makeshift shelter. The hut shook violently in the wind and rain, emitting groans of unbearable strain. Outside it was pitch dark, and the roar of the waves even drowned out the thunder. Zhao De was terrified, curled up in the innermost part of the hut, hugging his knees and trembling. Su Qian tightly grasped the main pillars supporting the hut, her face pale, yet her eyes remained calm as she occasionally checked for signs of loosening in the hut structure. I stood at the entrance of the hut, using my back to brace against the door curtain that was being violently shaken by the wind bearing the brunt of the storm. The rainwater quickly soaked my clothes, icy and piercing. Brother Lei, will this illegal structure hold up? My voice trembled in my mind. This was 100 times more terrifying than the storm effects in games. It must hold up. Lei's voice sounded unusually calm amidst the howling wind and Rain, his muscles tensed like they were nailed to the ground. I've reinforced the structure, the main support points are fine. As long as the main pillar doesn't collapse, we will be okay. Time passed slowly amid the roar of the storm. I didn't know how long it had been, but the wind and rain seemed to lessen slightly, although the sound of the waves remained frightening. At that moment, Lei, who was peering through the door's gap, suddenly froze. What's wrong? I immediately asked. In the sea. There's something. Lei's voice carried a hint of disbelief. I quickly looked outside. Amid the still surging waves, a vague object resembling a piece of wood or a small boat's wreckage was being pushed towards the shore by the waves. And beside that wreckage, it seemed, there was a shadow of a person, flickering in the gray waves. Someone has been washed ashore. I gasped in shock in my mind. Lei showed no hesitation. He suddenly tore open the palm leaves blocking the door and dashed out like a leopard, instantly swallowed by the wind and rain. Brother Lei, what are you doing? Zhao Dai shouted in panic. Su Qian also saw the situation outside. She gritted her teeth and shouted to Zhao Dai, watch the fire, and rushed out with her wooden stick. In the hut, only Zhao Dai and I on the conscious level were left dumbfounded. I could only watch through limited visibility as Lei staggered through the howling wind and knee-deep seawater, striving to approach the figure being battered by the waves. It seemed to be a woman wearing a dark diving suit or raincoat-like outfit with long hair stuck to her face, motionless, uncertain whether she was dead or alive. Risking being swept away by the waves, Lei finally grasped her arm and exerted all his strength to drag her towards the beach. Su Qian also arrived, and together they struggled to pull the unconscious woman from the sea to a relatively safe higher spot on the beach. Lei checked her breathing and quickly examined her carotid artery. Still alive, unconscious, possibly drowned, needs immediate rescue. He immediately began performing CPR. Su Qian assisted by clearing the mud and seaweed from the woman's mouth and nose. Their movements appeared exceptionally difficult yet methodical amidst the torrential rain. As I watched Lei's skilled rescue efforts, a mix of emotions swirled within me. How many hidden skills does this guy have? After a tense rescue, the woman suddenly coughed a few times, spitting out several mouthfuls of seawater, her breathing gradually becoming heavy, and even yet she remained unconscious. Soaked through, Lei and Su Qian were almost exhausted, but they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Together, they carried the woman back to the shaky hut. Inside the hut, Zhao Dai stared at the unexpected guest, his mouth agape. Another one. Lei ignored him and quickly checked the woman's belongings. Aside from her drenched, specially made one-piece rain gear, she had a waterproof waist pouch tied around her waist. Lei opened the waist pouch. There weren't many items inside: a waterproof flashlight still functional, a small roll of fishing line, several fish hooks, a small but exceptionally sharp multifunctional survival knife, and a small notebook sealed in a waterproof bag along with a pen. Lei flipped open the small notebook. The first few pages were densely filled with elegant, clear handwriting, recording some incomprehensible data coordinates, simple sketches of flora and fauna, along with some abbreviations that seemed like technical jargon. The subsequent pages were blank. I looked at the notes, feeling that this woman was far from ordinary, definitely not just a regular tourist. Lei's gaze lingered for a moment on the sharp survival knife and notebook, his expression deep. He calmly placed the items back into the waist pouch and said to Su Qian, help her change into dry clothes to keep warm. We'll check if the fire can still be rekindled. The wind and rain outside gradually diminished, but the camp was in shambles. The fire pit had long been extinguished, most of the stored dry firewood was wet, and one of the few successfully fired ceramic pots had shattered. It felt like we had returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. As dusk fell and the wind and rain completely ceased, we gathered around the rekindled, flickering fire, watching the still unconscious new member. She appeared to be around 30 years old, with well-defined features and a healthy, wheat-colored complexion. Even in unconsciousness, there seemed to be a focus and resilience in her brows. Zhao Dai looked at the woman, then at Su Qian, his expression complicated as he muttered softly, why is another woman here? It's even more crowded now. Su Qian was carefully wiping the dirt off the woman's face with clean leaves dipped in water. Lei silently added firewood, the flames illuminating my face, which was hard to read. I knew that the new woman's arrival had completely shattered the fragile balance we had just established. Who is she? A scientist? An explorer? Or does she have ulterior motives? Is her arrival a blessing or a curse? I looked at the new face in a coma, then at the silent Lei, the heavy-hearted Su Qian, and Zhao Dai, whose expression seemed to say another in my harem. The campsite after the storm resembled a place trampled by a giant's foot. The hut had collapsed halfway, and the remaining part trembled in the chilling wind and rain. Most of the stored firewood had gotten wet, the fire barely flickered, and one of the painstakingly crafted pottery jars had shattered, spilling muddy water all over the ground. The air was thick with dampness, decay, and a trace of barely perceptible despair. Zhao Dai looked at the devastation and sat down in the muddy water, his voice trembling with a cry, it's over. Everything is gone. After all the effort to achieve some semblance. Now we have to start all over again. I can't stay in this damned place for another day. Su Qian remained silent, quietly gathering the scattered items, attempting to salvage any usable palm leaves and vines from the ruins. Her face was even paler than usual, but her movements remained steady. Lei's situation is the worst. We had nearly exhausted our strength dragging the newcomer out of the sea and administering first aid compounded by the wind and rain. At this moment, I could clearly feel this body protesting. My muscles ached, my throat was dry, and my head felt somewhat dizzy. Lei forced himself to stay alert as he checked the condition of the unconscious woman. Her breathing had stabilized somewhat, yet there were still no signs of awakening. We must start a fire and quickly dry our clothes and bodies, or we risk hypothermia. Lei's voice was hoarse as he glanced at the pile of wet wood, a frown etched on his brow. Starting a fire again was a monumental task. Just then the previously unconscious woman let out a faint groan, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. What she revealed was a pair of very alert eyes. Her black pupils quickly focused after the initial confusion, sharply scanning the four of us, including my soul and the surrounding environment. There was no panic in her gaze, only a rapid assessment and a hint of scarcely detectable vigilance. You are survivors. She spoke, her voice low due to weakness, but clear, carrying a tone of calm. You also came from that cruise ship? Su Qian asked, tentatively offering a makeshift cup made from a large leaf filled with the remaining clean rainwater. The woman took the leaf cup, carefully sipped a bit, nodded, then shook her head yes, but not entirely. I am a researcher aboard Han. She kept her explanation concise, offering no further details about her identity, yet her gaze fell on our disheveled campsite and the pile of wet wood. Was the storm just over? The situation is not looking good. She struggled to sit up, and Lei reached out to support her. Han thanked him, and then her gaze was drawn to several plants blown over by the wind, covered in muddy water. Those were some that Su Qian had collected earlier. Some were edible, while others had medicinal properties. Purple pearl grass. Do you know this? Han pointed to a plant with small purple flowers, her tone laced with surprise. Su Qian nodded. Yes, it can be used to stop bleeding. Han then pointed to another plant with thick green leaves. What about this one? Su Qian hesitated for a moment and shook her head. This is called rooting, Han explained naturally, as if lecturing in a classroom. Crushed leaves applied externally are effective for treating abrasions and minor burns, and it has anti-inflammatory properties. Its juice can even alleviate the itching from insect bites to some extent. As she spoke, she casually plucked a leaf, crushed it with her fingers to reveal its gel-like juice, and then applied it to a cut on her arm caused by a sharp rock. We were all stunned, especially Su Qian, whose eyes flickered with an extremely complex light, a mix of surprise, curiosity, and perhaps a hint of discomfort at being overshadowed. Zhao Dai blinked, looking at Han, then at Su Qian, seemingly unable to comprehend what was so noteworthy about a mere plant. Lei's pupils, however, slightly constricted as he stared intently at Han, slowly speaking. Are you a botanist? Han wiped her hands and candidly admitted, I specialize in ecology, focusing on island biodiversity. I was originally on this cruise for a short-term research project. She didn't elaborate further, but the implication was clear. Wow, a researcher aboard, an ecologist. No wonder her notebook contained those strange data and diagrams. She was a genuine expert from a formal background. Unlike us, who were all amateurs, Lei was a wild expert. Su Qian was a suspected former elite. Zhao Dai was utterly useless, and I was just a theorist with a big mouth. She was on an entirely different level. Dr. Han. Zhao Dai instantly adopted a fawning expression. What do you think we should do about our current situation? The fire won't start, and the hut has collapsed. Han did not answer immediately. She first examined our remaining embers, a few pieces of charcoal buried in the ashes, barely exuding a hint of warmth. Then, disregarding her physical weakness, she rose and began to search through the surrounding ruins. Soon she found some relatively dry bird's nest debris blown down by the wind and a type of fiber that peeled off from tree bark resembling cotton. Try this, it should work well for kindling. She handed the materials to Lei, then pointed at a plant that had been uprooted, its underside covered with white fuzz, saying the fuzz from that plant, when dried, makes excellent tinder. Lei gazed at her deeply, took the materials without a word, and began to focus on starting a fire once more. This time with the quality tinder provided by Han and Lei's skilled technique, sparks quickly ignited, and a faint flame began to flicker once more. The warmth of the fire dispelled some of the despairing chill. Han began directing again. Don't burn the wet wood directly. Build a tripod and place it next to the fire to dry it out. Prioritize drying some small branches. Maintaining the fire is the most important. Her instructions were clear and precise, entirely professional. Su Qian silently went to build the tripod, and Zhao Dai hurried off to collect small branches. Lei was responsible for maintaining the fire. Han leaned aside to rest, but her eyes remained vigilant, continuing to scan the plants around the campsite. The roots of that vine over there are rich in starch and can be eaten when cooked, providing energy. Also, if you have containers, collect some clean rainwater and store it after boiling. It's safer than the water from the seep pit. Every word she spoke dropped like a bomb in our meager survival knowledge base. Su Qian listened especially attentively, even taking out her small notebook, previously made from tree bark and charcoal, to start recording. I looked at Han's calm and authoritative profile, then glanced at Lei, who had relaxed slightly at the success of starting the fire, and at Su Qian, whose expression was complex and clearly filled with curiosity, alongside Zhao Dai, who only exclaimed "Dar. Han is amazing." A strong sense of crisis, or rather a natural awe from a slacker facing a top student, welled up within me. "Lei, this is not good." I lamented in my mind. "A professional has arrived to smash our scene. Your status as the king of the wild is at risk." Her knowledge base sounds even more intimidating than your practical experience. Lei scoffed coldly in his mind, but I could feel that his attitude towards Han was even more solemn than when he dealt with Su Qian. Su Qian's mystery lay in her skills and background, while Han's mystery stemmed from her unabashed, overwhelming professional knowledge. This kind of open strategy made it even harder to predict her motives. "Her knowledge is indeed useful," Lei admitted straightforwardly. "In the face of survival, appearances are worthless." The fire gradually grew stronger, and we took turns drying our clothes. After regaining some strength, Han even instructed us to use a type of leaf with a peculiar smell to fumigate the remnants of the hut, claiming it could repel moisture and potential mold. As night fell, a new hut framework was rebuilt under Han's suggestions and Lei's leadership, with a more reasonable structure that even included a flue. We sat around a fire that was now stronger than before, eating roasted tubers and the last few pieces of dried fish. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Han's presence acted as a high-precision weight, instantly shattering the fragile balance that had existed between Lei, Su Qian, and Zhao Dai. With her expertise, she silently declared who was truly the most useful in the current environment. Zhao Dai peppered Han with questions, eager to become her disciple on the spot. Su Qian silently ate, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Han, filled with an ineffable complexity. Lei remained as silent as ever, but I knew that the risk assessment model in his mind was operating at full speed, recalculating everything due to Han's presence. I looked at this newly formed, even more bizarre survival team, a host with a dual personality of a temperamental wilderness expert and a sarcastic homebody. One who was a mystery in identity but had maxed out skills, a suspected former elite female. One who was nothing but a nuisance and a chatterbox. And now there was an ecological female PhD whose knowledge base rivaled a walking encyclopedia. With this configuration, let alone survival on a deserted island, it could probably become a hit if made into a reality show. Only I wondered if this spark would ultimately illuminate a path to survival or bring fire to our own demise. Dr. Han, are you a savior sent by heaven or the beginning of another larger mystery? Tonight, many will likely find it hard to sleep. As for me, as part of the atmosphere team, I will definitely be working overtime. The arrival of Dr. Han felt like installing a professional data processing package into our primitive survival model. She brought not just knowledge, but a dramatically different systematic way of thinking. The reconstruction work after the storm was astonishingly efficient under her guidance. She pointed out a nearby plant with enormous leaves which collected rainwater far more effectively than our palm fronds. She taught us how to create simple water filtration devices using peat and sand layers, which, though slow, produced noticeably clearer water. She even guided Su Shi in identifying several fiber-rich plants from which the ropes and containers woven were much more durable. Zhao Dai had completely become Dr. Han's devoted admirer, constantly shouting Dr. Han this and Dr. Han that, eagerly taking on the dirtiest and most laborious tasks just to earn her a casual good. Su Shi, on the other hand, became more silent, but she learned at an astonishing speed the things Dr. Han taught her. She often grasped quickly and applied creatively, creating a subtle and tense relationship between them that resembled that of teacher and student, yet was tinged with competition. Lei remained the core of the team and the final decision-maker, but he began to consciously adopt Dr. Han's suggestions. For example, after Dr. Han analyzed the wind direction, sunlight, and soil conditions, we made a small-scale optimization relocation of our camp. Lei did not oppose merely executing silently. I felt like a ghost observing a scientific experiment, watching this group engage in a blend of production, learning, and research in the wilderness. Lei, how do you think Dr. Han's mind works? How does she know everything? I couldn't help but marvel in my mind. Compared to her, I feel like all my previous survival games were in vain. It's the result of systematic training and long-term accumulation of knowledge. Lei's tone revealed no joy or anger. Her value is undeniable, but the more this is the case, the more we need to clarify her true intentions. How can an ecologist on board be so proficient in wilderness survival skills? This indeed posed a question. Dr. Han's breadth of knowledge was somewhat astonishing. That day, Dr. Han proposed to conduct a more detailed survey of the island, especially the valley where the mysterious stone pile and fiery peppers were discovered. I need to understand the ecological system here, the distribution of plants and the traces of animals. This relates to whether we can find a more stable and diverse food source, as well as assess potential risks. She held a waterproof notebook and charcoal pencil, her gaze scanning like a scanner. Lei agreed, but insisted on accompanying her, bringing Sushi along. Su's observational skills and agility were very useful in exploration. Zhao Dai was left behind to guard the camp. Though he was 100% reluctant, he could only agree, feeling wronged under Lei's intimidating gaze. The four of us, Lei, Dr. Han, and Sushi once again ventured inland. With Dr. Han, this exploration had completely changed. She no longer searched aimlessly but systematically recorded soil types, dominant tree species, accompanying plants, animal droppings, and footprints. She even carefully collected some plant samples with a small knife, pressing them between the pages of her notebook. Look here, Dr. Han squatted beside a bush, pointing at several chewed marks. The bite marks are very fresh, likely from a small rodent, possibly a type of wild mouse. This indicates there is a burrow or food source nearby. She then pointed to some scattered, chewed, hard-shelled fruits on the ground. These are the fruits of the island oak, rich in oil. If we can find the tree, it can be developed as a food source. Sushi followed closely, listening intently and occasionally asking questions. Lei scanned the surroundings vigilantly, particularly the dense forest depths where large animals might be hiding. When we arrived again at the valley with the stone pile and pond, Dr. Han's eyes clearly brightened. She quickly walked to the stone pile, disregarding the moss and dirt, carefully observing the way the stones were stacked, their weathering, even brushing off dirt from a stone's surface to check for markings. This is not a natural formation, Dr. Han confirmed, nor is it a recent creation. Looking at the weathering and the degree of moss coverage, it must be decades old, perhaps even longer. The stacking method is very primitive, but orderly, resembling some kind of ritualistic structure or territorial marker. She then walked to the pond's edge, inspecting the surrounding vegetation and soil. The water quality here is excellent, rich in minerals. Look at these footprints. She pointed at some vague tracks in the mud, which were closer to human shape than any animal tracks we had seen before, yet slightly smaller with more distinct toe separations. These do not resemble any known primates, nor do they appear to be ordinary human footprints. A strange chill crept up my spine. Could there truly be indigenous people on this island, or something else? Lei's expression grew more serious as he tightened his grip on his stone axe. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Su, she suddenly whispered, "There is a sound." We immediately held our breath. From the dense forest on the other side of the valley, a faint rustling sound emerged, like an object brushing against leaves, accompanied by a low, whimpering animal cry. Lei motioned for us to hide behind the rocks. He peered cautiously, looking in the direction of the sound. After a while, a small, frail figure stumbled out from the woods. It was a girl. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, her skin a deep brown from prolonged sun exposure, her hair tangled into braids, wearing only crude animal skins and leaves with simple ochre-colored patterns on her face and arms. In her hand, she held a sharpened wooden spear, the tip skewering a struggling, vividly colored fish. However, her condition seemed worse. There was a deep wound on her left calf, bleeding, causing her to walk with a limp. As she walked, she looked back, warily, pain and fear etched on her face. Wild people, I nearly exclaimed in my mind. But Dr. Han restrained Lei, who was about to take action, saying in a very low voice, "Don't rush, assess the situation. She doesn't seem aggressive and she's injured." The girl reached the pond's edge, seemingly wanting to drink, but the intense pain in her leg caused her to collapse, dropping the spear and fish beside her. She tried to use her hands to scoop water to wash her wound, but it was ineffective and she curled up in pain. Dr. Han glanced at Lei, then at Su, she seeking their opinions with her eyes. Sushi nodded slightly and whispered, "She's injured, not a threat. We could try to help her." Lei was silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the risks quickly. Finally, he nodded, adding, "I'll go out. You all keep your distance and act according to the situation." Lei stood up from behind the rocks, deliberately, making some noise, then slowly, with open hands, indicating no weapons, walked towards the girl. The girl heard the noise, suddenly raised her head, and upon seeing Lei, her eyes filled with extreme fear. She struggled to grab the wooden spear, but due to her leg injury and weakness, she couldn't manage it, only letting out a frightened whimper as she shrank back. Lei stopped, trying to speak in the calmest tone possible, though it came out a bit stiff. "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. You're injured, we can help you." The girl clearly didn't understand his words, but Lei's softened tone and non-threatening demeanor seemed to calm her down a little, though the fear in her eyes remained unchanged. Dr. Han and Su, she also stepped out from behind the rocks. When the girl saw two more people appear, especially the fact that both Su, she, and Dr. Han were women, her tension seemed to ease a bit more, though she remained on guard. Dr. Han slowly approached, pointed to the girl's leg wound, indicated herself, and made a bandaging gesture. Sushi then took out some crushed hemostatic herbs she had brought. The girl looked at Dr. Han, then at the herbs, and Sue's eyes hand hesitated for a long time, and finally, perhaps due to the intense pain and weakness overcoming her fear, she slightly nodded though her body remained tense. Dr. Han carefully moved closer, examining her wound. It was a deep scratch from some wild beast requiring immediate cleaning and bandaging. Sushi handed over the herbs and Dr. Han skillfully began to tend to her. The girl gasped in pain but did not resist. Throughout this process, Dr. Han and Sushi continuously tried to soothe her with gentle tones and gestures. Lei stood a little farther off on guard while carefully observing the girl and her belongings. The rough wooden spear with a charred tip, the crude animal skins, and the primitive patterns on her face. I looked at this girl who had suddenly appeared, seemingly emerging from a primitive tribe, and waves of astonishment surged within me. Indigenous people. There truly were indigenous people on this island. Who was she? Where was her tribe? Were they friendly or hostile? Were the mysterious stone piles and those strange footprints all related to them? Dr. Han quickly finished bandaging the girl's wound. The girl looked at her properly treated injury, then at Dr. Han and Sushi, the fear in her eyes gradually replaced by a mix of curiosity and confusion. Dr. Han attempted to communicate with her using simple words and gestures, pointing to water, then to the fish, and then to the sky, but the girl only stared at her blankly. Communication became the biggest issue. Lei walked over, picked up the vividly colored fish from the ground, and handed it to the girl. She hesitated for a moment, then accepted it, hugging it tightly against her chest. Let's take her back to the camp first. Lei made the decision. It's not safe here, and we need more food and water. Therefore, our team, which had gone out for a scientific expedition, returned with an unexpected trophy, an injured, uncommunicative girl suspected to be an indigenous person of the island. On the way back, the girl, whom we temporarily named Aya because Dr. Han noticed she seemed to react to this sound, was initially very tense, but perhaps due to the kindness of Dr. Han and Sushi, or perhaps because Lei did not show any threat, she gradually calmed down, still tightly clutching her fish and spear, curiously observing everything around her, especially our shabby modern clothing. When we brought Aya back to the camp, Zhao Da's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. I can't believe it. Where did you guys find a little wild person? He pointed at Aya, stammering. Aya was startled by his loud voice and immediately hid behind Sushi. Sushi frowned, standing protectively in front of Aya. Dr. Han simply explained the situation. Zhao Da circled around Aya twice, his eyes filled with wonder and a hint of uncomfortable curiosity. Tsk tisk, she really is a native girl. Do you think there might be more girls like her in her tribe? Lei shot him a cold glare, and Zhao Da immediately fell silent. We settled Aya in a shelter to rest, providing her with some roasted tubers and clean water. At first, she was very reserved, but upon confirming the food was safe, she began to eat quickly in small bites, clearly famished. We gathered around the campfire, the atmosphere heavier than ever. Aya's appearance completely changed the rules of the game. This was no longer a simple survival game on a deserted island. We had intruded into someone else's territory and encountered the locals here. Was she friend or foe? How would her tribe treat us outsiders? Could we, through her, uncover more secrets of this island? Could we even find clues to escape? Countless questions swirled in everyone's minds. I looked at Aya curled up in the corner of the shelter like a frightened fawn, then glanced at the team members, each with different expressions. Lei's vigilance, Dr. Han's research curiosity, Sue's eyes sympathy, Zhao Da's unabashed curiosity and frivolity. I knew the real challenge might just be beginning. And this variable named Hope had become even more elusive with Aya's appearance. We brought that indigenous girl, temporarily called Aya, back to the camp. Zhao Da looked at her with the eyes of someone who had discovered a new species in a zoo, circling around her and examining her closely, exclaiming, "Look at this skin, this hair, completely natural and unpolluted." In a civilized society, she would undoubtedly be a poster child for organic living. Aya felt uncomfortable under his gaze, like a frightened rabbit, tightly clutching Su Qian's clothes and shrinking behind her. Su Qian subtly shifted half a step, completely blocking Zhao Da's probing gaze, her tone flat, yet firm. "She is injured and needs rest. Mr. Zhao, could you please check the water filtration system?" Zhao Da, thwarted, awkwardly walked away, though his eyes still darted back occasionally. Dr. Han showed great scientific interest in Aya. She first examined the bandaging on Aya's leg closely. It was done with the herbs Su Qian had found and torn clothing. Dr. Han carefully unwrapped a bit to check the wound, then sniffed the herbs, a look of approval flashing in her eyes. The hemostatic and anti-inflammatory effects are excellent. The combination of herbs is quite reasonable, a matter of experience. Her words were directed at Su Qian, but sounded more like a professional acknowledgement. Then Dr. Han's attention shifted to the items Aya carried with her. The crude wooden spear held in her hand was scrutinized, repeatedly measuring its length and observing the sharpening and burning marks on the tip. The material is hardwood with a forward weight balance. It should have considerable power when thrown. The manufacturing technique is very primitive but highly practical. She then glanced at the small string of ornaments made from animal bones and shells hanging from Aya's waist, as well as the simple ochre patterns on her face. These patterns are systematic and may represent a tribe status or some belief. Aya appeared confused by Dr. Han's research, but perhaps due to Dr. Han's gentle demeanor and lack of Zhao Da's discomforting scrutiny, she did not show any intense resistance, only occasionally emitting short syllables, as if questioning. Lei maintained his distance, more concerned about the implications that Aya represented. He checked the direction from which Aya had come, reinforced the camp's defenses, though it was merely a low wall made of branches and stones, and clearly arranged for two people to take turns on watch, insisting that one must remain completely alert. She is not alone. Lei said to me in a serious tone, where there is one, there will be a second. We do not know the size of her tribe nor their attitude toward us. Until she is healed, or we can communicate, we must remain on high alert. I understood Lei's concerns. Aya was like a ticking time bomb. She could bring us urgently needed information and resources about this island, or she could attract unforeseen dangers. Communication became the biggest obstacle. Aya completely could not understand what we were saying. The syllables she uttered sounded like celestial script to our ears. Dr. Han began her linguistic field investigation. She took out her waterproof notebook and charcoal pencil, starting to communicate through basic drawings. She first drew a sun, and then pointed at the sky, uttering an ah. Aya stared at her in bewilderment. Dr. Han, undeterred, drew a tree of fish and water. She patiently pointed at the real objects, then at the drawings, repeating simple sounds. Aya looked at the drawings and then at Dr. Han, seemingly beginning to grasp her intention. When Dr. Han drew a picture of a campfire, Aya's eyes lit up, and she reached out to point at the burning bonfire, emitting a vague syllable. Taboo. Dr. Han immediately noted this pronunciation in her notebook, sketching the campfire beside it and labeling it taboo. She continued to try drawing a little person drinking water, then mimicking the action of drinking. Aya watched for a moment, imitating the drinking action, then pointed toward the water pool and said another word. Wanna. Water. Dr. Han quickly recorded it. Thus, like teaching a baby to speak, the most basic vocabulary communication was painstakingly established. The sun is La, the tree is Kai, the fish is Yika, and to eat is manna. Progress was slow but significant. Su Qian quietly observed from the side, learning Dr. Han's methods. Unlike Dr. Han's systematic recording, she seemed to have her own approach. She would pick up a stone, hand it to Aya, and then watch her. If Aya shook her head, she would try another until Aya nodded and pronounced the word. Su Qian had a good memory and could often remember after hearing it once or twice. Most surprisingly, while trying to teach Aya our language, Su Qian rapidly learned several of Aya's simple words. When Aya pointed at the basket woven by Su Qian and pronounced a word, Su Qian could immediately repeat it and use it in subsequent conversations. Zhao De showed no interest in learning indigenous language. He was more eager to showcase the miracles of modern civilization to Aya. He took out a broken, yet still intact fruit phone, turned on the dark screen, gesturing animatedly to Aya, trying to explain that this device could once play movies, make calls, and play games. Aya looked at the small square that occasionally reflected light with confusion, and finally, probably thinking Zhao De resembled a dancing monkey, simply turned her head away and ignored him. Lei held a practical attitude toward language learning. He only learned a few words he deemed most crucial, such as danger, food, come and go. He focused more on observing Aya's actions and her reactions to the surrounding environment. I, as a ghostly passenger, was content to watch this group of people display their talents in this bizarre communication that transcended levels of civilization. After a few days, Aya's leg injury had improved significantly under Dr. Han's herbal treatment and Su Qian's care, and she was slowly able to walk. Her wariness toward us had clearly decreased, especially towards Su Qian and Dr. Han. She began to follow Su Qian to gather plants she recognized. She also curiously watched Dr. Han writing and drawing in her notebook, occasionally pointing at a certain pattern and emitting questioning syllables. However, she still maintained her distance from Lei Mi and Zhao De. Toward Lei, it might be a kind of awe towards strong masculine instincts. Toward Zhao De, it was purely disdain for his noise. One evening, we gathered around the campfire eating grilled fish. Aya watched us roasting fish skewered on branches over the fire, suddenly stood up, walked to the edge of the camp, and struck two stones together in a special rhythm, producing a crisp tap 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 sound. We all froze, watching her warily. After a while, a brightly feathered bird resembling a grouse suddenly flapped its wings and flew out from the woods, landing not far from Aya. Aya emitted a gentle sound mimicking the bird's call, slowly approached, and then with lightning speed struck the bird's head with a stone. The entire process took mere seconds. The bird had become her dinner. We all stared in shock. Zhao De almost dropped his fish, exclaiming, I can't believe it. What kind of operation is this? Summoning technique plus precise throwing. Is this girl a druid? Dr. Han's eyes sparkled with extreme excitement, sound-based hunting. This is a very ancient hunting technique. She uses sound signals to attract prey. This is incredibly valuable. Su Qian also displayed a look of surprise and admiration. Lei's gaze grew even deeper. Aya's demonstrated survival skills further confirmed that she was no simple primitive in need of protection. She belonged to this land and knew everything about it. Aya returned with the still-twitching bird skillfully beginning to pluck its feathers, her movements smooth and natural. Seeing our astonished expressions, she appeared a bit shy, but still shared most of the prepared bird meat with us, keeping only a small portion for herself. This gesture warmed everyone's hearts. Language may not have been common, but kindness transcended. That night, Aya did not sleep in the hut, but found a place near the fire where she could see the starry sky, laying down a simple bed of palm leaves. She looked at the myriad stars, humming a strange, yet unexpectedly melodious tune. The melody carried a primitive desolation and freedom unlike any music we were familiar with. None of us spoke, quietly listening. Even Zhao De rarely closed his mouth. The fire flickered, the starry sky was vast, and the unfamiliar song floated in the night sky of the deserted island. I watched Aya's silhouette under the stars, observing the varied expressions of my companions, feeling a surge of emotion. We came from different worlds with vastly different knowledge and backgrounds cast here due to a disaster. We had suspicions, barriers, and conflicts, but in this dire situation, we began to attempt understanding, learning, and coexisting. Aya's presence was like a key slowly unlocking the true secrets of this island. What lay beyond the door was unknown to anyone. But at least tonight, beneath this strange song and the shared starry sky, the invisible wall between us seemed to have thinned a little. Of course, Lei's vigilance would not lessen. Zhao Da's noise would surely continue tomorrow. Dr. Han's research would carry on, and Su Qian's silence would remain perplexing. This is our daily life on the deserted island. Chaotic, contradictory, yet strangely vibrant. A Yas stone summoning technique successfully captured a plump Mongolian chicken initially identified by Dr. Han as a type of endangered island pheasant, expressing academic excitement far greater than culinary desire, which thoroughly stunned our group of civilized people. Zhao Da's gaze towards Iya shifted from that of observing a rare animal to viewing her as a human-shaped cheat, pondering all day how to become her disciple. Unfortunately, he couldn't even master the most basic rhythm of striking stones, producing sounds that could summon wolves. Aya's leg injury improved day by day, and she gradually grew accustomed to our strange tribe. She still spoke little, mainly due to the language barrier, but expressed herself through actions. She would silently stack the firewood she collected, neatly share the wild fruits she deemed sweetest with Su Qian and Dr. Han, and even attempted to mimic Su Qian's weaving technique using flexible grass stems, though the final product appeared rather abstract. She still kept her distance from Lei, but her fears seemed to be accompanied by a hint of observation. Once, while Lei was laboriously chopping a small tree with a stone axe, Aya watched for a while, then approached, pointing to an inconspicuous scar on the tree trunk, and took out a small sharp piece of obsidian she carried with her. Heaven knows where she hid it, indicating where to start. Lei skeptically tried it out, and indeed it was much easier. For the first time, there was a hint of acknowledgement in Lei's gaze towards Iya. Of course, her attitude towards Zhao De remained stable. She avoided him whenever possible. Zhao De had attempted to win her over with a shiny broken phone case, but Iya merely glanced at it with disdain and turned around to give a smooth pebble to Su Qian. Zhao De was deeply discouraged, lamenting that he couldn't understand the aesthetics of primitive society. After a few calm days, Dr. Han could no longer sit still. Her research spirit was aflame, especially with a Yas appearance, which seemed to open a whole new treasure trove before her. She began to systematically inquire about the island's situation through drawings and gestures directed at Iya. She drew a mountain pointing to the highest peak in the center of the island. Iya looked at the drawing with a sense of awe, clasped her hands together, and made a strange praying gesture, repeatedly uttering a word: Tuka Napa. Tuka Napa. Dr. Han recorded it. Is it the mountain god? Or a forbidden place? Dr. Han then drew waves and a small boat, making a gesture of leaving. Aya's expression dimmed, shaking her head, pointing at the surging waves surrounding the island and the distant, faintly visible reefs, making a sinking motion, and saying a word: Kula Noa. Kula Noa. A dangerous sea area, or a whirlpool? Dr. Han's pen paused on her notebook. The most crucial communication occurred when Dr. Han drew the valley where we discovered the stone pile and those strange footprints. Aya reacted with unusual intensity upon seeing this drawing. She suddenly stood up, her face filled with terror, pointing at the drawing, and then towards the inland direction of the island, shaking her head vigorously, her body trembling slightly, urgently, saying, Gina. Evil spirit. Gina. Gina. Evil spirit. Dr. Han tried to calm her, but Iya was extremely agitated, She even grabbed dirt from the ground and smeared it on Dr. Han's drawing, attempting to erase it. We all gathered around. A yes reaction clearly indicated that the valley and whatever left those footprints was an extremely dangerous taboo in her understanding. It seems we've accidentally touched the tigers, but I thought to Lay in my mind. Lay's face turned serious. What she refers to as Gina is likely a real beast that they have either deified or demonized. That valley may very well be its territory. So do we still go investigate? Yes, but we must be more cautious. A hint of determination flashed in Lay's eyes. Not understanding the threat is the greatest threat. But we couldn't bring a yen, nor could we all go. In the end, after discussion, mainly between Lay and Dr. Han with us listening, it was decided that Lay, Dr. Han and I in my body would go to the valley for a limited quick reconnaissance. Su Qian and Zhao De would stay behind to protect the camp and take care of the emotionally unstable Aya. Su Qian's calmness and the gradually gained trust of Aya were crucial, while Zhao De at least counted as manual labor and could use his noise to scare off some small animals. The next morning our trio set out. Entering that valley again felt entirely different. Knowing the legend of Gina, there was an intangible pressure lurking beneath the lush greenery and the gentle sound of water. Dr. Han's goal was clear, the stone pile. She was no longer satisfied with external observations and began carefully clearing the fallen leaves and soil accumulated at the bottom of the stone pile, hoping to find more clues. Lay was on guard, his senses heightened to the utmost, carefully listening to every subtle sound in the jungle and observing every flutter of the grass blades. I felt like an audience member in a horror film, nervously scanning every shadowy corner through Lay's perspective, feeling that at any second a gaping maw might leap out. Lay, have you found anything? I feel a chill at the back of my neck. I couldn't help but ask. Quiet, Lay whispered, his gaze fixed on the side of the stone pile on a relatively flat stone surface that Dr. Han had uncovered. There seemed to be some faint carvings on it. Dr. Han also noticed, excitedly brushing away the moss and dirt on the surface with her hand. The patterns gradually became clearer, not complex murals, but rather simple lines depicting an abstract creature with horns and claws alongside some wavy lines and circular symbols. Beneath one of the patterns, there were several smaller, regularly arranged scratches like some sort of counting symbol. These patterns. The style is very ancient, showing obvious primitive worship characteristics. Dr. Han quickly sketched with charcoal, while whispering, this creature image is likely what Aya referred to as Gina. What do these counting symbols represent? The number of hunts? Or the frequency of sacrifices? Her tone carried the excitement of discovering treasure, but there was also a hint of unease. If this is indeed a sacrificial site, then the object of sacrifice. At that moment, Lay suddenly raised his hand, signaling for silence. His ears twitched, and his gaze sharpened towards a dense forest deep in the valley. There's movement, not small animals. Dr. Han immediately put away her notebook and stood up warily. The jungle rang with a clear sound of branches snapping, coming closer with a steady and powerful rhythm. My heart leapt to my throat. No way. Just mentioning Gina, and it appears. Lay slowly drew the stone axe from his waist, positioning himself protectively in front of Dr. Han. Dr. Han also gripped her small, sharp survival knife tightly. The footsteps stopped at the edge of the woods, several dozen meters away from us. The dense foliage obscured our vision, and we could only see a vague, sizable dark silhouette. The air seemed to freeze. We could all hear our own hearts pounding. That dark figure seemed to be observing us, remaining still for a full minute. Then it neither approached nor attacked, but turned around and leisurely disappeared into the depths of the jungle, the footsteps gradually fading away. The three of us stood frozen in place, and only after the sounds had completely dissipated did we exhale deeply, realizing our backs were already soaked in cold sweat. What was that? Dr. Han's voice trembled slightly, but her professional instinct compelled her to immediately ask. Lay shook his head, his expression grim. I couldn't see clearly, but its size was considerable. It was definitely not a monkey or a wild boar. It felt very cautious. We dared not linger any longer. Lay quickly made a few inconspicuous marks near the stone pile, and then we immediately returned along the original path to the camp. The atmosphere was oppressive along the way. Although there had been no direct confrontation, the feeling of being closely observed by an unknown large creature was far more chilling than encountering danger directly. Upon returning to the camp, Su Qian and Zhao De immediately approached us. Seeing our serious expressions, they knew something was amiss. Dr. Han showed them the copied patterns and described the experience of being watched. Zhao De turned pale upon hearing this. I told you. That place is off limits. But you insisted on going. Now look, we've attracted the evil spirit. Will it come to the camp at night? Aya, upon seeing Dr. Han's drawing of the Gina pattern, turned pale with fright, hiding behind Su Qian and refusing to look again. Su Qian gently patted Aya's back to comfort her, her brow furrowed. Lay silently checked every weak point in the camp's defenses. I looked at the panicked group and recalled that mysterious dark silhouette that had vanished into the jungle with only one thought in my mind: the secrets of this island seemed to run deeper and be more dangerous than we imagined. And our survival on this deserted island seemed to have subconsciously switched from survival mode to adventure or self-destructive mode. It seemed no one would dare to doze off during tonight's watch. Zhao Dai raised his hand first. He'll take the first half of the night. No, will stay up the whole night. Absolutely no sleeping. It seemed he was genuinely terrified. After being watched by the mysterious shadow known as Gina, the atmosphere in the camp was tense for several days, like a bowstring pulled tight. Zhao Dai, during the night watch, could hardly keep his eyes open, terrified that even the slightest rustle would make him jump 3 feet high. Aya also became exceptionally quiet, often hugging her knees and gazing at the mist-covered peak in the center of the island, her eyes filled with awe and fear. Lei and Dr. Han huddled together, studying the copied patterns of stone piles and strange counting symbols for a long time. These wavy lines might represent water or danger. The circles represent the sun, or perhaps they indicate cycles. Dr. Han pointed at the patterns with a charcoal pencil. If these counting symbols represent the number of sacrificial rites, then this quantity. She did not finish her thought, but the implication was clear. If it truly was the number of sacrifices to Gina, then this entity had likely been lurking on this land for an alarmingly long time. Lei was more concerned with practical issues. Its range of activity may cover the entire central part of the island, including that water-rich valley. We need to assess the risks of staying here and look for a safer alternative campsite. In the end, a bold, or rather forced plan was formed to conduct a long-range reconnaissance to the opposite side of the island away from our initial landing point. The goal was to find a new water source, assess the actual range of Gina's territory, and see if there were safer coastlines from which to signal for help. For this operation, Lei decided to take Su Qian and Aya with him. Su Qian was brought along for her calmness and keen observation in the wild. Aya was included in hopes of using her familiarity with the island to avoid unknown risks and perhaps to gather more information about the island through her reactions along the way. Dr. Han and Zhao Dai stayed behind to guard the camp. Zhao Dai wholeheartedly approved of this arrangement. He truly did not want to face that terrifying Gina again. Although Dr. Han felt regretful for not being able to explore personally, she understood the need for someone to hold down the camp. Her knowledge and calmness were crucial for stabilizing the rear. Before setting out, we made thorough preparations. Lei fashioned several long spears using sturdy vines and wooden sticks, hardening the spearheads by roasting them over fire. Su Qian prepared ample hemostatic herbs and charred fire starters wrapped in tree bark. Aya, in her own way, divined. She picked up several small stones, muttering incantations as she scattered them on the ground, observing their shapes and orientations upon landing, then pointed in one direction, shook her head, and pointed another way. Is she reading the feng shui? I thought to myself. It looks more like some kind of experience-based path selection. Lei observed Aya's movements. She might be determining where it's easier to find food or to avoid dangerous terrain and animals. We walked along the coastline for half a day, then turned inland according to Aya's guidance. True to her nature as a born guide, she always found relatively easy paths, avoiding treacherous swamps and thorny bushes. She knew every type of vine sap that could quench thirst, which wild fruits were sweetest in which seasons, and could even deduce what animals had passed by recently from the barely noticeable traces on the ground. Su Qian followed beside her like a diligent student, quietly taking notes. Lei was responsible for bringing up the rear and keeping watch. The journey was not smooth sailing. We encountered a dense wetland overgrown with giant pitcher plants where swarms of gnats buzzed in the air. Aya signaled for us to detour and had us smear a pungent leaf on our exposed skin, effectively repelling the mosquitoes. We nearly stumbled into the warning range of a gigantic beehive, but Aya had heard the low frequency buzzing in advance, pulling us to the ground and quietly guiding us around. The most perilous moment was crossing a rapidly flowing river. The river was not wide, but the water was deep and swift, with slippery stones covering the riverbed. Lei attempted to scout the way and nearly got swept away. Just when we were at a loss, Aya pointed to the vines hanging above the riverbank, where many sturdy vines hung down. She demonstrated by grabbing a thick vine, taking a few steps back, and swinging across the river like Tarzan, her movements light and agile. The three of us civilized people were left dumbfounded. I have acrophobia. If Zhao Dai were here, he would probably be crying. Su Qian took a deep breath, mimicking Aya, and successfully swung across, though she stumbled slightly upon landing. Now it was my turn. I could feel Lei's muscles tensing, and a hint of hesitation. Could this guy be a little scared too? Lei, go steady. Don't be afraid. Just think of it as bungee jumping. I cheered him on in my mind, while also enjoying the spectacle. Lei ignored me. He picked the thickest vine, took a few steps back, inhaled deeply, then charged forward and leaped. The sensation of weightlessness hit. The river roared beneath my feet. I almost screamed. At the highest point of the swing, just as he began to descend, Lei released his grip, adjusting his body midair, and finally landed steadily, though somewhat stiffly, on the opposite bank. Su Qian let out a slight sigh of relief. Aya tilted her head, watching Lei with curiosity at his somewhat clumsy, yet successful maneuver. Crossing the river, the view opened up before us. We arrived at a relatively open terrace with vegetation not as dense as before, and in the distance we could even see a smoother rock-structured coastline. The view here is good, yet might be suitable for a signal point. Lei observed the surroundings. Just then, Aya suddenly stopped in her tracks, her nose twitching slightly, her face displaying extreme vigilance, even more so than when she mentioned Gina. She crouched down, signaling us to hide. We immediately dropped behind a bush. Following the direction Aya pointed, we saw some bones scattered in a nearby clearing. They were not animal bones. Judging by the shape of the pelvis and skull, they clearly belonged to humans. And not just one. The scattered bones were in a very unnatural state, as if they had been carelessly discarded. Some bones even had clear large bite marks. Dr. Han gasped, her professional instincts urging her to move closer for a closer inspection, but Lei held her firmly back. Lei's gaze was sharp as an eagle, carefully scanning the surroundings. Soon he discovered more clues. Several massive claw prints deeply embedded in the mud, larger than any he had seen before. And nearby on the rocks were several deep grooves, as if scratched by some enormous weapon. Aya's body began to tremble slightly as she pointed at the claw prints and scratches, then pointed at the scattered bones, repeating the word with extreme fear in a hushed voice, Gina. Gina. This time we all felt the terror of Gina acutely. This was not a legend, not a pattern, but a bloody reality. It was active nearby, and it ate people. Retreat. Immediately. Return the way we came. Lei decisively commanded, his voice low, but filled with undeniable determination. We didn't even dare to stand up, crawling backward until we were far enough from that terrace to rise and hurriedly retrace our steps, almost running. Along the way no one spoke. Only heavy breathing and hurried footsteps filled the air. Aya's prophecy had proven correct. That direction was the land of death. All our previous guesses and hopes were shattered before those scattered human bones and enormous claw prints. This island not only had indigenous people and mysterious ruins, but also a real, extremely dangerous top predator. Our survival strategy on this deserted island had instantly escalated from difficult to hell. Now we had to contend not only with nature, but also constantly guard against a deadly neighbor hidden in the shadows. With the terrifying discovery of the Gina that devours humans, we fled back to the camp like a group of frightened rabbits. When Dr. Han and Zhao De saw our pale faces and disheveled appearances, they knew something was terribly wrong. After hearing Lei's concise description, especially upon seeing the rough sketch of the enormous and absurd claw marks drawn by Su Qian, Zhao Da's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling lips struggling to utter a word. Dr. Han's face also turned pale as she adjusted her non-existent glasses, murmuring this size and claw mark characteristics. There are no records in current biological classifications. It's too unbelievable. As soon as Aya returned to the relatively safe camp, she curled up next to Su Qian, her body still trembling slightly, clearly triggered by the haunting memory. Panic spread through the small camp like an epidemic. Although it had been difficult before, at least we thought our greatest enemies were the natural environment and hunger. Now the unmistakable existence of a top predator that preys on humans shattered all our sense of security. What should we do? Will it find its way here? Zhao De asked with a trembling voice, nervously glancing around, as if the Gina would leap out from the woods at any moment. We're quite a distance from where the bones were discovered, and it's close to the coast, which doesn't seem to be its primary hunting ground. Lei forced himself to analyze calmly, but his eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness. But we can't afford to be complacent any longer. We must immediately strengthen our defenses, set up more early warning devices, and take turns keeping watch at night. We absolutely cannot fall into a deep sleep. The atmosphere in the camp became highly tense in the following days. We chopped down more branches to reinforce the low walls around the shelter and set up a simple alarm system made of vines and empty shells on the outskirts. Night watches turned into pairs of two, with the bonfire burning throughout the night. Everyone's face displayed exhaustion and fear. Amid this oppressive atmosphere, an unexpected incident occurred, momentarily diverting our attention, but also bringing new unease. That afternoon, Zhao De was sent to collect driftwood from a distant stretch of the coastline. He strongly opposed it, but under Lei's threat of force and the lure of points, he went anyway. When he returned, he was unusually excited, waving something in his hand. Look what I found," he shouted, holding a rusty yet well-structured military machete. Everyone gathered around. Though the knife was heavily rusted, it was thick and robust in design, clearly not a civilian product, far superior to the stone axes and knives we had made ourselves. "Where did you find it?" Lei took the knife, examining it closely, his gaze sharp. just over there in the crevice of the rocks. It was wedged in so tightly that I almost couldn't pull it out. Zhao De beamed with pride. It must have been left by some old ship. Now we have a real weapon. This was indeed a significant discovery. A real knife meant a tremendous increase in efficiency and a sense of security in the wild. However, Dr. Han furrowed her brow, saying this type of military machete doesn't seem like something an ordinary merchant ship or cruise liner would carry. She picked up the knife, pointing to a nearly rusted-over mark on the handle. Look at this mark, it resembles some kind of badge. Aya, who had been silent, stiffened slightly upon seeing the knife, her eyes reflecting an extremely complex emotion, as if hatred and fear. But she quickly lowered her head, concealing her past. Apart from me, who had been quietly observing her, and Lei, who seemed to sense something no one else noticed. Lei collected the knife, without a change in expression, his tone flat. It's just a tool, as long as it works, that's enough. Zhao De, you get credit for this. Zhao De beamed as if he could already see the reward of an extra fish for dinner. But this incident stirred ripples in my heart. The sudden appearance of this knife was too abrupt. Where did it come from? Why did he react that way? On a night a few days later, it was my turn with Su Qian to keep watch for the first half of the night. In reality, it was Lei controlling the body, while I provided spiritual companionship. The moonlight was dim, the sea breeze howled, and the shadows around the camp seemed to be stirring restlessly. The second half of the night was supposed to be taken over by Dr. Han and Zhao De, but when the time came, only Dr. Han emerged, rubbing her eyes. Where's Zhao De? Lei, I asked. Dr. Han sighed helplessly. He said his stomach hurt and couldn't get up, so he asked me to cover for him for a while. Lei's brow furrowed. This was not the first time Zhao De had found an excuse to avoid night watch. Under the threat of the Gina, such selfish behavior was even more unforgivable. He'll go call him. Lei's voice was cold as he stood up and walked toward the shelter. Inside the shelter, Zhao De was wrapped in a palm leaf blanket, emitting soft snores, looking nothing like someone with a stomachache. Lei unceremoniously kicked him. Get up, it's your turn to keep watch. Zhao De woke up startled, saw it was Lei, and shivered in fright, but immediately played the fool. Oh, brother Lei, I really can't do it. I got exhausted gathering firewood yesterday. My whole body hurts. Just let me sleep a little longer, just a little. Lei said nothing, only looked at him coldly. The air in the shelter seemed to freeze. At that moment, with the faint moonlight filtering through the cracks in the shelter, Lei caught a glimpse of Zhao Da's hand, instinctively clutching a small object tightly next to him. It was the broken phone case he had previously tried to use to win Aya's favor. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that in the faint light, I clearly saw that the inner side of the phone case seemed to have several crooked letters and numbers engraved on it, as if a set of abbreviations and a date. Due to the darkness and angle, I couldn't see what it specifically was. But those deliberate hidden markings were definitely not random doodles. Zhao De noticed Lei looking at the thing in his hand and immediately pulled his hand back under the blanket, as if burned, his eyes flickering, his tone more frantic. He'll get up right now, right now. Lei gave him a deep look, said nothing more, and turned to leave the shelter. But I knew that the alarm in Lei's mind had been raised to the highest level. Zhao De, who seemed like nothing more than a troublemaker and a nuisance, appeared to be far more complicated than he presented. His slyness might just be a disguise. What did the phone case with the engraved markings he had mean? The sudden appearance of that military machete, Aya's unusual reaction upon seeing it, and Zhao Da's suspicious behavior. These scattered clues resembled pieces of a puzzle, seemingly pointing to a deeper mystery hidden beneath the surface of survival on a deserted island. And this mystery might be even more dangerous than the cannibalistic Gina. Perhaps our team had already infiltrated individuals with diverging loyalties. Tonight's night seemed particularly profound. The scratch marks on Zhao Da's phone case were like a thorn stabbing into my and Lei's heart. His laziness and cunning were no longer mere character flaws, but were now shrouded in a layer of suspicious shadow. On the surface, Lei remained unperturbed, but the camp's rules tightened quietly. Tools, especially the mountain-cutting knife and Dr. Han's survival knife, were strictly monitored. Their use required registration, marked with charcoal, and they had to be returned immediately after use. The night watch schedule was also disrupted. Lei ensured that either he or Su Qian or Dr. Han was always awake, and he subtly adjusted positions to monitor both the inside and outside of the camp, as well as Zhao De. Zhao De seemed to sense something growing, a bit anxious. He no longer lazed about as openly as before, but the flicker in his eyes and the occasional glances towards Lei and Su Qian's backs revealed a growing tension in the air. Aya's leg injury had mostly healed, but she seemed to sense the subtle changes in the camp, becoming clingier to Su Qian and almost avoiding Zhao De. The outbreak of conflict stemmed from a food distribution. That day, luck was on their side, as the trap set by Lei caught a sizable seabird, and Su Qian and Aya gathered quite a few edible tubers and berries. According to contribution points, Lei and Su Qian received the most meat and the best tubers, followed by Dr. Han and Aya. Zhao De, due to a low completion rate on several tasks, only received some scraps and a few berries. Zhao De looked at his meager portion of food, his expression instantly turning grim. What does this mean? Is this what I'm supposed to eat? Like I'm feeding a dog. He overturned the shell, holding the food onto the ground. The rules have long been established. Lei's voice held no warmth, his icy gaze fixed on him. If you don't want to eat, you can find your own food. Rules? What bullshit rules? Zhao De exploded like a firecracker, pointing at Lei, then gesturing towards Su Qian and Dr. Han. Don't think I don't know. You were just excluding me, looking down on me, thinking I'm a burden. And that wild girl. He suddenly pointed at Aya, who knows if she deliberately led us to that cursed place so that monster could eat us all. This baseless accusation made Su Qian frown, and Dr. Han also showed a disapproving expression. Although Aya couldn't understand all of it, the word Haka and Zhao Da's fierce expression made her shrink back in fear. Zhao De, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Qian couldn't help but scold him. Nonsense. Zhao De sneered, his eyes turning resentful and frenzied. You all pretend to be like saints. Lei, who do you think you are to give orders? Just because you can fight. And you two women mingling with this savage who knows what your intentions are. That knife. Yes. That knife might be what you all hid away, and now you bring it out to act like good people. His words were utterly nonsensical, but the frenzied tone instantly dropped the atmosphere to freezing point. Lei slowly stood up, the pressure of his height causing Zhao De to instinctively take a step back, but his mouth remained defiant. What? You want to fight? Come on. Don't think I'm afraid of you. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Aya suddenly screamed and rushed to her sleeping mat made of palm leaves, frantically peeling back the leaves to pull out something. A rusty mountain-cutting knife. She held the hilt with both hands, the tip of the knife trembling as it pointed at Zhao De, her face filled with fear, anger, and determination. She shouted words we couldn't understand, but one word was repeated several times: Haka. Haka. Everyone was stunned. How could the knife be hidden with Aya? Zhao De was also taken aback, but quickly revealed a twisted expression as if a plot had succeeded. He pointed at Aya and shouted at Lei and the others, Look. Look. What did I say? The knife was stolen by her. This wild girl definitely has ill intentions. No. Su Qian immediately stepped in front of Aya. Although she was also shocked by the knife's appearance, she believed Aya's fear was not an act. Aya was scared. You scared her. Lei's gaze was sharp as a knife, scanning between Aya, Zhao De, and Su Qian. He didn't immediately try to take the knife, but fixed his gaze on Zhao De. How did you know the knife was missing? And how can you be so sure she stole it? Zhao De was caught off guard, his eyes flustered as he stammered, I guessed. Otherwise, where did the knife go? At that moment, Dr. Han suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. She pointed at Aya's grip on the knife in a specific angle of the hilt facing us. That mark. That rusted mark on the hilt. When magnified, doesn't it look like an abstract eagle grasping a sword? Eagle and sword. We all looked at the knife. After Dr. Han's reminder, the blurred imprint indeed resembled something. And Aya, upon hearing Dr. Han's words, especially the words eagle and sword, Dr. Han used our language, but Aya seemed to react to the pronunciation, became even more agitated. She looked at Dr. Han, then at the knife, tears welling up. She no longer pointed the knife at Zhao De, but clutched it tightly to her chest, as if holding something extremely important, then pointed at Zhao De and gestured towards a direction on the island, shaking her head vigorously, crying out the word Haka. In that instant, many clues seemed to connect. Aya's unusual reaction to the knife, Zhao Da's earlier attempt to conceal the marked phone case, and his current extreme manipulative accusations. Lei suddenly stepped forward, his gaze piercing, locking onto Zhao De. You are not an ordinary tourist. Who exactly are you? You recognize this knife, don't you? What does Haka mean? Zhao Da's face turned pale, in an instant, cold sweat pouring down as he looked fearfully at the advancing Lei, then at Su Qian's furious gaze and Dr. Han's sharp eyes, as well as Aya, who was holding the knife and looking at him with the eyes of an enemy. He knew that his disguise had been completely torn off. Damn it. You all forced me. A fierce look flashed across Zhao Da's face as if he had reached the end of the line. Suddenly, he pulled out a sharpened stick from behind wherever he had hidden it, tied with a cloth strip soaked in some black oily substance, quickly thrusting it into the nearby fire. The cloth ignited instantly, turning into a makeshift torch. Waving the torch, he pushed back the approaching Lei, shouting frantically, Don't come near. None of you come near. Otherwise we all die together. As he spoke, he unexpectedly hurled the torch towards the corner where we stored dry firewood and palm leaves. Not good. Lei's expression changed drastically as he lunged to extinguish the flames, but it was already too late. The dry branches and leaves ignited instantly, flames shooting up. In the chaos, Zhao De seized the opportunity to turn and dash into the dark jungle, like a frightened rabbit, disappearing in an instant. The camp was in disarray. Lei, Su Qian, and Dr. Han scrambled to beat back the rapidly spreading fire. Aya stood frozen, holding the knife, watching the blazing flames and the fleeing Zhao De. Though her body still trembled, her gaze was incredibly complex, filled with fear, hatred, and perhaps even a hint of relief. The fire was eventually extinguished, but the stored fuel was burned by more than half, and a corner of the hut was blackened, leaving the scene in shambles. The air was thick with the smell of char and tension. We looked at each other in our disheveled state, feeling heavy-hearted. Zhao Da's escape and his last words solidified his suspicious identity. He was not only an unstable factor in the team, but possibly a lurker with secrets and dangerous intentions. Haka. Dr. Han murmured, her brow furrowed. This word along with that eagle and sword mark. I feel like I've seen related records somewhere. Aya gently tugged Su Qian's sleeve, pointing towards the direction Zhao Da fled, and then gesturing towards the island's interior, making a slashing motion across her throat, her gaze filled with warning. The crisis had not been resolved with Zhao Da's escape, instead it became more perplexing due to his exposed identity and potential threats. Our survival on this deserted island had officially transformed from a survival challenge into a journey filled with betrayal, secrets, and unknown dangers. A desperate escape. And the next challenge might come soon from Zhao Da, who ran into the darkness from the mysterious Haka and from the lurking monster named Gina deep within the island. The long night had just begun. Although the fire set by Zhao Da was extinguished in time, the damage and psychological impact were immense. More than half of the stored fuel was burned, the hut was charred, and the burnt smell in the air felt like a heavy cloth pressing down on everyone's heart. More importantly, trust had completely collapsed. Zhao Da was not merely selfish or foolish, he was a dangerous individual carrying secrets, harboring malice, and unhesitatingly choosing betrayal and destruction at critical moments. He fled into the jungle like a ticking time bomb buried beside us, and no one knew when or how he would reappear. We must leave here. Lei's voice shattered the deathly silence, carrying an undeniable decisiveness. Zhao Da knows the location of the camp. He might come with people or retaliate using more insidious methods. It is no longer safe here. No one opposed. Having experienced the terror of Gina and Zhao Da's betrayal, this camp, once a symbol of fragile safety, now felt so vulnerable and defenseless. Where to go? Dr. Han, relatively calm, raised the critical question. Venturing inland is too risky. Moving along the coastline, if Gina's territory is extensive, we may not be able to avoid it completely. Moreover, we need stable water and food sources. All eyes unconsciously turned to Aya. Aya tightly clutched the rusty machete as if it could provide a sense of security. She looked at us and then toward the depths of the island, her gaze conflicted. Clearly leaving the relatively familiar coast for the inland, which she knew less about, and which might be even more dangerous, was also a difficult decision for her. Su Qian squatted down, using as gentle a tone as possible and simple gestures to try to explain our situation and intentions to Aya to leave and find a new, safer place. Aya glanced at Su Qian, then at Lei and Dr. Han, and finally her gaze fell on the knife in her arms as if she had made up her mind. She pointed toward the southeast direction of the island opposite to where we discovered the bones, which was also an area we had explored less. She gestured. There are mountains, water, and places to hide. Then she made a complex gesture, bringing her hands together like a village, or the shape of a gathering place. What she means is, there is her tribe over there. Dr. Han speculated, his tone tinged with a hint of hope and caution. Aya nodded vigorously, but then shook her head, her expression revealing complexity, both nostalgia and fear. She pointed at us then in that direction, making a follow-me gesture, taking us to her tribe. This was undoubtedly a huge temptation. The indigenous tribe meant richer survival knowledge, possible shelter, and a sense of security in numbers. But it also meant the unknown. What would their attitude be towards us? Friendly? Hostile? Or would they treat us as tools to be used? Lei fell silent for a moment, looking at Dr. Han and Su Qian. Dr. Han nodded. From a survival perspective, this is currently the best choice. But the risks are unknown. We must proceed with extreme caution. Su Qian also agreed, trusting Aya. Then it's settled, Lei decisively stated. Prepare immediately, travel light, only take essentials. We will set off before dawn. We had no time to hesitate or plan in detail. Zhao Da loomed like the sword of Damocles over our heads, and no one knew when it would fall. We acted quickly. We wrapped the remaining smoked fish and roasted tubers in large leaves, filling all the usable water containers, mainly the bamboo tubes, improved by Dr. Han, and the surviving clay pot. Lei sharpened the machete and tucked it at his waist. Dr. Han brought her notebook and survival knife. Su Qian prepared ample herbs. Aya carried her beloved wooden spear and that rusty knife she treasured. As dawn broke, we took one last look at this camp where we had lived for a not insignificant amount of time, then resolutely turned and followed Aya into the dense and unknown jungle. Aya indeed proved to be the best guide. The paths she chose were often unexpected. Sometimes we had to climb steep cliffs, other times we needed to traverse dark thickets filled with aerial roots. But she always managed to avoid obvious dangers, such as loose rocky slopes and thickets hiding poisonous snakes. Her steps were light and firm, familiar with this land, as if it were her own palm print. I and Lei in body took the rear, vigilant for any movement from behind and the flanks. Dr. Han and Su Qian walked in the middle. The atmosphere was tense. No one spoke, only the sound of hurried breaths and the rustling of footsteps on fallen leaves. Along the way, Aya occasionally stopped to pick some fruits or tubers of plants we had never seen before, some of which she directly shared with us to quench our hunger and thirst, while others she carefully stored. She would also leave simple marks on certain trees or rocks with the charcoal pencil given to her by Dr. Han, like arrows or circles, seemingly to point us in the right direction or to communicate with possible kin. Lega, do you think? Will Aya's tribe welcome us? I anxiously asked in my mind. There were plenty of scenes in movies where outsiders were captured and roasted by primitive tribes. I don't know. Lei's answer was straightforward, but this is currently the only seemingly feasible way out. Stay alert and adapt as needed. If things go wrong. He left it unfinished, but I could sense the tension in his muscles and that state of being ready to fight at any moment. As we ventured deeper, the terrain began to rise. The surrounding vegetation also changed, with more tall trees resembling firs, and the air became cooler and more humid. At noon, we took a brief rest by a small stream. Is signaled us to keep quiet, then like a nimble cat, she silently slipped into the dense ferns by the stream. Before long, she returned with several plump frog-like creatures. She skillfully cleaned them and skewered them on branches to roast. Although they didn't look appealing, they indeed provided valuable protein. During the rest, Dr. Han tried to communicate with Aya again. She drew the shape of the tribe and then drew Zhao Da's image, making a questioning gesture. Upon seeing the image of Zhao Da, Aya immediately displayed a look of disgust and fear. She pointed at the image, then at the direction we came from, nodding emphatically, followed by a gesture for bad person and danger. Then she pointed at that rusty knife, and then towards the southeast direction of the tribe, her expression turning sad and angry, uttering a word: Haka. Bad person. Killed. Though the language barrier existed, the meaning could not have been clearer. Zhao Da, or the Haka he represented, had enmity with Aya's tribe, and it might be a deep-seated hatred. This information weighed heavily on our hearts. The forces behind Zhao Da seemed to be more troublesome than we had imagined. After resting, we continued on our journey. In the afternoon, we passed through an area filled with gigantic white stone pillars, a sight as strange as an alien planet. Aya seemed very familiar with this place. She nimbly navigated between the stone pillars, ultimately leading us to a concealed cave entrance nearly half covered by vines. She parted the vines, signaling us to enter. The entrance was small, but inside seemed to hold another world, with the sound of dripping water and a scent of earth wafting from the darkness. Aya was the first to squeeze and then turned back and waved at us. We exchanged glances. The inside of the cave was unknown, but outside lurked the ever-pursuing Zhao Da and the dangers he represented, as well as the Gina that roamed the island. With little choice, Lei took a deep breath, gripped the machete tightly, and was the second to dive into the cave. Su Qian, Dr. Han, and I in consciousness followed closely. The darkness instantly engulfed us. The cave was not completely shrouded in darkness. A few rays of sunlight stubbornly penetrated through the crevices at the top, casting mottled patches of light on the moss-covered rock walls. The air was damp and chilly, infused with a heavy earthy scent and something indescribable reminiscent of metallic rust. The ground was uneven with jagged rocks, and occasionally one would step into puddles that made a soft splash sound. Aya seemed quite familiar with this place. She moved through the darkness like a shadow, making almost no sound. She led us down a narrow passageway for about 10 meters, and suddenly the space opened up before us. We entered a massive underground cavern. The ceiling was high, and faintly we could see the stalactites hanging down. Most astonishingly, in the center of the cavern, there was a patch of fungi emitting a faint phosphorescent glow, clinging to the rock walls, and heaps of seemingly chaotic rocks, providing a dim greenish light barely sufficient for visibility. From deep within the cave, a continuous muffled sound of flowing water could be faintly heard. An underground river. Dr. Han whispered, his tone laced with suppressed excitement. This could be one of the sources of fresh water on the island. Aya signaled us to follow her as she cautiously led us around the glowing fungi. Dr. Han had attempted to collect samples, but was stopped by a fierce look from Lei, moving towards the direction of the sound of water. As we ventured deeper, the space became increasingly expansive, and the metallic rust smell seemed to intensify. Suddenly, Aya, who was leading, halted abruptly, her body tensing as she emitted a short, terrified gasp. We immediately went on alert. Lei gripped his knife tightly, turning to look ahead. By the dim phosphorescent light, we glimpsed a sight that made us collectively draw a sharp breath. The cavern widened significantly here, and the underground river formed a deep pool. Along the edges of the pool lay a multitude of wreckage. These were neither animal remains nor human bones, but rather twisted, broken metallic components thickly covered in rust and minerals. They were bizarre in shape, some resembling giant gears and connecting rods, while others appeared to be fragments of some kind of pipes scattered everywhere, some half buried in silt, others jutting out, with sharp edges glimmering eerily under the phosphorescent light. Amidst these metallic remnants there were also fragments resembling ceramics and charred wood. What are these things? I exclaimed in my mind. This scene completely exceeded my comprehension. Deep within the cave of this deserted island was this a heap of junk that looked like it belonged to a steampunk theme park. Dr. Han, disregarding the danger, stepped forward, eagerly examining a relatively intact metal plate with a curved and riveted structure despite its rust and filth. Her fingers trembled slightly, her voice wavering with excitement. This craftsmanship. It's not the common alloys of modernity, but the level of processing is remarkably high. Judging by the oxidation, it must have been buried here for decades, perhaps longer. This is impossible. Lei's vigilance peaked as he not only observed the wreckage, but also scanned every dark corner of the cavern. He lowered his voice, trying to remain calm. What is this place? Where did these things come from? Aya's face went pale as she pointed at the wreckage, then gestured towards the depths of the cave, shaking her head desperately, her eyes filled with an incomprehensible fear and deep reverence. She repeatedly uttered one word, Noah, Tupa. Then she made a gesture of something descending from the sky, her hands spreading wide before slamming down towards the ground. Descending from the heavens. Falling. Dr. Han attempted to interpret. Noah, Tupa. Is that bones of the stars? Or fragments from the sky? Meteorite. No, this was clearly the remnants of something artificial. Could it be a crashed spacecraft from decades ago or even earlier? But this design, it looked nothing like an airplane. My mind raced, trying to find similar settings from the countless games I had played and movies I had watched. Lost civilization, alien relics, or perhaps a forgotten base conducting secret experiments. Check the surroundings and stay alert. Lei issued the command, be on the lookout for any other exits or any living beings. We spread out cautiously in the dim green light, carefully exploring this cave filled with metallic remnants. Suqian protected Aya while Dr. Han was completely absorbed in her archaeological discovery, constantly recording and measuring, even getting dirty as she attempted to clear a metal plate with peculiar patterns. Lei moved along the bank of the underground river, probing deeper into the cave. The sound of rushing water grew louder. I followed his gaze, my heart racing. Navigating around a particularly tall piece of wreckage, a downward slope appeared ahead, with the water becoming turbulent, forming a small underground waterfall. Next to the waterfall, a massive, irregularly edged breach was glaringly visible on the rock wall. It looked as if a tremendous force had brutally smashed it open from the outside. Through the breach, faint daylight seeped in along with dense vegetation. This leads outside, Lei whispered. But what caught our attention even more was the object half submerged in the water below the breach. It was a relatively intact, spindle-shaped giant metal capsule. About 5 to 6 meters long, its surface was covered in thick rust and barnacle-like organisms, one end deeply embedded in the rock and the water below, while the other end protruded out with a large torn hole on the side, resembling a menacing mouth. The shape of this capsule was distinctly different from the clunky wreckage scattered around. It was more streamlined, possessing a certain modernity, even though this modernity carried an air of antiquity, a sense of not belonging to this era. Dr. Han also approached, and when she saw this capsule, she almost stopped breathing. This style is not from the same era as the wreckage outside. This one looks possibly more recent. Decades. My God, what has happened on this island? Aya's reaction to this capsule was even more intense than before. She was not afraid, but rather filled with a mix of hatred and sorrow. She pointed at the capsule, gesturing towards us, then the sky and the ground, emotionally repeating the word Haka. 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 The marks on Zhao Da's phone case, Aya's unusual reaction to that knife, and the mysterious metal capsule before us all pointed to this enigmatic Haka. Could it be that Zhao Da and this Haka were connected to this capsule that crashed here? Were they the later arrivals? Or was this capsule something belonging to Haka? Lei signaled everyone to step back, and he cautiously approached the half-submerged capsule by himself. Peering through the torn hatch, he shone a flashlight. Dr. Han's waterproof one inside. Inside was a scene of chaos, with twisted metal seats, broken cables, and some scattered tools and boxes, all heavily rusted. There were no bodies, at least none visible to the eye. But Lei's gaze was fixed on a mark on the inner wall of the capsule, an abstract eagle, holding a sword pattern, still recognizable despite the rust. It was identical to the mark on the handle of that machete. Haka's emblem. It seems we've found Zhao Da's old home. Lei's voice was deep, laced with a hint of chill. This discovery fundamentally altered the nature of the entire incident. This was no longer just about survival on a deserted island. We might have inadvertently stumbled into a site forgotten by time. An accident scene, or perhaps a secret burial ground. And what exactly is this Haka? What was their purpose in coming here? What role did Zhao De play in all this? What enmity lies between Aya's tribe and this Haka? Countless questions flickered in our minds like the phosphorescent glow in the cave, yet they could not illuminate the heavy darkness. We stood in this mysterious underground cavern amidst the remnants of history and unresolved mysteries, feeling so small and insignificant. The road home seemed to have become even more distant and rugged. The air in the underground cave seemed to have solidified. The eerie green phosphorescence illuminated the rusted metal wreckage, and Aya's excited, yet sorrowful face casting a surreal glow. The mark of Haka, like a cold curse, was etched on the wreckage of the fallen cabin and engraved on all our hearts. Aya choked back tears using gestures and words we could barely understand, recounting in halting fragments. Haka. Bad people. Killed. She pointed at the mark, then towards the depths of the cave, mimicking fighting, crying, and flames burning. Though the details were vague, the gist was clear. This organization called Haka had once come to the island, clashing with her tribe, bringing death and destruction. This fallen cabin might be a part of that conflict. Dr. Han quickly recorded his observations, his expression grave. If this Haka is an organized group with this level of technological equipment, then Zhao De has a member, surely has ulterior motives. Our previous judgment may have been too optimistic. He might not be alone. Lei remained silent, his gaze never leaving the dilapidated cabin entrance. His hand rested firmly on the hilt of his machete, his knuckles whitening with the pressure. I could feel the turmoil within him. Not just the vigilance against an unknown threat, but a heavy sense of being drawn into a larger vortex. We just want to survive, yet we have stepped into the dust of history and the dangers of conflict. We need to go in and take a look. Lei finally made his decision, his voice low and resolute. There may still be clues inside about this Haka, about this island, and even about a way to leave. He knew this was risky, but passively waiting has never been his style. Su Qian nodded, saying nothing more, merely checking her small stone blade before standing beside Lei, signaling her stance. Her profile appeared exceptionally calm under the phosphorescence, yet her tightly pressed lips revealed her inner resolve. This silent support stirred both Lei and me slightly. Though Dr. Han was worried, she understood the necessity of the risk. I can wait at the entrance and continue examining these external wreckages. Aya. She looked at the still emotionally charged girl. Aya wiped her tears, forcefully picked up the wooden spear that had fallen to the ground, gripping it tightly. Though fear lingered in her eyes, there was also a newfound determination. She pointed at the cabin and then at herself, indicating her desire to go in together. This place seemed to hold a meaning she had to face. All right, Lei did not oppose. Stay close to me and keep quiet. He bent down first, crawling through the torn cabin opening. The interior was cramped, filled with the heavy stench of rust, machine oil, and an indescribable mustiness. The beam of the flashlight swept across, revealing twisted metal, scattered parts, and shattered instrument panels. My feet occasionally crunched on loose debris, producing a squeaking sound that felt particularly jarring in the silence of the cabin. Su Qian followed closely, moving lightly. Aya entered too. Her body trembled slightly from tension, yet her steps were steady. I followed Lei's line of sight, my heart feeling as if it were clenched by an invisible hand. This sensation was 1,000 times more thrilling than any horror game, because I knew there was no chance to reload. The interior of the cabin seemed deeper than it appeared from the outside. They cautiously explored forward, navigating around collapsed supports and hanging cables. Suddenly, Lei's flashlight froze on a half-open heavy metal door ahead, which bore the same Haka eagle's sword mark, but seemed to have been deformed by something from the inside. A faint air current seemed to flow from the crack in the door. Lei signaled everyone to stop and listened intently. Besides the dripping water, there seemed to be an extremely faint sound of metal scraping, a hissing noise. He took a deep breath, slowly pressed the tip of his machete against the metal door, and pushed it open with force. Creak! The painful sound of metal scraping echoed in the cramped space. The sight beyond the door made everyone hold their breath. It was a relatively intact cabin, slightly more spacious than outside. Fixed against the wall were several metal beds, more like restraint chairs, still bearing tattered belt buckles. Some empty tool racks hung on the walls. Most chillingly, on the floor in the center of the cabin lay several skeletons. The clothes on the skeletons had long rotted away, but from the remaining fabric and a few small items, a rusty pocket watch, a peculiar metal badge, it was clear they were not from Aya's tribe. Their skeletal poses were twisted, as if they had undergone immense suffering in their final moments. Were they members of Haka? Su Qian asked softly, her voice somewhat dry. Dr. Han peeked in from the door, her face pale upon seeing the skeletons, but she suppressed her discomfort and observed carefully from the bones and remnants. Yes. But how did they die? Internal strife. Or Her gaze was drawn to the marks on the floor beside the skeletons, which bore several deep, inhuman, and horrific claw marks that had torn through the metal floor. They were identical to the claw marks we had seen on the terrace. Gina? Aya's voice trembled with despair as she pointed at those claw marks, and then at a huge, externally torn hole in the cabin wall. It seemed this cabin had more than one entrance. It came in. A chill shot up from her tailbone to the top of her head. This underground cave, this Haka's fallen cabin, was in fact one of Gina's hunting grounds. The cause of death for those Haka members seemed to have found its answer. At that moment, the faint, hissing sound seemed to draw closer. Lei suddenly swept the flashlight beam towards the huge hole. In the darkness, it seemed that two faint phosphorescent, small lights flickered briefly before vanishing. Simultaneously, an indescribable smell, a mix of beastly blood and rusted metal, wafted in from the hole. Retreat! Get out quickly! Lei shouted, grabbing Su Qian's wrist, pulling her swiftly towards the cabin exit. His movements were quick as lightning, purely instinctive. Su Qian stumbled from his pull, but quickly steadied herself. Her other hand instinctively grasped the terrified Aya. The retreat of the three in the cramped cabin appeared somewhat frantic. I could feel the strength and heat with which Lei gripped Su Qian's wrist. And Su Qian, after a moment of panic, did not struggle. Instead, she moved in perfect harmony with his pull. In this life-and-death rush for escape, this brief, physical contact felt like a faint current penetrating the atmosphere of fear and tension. They stumbled out from the cabin's opening, returning to the relatively open main area of the cave. Dr. Han waited anxiously outside, visibly relieved upon seeing us emerge. What happened? She asked hurriedly. There are traces of Gina activity inside, just now. There might be something outside. Lei released Su Qian's wrist, his tone returning to its usual calm, though his breathing was still somewhat rapid. Su Qian also immediately loosened her grip on Aya, subconsciously rubbing the spot where Lei had held her, a faint, barely noticeable blush crossing her face. Fortunately, the cave was dimly lit, and no one noticed. No, I noticed. As an observer, I could see it clearly. Lei Gu, did you just hold the girl's hand? I immediately started teasing in my mind. Very skillful. A hero saving a beauty. Shut up. That was an emergency. Lei scolded in irritation in his mind, but I seemed to sense he felt a bit unnatural. We did not dare linger, quickly retreating back to the passage near where we had originally entered the cave, distancing ourselves from that dangerous cabin and deep pool. The earlier experience left everyone on edge. This seemingly safe refuge was in fact fraught with peril. We can't stay here too long. Dr. Han summarized that Gina might treat this place as a nest or hunting ground. We must find Aya's tribe as soon as possible. Aya nodded, vigorously gesturing that by crossing through this cave and exiting from the other side, they could soon approach the area where her tribe was active. Hope seemed to lie ahead, but the path to that hope was littered with enigmas and deadly dangers. The secrets of Haka, the terror of Gina, the threat posed by Zhao Dei, and the quietly blossoming precious trust and subtle feelings among the team members in this dire situation. All of these made our escape on the deserted island more complex and even more captivating. After a brief rest, we decided to set off overnight, traversing the cave to continue advancing southeast. Deep in the dark cave, what awaited us would be the dawn of hope or deeper darkness. The air deep within the cavern hung thick and heavy like congealed honey, each breath laden with the metallic tang of rust and the musty scent of unknown fungi. The flashlight beam trembled in the endless dark, like a panicked firefly, illuminating only the narrow patch of ground at our feet. The twisted metal wreckage and the hollow Haka pod behind us had long since vanished into shadow, yet the chilling sensation of being watched by the Kina still coiled like ice around each of our necks. Aya led the way, her steps unervingly deliberate, nearly silent. She no longer relied on sight. Instead, she navigated the labyrinthine tunnels like a bat, attuned to subtle shifts in airflow and the faintest echoes in the silence. She paused repeatedly, pressing her ear against the cold stone wall or brushing her fingers lightly over the floor to detect imperceptible vibrations. What is she doing? I asked, Lei silently, my mind suffocating under the weight of absolute darkness and silence. Finding the right path and evading something. Lei's reply was terse and grave. This cave system is far more complex than we imagined, and we are not alone. His words had barely faded when Aya suddenly raised her hand, signaling us all to drop low and hold our breath. From deeper in the abyssal dark came a grating, guttural scraping, slow, heavy, and agonizing, accompanied by the low, labored breathing of some immense creature. The sound flickered in and out, seemingly just beyond the next bend, yet also echoing up from the bedrock itself. Was it the Kina, or another native denizen of these depths? We could not tell. We froze, stone still, willing even our heartbeats to cease. The noise lingered for minutes before receding, fading entirely into silence. Only then did Aya exhale, gesturing that we could proceed. more slowly, more quietly. That stretch of tunnel stretched interminably, a gauntlet of dread. We walked as though inside the gut of a slumbering leviathan, each step balanced on the knife edge between the unknown and raw fear. Dr. Han's archaeological fervor had long since been doused by danger. She gripped her survival knife tightly, her face pale. Sushi remained steadfastly positioned just behind and slightly to Lei's right, ready to support him without impeding his movement. A silent, instinctive synchrony forged between them. Once as Lei vaulted across a bottomless fissure, he instinctively turned and extended his hand toward Sushi. She hesitated for a heartbeat, then placed her palm in his, stepping lightly across the chasm. That fleeting contact lasted less than a breath, yet in the suffocating dark it kindled the faintest ember of warmth. "This is it. This is it," I whispered, inwardly scribbling the moment down, like a clandestine gossip chronicler documenting history in real time. Focus on the terrain. Lei cut in coldly through our shared mental link, but I felt the subtle tensing of his muscles. TCH. All bark, no bite. How long we walked, perhaps an hour, perhaps many, was impossible to gauge. Just as the pressure threatened to shatter our resolve, a change appeared ahead, not the ghostly green glow of phosphorescent fungi, but true faint daylight. Simultaneously, a fresh breeze swept in, carrying the scent of damp earth and verdant foliage, dispelling the cavern's stale decay. An exit. Dr. Han's voice trembled with the fragile euphoria of deliverance. Aya quickened her pace, guiding us toward that fragile light. The opening was veiled behind a curtain of dense, sinuous vines. Parting them, blinding sunlight flooded our eyes. Already accustomed to perpetual night, we drank deeply of the clean air, savoring the sun's gentle warmth upon our skin, as if reborn. Glancing back, the cave's maw gaped behind us, a silent, monstrous mouth that still made our spines prickle. We now stood in the heart of a valley encircled by sheer cliffs. Here vegetation surged taller and denser than along the coast. Lush, humid, alive with birdsong and insect hum. Vibrant and teeming, a stark, living counterpoint to the tomb-like silence we'd left behind. Aya's demeanor lifted visibly. She pointed eagerly toward the valley's depths, her face alight with the joy and urgency of one returning home. She repeated several words insistently. Kilinoa safe. Kilinoa. Is that her tribe's name? Dr. Han ventured. Aya nodded vigorously, then set off ahead, her stride lighter. The path here grew clearer, well-trodden, unmistakably human-made. Along the way we spotted traces of craftsmanship, snapped branches arranged as directional markers, simple snares woven from vine, empty but freshly set, and a cold hearth, its ash still faintly warm. "We're close," Lei murmured softly, though his vigilance remained unrelenting. Drawing near to a native settlement meant hope, and also a far greater, more profound uncertainty. After threading through a grove of bamboo, the trees thinned, and ahead, silhouetted against the sky, rose what looked like a settlement. It was no cluster of crude, thatched huts, but rather a series of intricate organic structures, crafted from colossal trees and natural limestone caverns. Roofs were layered with thick palm fronds and packed earth, walls wove together bamboo, timber, and supple liana. Even rudimentary ladders and suspended platforms dotted the architecture. The entire village merged seamlessly with its surroundings, so artfully camouflaged that without Aya's guidance outsiders would never have found it. It lay eerily still, as though most of its people were absent. Only a few children, clad in rough animal hides and bearing facial markings similar to Aya's, played in a sun-dappled clearing. They froze upon seeing Aya, then erupted into cries of pure delight, sprinting forward to surround her, chattering in a language utterly foreign to our ears. Aya knelt, gathering them into her arms, tears streaming anew, not of sorrow, but of overwhelming joy. She pointed to us and spoke rapidly, explaining who we were. The children studied us, the ragged alien garments, the strange gear, with wide-eyed curiosity and cautious reserve, but no overt hostility. A man emerged from a larger treehouse, broad-shouldered, corded with muscle, his face bisected by a brutal scar. In his hand, he held a stone spear, its tip honed to lethal sharpness. His expression shifted from astonishment at Aya's return to immediate suspicion the moment his gaze fell upon us, especially Lei's mountain cleaver and Dr. Han's modern equipment. His eyes hardened, sharpening like flint. Aya rushed forward, gesturing animatedly, recounting our story, the storm, the beach, our rescue of her, carefully omitting the hakapod and the kina. She spoke of the storm-lashed shore, of our aid of survival, leaving out the metallic wreckage and the thing that watched from the dark. The scarred man listened, brow furrowed. He stepped toward Lei, scanning him head to toe, then turned his gaze to Sushi and Dr. Han, finally locking eyes with Lei again. He said nothing, but the weight of his scrutiny pressed upon us like physical force. Lei met it calmly, neither challenging nor yielding. A silent contest hung in the air, until from the largest dwelling, a structure built into the mouth of a natural cavern, stepped an elder. His hair and beard were snow-white, his frame bent with age, draped in a cloak adorned with iridescent feathers. In his gnarled hands rested a staff of dark wood crowned with a crystal, or perhaps a translucent mineral, glinting with inner light. Deep crevices lined his face, yet his eyes burned with startling clarity, piercing ancient, as if they saw not just flesh but the soul beneath. At his appearance, the children and the scarred man bowed their heads in reverent silence. Aya broke into a run, falling to her knees before him and offering the rust-pitted mountain cleaver with both hands, speaking with fervent urgency. The elder's gaze swept over the Eglene sword insignia etched onto the blade. His pupils contracted faintly, but his expression remained impassive. He gently patted Aya's head, then slowly raised his eyes, past her, to settle directly upon the four of us. His gaze was serene, yet radiated an authority and wisdom that seemed older than the mountains themselves. He did not glance at Lei's weapon nor at Dr. Hanskier. Instead, his eyes moved deliberately, lingering on each of ours, as if reading the hidden truths written deep within our souls. Finally, his gaze rested on Lei and Su Shi, for a breath longer than the rest, before the faintest, most enigmatic curve touched his lips. Then, in a slow, resonant voice imbued with archaic cadence and crystalline precision, he spoke words that struck us mute, strangers from afar. Stellar remnant awaits its answer, and the fury of the iron-devouring beast shall soon rise again. He spoke flawless classical Chinese. How could this elder, a leader of an isolated island tribe, speak Chinese? Was stellar remnant the wreckage? And was the iron-devouring beast the Kina? We stared at one another, hearts hammering, minds reeling. This seemingly primitive society concealed secrets far older and far deeper than we had dared imagine. Our struggle for survival on this island had in this instant brushed against the very core of its mystery. Ahead lay sanctuary, or perhaps entry into a far more intricate, perilous game. The elder's clear and precise words in Chinese struck us, plus my soul, like a thunderbolt overhead. In an instant, I even doubted whether the cave exploration had induced auditory hallucinations. The betrayal of Zhao Dei, the mark of Hakka, the man-eating Gina, the fallen metal pot. All of these were already bizarre enough, and now we had an elder of a primitive tribe who could speak Chinese. Had we picked up the wrong script? Lei's body clearly stiffened for a moment, and Su Qian and Dr. Han's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Aya knelt before the elder, looking up at him with awe in her eyes, seemingly unfazed by the fact that he could speak our language. The elder, whom we later learned was called Stone Keeper Maku, calmly accepted our shock. His clear eyes, which seemed too youthful for an elder, swept over us, before finally resting on Lei's face. Lost amidst the storm, the aura of the star remnants surrounds you. His voice was slow and deep, carrying an epic rhythm, and the wrath of the iron devourer stirs due to your intrusion. Star remnants. Does that refer to the fallen metal? Dr. Han was the first to recover from her shock, her scholarly instincts overwhelming everything else. Elder, how do you know our language? What exactly are those star remnants? Is the iron devourer the giant beast we encountered known as Gina? Elder Maku slightly nodded, and then shook his head like a teacher facing an impatient student. Language is an ancient gift originating from the time of the first star remnants falling. As for the star remnants themselves, they are fragments that fell from the sky, a double-edged sword that brings both knowledge and disaster. And the iron devourer. He paused, a flicker of deep apprehension crossing his eyes. It is the ancient guardian of this land, as well as a merciless punisher. It despises the aura of the star remnants and will destroy anything that carries that scent. He pointed at the mountain-cutting knife at Lei's waist, then at Dr. Han's equipment. You carry a strong star remnant scent on you. We suddenly realized. No wonder the Gina exhibited aggression towards Hakka's pod and us. It was clearing out foreign contaminants. We meant no offense. Su Qian hurriedly explained, we are merely survivors of a shipwreck seeking to live and find our way home. This knife was something we picked up. We are not associated with those Hakka. She mentioned the key name. Hakka. Elder Maku repeated the word, his tone revealing no particular emotion, but the fingers gripping his staff tightened. Slightly greedy predators who came years ago riding the star remnants, bringing war and death. They coveted the life stone of the island, angering the iron devourer, and were ultimately swallowed by the earth. He glanced at Aya. Aya's parents, along with many of her tribe, perished in that disaster. Aya's eyes reddened again as she tightly hugged the elder's leg. So that's how it was. Hakka is an external organization that invaded the island for something called the Life Stone, clashing with the tribe and provoking the destructive wrath of the Gina. And Zhao Dei is a remnant of Hakka. Elder, there is another person who drifted here with us named Zhao Dei. He might be one of the Hakka. He fled into the jungle, which is very dangerous. Dr. Han quickly reported this critical information. Elder Maka's expression finally changed slightly as he looked at the scar-faced guard. His name was Taka, the leader of the tribe's warriors. Taka immediately understood, quickly instructing in the local language, and several agile young warriors immediately grabbed their weapons and silently slipped into the jungle clearly to search for Zhao Da's whereabouts. Lost travelers Elder Mako looked at us again. The Kilinoa tribe follows ancient laws providing shelter to those in distress who harbor goodwill. You may stay, but you must abide by our rules. Do not defile the sacred grounds, do not approach the site of the star remnants, and do not leave the village after sunset. Most importantly, never attempt to seek or touch the life stone. That is forbidden and will bring about complete destruction. We quickly nodded in agreement. Having a safe refuge was already a tremendous blessing. Elder Maku instructed Taka to take us to rest. Most of the houses in the village were built in trees or utilized caves. The place they arranged for us was a relatively spacious cave near the village center, furnished with dry grass mats and animal skins. Though simple, it was far better than the makeshift shelter we had before. In the following days, we temporarily settled down. The people of the tribe were filled with curiosity towards us outsiders, especially the children, who constantly circled around us. Most of the men were out hunting and patrolling, while the women were responsible for gathering, weaving, and caring for a tuber crop. The entire tribe operated in an orderly manner, exuding a primitive wisdom of harmonious coexistence with nature. Dr. Han thrived in this environment. She eagerly learned to identify plants and herbs from the elders of the tribe, recording their customs and legends, quickly filling up her notebook. She discovered that the tribe possessed advanced medical knowledge, particularly adept at using local plants to treat wounds and insect bites. Su Qian quickly integrated into the female group. Her dexterous hands and learning ability earned their admiration, and she soon mastered more complex weaving techniques, even helping to care for the crops. She and Aya were almost inseparable, with Aya becoming her best language and culture teacher. Lei, on the other hand, spent more time with Taka and the warriors. His powerful physique and calm judgment earned Taka's respect. They patrolled together, communicating through simple gestures and drawings about hunting and tracking techniques. Lei also quietly observed the tribe's defensive structures and the training methods of the warriors, clearly not fully relaxing his vigilance. As for me, as a ghostly passenger, I enjoyed this rare vacation time, while also observing the subtle progress between Lei and Su Qian. In this relatively safe environment, the sense of reliance that had developed on the edge of life and death seemed to be slowly fermenting. During a tribal feast, Lei instinctively handed the most tender piece of roasted meat to Su Qian. Surprised, Su Qian took it with her head down, her ears tinged with red in the glow of the campfire. Taka watched this scene and actually gave Lei a rugged smile that seemed to say, "I get it, bro. Way to go, Lei." I mentally cheered. "Eat your meat," Lei retorted inwardly, but this time he did not outright deny it. The peaceful days lasted a few more days, but the shadow had not receded. The warriors sent to search for Zhao De returned without finding any trace of him. It was as if he had vanished without a trace. This only deepened the unease. One evening, Elder Maku summoned the four of us to his large hut. Inside, an aromatic oil lamp was lit and abstract murals adorned the walls, seemingly depicting stars, fallen objects, and images of giant beasts. Travelers, Elder Maku's expression was more serious than usual. The Iron Devourer has been unusually active recently. Its wrath is building. The unusual fluctuations coming from the star remnant site also herald new changes. He paused, gazing deeply at us. Ancient prophecies mention that when the stars fall again, travelers bearing the mark of the star remnants will arrive on the island. Their choices will determine the fate of the life stone and whether this island experiences rebirth or complete demise. You are the travelers of the prophecy. We exchanged glances, feeling as though we had suddenly been thrust into the main storyline of an epic RPG game, and it was a mandatory quest that we could not refuse. "What do we need to do?" Lei asked solemnly, clearly disliking the feeling of being led by fate's nose. "Not need, but might." Elder Maku corrected, "Prophecies are like streams with many directions. Your first task is to understand this island, understand the star remnants, understand the Iron Devourer, and also understand yourselves. Tomorrow let Aya take you to a place," Elder Maku said slowly. "There lie fragments of the past which may help you see some truths more clearly." "Where to?" Dr. Han pressed. Elder Maku raised his bony finger, pointing to a mural on the rock wall, depicting a glowing object falling into the mountains with some blurred humanoid figures seemingly kneeling beside it. "To the place where the star remnants first fell, to our tribe's original sacred ground, the star-watching cliff. A new adventure seems about to begin. This time we not only have to face the dangers of nature, but also confront the deep-seated history of this island and the prophecy that concerns the fate of all. Our survival on the deserted island has officially upgraded to a mode of solving mysteries and possibly saving the world. The pressure is quite intense." Elder Maku's words struck our hearts like a boulder cast upon still water, sending rippling waves of astonishment through us. A prophecy. Travelers marked by the stellar remnants. destined to decide the fate of this island. The weight of this revelation was so immense that upon returning to our assigned cave, none of us spoke for a long suspended silence. Dr. Han clutched her notebook tightly, her brow furrowed in concentration as she sought to weave logic from fragmented clues. The first stellar remnant fall, the tribe's sacred stargazing cliff, the prophecy pointing directly to us. There must be a profound connection between them. The elder said we glimpse fragments of the past there. Could it be remnants of an earlier stellar fall? Or something akin to the Hakapod? Susie, ever pragmatic, shifted focus to immediate concerns. Is that place safe? Could Kina be active there? She glanced instinctively at Lei, her eyes betraying a subtle, unspoken anxiety. Lei leaned against the cavern wall, bathed in the flickering amber glow of the fire at the entrance, methodically polishing his rust-pitted mountain-splitting blade. In the dancing light, his profile appeared chiseled and austere, his gaze deep, inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Yet I could feel that his inner vigilance had risen to its utmost pitch. To be drawn into such an enigmatic prophecy was never auspicious. Brother Lei, what do you think? Have we truly become the chosen ones? I teased him inwardly, half joking, hoping to dissolve the suffocating tension. Prophecy is the opium of the weak, Lei replied coldly within my mind. What matters is information. We must go to the stargazing cliff, but we'll prepare for every contingency. His thoughts remained lucid, unshaken, always the man of action. At dawn the next day, Aya waited for us at the cave mouth. She wore freshly cleaned hide garments, her face adorned with new ochre markings, solemn, reverent, as if preparing for a sacred rite. A small wicker backpack rested on her back, filled with fresh water, dried meat, and root-like plants that bore the unmistakable aura of ritual offerings. Taka joined us too, handing Lei a black obsidian short spear honed to lethal sharpness, and presenting Susie and Dr. Han each with a compact, finely crafted bone knife. The path to the stargazing cliff is treacherous. Some stretches demand climbing. Stay vigilant. The mountains harbor more than just iron-devouring beasts. His words were terse, his wary gaze not fully softened, but at least they carried the tribe's goodwill. We bid farewell to Elder Maku and Taka, then set out once more. 5 souls under Aya's guidance, though I counted myself only half among them. This time our course led inward, toward the island's central mountain range. Leaving the tribe's shelter behind, we re-entered the dense primeval jungle, and that familiar sense of peril returned. Yet this time felt utterly different. Before we fled without direction, now we marched toward a clear objective, albeit one shrouded in profound uncertainty. Aya knew this route intimately. Like a sure-footed mountain goat, she traversed near vertical slopes and narrow pathless ridges with effortless grace. We followed in her wake, clumsy, strained. Lei moved with steady precision, but Susie and Dr. Han struggled, especially the latter, who paused repeatedly to document botanical and geological features along the way. The journey proved far more perilous than imagined, scaling sheer rock faces, swinging across deep gorges on hanging vines, and squeezing sideways through fissures barely wide enough for a single person. At one point, Susie slipped on a rain-licked boulder while ascending. Her foot skidded and she teetered precariously over the abyss. In that heart-stopping instant, Lei, positioned just below, lunged upward, seizing her wrist with iron grip, while his other hand dug fiercely into a narrow crevice, hauling her back from the edge with raw, unyielding strength. Breathless and trembling, Susie slumped against the cold rock chest, heaving, her wrist still tingling with the lingering pressure and warmth of Lei's grasp. She looked up at him, lips parting as if to speak. But Lei had already released her, his expression unchanged, cold, impassive, as he uttered only 2 words: "Plant your feet." Then he turned and continued upward as though he'd merely steadied a comrade mid-step. Yet I caught it, the faint, uncharacteristic flush rising along his earlobe as he turned away. And the hand that had gripped Susie's wrist curled almost imperceptibly into a tight, silent fist when no one was watching. Tisk, tisk, words betraying the heart, I mused inwardly. Susie watched his retreating back, her gaze layered with gratitude, and perhaps just beneath it a quiet, unspoken sorrow. She drew a slow breath, shook her head, and refocused, stepping forward once more. Dr. Han observed it all with a gentle, knowing smile before returning to her scientific notes. Ahead, Aya paused, often glancing back to ensure none of us had fallen behind. After nearly a full day's grueling ascent, as the setting sun blazed the sky in radiant tangerine and gold, we finally reached our destination, the stargazing cliff. It was less a cliff than a colossal, sky-piercing plateau, crowned atop a solitary peak as though carved flat by some titanic force. Its surface was smooth obsidian black stone, utterly barren, untouched by vegetation. Its edges plunged into fathomless chasms where clouds churned and billowed. Standing there, we felt perched upon the very crown of the world. And yet what awaited us at the plateau's center was beyond all expectation. There were no shattered remnants of stellar debris, no ruins of ancient architecture. Only a single staggering expanse of petroglyphs. They covered an entire towering near-vertical cliff face at the plateau's heart. Not painted but incised deeply into the bedrock with astonishing precision, their lines enduring centuries of wind and rain, still razor-sharp and vivid. Their motifs were breathtakingly complex and abstract, spiraling constellations, meteoric trajectories, plunging into Earth, double helix patterns, echoing life's deepest structures, and strange nameless creatures and glyphs that defied comprehension. At the base of the cliff ran orderly rows of geometric grooves, reminiscent of circuit board pathways, alongside clusters of pinpoint carvings resembling celestial charts. This isn't primitive art. Dr. Han gasped, rushing forward to trace the incised lines with trembling fingers. This level of precision, this abstraction, mathematical, astronomical. No Stone Age mind or tool could conceive or execute this. Aya approached the cliff, knelt reverently, pressed her palms together, and began chanting. An ancient, ethereal hymn whose haunting resonance mingled with the mountain winds, evoking both holiness and timeless desolation. Lei did not study the petroglyphs. His gaze swept the plateau with hawk-like intensity, scanning the yawning chasms, assessing every shadow, every ledge, every potential threat. Susie stood at the precipice, gazing down into the roiling sea of clouds and beyond, to the endless expanse of sapphire ocean. Here humanity felt infinitesimally small. The sun sank slowly beneath the horizon, casting its final molten gold light across the cloud sea. A spectacle of such sublime grandeur it stole the breath from our lungs. Night descended swiftly, unveiling a sky so profoundly dark that stars ignited one by one. Then countless more, until the heavens blazed with a luminous, uninterrupted river of silver, the Milky Way. Untainted by artificial light, this starfield shimmered with an otherworldly purity dazzling beyond earthly measure. So beautiful, Susie whispered, lifting her face to the cosmos. After the day's mortal exertions, this cosmic magnificence offered a profound, wordless solace, easing fatigue, softening tension, restoring quiet awe. Lei appeared beside her, silent, also gazing upward. The campfire remained unlit. Only starlight and moonlight mingled with the fading echoes of Aya's chant, traced the strong, unyielding line of his profile. When I was a child, Susie murmured softly, half to herself, half to him, I believed stars were diamonds pinned to velvet. Later, I learned each might be a sun, another world. Her voice held a delicate tremor, tender and wistful. Lei remained silent, until just as I expected another retreat into stoic silence, he spoke, his voice low and indistinct in the night breeze, yet piercingly clear. Here, they seem close. That cryptic utterance startled her. She turned, gazing at his side profile bathed in starlight, searching for meaning in the quiet strength of his jaw and the depth of his eyes. The starry sky at Star Observation Cliff can indeed cleanse the soul, provided that the soul hasn't been turned into a popsicle by the night wind. In the latter half of the night, the temperature dropped sharply, and even gathered around the campfire we shivered with cold. Lei silently draped his tattered coat, which originally belonged to me, over Su Qian's shoulders, who was hugging her arms tightly. Su Qian was taken aback and looked up at him, but Lei had already turned to add more firewood, leaving only a facade of calmness. Progressive, huh, brother Lei? You know how to borrow clothes to flirt with girls now. I gave him a thumbs up in my mind. Shut up, her body temperature is dropping too quickly, affecting her judgment. Lei retorted stubbornly in his mind, yet I could clearly sense his heartbeat quickening. You seemed to adapt well to the cold, leaning against a rock, tightly wrapped in her animal skin, breathing steadily. Dr. Han was still obsessed with sketching the strange symbols from the rock paintings by the firelight, muttering to himself as if the cold did not exist. At dawn we were frozen to the bone, but when the sunlight poured over the cliff top again, our spirits lifted. Dr. Han was eager to continue studying the rock paintings, especially the circuit-like incisions and constellation diagrams at the bottom. The arrangement of these incisions has a pattern like some kind of code or star chart markings. In these constellations, she pointed to several patterns formed by dots on the rock wall. Some resemble the constellations we are familiar with, but their positions and shapes have subtle deviations, as if they recorded the night sky at a specific point in time. Star chart. Lei walked over to her side, his brows slightly furrowed. Can you tell when this was? It needs calculation, but without a reference system, it's hard to be precise. Dr. Han shook her head, but in conjunction with Elder Maka's mention of the first star corpse falling, perhaps this star chart records the celestial phenomena at the time of the fall. If that is the case, then the age of these rock paintings. She did not finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. The history of these rock paintings could far exceed expectations, and the information they contained was not something primitive civilizations could create. Just then, Aya, who had been on guard by the cliff edge, suddenly let out a sharp warning whistle. She crouched down like a startled antelope, pointing at the mist below us. Lei reacted swiftly, yanking the still-dazed Dr. Han down to the ground while growling, "Hide." Almost simultaneously as we crouched down, several sharp whistling sounds shot up from below. Whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows flew past our heads, deeply embedding themselves in the rocks behind us. The shafts were rough wooden sticks, but the tips glimmered with a metallic sheen. Iron arrowheads. It's Zhao De. Or other Hakka people. Su Qian whispered, her face turning pale. Lei did not respond, his gaze fixated on the direction the arrows came from. About several dozen meters below, on a protruding rock platform, several shadowy figures could be seen moving. They used the terrain and mist as cover to launch a surprise attack. How did they find this place? Dr. Han exclaimed, both shocked and angry. Now is not the time to think about that. Lei roared, find cover. Fight back. The platform at the top of Star Observation Cliff was open with very few places to hide. We could only press tightly against the massive rock painting wall, using the uneven rocks at the bottom for cover. Aya had already taken down her wooden spear, her eyes fierce like an agitated little beast. The enemies below began shooting arrows again, the arrows clattering against the rocks, sending stones flying. They dared not rush up, clearly wary of our positional advantage. We can't drag this out. Our arrows are limited, and there are definitely more of them. Lei quickly assessed the situation, glancing at the steep cliff and the platform below. I will go down to deal with them. Su Qian Dr. Han, use stones for cover. You wait for the right moment to use your spear. It's too dangerous. Su Qian blurted out, grabbing Lei's arm. We don't know what the situation is down there. Lei looked at her, his gaze sharp and resolute. This is the only opportunity. Staying here is just waiting for death. He broke free from Su Qian's grip, biting down on his mountain knife, and like a nimble gecko swiftly and silently climbed down the rock wall through the crevices and protrusions. His movements were so agile that it hardly seemed like a life-and-death struggle, but rather a performance of extreme sports. I watched in a mix of horror and excitement. This was 100 times more thrilling than any action movie I had ever seen. The enemies below noticed Lei's movement, and arrows immediately concentrated on him. Lei maneuvered on the steep cliff narrowly, evading the deadly arrows one after another. Throw stones. Dr. Han shouted, and together with Su Qian, they pushed down some loose stones from the edge of the platform. The stones whistled down, and although their aim was poor, they effectively disrupted the enemy's shooting. Aya seized the moment when an enemy peeked out to shoot, suddenly throwing her wooden spear. The spear cut through the air, accurately targeting that enemy. That person was startled and quickly retracted his head. The wooden spear grazed his scalp and embedded deep into the rock, behind him, the spear's shaft trembling violently. This intimidated the enemies, causing their attacks to momentarily halt. In that split second, Lei successfully landed on the platform below. Like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, his mountain knife drew a cold arc, instantly taking down an unsuspecting enemy. Combat erupted on the narrow platform. There were 4 enemies, all dressed in tattered but vaguely uniform clothing similar to military uniforms, armed with bows, arrows, and crude machetes. Lei fought against 4, relying on his superlative combat skills and reckless fighting style, surprisingly not falling behind. The clash of knives, roars, and screams mixed together. We crouched at the top of the cliff, our hearts in our throats. Su Qian clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, her eyes fixed on the battle below, without blinking. Suddenly, one enemy took advantage of Lei blocking another's attack to stealthily sneak around to the side, raising his machete to strike fiercely at Lei's back. Watch out from behind. Su Qian screamed. Lei heard the warning and quickly turned, but it was still a moment too late. The machete grazed his left arm, leaving a trail of blood. Lei Ji. Su Qian's voice was filled with tears, nearly rushing down without a care. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A low, menacing roar filled with a violent aura echoed like thunder from deep within the valley. The sound carried an overwhelming pressure, instantly drowning out all the sounds of battle. It was Gina, that terrifying Iron-Eater beast. The roar left everyone on the platform frozen. Even the Hakka members showed expressions of fear. Seizing the opportunity, Lei endured the excruciating pain, swung his knife to repel the enemy before him, and without hesitation turned to climb back up the rock wall while the enemies were caught off guard. His left arm was bleeding profusely, but his movements remained swift. The Hakka members below seemed to fear Gina far more than us. They did not dare linger, hurriedly lifting their injured comrades, quickly vanishing into the misty jungle like stray dogs. Lei soon climbed back to the cliff top, his face pale from blood loss and pain. As soon as he steadied himself, Su Qian rushed over, desperately grasping his injured arm to check his wound. The wound was deep, flesh gaping and blood continuously oozing out. Don't move. He'll bandage you. Su Qian's voice trembled, but her movements were exceptionally quick. She quickly rummaged through Dr. Han's backpack for hemostatic herbs, crushed them with a stone, and tore off a relatively clean inner layer from her clothes to prepare a bandage for Lei. Dr. Han and Iya also gathered around vigilantly watching the movements below, preventing the Haka from returning or Gina from appearing suddenly. Lei looked at Su Qian, who was focused on treating his wound, her eyelashes quivering slightly with tension, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. His tense body relaxed slightly, allowing her to tend to him without pushing her away as he usually did. "Does it hurt?" Su Qian asked softly, concern unmistakable in her tone. Lei paused for a moment before softly responding with a low For him, this was a rare display of vulnerability. I felt a sense of relief in my heart. True feelings are revealed in times of hardship. This wound was worth it, even though it was my body that was in pain. Su Qian's technique was skilled, and she quickly cleaned, medicated, and bandaged the wound. Although the conditions were rudimentary, at least the bleeding was stopped. "We must leave here immediately. Dr. Han's expression was grave. "The Haka have discovered us, and Gina has also been stirred. This place is too dangerous." Aya nodded vigorously, pointing in the direction we came from, signaling to return to the tribe quickly. Lei tried to move his injured left arm, his brow furrowing, but his gaze remained steadfast. "Let's go." The way back was even more difficult. Lei's injury affected the entire team's speed, and we had to remain vigilant against pursuers and Gina. Su Qian followed closely at Lei's side, always ready to lend a hand whenever he needed to climb or overcome an obstacle. Although Lei said nothing, he did not refuse her help. The atmosphere along the way was silent and oppressive. The sudden ambush by the Haka, Lei's injury, and the ominous roar of Gina loomed over our hearts like a storm cloud. When we finally saw the outline of the Kilinoa tribe in the distance dragging our exhausted and battered bodies, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Taka came out to greet us with warriors. Seeing the blood-soaked bandage on Lei's arm, his expression immediately darkened. After hearing our brief account, omitting the details about the rock paintings, anger ignited in Taka's eyes. The Haka's hyenas. They dared to desecrate the sacred land and harm the guests of the tribe. He immediately increased the patrols. Elder Maku looked at Lei's wound and listened to Dr. Han's preliminary findings about the rock paintings and star chart, falling into a long silence. Finally, he sighed and said to Lei, "Traveler, your blood flows for protection, and the land will remember. The causality of star corpses is tightening, and your fates are now irrevocably intertwined with this island and the Stone of Life." He looked at us, his gaze as profound as the night sky of Star Observation Cliff. "Rest, wounded warrior. But the storm has only just begun." We returned to the cave, and Lei, due to blood loss and exhaustion, soon fell into a deep sleep. Su Qian stayed by his side, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with wet leaves, her eyes filled with worry and a deeper emotion that could no longer be concealed. Dr. Han began frantically flipping through her notes, attempting to decipher the secrets of the rock paintings and star chart. I knew that the brief peace had come to an end. The threat of the Haka surfaced, Lei's injury sounded the alarm, and the prophecy concerning the fate of the island was rapidly closing in on us. Our deserted island quest had escalated in difficulty once again. Meanwhile, the bonds between teammates seemed to grow even stronger amidst blood and fire. Lei's injuries were more troublesome than they appeared. Although Su Qian had treated him promptly, the rudimentary conditions and the strenuous activity of climbing the cliff had led to signs of inflammation at the wound. He developed a low fever, feeling groggy, and his usually sharp gaze had become somewhat vacant. This cast a shadow over the entire team's atmosphere. Su Qian kept vigil by his side, almost without rest, using cold water to wipe his forehead and neck, her anxiety evident in her eyes. Dr. Han took care of Lei while racing against time to study the star maps brought back from the stargazing cliff, hoping to find a clue, but progress was slow. Aya had grown somewhat silent, often sitting alone at the cave entrance, gazing towards the jungle, where the Haka attackers might appear, her small hands tightly gripping the rusty knife she treasured, lost in thought. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, a turning point arrived in an unexpected way. That afternoon, Taka returned with several patrolling warriors, not only bringing back prey, but also a person, a young girl. She appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing a set of clothes that were so dirty their original color was unrecognizable, but they vaguely resembled light sportswear. Her hair was messily tied back and her face was smeared with dirt and fatigue, yet her eyes resembled those of a frightened deer, glistening with fear and confusion. She was escorted by 2 warriors, limping as she walked with holes in her sneakers. "We found her on the southern beach," Taka told Dr. Han and Su Qian, who had come out upon hearing the news. "She was hiding behind the rocks, almost swept away by the tide. When she saw us, she fainted from fright." The girl was brought into the cave, and seeing our group of wild people in our eyes, she was also a wild person, made her curl up in fear, especially when she saw Lei lying on the grass mat, his arm wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, his face pale, nearly fainting again. "Don't be afraid, we are also survivors," Dr. Han said in the gentlest tone possible, offering her a bamboo tube filled with water. The girl trembled as she took the tube, sipping cautiously, looking at us in shock, especially when she saw Su Qian and Dr. Han in their relatively normal modern attire, albeit tattered, her emotions stabilizing slightly. "Hi, my name is Wu Tingting," she said, her voice soft and trembling, tinged with a sob. I was a tourist on that cruise ship. When the ship had an accident, I grabbed a life buoy and floated for a long time. I woke up on the beach." Her experience was quite similar to ours, except she seemed to have been more fortunate, or perhaps more unfortunate, to have drifted alone for longer until Taka and the others found her. "Do you know any medical skills? Or nursing?" Su Qian asked, eagerly pointing at Lei. "He is injured and has a fever." Wu Tingting looked timidly at Lei, hesitated for a moment, and softly said, I am a medical student, just finished my first year. I know a little bit of basic nursing." This sentence was like music to our ears. Dr. Han and Su Qian's eyes instantly lit up. Even Lei, who lay there in a daze, seemed to move slightly. "That's great. Please help him quickly." Su Qian almost pulled her to Lei's side. Although Wu Tingting was scared, her professional instincts temporarily suppressed her fear. She carefully examined Lei's wound, touched his forehead, and checked his tongue and pupils. The wound is infected, causing inflammation and fever. Her assessment aligned with Su Qian and the others, but was more professional. It needs more thorough debridement, and antibiotics would be best. But right now, she glanced at our rudimentary environment with difficulty. "We have herbs." Aya suddenly spoke up, running to a corner and bringing out several different types of herbs wrapped in leaves, handing them to Wu Tingting and explaining their uses with simple gestures and words. She had learned this from the tribe's herbalist before. Wu Tingting looked at the herbs in surprise, carefully identifying their scents, and then looked at Aya, her eyes filled with wonder. She selected 2 of them, one to be crushed for external application and the other for Dr. Han to find clean water to decoct for internal use. In the following hours, Wu Tingting displayed focus and attention to detail that belied her delicate appearance. She carefully unwrapped the original bandage on Lei's arm, meticulously cleaning the wound with saline boiled and cooled by Dr. Han, using a bamboo tube and fire, removing some necrotic tissue, then applying the crushed herbs, and finally rebandaging with soft tree bark fibers that had been boiled and disinfected. Throughout the process, her movements were gentle and steady, occasionally pausing nervously when Lei involuntarily groaned in pain, but quickly continuing. She also directed Su Qian and Dr. Han to continuously apply cold water to Lei for physical cooling. Perhaps the herbs were effective, or perhaps it was the more professional care, but by evening Lei's temperature had indeed begun to drop, and his breathing became much steadier as he fell into a deep sleep. Everyone sighed in relief. Su Qian looked at Wu Tingting, whose forehead was sweating from exhaustion, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Tingting." Wu Tingting smiled shyly, revealing 2 shallow dimples, her face still dirty, but her kindness and shyness shone through. It's nothing, it's what I should do." Her arrival was like a ray of warm sunlight, illuminating our team, shrouded in pain and conspiracy. Her lively, once we got to know her better, personality began to emerge, curious to ask about everything in the tribe, fascinated by it all. Although still timid, she would jump at the sight of a bug. This normal reaction made us feel a sense of familiarity. She was like a glimpse of the peaceful world we once had. Dr. Han quickly became familiar with Wu Tingting as she discovered that Wu Tingting had a solid foundation in biology, helping her identify and record some plant specimens. Su Qian also gained another female companion to chat with, alleviating the pressure of caring for Lei. Even Aya, who had initially been wary of this newcomer, who seemed harmless, became less defensive and even showed her little woven trinkets. Only I quietly observed all of this in my mind. "Leigu, are you awake? How do you feel about our team getting a white angel?" I tentatively asked. Lei's consciousness seemed to awaken a bit, letting out a grunt without directly answering, but I could sense his taut nerves relaxing slightly as his condition stabilized. After a while, he quietly said in his mind, "Professional skills are useful. Her personality is too noisy." I nearly laughed out loud. Wu Tingting's soft voice to him was actually considered noisy. However, compared to Zhao Da's clamor, Wu Tingting's noise was indeed much more acceptable, even a bit healing. At night, we gathered around the campfire at the cave entrance. Lei was still in a deep sleep, but his breathing was steady. Wu Tingting was nibbling on roasted tubers, curiously listening to Dr. Han recount our previous experiences, of course omitting the critical parts about the Hakajina and the prophecy. When she heard about our fire starting with friction, building a shelter, and outsmarting coconuts, her eyes widened in surprise, filled with admiration, especially when looking at Su Qian and Dr. Han. "You guys are amazing. If it were just me, I would have." She shrank her neck in fear. Her presence diluted the tension and fatigue of the past few days. Looking at her, we seemed to temporarily forget the perilous situation we were in, reclaiming a hint of the long-lost ease belonging to a civilized world. However, this tranquility was destined to be short-lived. Deep in the night, as everyone lay down to sleep, I, through Lay's gradually recovering senses, heard extremely faint footsteps outside the cave. It was not the rhythmic steps of the tribal warriors on patrol, but rather a cautious rustling sound that seemed to carry a sense of probing. Lay's eyes snapped open in the darkness, and although his body was weak, his instinctive alertness had revived. He gently nudged Su Qian, who was sleeping next to him, placing a finger to his lips to signal her to be quiet. Su Qian immediately understood, gripping her bone knife tightly with anxiety. The footsteps lingered at the cave entrance for a moment, seemingly observing. Then something was gently shoved through the cave's narrow opening with a soft thud as it landed on the ground. It was something tightly wrapped in small pieces of palm leaves. The footsteps quickly receded, disappearing into the night. Lei and Su Qian exchanged glances, both seeing doubt in each other's eyes. Who was it? What did they bring? Su Qian cautiously got up, picked up the small package, and slowly opened it in the glow of the dying embers. Inside were not the weapons or warnings expected, but several fresh leaves emitting a cooling medicinal fragrance, and a small piece. Dark in color, yet faintly gleaming, with a metallic luster about the size of a thumb. The leaves were commonly used healing herbs in the tribe, more effective than those Aya had provided. And that piece of stone shard. Su Qian held it up to her eyes, carefully inspecting it in the dim light. The edge of the shard was very new, with a peculiar material, neither metal nor stone, and it seemed to still bear a trace of dried dark red residue. Meanwhile, the sleeping Aya seemed to sense something, suddenly turning uneasily in her sleep, mumbling a word. Haka. The moonlight seeping through the crevice of the cave entrance sliced through the darkness like a cold blade. The palm leaves on the ground were wrapped up like a silent Pandora's box, quietly resting in Su Qian's hands. The fragrance of the herbs mingled with the faint metallic scent from the peculiar stone fragment, creating an eerie aroma. Su Qian's fingers trembled slightly as she picked up the dark metallic glossed fragment, studying it closely in the dim light. I too fixated on it through the gradually clarifying vision brought by the thunder. The fragment was small, with sharp edges and a fresh break, as if it had just fallen from a hole. It was neither metal nor stone, feeling icy to the touch and heavier than expected. The most alarming thing was the dark red stains upon it, clearly dried blood. What is this? Su Qian's voice was low and filled with incredulity. Almost simultaneously, Aya, still in her dreams, uttered a vague murmur, clearer this time. Haka. Stone. Haka stone. Thunder struggled to sit up, letting out a muffled groan from the wound on his left arm. Su Qian quickly set the fragment down and supported him. Dr. Han and Wu Tingting were also awakened by the commotion and gathered around. What happened? Dr. Han's expression changed upon seeing the fragment in Su Qian's hand. Su Qian quickly explained how something had been left behind by someone who had sneaked into the cave. Wu Tingting turned pale with fright, instinctively inching closer to Dr. Han. Aya was fully awake now. Upon seeing the fragment, her pupils suddenly constricted, as if she had seen something terrifying, and she recoiled sharply, emitting a whimper of fear. Aya, do you recognize this? Dr. Han asked gently. Aya nodded vigorously and shook her head, pointing to the fragment, and then towards the direction outside the cave, where Haka might be. She picked up a stick and drew a simple pattern in the mud, an irregular glowing object surrounded by small figures wielding tools, seemingly striking the object, while further away a massive menacing beast head was drawn, clearly depicting Gina. Haka, looking for a stone. Striking. The evil spirit is angry. Aya struggled to express herself with her limited vocabulary and drawings. Combining Elder Maku's earlier words, we instantly understood. The life stone. Dr. Han exclaimed, the life stone that Haka is searching for. This fragment might have come from that stone. They seemed to be trying to chip off pieces from it, which provoked Gina. This unexpected fragment acted like a key, instantly unlocking many mysteries. Haka's intentions, the conflict with the tribe, and Gina's rage all seemed to converge on this mysterious life stone. Who sent the fragment? Thunder's voice was hoarse yet calm as he focused on this pressing reality. Is it a warning? Or a plea for help? If it were Haka's people, there would be no need to sneak around delivering medicine and clues. If it were the tribe's people, why not be forthright? Su Qian analyzed, her brows tightly knitted. Unless this person's identity is special and cannot be revealed. Zhao Dai, Wu Tingting timidly guessed. We had briefly mentioned this traitor to her before. The likelihood is low. He had no need to do this. Thunder rebutted. It is more likely someone within the tribe who harbors animosity towards Haka, but cannot act publicly for some reason. Or an internal dissenter within Haka. This speculation intensified the atmosphere. If there were divisions within Haka, the situation would become more complex. Regardless, the appearance of this fragment signified the end of our passive waiting. We were thrust into the eye of the information whirlpool. The next day, Thunder's injuries showed noticeable improvement under Wu Tingting's careful nursing and the effects of the anonymous special herbs, with his fever subsiding and the wounds beginning to scab. This delicate medical student earned everyone's respect and gratitude with her professionalism and attentiveness, even making Thunder's gaze towards her lose some of its initial disdain. As soon as his body recovered slightly, Thunder immediately convened everyone, including Aya, for a strategy meeting in the cave. The fragment was placed in the center with Dr. Han's notebook open, filled with star maps of the stargazing cliff and various speculations. The information we currently possess, Thunder succinctly summarized. First, Haka's target is the Life Stone, and they may still be active on the island with internal disagreements. Second, Gina, the iron-eating beast, guards the stone, attacking targets with star skeleton energy. Third, we have been drawn into an ancient prophecy, and the star maps of the stargazing cliff might be the key. Fourth, this fragment is an unexpected clue, but could also be a trap. The urgent matters are to clarify 3 points. Dr. Han interjected, her thoughts clear. 1. What exactly is the Life Stone? Where is it? 2. What does the star map of the stargazing cliff indicate? 3. Who is the person who sent the fragment? What are their intentions? Regarding the star map, Dr. Han pointed at the copy in the notebook. I have a bold guess. If the deviations in the positions of these constellations are not recording errors, they might mean they point to a specific observation point or a reflection of the starry sky at a specific moment. Reflection, Su Qian pondered, like a shadow in water. Exactly. Perhaps the key is not the stars themselves, but their projected positions on some kind of mirror. The stargazing cliff, as the name suggests, could it be that the platform itself serves as a mirror under certain conditions? Dr. Han became increasingly excited as she spoke. Certain conditions, like a full moon night, or some astronomical phenomenon. Wu Tingting added quietly, her foundational knowledge proving useful at this moment. Aya listened to our discussion, though she did not understand most of it. Her eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing the term full moon. She tugged at Su Qian's sleeve, pointing towards the sky outside the cave, then gestured in a circular motion, clasping her hands together in prayer. Full moon. Does the tribe have a ceremony? Su Qian speculated. Aya nodded vigorously. The clues seemed to be connecting once more. On the night of the full moon at the stargazing cliff, the reflection of the star map, and the tribe's ceremony. These elements surely held the key to finding the Life Stone or understanding the prophecy. When is the next full moon? Thunder asked. Dr. Han quickly calculated in her mind, based on our recorded dates. It's in 3 days. 3 days. Time is tight. We need to go to the stargazing cliff again, Thunder asserted decisively, on the night of the full moon. This decision is extremely risky. Haka's people might still be lurking nearby, and Gina could also be stirred. But this is currently the only clear direction for our clues. We must be fully prepared this time. Thunder's gaze swept over everyone, weapons, supplies, and escape routes. Dr. Han, you're responsible for deciphering the possible meanings of the star map. Su Qian, Aya, you are familiar with the paths and the tribe ceremonies. You will lead the way and handle the environment. Wu Tingting, he looked at the slightly anxious girl. You stay in the tribe as support and backup. Though Wu Tingting was scared, she firmly nodded. I will take good care of the camp, waiting for your return. The initial action plan was established. The tense yet proactive preparations immediately commenced. When Taka learned of our plan, he did not stop us, but instead provided more obsidian weapons and a concentrated jerky that could quickly replenish stamina. He seemed to realize that solving the Life Stone issue was crucial for the survival of the entire tribe. The next 2 days passed in a flurry of busyness. Thunder endured the pain to engage in recovery, training repeatedly, rehearsing routes and contingency plans with Su Qian and Aya. Dr. Han worked almost around the clock calculating the star map. Wu Tingting prepared numerous first aid supplies and herbs. As a ghost member, I could clearly feel the shift in the team's atmosphere. Due to Wu Tingting's joining and Thunder's injury, the bonds among the team members grew tighter. Su Qian no longer concealed her concern for Thunder, while he, though still silent, would quietly accept the water she handed him and stand guard beside her while she studied the map. Dr. Han and Wu Tingting also established a relationship that was both teacher and friend. Even Aya looked at us with deeper trust. On the eve of the full moon, the atmosphere in the cave was heavy, yet filled with anticipation. We knew that tomorrow's actions would determine whether we could unravel the mystery and perhaps whether we could leave this island. The fragment of the Life Stone quietly lying in the corner still shimmered with a mysterious and cold sheen under the reflection of the campfire, as if silently observing everything. The calm before the storm is always the most excruciating. But this time we would no longer passively endure, we would actively embrace the storm. On the night of the full moon, it arrived as scheduled. A huge silver disk hung in the dark blue sky, casting a cold silvery light that enveloped the entire island in a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. Even the usually bustling jungle seemed to have quieted down significantly, with only the chirping of insects becoming particularly clear. Our group silently navigated through the narrow forest path. Leading the way was Lei, his injured left arm secured with a leather strap, yet his steps remained steady, his gaze sharp as an eagle under the moonlight. Su Qian followed closely behind, carrying a backpack filled with supplies, a bone knife tucked at her waist. Aya, acting as the guide, moved with agility, fully aware of each step. Dr. Han followed behind, clutching her notebook tightly, her face a mix of tension and excitement. My consciousness was like a highly alert radar scanning the surrounding darkness through Lei's senses. Surprisingly, Wu Tingting had also come along. She insisted that Lei's wound might need urgent treatment and that having an extra person would provide more support. She carried a smaller medicinal basket filled with the herbs and clean bandages she had meticulously prepared. Looking at her pale and fragile face under the moonlight, and her large eyes filled with worry, no one could harden their heart to refuse her. In the end, Lei reluctantly agreed, but warned her to stay in the middle of the group at all times and not to act independently. Lei Gu, is it really okay to bring her along? I can't shake the feeling that this girl is a bit too eager, I muttered in my mind. Her medical skills are useful. Lei's response was still rational. Just stay alert. The path to the stargazing cliff appeared exceptionally different under the moonlight. Familiar sights were shrouded in a hazy veil, casting distorted and elongated shadows, as if something might leap out from the darkness at any moment. We all tightened our nerves, especially as we passed the spot where we had been attacked last time, being extra cautious, fearing that the Hakka people might ambush us again. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. Perhaps the mysterious power of the full moon intimidated the petty thieves, or perhaps the warriors sent by Taka had cleared the obstacles, and we arrived safely at the base of the stargazing cliff. Looking up at the black cliff top, glistening with a cold sheen under the moonlight, a sense of indescribable solemnity arose. Aya became unusually solemn, signaling us to stop, then walked alone to the cliff face, softly chanting in an ancient tone, as if communicating with this sacred land. She took out some dried herbs from her basket, ignited them with a fire stick, and thin wisps of green smoke rose gently, merging with the moonlight. After the ritual was completed, she nodded to us. The climbing process was even more perilous than during the day. The slippery rock face reflected the moonlight, making it difficult to find footholds. Lei ascended first, lowered the rope, and then pulled Su Qian, Dr. Han, and Wu Tingting up one by one. Aya continued to climb with astonishing agility. Standing once more at the vast top of the stargazing cliff felt entirely different. The enormous rock paintings were strikingly clear under the pure moonlight, and the profound engravings seemed to come alive, flowing with a silvery glow. The sea of clouds beneath us was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the stars, and the massive full moon above, as if the heavens and earth were unified, making us feel as if we stood at the center of the universe. So beautiful. Wu Tingting gazed at the starry sky, murmuring to herself, her eyes somewhat dazed. Don't get distracted, Lei whispered, his gaze continually scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Dr. Han had already rushed to the rock painting, opening her notebook to compare the engravings of the star map with the actual constellations in the sky. Position. Angle. The light of the full moon. She muttered, her fingers swiftly moving between the rock wall and the notebook. Doctor, did you find something? Su Qian asked nervously. Look there. Dr. Han suddenly excitedly pointed to the circuit-like engravings below the rock wall. Moonlight. The reflection of moonlight on these engravings. We looked in the direction she pointed. We saw the cold moonlight slanting down upon the intricate geometric engravings, casting a more complex holographic distortion of light and shadow on the smooth black rock surface. These light and shadows had an astonishing correspondence and overlap with the engravings of constellations above the rock wall and the real stars in the sky under the specific angle of the full moon. I understand now. Dr. Han's voice trembled with excitement. It's not the star map itself. It's the projection generated by the star map under the light of the full moon through these light-guiding engravings. This is a huge password lock that utilizes natural celestial phenomena. The position indicated by the projection is the key. Everyone's gaze focused on the shifting light and shadow. The intertwining light finally converged, pointing to the edge of the platform above the abyss at a seemingly unremarkable void. There's nothing there, Wu Tingting said, puzzled. However, Aya suddenly became excited, running to the edge of the platform, pointing to the mist below that void, and then indicating a seemingly inconspicuous natural depression on the rock wall where there seemed to be some vague markings. A mirror. An ancient mirror. Needs light. Aya struggled to express. A mirror. Dr. Han was taken aback, then suddenly realized, I get it. It needs reflection. We need to reflect the moonlight into that depression. That might be a triggering mechanism. But where do we find a mirror? At that moment, Wu Tingting suddenly exclaimed, carefully retrieving something from the compartment of her medicinal basket. A small round mirror with a flip cover commonly used by girls. Although the edges were slightly chipped, the mirror surface was intact. I kept it, thinking it might be useful. She explained shyly, her face flushed. This was like a timely gift. We all looked at her in surprise, not expecting this seemingly fragile girl to still possess such a modern civilization artifact. Lei gazed deeply at Wu Tingting, his expression complicated, but saying nothing. He took the mirror, walked to the spot Aya indicated, adjusted the angle, and attempted to reflect the moonlight into the depression on the rock wall. This process required extreme precision. The angle of the moonlight was constantly shifting, and the depression in the rock was quite small. Lei tried several times, but the light spot always missed by a fraction. "It'll help you," Su Qian said, stepping beside him, carefully stabilizing the angle of the mirror. Their hands inevitably touched, and under the cold moonlight, they could feel the subtle warmth from each other's palms. This time Lei did not immediately pull away. I watched this tacit cooperation and the deep, quietly observing eyes of Wu Tingting under the moonlight, feeling a strange sense of unease sweep through me. The appearance of this mirror was too timely. Finally, with Su Qian's assistance, the reflected light spot accurately fell into the depression. In an instant, a miracle occurred. The rock at the depression seemed to be activated, and those vague markings glowed with a faint breathing-like fluorescence. At the same time, in that originally empty void at the edge of the platform, the air rippled like water waves, the light and shadow distorted, and a faintly visible light-formed ladder leading into the depths of the mist slowly emerged. "God! Dr. Han covered her mouth. Aya excitedly knelt down, bowing towards the direction of the ladder. Even Lei's eyes were filled with shock. This completely exceeded the realm of science, resembling magic or advanced technology. The light ladder shimmered, appearing unstable. "Where does this lead?" Wu Tingting's voice trembled, slightly unsure whether from fear or excitement. "I don't know," Lei said, staring intently at the dreamlike ladder, his voice deep. "But this is where the clues point. We must go down. He'll go first. Su Qian, Dr. Han, you follow me." He glanced at Aya and Wu Tingting. "Aya, Wu Tingting, you stay up here on guard. If we don't return within half an hour, or if the ladder disappears, you must return to the tribe immediately. I want to go with you." Wu Tingting suddenly grasped Lei's arm, her tone unusually firm. Doctor, there might be unexpected situations below. And I'm scared to stay up here alone." Tears welled up in her big eyes, making her look pitiful. Lei furrowed his brows, clearly weighing his options. Su Qian glanced at Wu Tingting, then at the mysterious light ladder, and spoke. "Let her come with us. The situation down there is unclear. Having a medical person around is indeed safer. Aya is familiar with the terrain and can stay up here to assist." Lei remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "Stay close to me and absolutely do not act independently." He took a deep breath and was the first to step onto the seemingly ethereal light ladder. As his foot landed, it surprisingly felt solid. Su Qian, Dr. Han and Wu Tingting followed closely behind. Through Lei's perspective, I looked down at the unfathomable sea of clouds and the flickering light path, feeling my heart racing. We stepped down one by one, the light ladder gradually fading and vanishing behind us as if it had never existed. Ahead lay endless mist and unknown darkness. Meanwhile, Aya, who remained at the cliff top, looked towards the direction we had disappeared, hands clasped together, her devout chanting resonating, once more drifting in the cold moonlight. The new map lay beneath our feet. What awaited us would be the truth of the Stone of Life, or a deeper trap. What did Wu Tingting's eager footsteps and the flicker of her eyes in the darkness signify? The adventure under the moonlight had just begun. The staircase of light was not a physical entity, yet stepping on it provided a peculiar sense of solidity, as if treading upon solidified air. With each step, a gentle halo radiated from beneath my feet, only to fade away moments later. Behind us, the luminous staircase we had come from was rapidly dissipating, merging into the mist, and completely isolating us from the summit of the stargazing cliff. Ahead lay an endless passage filled with a soft white light with no discernible end and no sense of up or down, as if we were immersed in a bizarre tunnel constructed of pure radiance. Silence, absolute silence. Even the sound of our own heartbeat and breath felt eerily clear and deafening. The air was warm and constant, carrying a scent that was disinfected and lifeless, in stark contrast to the humid, vibrant air of the island. What is this place? Dr. Han's voice was filled with suppressed excitement and disbelief as she reached out to touch the luminous wall of the passage, but her fingers passed through the light effortlessly, as if it were merely a holographic projection. No physical boundaries. This defies the laws of physics. Maintain formation, stay alert. Lei's voice sounded unusually steady in the silent passage. He gripped the mountain-splitting knife tightly, his injured left arm slightly tense, scanning the surroundings with piercing eyes. In this entirely unfamiliar environment, any hint of carelessness could be fatal. Su Qian followed closely behind, Lei, her breath somewhat hurried, but her gaze was resolute, the bone knife held firmly in her hand, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Wu Tingting was pressed closely against Dr. Han, one hand instinctively clutching the hem of Dr. Han's clothing her face filled with terror and curiosity, her large eyes darting around like a frightened little animal unable to resist exploring the new environment. Brother Lei, this place feels so eerie. I thought to Lei, it doesn't seem naturally formed, but rather like some sort of high-tech creation. I recalled the futuristic metal remnants inside the Hakapod, an energy field or spatial technology. Lei responded briefly in my mind, his vigilance at its highest level. Watch your step and the sides, there may be invisible traps or sensors. We proceeded slowly along the light tunnel. The passage was not straight, occasionally featuring smooth curves, but there were no forks. The surrounding light was monotonous, causing us to gradually lose our sense of distance and time. After about 10 minutes, or perhaps longer, time here had become vague. Changes finally appeared ahead. The passage began to narrow, and the light dimmed slightly. Ahead appeared a door. It resembled a diamond-shaped curtain of light, with clear boundaries, its surface flowing with wave-like light patterns blocking our path. In the center of the light curtain, several complex symbols made of light continuously changed their style, resembling the etched circuit board marks and abstract patterns on the walls of the stargazing cliff. A password door. DR. Han immediately stepped forward, pulling out her notebook to compare quickly. These symbols are very similar to several key nodes in the star map projection. They seem to be cycling in a specific sequence. She attempted to touch the symbols with her hand, but her fingers passed directly through, unable to interact. Do we need to input the correct sequence to pass? Su Qian speculated. It might be more than just a sequence, Wu Tingting whispered, timidly pointing at an extremely inconspicuous palm-like indentation beside the light curtain. Does that require some sort of verification? For example, biological information. We all looked at the indentation. Its size and shape indeed resembled a handprint. Biological information. Fingerprints. Or DNA. DR. Han frowned. How could we possibly have access here? At that moment, the information about the tribe's ancient rituals that Aya had previously given us, along with Elder Maku's words about the Traveler of the Star Mark, suddenly flashed through my and Lei's mind. Brother Lei, why don't you give it a try? I urged in my mind. Didn't the prophecies say we had marks? What if it refers to this? Lei paused for a moment, clearly weighing the risks. But it seemed there was no other choice. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and slowly pressed his right hand against the indentation. The moment his palm made contact with the indentation, an anomaly occurred. The entire light curtain suddenly erupted with blinding white light. The flowing symbols froze in an instant, and then began to rapidly reorganize and align at an astonishing speed. A deep, rhythmic humming echoed within the passage. We all stepped back in shock from this sudden change, nervously watching the light curtain. Seconds later, both the light and the humming subsided. The symbols on the curtain stabilized, forming a brand new, more complex pattern, while the diamond-shaped curtain silently split down the middle and slid apart, revealing the passage behind. The door opened. We did it. DR. Han looked at Lei's hand in disbelief, then at the open door. Your biological information actually had access. Lei withdrew his hand and looked at his palm, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. He was just a survival expert. How could he possibly be connected to such an obviously advanced civilization's facility? Perhaps it is not his personal access, Su Qian pondered, but rather refers to our identity as outsiders, or that the star mark aura we carry is recognized by this system as some sort of key. This explanation seemed more reasonable, but in any case, we had passed the first checkpoint. The passage behind the door was similar to the previous one, but fragments of intermittent blurry images began to appear on the light walls. They seemed to depict the scenes of the starry sky, the birth and annihilation of nebulae, along with some completely incomprehensible, rapidly flashing geometric structures and data streams. These images were incomplete, akin to poorly projected signals, yet they exuded a vast and ancient aura. We continued forward, our mood growing heavier. The secrets hidden in this place were likely far more astonishing than we could imagine. After passing several similar password doors, some required identifying specific symbol sequences recorded in Dr. Han's notebook, while others required Lei to verify his palm print again. Wu Tingting displayed remarkable observational skills during this process. Several times, she pointed out details we had overlooked, such as slight color changes in a symbol on the light wall or unusual fluctuations in the halo on the ground, helping us find the methods to pass through more quickly. Tingting, you have such a keen eye, Su Qian praised sincerely. Wu Tingting shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. No, it was nothing, I was just looking around. But I noticed that in the moment she lowered her head to hide a fleeting flash of intense focus and calmness, utterly incongruent with her gentle persona, flickered in her large eyes, so quick it felt like an illusion. The passage seemed to reach its end. Ahead appeared a vast spherical space. In the center of the space hung a complex, three-dimensional model continuously spinning and woven from countless rays of light. The core of that model vaguely resembled the outline of an island. Exactly the island we were on. Various areas of the island were marked by different colored light points, some stationary, others moving slowly. The stargazing cliff, the tribal camp, the valley where the Haka pod was located, and even the platform where we had previously discovered the skeletons were all clearly visible on the model. This is a holographic map. Dr. Han's voice became sharp with excitement, real-time monitoring of the entire island. Even more astonishingly, beneath the map model floated several large screens made of light rapidly scrolling with dense, incomprehensible symbols and data streams, occasionally flashing images resembling DNA helices, atomic structures, or galactic diagrams. This place was not a primitive sanctuary, but rather a highly advanced control center, or perhaps an observation station. We were all rendered speechless by the sight before us. Just then, on the central island's holographic model, a once dim light point deep within the island's central mountain range suddenly flickered with urgent red light. Simultaneously, a low and imposing roar reverberated through the space, echoing ominously in this spherical hall. It was the roar of Gina. Moreover, it seemed to have been enraged by something. The flickering red point likely indicated its location. Almost simultaneously, on another screen, the data stream abruptly became chaotic, revealing distorted images of several figures dressed in Haka uniforms, seemingly operating some instruments near that red point, attempting to pry loose a massive, irregular crystal radiating strong energy fluctuations. This crystal emitted a soft and mysterious glow identical to the fragment in Wu Tingting's medicine basket. The Stone of Life. Dr. Han exclaimed, "The Haka people have found the Stone of Life and are trying to take it away." This enraged Gina. The situation was dire. We had to stop them. Otherwise, if Gina completely went berserk, or if the Stone of Life was seized by the Haka, the consequences would be unimaginable. But how could we get out of here? And how could we reach the center of the island? Everyone's gaze turned to the surroundings of this mysterious control center, searching for an exit or a control panel. Meanwhile, Wu Tingting quietly retreated behind the group, her eyes fixed intently on the screen showing the Stone of Life, and the Haka members, her right hand silently sliding into her medicine basket, grasping something cold and hard, a fleeting cold smile that starkly contrasted with her innocent appearance flickering at the corner of her mouth. The end of the light tunnel was only the beginning of the true adventure, and the undercurrents within the team were about to surface. In the spherical space-time seemed to have frozen. The only things that moved were the rapidly flashing red dot on the central holographic map and the distant rumbling roar of Gina that penetrated through the rock layers, reminding us of the crisis unfolding outside. The Life Stone. The people of Haka have really found it. Dr. Han's voice trembled, filled with either anger or fear. They are trying to move it. We must stop them. If Gina becomes completely enraged, the entire island could. She didn't finish her sentence, but we all understood the consequences. How do we get out? Lei's question always struck at the core. His sharp gaze swept across every corner of the spherical space. Suqian anxiously looked around, her hand unintentionally brushing against a smooth light wall beside her. At the moment her finger made contact, the light wall suddenly illuminated, revealing a series of complex symbols and sliders along with a small projection of the island's terrain. A soft yet emotionless female electronic voice resonated in the space, speaking in a completely incomprehensible language. The interface has been activated. Dr. Han exclaimed in surprise, but as she looked at those symbols, she was at a loss. But this language? I've never seen it before. Aya gazed at the island projection on the light wall, particularly at the glowing point representing the tribal camp, her eyes filled with concern. That seems to have something moving. Wu Tingting timidly pointed at an icon on the light wall that resembled a radar scan, her voice soft as it. Those bad guys. Following her gaze, we indeed saw several small red dots moving near the central red dot of the island, the Life Stone, while a massive expanding red pulse wave was rippling out from deep within the mountains. It can track biological signals and energy fluctuations. Dr. Han immediately understood, but we can't operate it. Try this. Lei suddenly spoke up, stepping forward again to place his palm against a discrete sensor area beside the light wall. The symbols on the light wall began to swirl rapidly again, and within seconds the interface language switched to English. Permission confirmed. Visitor mode activated. Some functions are restricted. The electronic voice spoke fluently in English. We were all stunned, staring at Lei in unison. Not only can his palm open doors, but it can also unlock the system language. Lei himself looked equally bewildered, staring at his palm. I don't know. Now is not the time to be concerned about this. Suqian interrupted. Quick, see if we can do something. Dr. Han immediately rushed to the light wall, quickly browsing through the menu. Environmental control. Geological stability. Energy barrier. Too many. Most require higher permissions or insufficient energy. She attempted to click on an option labeled Local Energy Suppression, and the interface popped up a warning: the energy level of the target area is too high. Suppression system overload, risk 93. Proceed. No way. Too dangerous. Dr. Han dared not take the risk. She tried other options, but it was either insufficient energy or insufficient permissions. This control center seemed all-powerful, yet it was riddled with restrictions. Look at this. Wu Tingting pointed to a small icon in a corner which looked like a speaker with a diagonal line through it. Could this produce sounds to scare away animals? Dr. Han clicked on it, and the interface displayed regional sound wave barrier can generate sound waves of specific frequencies to drive away specific biological targets. Energy consumption medium. Driving away biological entities. Would it work on Gina? Let's give it a try. Lei decisively ordered target lock onto the largest red pulse source. Dr. Han quickly operated, locking the sound wave barrier's target onto Gina's energy signal. The interface showed a compatibility rate of 78. Compatibility insufficient. Effects may not be ideal. There's no time to hesitate. Dr. Han gritted her teeth and activated the sound wave barrier. A deep, almost imperceptible humming resonated within the spherical space. On the holographic map, a light blue ripple quickly spread outward from the control center towards the center of the island. After a few seconds, the red pulse representing Gina noticeably paused its spreading speed, slowing down. Even the distant roar seemed to have weakened considerably. It worked, Su Qian exclaimed with delight. However, the good times were short-lived. In less than a minute, the system interface popped up a warning: target organism has extremely strong adaptability and is generating resistance. The effectiveness of the sound wave barrier continued to decay. Energy reserves dropped to 41. Gina was too powerful. This interference could only provide temporary relief. Someone must go to the scene to stop Haka. Lei said solemnly. Only by fundamentally removing the cause of Gina's anger can we calm everything down. His gaze swept across a winding route on the holographic map that led to the center of the island. The map shows there is a passage directly to the interior of the mountains. But this road, he pointed to a section marked structurally unstable high energy radiation in red, is very dangerous. They'll go, Su Qian said without hesitation. They'll go too. Dr. Han immediately added, we need someone to identify the life stone and Haka's equipment. Aya also stepped forward, her eyes resolute. My healing medicine might be useful. Wu Tingting clutched the medicine basket, her voice small yet insistent, and I'm scared being left here alone. Lei looked at us, his expression complex. He knew the dangers of this mission. All right. He finally nodded. Dr. Han, you stay here to provide remote support. Aya leads the way. Su Qian, Wu Tingting follow me. He operated the light wall, and an entrance slid open beneath the spherical space, revealing a deep blue well shaft with a platform slowly rising. Just as we were about to step onto the platform, Dr. Han suddenly called out to us, wait. The energy readings show that the red radiation area inside the passage. The radiation type is very peculiar and may affect biological entities. You must pass through quickly and cannot linger. Radiation. Mutation. This was not good news. But the arrow was on the bowstring, one must shoot. Lei, Su Qian, Aya, and Wu Tingting stepped onto the lift platform. My consciousness closely followed. The platform began to slowly descend, and the opening above closed. Surrounded by cold, ghostly blue light below was profound darkness. The descent lasted a long time, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Suddenly, Wu Tingting let out a soft rubbing her eyes, it seems. A bit dizzy. Almost simultaneously, Aya also fidgeted restlessly. Lei and Su Qian exchanged serious glances. Had the catalytic effect warned by Dr. Han begun to manifest? This road leading to the core of the island was not only fraught with unknown dangers, but could fundamentally change us. The lift platform continued to descend while our bodies had already begun to undergo subtle changes. The true test had only just begun. The lift platform continued to descend into the dim blue vertical passage as if there were no end. The sensation of weightlessness mixed with fear of the unknown thickened time, making it feel sticky and prolonged. Wu Tingting's murmurs of dizziness and Aya's restless agitation pierced the already tense atmosphere like tiny shards of ice. Stay alert and pay attention to your Bodhi's reactions. The sound of thunder resonated deeply in the enclosed space as he gripped his mountain-splitting knife tightly, his gaze sweeping across the smooth, cold walls of the well, as if he could penetrate the dim blue light and see the lurking dangers. Su Qian stepped closer to Lei, almost able to feel the heat radiating from his body and the tension of his muscles. She whispered, how's your arm? It's fine. Lei's reply was still brief, but he turned his head slightly to glance at her, the sharpness in his eyes seeming to soften for a moment. I could sense that his injured arm was still throbbing slightly, but such discomfort was completely negligible to him. What truly worried him was Dr. Han's warning about the radiation effects. The descent finally came to a halt. The platform trembled slightly, and the smooth walls of the well slid open, soundlessly revealing an even more peculiar passage. This passage was no longer composed purely of light, but was constructed from a translucent crystal that emitted a soft white glow resembling a gigantic internally illuminated natural crystal tunnel. The air became warmer, even somewhat stuffy and fused with a peculiar scent reminiscent of ozone and heated metal. Most bizarrely, within the crystal walls on either side of the tunnel, there seemed to be some vague, distorted shadows resembling fossils of ancient creatures or perhaps the remnants of energy. "This place feels so strange," Wu Tingting said softly, instinctively moving closer to Su Qian, her small hand nervously gripping the strap of the medicine basket. Aya's expression grew more solemn, even tinged with awe. She pointed at the shadows on the crystal wall, whispering something in the tribal language, as if paying homage to ancient souls. "The map shows that passing through this crystal tunnel will bring us closer to the area where the Stone of Life is located," Lei recalled from the holographic control room. "But there is a section marked as a high radiation zone that we must pass through quickly." Dr. Han said the type of radiation is unknown and could cause mutations. The word mutation made everyone tense. No one knew if it would lead to immense strength or turning into a monster. "Stay close to me, move quickly, but don't run to avoid inhaling excessive radioactive dust that may be present." Lei issued the command and stepped into the crystal tunnel first. Though the light within the tunnel was soft, staring at it for too long made the eyes sore, and the crystal floor beneath was exceptionally smooth, requiring careful navigation. The shadows within the wall seemed to silently observe us, the unwelcome guests. After walking for about 5 minutes, the tunnel ahead began to branch. The map only indicated the main passage with no signs of side paths. "Which way should we go?" Su Qian looked to Aya. Aya closed her eyes as if sensing something, then pointed towards the slightly wider left passage. "This way has a stronger essence of the stone, but it's also more dangerous." What she referred to as stone was clearly the Stone of Life. Just as we were about to head left, Wu Tingting suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the right path, which appeared relatively narrow and deeper. There the crystal wall seemed somewhat different, covered with denser, intricately carved small symbols, and it was faintly visible that behind the symbols there seemed to be a small recessed space, as if something was inside. "That way. Seems like there's something," Wu Tingting said timidly. "Could it be clues left by people who came here before?" This discovery made us hesitate. The right path indeed looked like it concealed something. However, our goal is to reach the location of the Stone of Life quickly. To stop Haka would taking a detour waste time. Moreover, the right passage appeared deeper and more unknown, posing greater risks. Lei quickly weighed the options. "Time is of the essence, and let's prioritize the main route. We can investigate on the way back if the opportunity arises." He made the decision. We continued along the left main passage. The further we went in, the more stifling the air became, and the scent of ozone and metal grew stronger. The shadows within the crystal walls seemed to become more active, occasionally flashing with a dim stream of light. I began to feel a sense of inexplicable agitation, like low-frequency noise buzzing in my mind. Lei's body also tensed slightly. Su Qian's breathing became somewhat hurried, while Aya occasionally shook her head, as if trying to dispel some discomfort. Wu Tingting's face turned pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. "The radiation effects are starting to intensify," Lei said in a deep voice. "Pick up the pace." We couldn't help but quicken our steps. At that moment, the crystalline walls ahead suddenly became exceptionally bright, even blinding, and the temperature surged sharply. Fine circuit-like red lines began to appear on the walls, pulsating like veins, radiating an astonishing heat and a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. "High radiation zone. Charge through," Lei shouted, grabbing Su Qian's wrist and signaling Aya and Wu Tingting to follow, dashing forward. In an instant, as we plunged into the red zone, it felt like stepping into a furnace. The scorching air burned our lungs, and the skin felt a stinging pain like needles. Even more terrifying was the energy fluctuation washing over every cell in our bodies like an invisible tide, causing waves of dizziness and nausea. The red lines on the crystalline wall twisted and writhed like living things, emitting a deep, rumbling hum. I felt an intense turbulence in my consciousness, as if the signal was being disrupted. Lei's vision began to blur with static and distortion. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably for a moment, but he gritted his teeth firmly, holding on to Su Qian, relying on his strong willpower and instinct for danger to drag her through the searing passage. Aya also erupted with astonishing speed and tenacity, closely following. Wu Tingting let out a suppressed scream, almost being dragged forward by Aya with her eyes closed. The short distance of just a few dozen meters felt like an eternity. When we finally burst out of the suffocating red zone and returned to the relatively normal crystal tunnel, we were all nearly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air, our lungs burning. "What was that just now?" Wu Tingting's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes as she looked terrified. Su Qian's face was also pale as she looked at Lei, who was still tightly gripping her wrist, his knuckles white from the force, not immediately letting go, merely asking softly, "Are you okay?" "It's nothing." Lei seemed to come to his senses, immediately releasing his grip, turning his face away, and muttering, "I'm fine." But the back of his ears turned slightly red, and his breathing was much faster than usual. I could sense that the radiation shock had affected him significantly. He was just suppressing it not to show. Aya vigilantly scanned the surroundings and looked back at the path we had taken. The red zone still emitted ominous light and heat. "We can't linger. The radiation residue may still be present." Lei struggled to stand up, his steps somewhat unsteady. "Let's keep moving. We should be close." We supported each other as we continued forward. After the life and death sprint we had just experienced, the atmosphere among the group turned even more silent and grave. Everyone clearly felt that the risk of mutation was no mere exaggeration. The unexplored rite passage, along with the potential clues, also became a small suspense buried in our hearts. After walking for about 10 more minutes, the passage opened up ahead. At the end of the tunnel was a vast underground cavern. In the center of the cavern was an ecosystem pulsing with rich life energy composed of countless luminous plants and strange fungi, and at the heart of the ecosystem, a silhouette emitting intense energy fluctuations could be seen, surrounded by layers of crystal. There it was, the location of the Stone of Life. But at the same time, we also saw the last people we wanted to see, several figures clad in Haka uniforms busily setting up some drilling or cutting equipment at the edge of the ecosystem. The equipment was already operational, emitting a piercing noise aimed directly at the central Stone of Life. We had finally arrived at the site of the decisive battle. Yet our condition was far from optimal. Lei took a deep breath, suppressing his discomfort, and the fire of battle reignited in his eyes. "Prepare for battle," he said quietly, the mountain-splitting knife reflecting a cold glimmer under the crystal light. Su Qian tightened her grip on the bone knife. Aya raised her wooden spear, and even Wu Tingting trembled as she took out a packet of medicinal powder from the medicine basket, seemingly intending to use it as a weapon. The final battle was on the verge of breaking out. The scorching sensation of having burst out of the high radiation zone had not entirely dissipated, and my lungs still ached with a fiery pain, but the scene before us instantly captured all our attention. What is this place? It is clearly not a natural cave, but rather an ancient laboratory or control center that has been abandoned for countless years. The vast underground space had a towering dome that radiated a soft moonlight-like glow, the source of which came from countless delicate crystals embedded in the rock walls and ceiling. In the center of the space, instead of the expected wild growth of an ecosystem, stood a gigantic, unimaginable circular structure made of some silver-gray metal. In the center of the circular platform floated an irregular polyhedral crystal, about 3 to 4 people tall. It emitted an indescribable flowing milky sheen, as if nebulae were slowly rotating within, radiating an unsettling wave of energy and a peculiar life force. Is this the Stone of Life? No, perhaps it would be more accurate to call it the Source Stone. The gentle light illuminated the surroundings. Outside the circular platform was a relatively dry ground scattered with low silver-gray control panels and instrument bases of the same material, most of which were covered in thick dust, but a few showed signs of having been recently cleaned. Members of the Haka had already been active here. At this moment, 3 raggedly dressed Haka members were gathered around a square device connected to thick cables, buzzing as they attempted to secure several adsorption devices to the base beneath the Source Stone. The device's screen flickered, emitting a harsh noise, clearly trying to extract energy from the Source Stone, or as Dr. Han speculated, attempting to cut and take it away. "Stop!" Lei's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, echoing through the vast underground space. He disregarded the discomfort lingering in his body as his mountain-cutting blade was already drawn, its tip aimed directly at the 3 intruders. The 3 were startled and whipped around. The leader was a burly man with a scarred face who, upon seeing us, especially Lei with his knife in hand, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, which quickly morphed into a ferocious glare. "It's you pesky survivors. Looking for death." He grabbed a machete, leaning against the device, while the other 2 revealed their weapons, 2 crude firearms. "Be careful. They have guns." Su Qian whispered urgently, immediately pulling Aya and Wu Tingting to find cover behind an overturned control panel. "Guns. These things pose a far greater threat than knives or spears." Although they appeared to be old-fashioned firearms, loading slowly at this close distance, being hit by one is no joke. "Disrupt them. Don't let them activate the device." Lei shouted at Su Qian while he darted out like a leopard, using the scattered metallic debris as cover, quickly closing in on the 3. His tactics were clear: engage in close combat to negate the advantage of the firearms. Bang! A loud noise erupted, smoke billowed. One Haka member fired. The bullet grazed the metal block where Lei was hiding, sparking a shower of sparks. Unfazed, Lei continued methodically shifting positions. Su Qian seized the opportunity, peering out from behind cover, and hurled her bone knife with all her might at the Haka member operating the device. The bone knife struck true against the opponent's wrist. Although it did not inflict severe injury, it made him cry out in pain, causing a momentary delay in his actions. Aya also mustered her courage, using a slingshot made from a branch and rubber bands to shoot a small stone, disrupting another's line of sight. Wu Tingting huddled behind cover, her face pale, clutching her medicine basket tightly, her body trembling slightly, clearly very frightened. Seizing the moment of distraction, Lei moved. He darted out from behind cover like a ghost, quickly closing in on the scar-faced, burly man wielding the knife. The burly man roared and swung his knife with great force, but Lei was even faster and more cunning. He sidestepped the blade, sweeping upward with his mountain-cutting knife, aiming directly for the opponent's wrist. The burly man reacted quickly, blocking with his knife, and a crisp clash echoed, sparks flying. Lei's strength was no less than that of his opponent. However, Lei's moves were more ruthless and practical. Missing one strike, he altered his stance, his footwork agile, swiftly circling to the side, and the tip of his knife aimed directly at the opponent's rib. The burly man grunted, staggering back, a cut now opened beneath his rib. The other two gunmen attempted to aim at Lei, but were thrown into disarray by Su Qian and Aya's continuous distractions, unable to shoot effectively. The fight fell into a brief stalemate. Lei, using his superior skills, suppressed the knife-wielding burly man, but resolving the three quickly was not easy. Meanwhile, the Haka member who had been struck by Su Qian was seemingly recovering, attempting to operate the energy extraction device again, and the readings on the screen began to rise. "We must stop him," Su Qian urged, picking up a piece of rubble and preparing to rush out. Just then an unexpected event occurred. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from ancient times, filled with endless anger and majesty, exploded from the direction of the crystal tunnel we had come from. The entire underground space trembled. The glowing crystals in the dome flickered violently, and dust began to fall. "Kina, it has arrived," and it was closer than ever before. The actions of the Haka had thoroughly enraged it. This roar froze everyone in place, including the Haka members. The person operating the device trembled, and the device emitted a piercing alarm, the screen flickering a few times before it went dark. It seemed to be overloaded or interfered with by a powerful biological magnetic field. "Damn it! The device is malfunctioning." The Haka member screamed in terror. "Forget the device. The monster is coming. Retreat." The scar-faced burly man clutched his wound, fearfully glancing towards the tunnel entrance, no longer caring about us, beckoning his companions to flee. But it was too late. At the tunnel entrance, light and shadow twisted. A massive shadow, so suffocating, slowly revealed its form. What first caught our eye was a fierce head covered in thick bone armor, dark red like molten lava, with a pair of giant eyes burning with golden flames filled with cold, murderous intent. Its enormous claws crashed onto the ground with a dull thud, each step shaking the earth. "Is this Kina?" No, perhaps it would be more accurate to call it the guardian of this island. Its gaze instantly locked onto the three Haka members trying to steal the source stone, letting out an even angrier roar as it lunged at them. Its speed was completely at odds with its massive size. No, the scar-faced burly man could only let out a desperate scream, and in an instant he and his companions were torn to pieces by that gigantic claw and its frenzied power. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. We hid behind cover, hearts racing, not daring to breathe. This was not a battle, it was a crushing massacre. After dealing with the Haka members, the Guardian's burning golden pupils slowly turned towards our hiding place, a chilling, murderous intent enveloping us. "It's over. It has discovered us." Although we did not come to steal the source stone, it was clear that the lingering star skeleton aura on us, as well as our intrusion here, had also angered it. Lei suddenly shielded Su Qian behind him, the mountain-cutting knife held across his chest, and despite facing this invincible behemoth, his gaze remained unflinching. Su Qian gripped her remaining bone blade tightly, her face pale, but her eyes resolute. Aya was so frightened that she closed her eyes. Wu Tingting, even more terrified, collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Guardian growled lowly, stepping closer, the immense pressure almost overwhelming. Just as we were at a breaking point, another unexpected event occurred. The constantly floating source stone suddenly erupted with an unprecedented gentle light. The light was not blinding, but carried a strange power that seemed to soothe all agitation. The light swept over the Guardian, and its furious aura momentarily faltered, a flicker of confusion passing through its burning pupils, and its advance came to a halt. At the same time, the light also swept over us. I, through Lei's senses, felt a warm current surge into my body, and the discomfort caused by the radiation zone was surprisingly alleviated by more than half. The burning pain from the wound on Lei's arm also miraculously eased. Su Qian, Aya, and even the frightened Wu Tingting all showed slight improvements in color. Source stone. Is it protecting us? Or is it calming the Guardian's rage? Guardian glanced at the source stone, then at us, producing a deep, unintelligible gurgle from its throat, its massive head tilting slightly, as if engaged in some form of contemplation. Eventually, its murderous gaze gradually softened, replaced by a sense of scrutiny, even a hint of ancient curiosity. It did not attack, but slowly retreated a few steps, its massive body blocking the entrance to the tunnel we had come from, lying down like a silent guardian, though its golden pupils remained half open, watching our every move. The crisis temporarily averted. We slumped behind cover, drenched in cold sweat, feeling a sense of exhaustion, as if we had survived a calamity. It's not going to kill us, Wu Tingting asked incredulously in a choked voice. It's the source stone. Dr. Han's voice suddenly came from behind a small control panel. She had remotely unlocked some basic functions using her access. Her tone was trembling with excitement. I just intercepted a faint broad-spectrum information flow emitted by the source stone. Translated, it roughly says, identified as a mixed mark life form. Non-intrusive mode. Initiating purification and stabilization protocol. It recognized you as non-intruders and even helped you clear the effects of radiation. Mixed mark. Does that refer to our combination of star skeleton aura and the islands or tribes recognition? At that moment, the enormous source stone changed its glow, once more projecting a clear holographic image into the air in front of it. It was no longer a star map or a map, but rather a record. The image portrayed a busy, highly advanced scene, colossal starships being built in a dock, various races of humans, or in streamlined uniforms, working busily. Some of their profiles vaguely resembled Elder Maku Aya and others. Then the scene shifted to a violent explosion, the starship crashing, fragments scattering across the planet, the very island we are on. Survivors struggled to survive, integrating with the local environment, while the Guardian in the image, it appeared smaller and more lizard-like, seemed to have reached some form of symbiotic agreement with the survivors, jointly guarding the core of the crashed starship. That is this source stone. The final image froze on the source stone, and the Guardian, with lines of flickering text appearing beside them, a mix of ancient symbols and English. Arc. Core. Source of life status stable, energy level 7. 3. Guardian agreement activated, warning, energy below maintenance threshold, cannot be moved, highest authority, bloodline of the Keeper, star skeleton mark, mixed arc core. Source of life. Bloodline of the Keeper, referring to the native people of the tribe. Star skeleton mark, referring to us outsiders. This footage and information crashed against our understanding like a turbulent wave. This island is not some deserted isle, but the crash site of an ancient interstellar arc. The so-called Stone of Life is the core energy sustaining the Ark or the survivors. And Kina is the guardian beast of the Ark. What the Haka tried to seize was an ancient legacy that could change or destroy the world. We have not only uncovered the island's secrets, but have also stepped into an epic mystery spanning millennia. Now the Source Stone and Guardian seem to have recognized us temporarily, but what should we do next? Energy below maintenance threshold. What does that mean? What does the highest authority of the mixed bloodline of the Keeper and Star Skeleton mark signify? Are we the chosen heirs, or new trouble? Lei Su Chindiar, Han through communication, Aya, and even the shaken Wu Tingting were all plunged into immense shock and confusion. The reward for this hidden level seems to be a hefty ancient manual that left us breathless. And from this moment on, our survival on this deserted island has fundamentally changed. The words on the holographic image read like a cold verdict: Arc Core. Source of life. Energy level 7. 3. They hovered before the source stone, which emitted a gentle glow. In the vast underground space, only the heavy breathing of a few of us remained alongside the deep bellows-like gasps of the distant Guardian. The blood of the Haka molecules had yet to dry, and the air was thick with a faint smell of gunpowder and rust mingling with the life aura radiating from the source stone to create an extremely bizarre atmosphere. We stood frozen in place as if under a spell. Lin Xiaoyu, a game streamer who relied on beauty filters for a living, now shared a body with a wild tyrant standing amidst the wreckage of an interstellar arc that might have come from an alien or ancient advanced civilization, facing a source of life that was about to run out of energy, along with a guardian beast of Godzilla proportions. Isn't this script just absurdly misplaced? Arc Core. Su Qian murmured, staring up at the massive crystal, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. So this island is not naturally formed at all. Are we on a crashed spaceship? Dr. Han's voice came through the small control panel. She seemed to have found a low-power communication method, excited and incoherent. My goodness. Interstellar navigation. Genetic archive. Ecological maintenance system. This energy reading. This level of technology far exceeds human current understanding. This is undoubtedly the greatest discovery of the century. No, the greatest on this planet. An energy level of 7. 3 below the maintenance threshold. What does that mean? Will the entire Ark ecosystem collapse? Aya's reaction was the most direct as she knelt on the ground performing the most solemn tribal gesture toward the source stone and guardian tears silently streaming down her face. To her, this was not a cold technological creation, but a confirmation of the sanctuary and deities of the tribal generation's legends and beliefs. The bloodline of the keeper refers to her people. Lei's expression was the most complex. After the shock, a deeper gravity settled in. He surveyed the advanced yet silent ruins around him, glanced at the temporarily calm, yet still exuding terrifying pressure of the guardian, and finally his gaze landed on the warning that read energy below maintenance threshold cannot be moved. What will happen when the energy is exhausted? He asked in a deep voice, the question hitting the core. The control panel flickered a few times and Dr. Han's voice carried a hint of bitterness. I'm not sure. But judging from the name source of life and the energy field it emits, it likely sustains the operation of certain key systems on the island perhaps. Even the foundation for the unique ecological system on the island and the existence of certain life forms. If the energy is completely exhausted, what will happen to the Guardian? What will happen to the island's flora and fauna? What will happen to us? The air suddenly felt heavier. Not only had we uncovered a shocking secret, but we also bore an epic mess that could relate to the very survival of the entire island. Highest authority. Keeper bloodline, star skeleton mark mixed. Su Qian repeated the last line, looking at Lei and then at Aya. Does this mean we or some of us have the authority to operate this arc core? This guess made everyone's heart race. Having the authority means there might be a chance to prevent disaster, but it also means taking on unimaginable responsibilities and risks. How do we operate it? Lei asked the most critical question. Surely it can't just be mental focus. As if to respond to his doubts, the holographic image in front of the source stone changed again. The flickering text disappeared, replaced by an extremely complex, three-dimensional interface composed of countless light points and lines with a simplified model of the source stone at its center. At the edge of the interface, several icons clearly designated as interactive areas appeared, but most were displayed in a dull gray, with only one icon resembling energy status monitoring lit up. Below the interface, two clear, differently contoured palm print shadows appeared. One print was more primitive and rugged, subtly resembling some decorative patterns of Aya's tribe. The other was more precise and intricate, exuding a clear sense of technology. Fingerprint verification required. Dr. Han immediately understood the two palm prints correspond to the Keeper bloodline and star skeleton mark. It may require simultaneous verification or specific conditions to unlock higher permissions. Everyone's gaze again focused on Lei and Aya. Lei's palm print had already proven its star skeleton mark authority multiple times, while Aya, as a pure descendant of the tribe, was likely the Keeper bloodline. Aya looked at the ancient palm print, and then at Lei, her eyes filled with hesitation and fear. The thought of touching this divine presence weighed heavily on her mind. Lei stepped forward, directly gazing at the complex interface, and then at the guardian crouching beside them like a mountain. The enormous golden pupil was also watching him, seemingly filled with scrutiny and a hint of indescribable expectation. Give it a try, Lei said to Aya in an unusually calm tone filled with encouragement. Aya took a deep breath, mustered her courage under Su Qian's encouraging gaze, and stepped up to the interface. With trembling hands, she pressed her right hand against the ancient palm print shadow. No blinding light or intense sound effects followed. The interface only fluctuated slightly, and the ancient palm print stabilized into a green color with a line of small text appearing beside it. Keeper bloodline verification passed. Permission level basic. Success. Next, it was Lei's turn. Without hesitation, he pressed his palm against the intricate palm print representing the star skeleton mark. A similarly slight fluctuation occurred. Star skeleton mark, mixed verification passed. Permission level visitor restricted. Both palm prints turned green. The entire interface seemed to be infused with vitality, with more icons transforming from gray to interactive bright colors. Although most still displayed insufficient energy or insufficient permissions, at least we were no longer mere bystanders. Dr. Han excitedly reported from the control panel. Great. I'm receiving more basic data streams. Energy systems, environmental maintenance, and even a life signal scanning module seems to be activating. Life signal scanning. Lei immediately seized upon this information. Can it scan for life signs on the island besides us? Especially the Hakka people. I'll give it a try. Dr. Han quickly operated. Moments later, a miniaturized map of the island popped up on the holographic interface with sparse white dots representing animals appearing alongside. Several red dots that were clustered together and constantly moving. Their location was in a hidden area along the northwest side of the island near the coastline. There are still remnants of the Hakka. Su Qian's expression changed. More unsettling was a particularly bright red dot flashing in an area marked as structurally weak zone, likely near the main body of the Haka we had discovered, labeled high energy reaction non-friendly. What is that? Another source stone? Or other dangerous devices brought by the Haka? Dr. Han's voice was filled with concern. The situation seemed to have become more complex rather than simpler with the unveiling of the truth. With the remnants of the Haka unresolved, the core energy of the island in danger, an unidentified high-energy reaction point, and an ambiguously behaving ancient guardian beast. We stood at this control interface that determined the island's fate, feeling that the authority in our hands was not power, but a hot potato. Lei silently stared at the interface, at the red dots on the map, and at the glaring energy level of 7.3, finally focusing on Su Qian Aya and the just barely standing Wu Tingting, who still looked shaken. I knew that he, a pragmatic person accustomed to solving concrete problems in the wilderness, was now forced to contemplate grand propositions of survival that exceeded his responsibilities. And I, the one stuck in the background providing sarcastic commentary, could only silently lament, Lei, isn't the difficulty of this instance set a bit too high, eh? Is it still possible for us to return to the novice village now, eh? Clearly it was too late. Our survival on this deserted island officially upgraded to Arc Guardian Simulator Energy Insufficient version. This mess we have accepted. In the underground space, time seemed to stretch under the gentle glow of the source stone and the low breaths of the Guardian. We gathered around the control panel, which flickered with complex interfaces like elementary school students who had just received the manual for the nuclear button, filled with confusion and anxiety about who we are, where we are, and how to use this thing. Dr. Han focused on her precious notebook, quickly recorded the simplified data stream, synchronizing from the control panel, muttering excitedly, her eyes gleaming with fervor, as if she were dissecting an alien. It's simply incredible. The conversion principle of this energy core, the precision of this ecological circulation system. If these technologies could be applied to the real world. Dr. Han Lei interrupted her evidently wandering academic musings, pointing at the glaring 7.3 energy reading on the interface. His voice remained calm, yet carried an imperceptible weight. Can we infer the specific consequences of energy depletion? Dr. Han's expression of excitement froze instantly, pushing up her non-existent glasses, her tone turning serious. According to the existing data model, if energy falls below 5, the stable output of the source stone will be unsustainable, and the core ecosystem relying on its energy field will begin to collapse. If it drops below 3, the Ark's basic life support system, if it still exists, will cease functioning, and the geological stability module may fail, causing violent changes in certain areas of the island. As for below 1, there is insufficient data, but the result is likely to be a total system collapse, a chain reaction, and the unique ecological system of the entire island may disintegrate in a short time. The disintegration of the ecosystem. We all gasped in shock. What does this mean? It means that this land, which has nurtured the Kilineo tribe for generations and is filled with strange flora and fauna, could turn into a dead zone. It means that the water sources and food chains we rely on will cease to exist. What do we do? Su Qian's voice trembled. Can we recharge it? Like charging a power bank. Although this analogy was somewhat awkward, it was very vivid. Dr. Han smiled wryly and shook her head. Charging a core of an interstellar arc suspected to belong to a higher civilization. We don't even know what type of energy it absorbs. Solar energy, geothermal energy, or something like antimatter. The interface shows that all external energy interfaces are damaged or privileges are insufficient. The only thing we seem to be able to operate is energy saving mode. She pointed to an option on the interface that was illuminated and looked like low power operation. Activating this can shut down some non-core functions to slow down energy consumption, perhaps extending it by a fraction of a percent. A drop in the bucket. Hope was just ignited, only to be brutally extinguished by the cold, hard data of reality. We held highest authority, yet found our options extremely limited, like inheriting a collapsing vault without knowing how to reinforce it. Are there any other functions? Lei did not dwell on the unsolvable problem, and instead sought other possibilities, for instance communication. Home. This word struck all of us like an electric current. Even Wu Tingting, who had been in a state of shock, suddenly raised her head, her eyes bursting with intense longing. Dr. Han perked up quickly, operating the interface. Yes. There is a long-distance wideband communication module, but its status is severely damaged, unable to start due to insufficient energy. There is also a short-range signal booster and positioning beacon. This can be activated, but the power is very low, likely only covering a small area around the island, and it requires continuous energy consumption. A small coverage area, high energy consumption. This means that even if a ship or plane happens to pass nearby, the chances of receiving the signal are negligible, and it would hasten the source stone's demise. This is a cruel choice. First, record the coordinates and basic environmental data. Lei made a pragmatic decision, the communication beacon. As a last resort. He did not specify what last resort meant, but we all understood. This is when we reach a true dead end and must gamble everything. Aya quietly listened to our discussions. Although she couldn't understand all the terminology, she could sense the gravity of the atmosphere and the longing for home. She looked at the source stone, then at us, her gaze complex. For her this was home, while going home for us meant leaving her home. In the following hours we scurried like mice in a rice bin exploring the functions of this control center under Dr. Han's guidance. Most areas remained in a gray locked state indicating insufficient privileges or insufficient energy. We found a detailed structural map of the island, discovered several nodes similar to our control center, but all displayed as offline or damaged, an environmental monitoring system, showing geological instability and anomalous energy fields in certain areas, and the most alarming, a historical record of the life scanning system. The records showed that not long ago multiple powerful life signals not belonging to the tribe appeared and disappeared in various regions of the island, one of which highly matched the characteristics of Zhao De. He indeed did not die and seemed to be active. What does this Zhao De want to do? Su Qian frowned. And the remnants of Hakka Lei pointed at the red dot cluster still existing on the northwest coast of the map. They are entrenched there certainly with ulterior motives. We must find out. The brief excitement brought by exploring the control center was soon replaced by an even greater sense of crisis and urgency. Not only did we fail to resolve the energy crisis, but we also uncovered more potential threats. This Arc Core is not a savior, but a dying patient that needs protection, and we are its hastily recruited, flustered caregivers. We cannot stay here indefinitely. Lei ultimately made the decision the control center can provide information and limited support, but it cannot solve the fundamental problem. Food, water, and a safe camp still need to be resolved on the ground. The threat of Hakka Zhao Da's movements and the search for possible alternative energy or rescue methods must all be conducted on the surface. You stay here, Dr. Han, and decipher as much information as possible, especially regarding energy replenishment and communication restoration possibilities. He looked at Dr. Han. Be safe and contact us immediately through this communicator if anything happens. He pointed to a small palm-sized device similar to a walkie-talkie next to the control panel, which was the short-range communication tool Dr. Han had just unlocked. Dr. Han solemnly nodded. Rest assured, this place is relatively safe. I will quickly organize valuable information. Then Lei turned to us. Su Qian, Aya, Wu Tingting, we will return to the surface tribe. Inform Elder Maku about the situation here and consolidate the tribe's strength while addressing the threats on the ground. Before leaving, Lei pressed his palm on the control panel again, and the interface displayed new information: temporary permission binding bloodline of the keeper Aya, star skeleton mark Lei. Remote monitoring and short-range communication functions activated. Energy consumption rate 0.001, standard day low power mode 0.001. It seemed small, but with only 7.3 remaining each passing day was nerve-wracking. We bid farewell to Dr. Han and retraced our steps. As we passed through the crystal tunnel again, we quickened our pace through the high radiation area, but this time perhaps due to the residual purifying energy released by the source stone, or perhaps psychological factors, the discomfort we felt was much lessened. When we finally emerged from the tunnel, breathing in the fragrant air of the surface filled with the scent of grass and trees, and seeing the sparse starlight above, we felt as if we had returned from another world. Everything underground, the advanced Arc Core, the terrifying guardian beasts, the energy crisis concerning survival, felt like a bizarre dream. Yet the fatigue lingering in our bodies and the crude communicator in our hands reminded us that all of it was real. Our survival on this deserted island now came with a countdown and a heavy, uncertain identity as guardians. Going home seemed closer, for we had a lighthouse that might connect us to the outside world. Yet it also seemed further away, for we had shouldered a world on the brink of death that we might not be able to cast off. Let's head back to the tribe first. Lei's voice pulled us back to reality. His gaze scanned the dark jungle, regaining the vigilance of a hunter. Survival is still the top priority. Yet now this survival bears more weight. We walked silently into the night, moving towards the direction of the Kilineo tribe. Returning to the ground, the moonlight remained cold, yet the sense of crisis in the air had significantly changed. Previously, it was the instinctive vigilance of a wilderness survivor. Now it was mixed with the absurdity and weight of carrying the nuclear launch codes in one's bosom. With each step on the familiar forest soil, I felt the faint pulse of the Arc Core deep underground, which was about to deplete its energy. The journey back to the tribe was unusually silent. Even Wu Tingting, the most lively, or rather the best at pretending to be lively, kept her mouth tightly closed, bowing her head, and closely following Su Qian, occasionally lifting her doe-like moist eyes to anxiously glance around, as if Hakka's ambush or the guardian beast named Gina could leap out from the shadows at any moment. Her fingers clutching the medicine basket turned slightly pale from exertion. This startled appearance of a timid bird perfectly matched her recently experienced danger. Aya appeared preoccupied. She frequently looked back towards the stargazing cliff, her gaze intertwined with reverence for the unveiling of the sacred land's secrets and a barely perceptible worry about the potential collapse of the core of her homeland. Her bloodline connection to this land was far deeper than ours as outsiders. Lei walked at the front, his back still upright, but the tension in his shoulder line revealed the turmoil within. I could sense that his brain was operating at high speed like a supercomputer processing countless parallel threads: energy crisis, guardianship responsibility, Haka remnants, Zhao Da's whereabouts, and how to lead the team to survive with limited resources. This was far more complex than devising a hunting plan. Su Qian occasionally quickened her pace to walk alongside Lei, exchanging whispers regarding the route or warnings. Her presence was like a heat sink for Lei's precise, yet potentially overloaded brain chip. Once while crossing a stream, Lei instinctively reached out to steady Su Qian by her elbow, helping her maintain her balance. Su Qian was slightly taken aback, but did not pull away, only whispering her thanks. Lei responded with a grunt, quickly releasing his hand and continuing forward, yet that brief contact seemed to quietly nurture an unspoken understanding. In my mind, I gave him a thumbs up. You've made progress, Lei. Go, learning to lend a helping hand. No, I mean to assist someone. Shut up. The stone she stepped on was loose. Lei's response in my consciousness remained blunt, but I caught a faint hint of something akin to system resources overoccupied, unable to process this kind of teasing request. The habit of being insincere was hard to change. As we approached the tribe, the sky was already nearing dawn. Taka appeared like a ghost from the morning mist, leading a group of warriors, clearly maintaining a high level of alertness. Seeing our safe return, especially noting Aya was unharmed, Taka's tense face visibly relaxed, but his sharp gaze quickly fell on Lei's rebandaged wound and the lingering fatigue and gravity on our faces. What happened? Taka's voice was deep and direct. We encountered the Stone of Life and also met Gina, the guardian of the sacred land. Lei was succinct, omitting specific details about the Ark core, but highlighting the key points. The people of Haka attempted to desecrate the sacred land and were eliminated by Gina. However, we discovered that the state of the Stone of Life was very unstable, which could jeopardize the survival of the entire island. We must see Elder Maku immediately. Upon hearing Gina and the survival of the island, Taka's pupils suddenly constricted. He did not ask further questions, only nodded heavily, gesturing for the warriors to disperse into a protective formation, leading us swiftly back to the village. The Kili Noa tribe was just waking up in the early morning with wisps of smoke rising. The villagers, seeing our return, cast curious and concerned glances. Elder Maku was already waiting at the entrance of his largest rock hut, the morning light illuminating his wrinkled face, and his clear eyes seemed to have already seen through everything. We entered the rock hut and gathered around the central fire pit. Lei, Su Qian, and I, through Lei's perspective as the primary witnesses, led by Lei, described the underground experiences as clearly and concisely as possible. The incomprehensible controls center the source of life on the brink of depletion, temporarily using the tribe's understanding, the powerful guardian beast, the annihilation of Haka, and the existence of that unknown high-energy reaction point. Regarding the speculations about the Ark and interstellar navigation, we temporarily withheld, only emphasizing the severity of the energy crisis and the potential ecological disaster it could trigger. Wu Tingting quietly supplemented a few details about the radiation zone and first aid, her tone timid, perfectly playing the role of someone who, after being frightened, was striving to provide assistance. Aya knelt beside Elder Maku, softly adding some details about sensing the sacred land in the tribal language. Elder Maku listened quietly, his age-spotted fingers slowly moving a string of prayer beads made of unknown bones. Until we finished speaking, the rock hut fell into a long silence, only the crackling sound of burning firewood echoing. After a long while, Elder Maku slowly spoke, his voice old and calm, yet carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The ancient prophecy is being fulfilled. Fragments of the stars bring knowledge, but also bring trials. The anger of the guardian stems from the disruption of balance, and the key to maintaining balance. He raised his eyes, his profound gaze sweeping over each of us, ultimately settling on Lei and Su Qian with a fleeting glance at the head-bowed Wu Tingting. Lies in the sacred stone and in the hearts of people. He paused before continuing. The greedy hyenas of Haka have not been completely eradicated, and the watchers in the dark will not relent. The tribe's warriors will increase patrols to guard the entrance to the sacred land. But the real challenge lies in how to restore the power of the sacred stone, or, before the power is exhausted, find a new way out. A new way out. Is it referring to our path home or the migration path of the tribe? The elder's words are always full of enigmas. Elder, regarding how to replenish the energy of the source of life, are there any clues in the tribe's heritage? Su Qian asked eagerly. Elder Maku shook his head. The power of the sacred stone comes from the stars beyond the reach of human power. Ancient records only mention that when balance is broken, only the true guardian can guide the way to hope. Again, with this vague prophecy, it sounds full of hope yet lacks any operational guidelines. After the meeting concluded, the atmosphere became even heavier. We received recognition and support from the tribe, but substantial help was limited. The pressures of survival and the responsibilities of guardianship weighed down like two mountains. In the following days, we temporarily settled in the tribe, but the rhythm of life had completely changed. Lei and Taka were almost inseparable, either devising defense plans or leading warrior teams to scout Hakka remnants and Zhao Da's whereabouts. Su Qian followed the tribe's women to learn deeper survival skills while assisting Dr. Han through that simple communicator in sorting the fragmented information transmitted from the underground control center. Aya became the bridge for communication and worked even harder to learn from the tribe's herbalists, seemingly wanting to prepare more for the impending crisis. And Wu Tingting fully utilized her professional expertise. Not only did she carefully tend to Lei's injuries, which were healing quickly, but she also proactively helped the elders and children in the tribe with minor ailments. Her gentle and amiable demeanor, combined with her effective medical skills, quickly won her the favor of many villagers. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being needed and liked always wearing a shy and kind smile. However, at times in unnoticed corners, such as when she was alone organizing the medicine basket or gazing blankly at the distant sea horizon, I would catch glimpses of a fleeting calculation and indifference in her eyes, starkly different from her sweet exterior. Especially during a discussion between Lei and Taka about whether to take the risk of activating the energy-consuming short-range distress beacon, Wu Tingting passed by with herbs. She bowed her head, but I clearly saw her fingertips slightly curl at the mention of distress, and her lips seemed to form a fleeting, elusive arc. What was she thinking? Was it a desire to go home, or did she not want us to succeed in calling for help? This seemingly most harmless white-clad angel, what other secrets could be hidden in her medicine basket? We were trapped in this star-skeleton forbidden zone, surrounded by formidable enemies, facing an energy crisis and having unpredictable teammates lurking beside us. The path home seemed shrouded in layers of mist, and the key to breaking through the fog might lie within the slumbering Ark core and in the hearts of each scheming individual. The days in the tribe were spent in high alertness and limited daily labor. Lei's injuries were nearly healed under Wu Tingting's care, leaving only a faint scar. His outings with Taka for reconnaissance became increasingly frequent, but the remnants of Hakka seemed extraordinarily cautious, as if they had evaporated, leaving only vague traces of activity along the coastline. Zhao Da had become completely unreachable, as if swallowed by the jungle. This abnormal tranquility only heightened the sense of unease. Dr. Han transmitted sporadic information through the intermittent communicator. The core energy level of the Ark was stable at 729, with a decline slightly slower than expected, but the trend remained unchanged. The unidentified high-energy reaction point still existed unmoved, like a silent lighthouse, exuding an ominous aura. In this oppressive atmosphere, a turning point, or a new variable, once again arrived in an unexpected manner. It was a misty morning when the warrior responsible for watching from the high ground outside the village emitted a rhythmic bird call signal, not an enemy attack, but a sign of unfamiliar people needing attention. Lei and Taka immediately led a team to investigate. When I and Lei arrived, we saw two survivors curled up in the crevices of the rocks, nearly frozen. One man and one woman. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a pair of broken black-framed glasses, drenched with a pale face and purple lips due to the cold. Yet even in such a disheveled state, he tightly held a waterproof box wrapped securely in tarpaulin, as if it were his lifeline. He looked like a down-on-his-luck technician or scholar, possessing a stubbornness that was starkly different from Zhao Da's flamboyance. As for the woman, when she was supported by the tribal warriors and tremulously raised her head, the consciousness of Lin Xiaoyu felt my heart, even though I no longer had that organ being jolted by something. Her name was Chen Mimi. The name was ordinary, but her appearance completely aligned with my Lin Xiaoyu's aesthetic preferences. She looked to be in her early 20s, not very tall, but with an excellent proportion. Even in a wet seaweed-covered ordinary t-shirt and jeans, her ethereal elegance could not be concealed. She had a standard oval face, and her fair skin, possibly due to the cold and shock, made her appear even more pitiful. Her features were delicate like a porcelain doll, especially her large bright eyes with long thick eyelashes glistening with tears, resembling a frightened fawn, exuding an air of purity and tranquility untouched by the world. Her long hair was wet, clinging to her cheeks and neck, adding to her sense of fragility. This was exactly the ideal type I had envisioned during my live broadcasts. Gentle, sweet, in need of protection. If it weren't for Lei, this wooden lump controlling the body, I would have definitely rushed over to console her. Lei Gu, did you see that? My springtime. My ideal type. I shouted excitedly in my mind. Lei's consciousness remained unfazed, even carrying a hint of vigilant scrutiny. Unidentified maintained distance. He coldly responded, his gaze sweeping over the two, especially lingering for a moment on the box tightly held by the man. Who are you? Where did you come from? Taka asked in stilted English. The bespectacled man nervously pushed up his broken glasses and stammered. I am Zhang Wei, an assistant researcher from the Oceanic Geological Research Institute. This is my colleague Chun Mimi. Our survey ship encountered a storm, and we were the only two who clung to a piece of wood. Chun Mimi simply sobbed softly, leaning against Zhang Wei, looking utterly dependent. This scene made me Lin Xiaoyu feel somewhat uncomfortable. After bringing them back to the tribe, the warmth of the fire pit and hot soup helped them recover. Wu Tingting immediately showcased her Angel of Mercy side, meticulously checking their bodies, tending to minor abrasions, especially being extra gentle and considerate towards Chun Mimi. The two seemingly delicate girls quickly became familiar, whispering to each other. After Zhang Wei stabilized his emotions, he began to talk more. He confirmed the fact of the cruise ship disaster and mentioned that their survey ship had encountered an abnormal storm while conducting follow-up environmental monitoring near the disaster area. He repeatedly emphasized the importance of his box, claiming it contained valuable research data and a satellite communication module that had been specially waterproofed and might still work. Satellite communication module. This term attracted all of us like a magnet. It might be a more reliable rescue channel than the short-range beacon discovered by Dr. Han. Lei's gaze immediately sharpened. Can you repair it? Are you sure you can contact the outside world? Zhang Wei, somewhat lacking in confidence, pushed up his glasses. I need to check the device status. Theoretically, if the core components are intact and with the right tools and power supply, it's possible. The spark of hope was ignited once more, but this time the arrival of newcomers also brought new uncertainties. Chun Mimi mostly stayed quietly beside Wu Tingting or Su Qian, speaking very little, only curiously and timidly observing everything around her with those big eyes. She seemed a bit fearful of Lei, always avoiding his gaze, but displayed reliance on Su Qian and Wu Tingting. Her innocence and fragility quickly won the favor of many in the tribe, especially the young warriors who looked at her with protective instincts. But I noticed a detail. Once while Aya was polishing her treasured rusty knife, Chun Mimi just happened to be watching nearby. Her gaze, when it touched that knife, especially the vague eagle's word mark on the handle, almost imperceptibly contracted, and then she immediately averted her eyes, lowering her head to fiddle with her clothing, as if she had merely caught a glimpse by accident. That momentary reaction was almost like an illusion, yet I, as an observer, clearly captured it. Did she react to the Haka's insignia? Was it fear or recognition? Meanwhile, Zhang Wei was fully engrossed in repairing his precious equipment. He was like a typical engineering guy. Once he encountered a technical problem, he forgot about fear and the environment, mumbling to himself as he disassembled the black box, troubled by the intricate circuit board inside. He needed specific tools and a stable power supply, both of which were scarce in the tribe. Lei arranged for people to meet Zhang Wei's needs as much as possible while keeping a closer watch on him. This communication module could be the key to our return home, and there could be no mistakes. The arrival of Chun Mimi was like a breath of spring, temporarily dispelling some of the gloom in the tribe. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei and his communication module brought tangible hope. Yet beneath this hope, dark currents still surged. The remnants of Hakka Zhao De, the endangered Ark Corps, and the newcomers with questionable identities. The team structure had become more complex, and everyone's thoughts seemed even harder to gauge. Lei stood at the edge of the village, gazing at the mountains shrouded in mist in the distance where the sleeping Ark and unknown enemies lay. Su Qian walked over and handed him a bamboo tube filled with water. How are the newcomers? She asked softly. Lei took the bamboo tube, took a sip, and continued to gaze into the distance. Zhang Wei, his technology might be useful, but it needs verification. Chun Mimi. He paused, seemingly searching for the right words. Observe. Su Qian followed his gaze and gently sighed. I hope they can really bring good news. Hope is. Lei's voice was low, but at no time can we live solely on hope. I knew that his internal risk assessment model had begun a new round of complex calculations due to the addition of these two new variables. The appearance of my dream lover seemed to add a subtle emotional variable to this already complicated survival situation on the deserted island. The arrival of Zhang Wei and Chun Mimi created ripples in the Jilanoa tribe, much like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Hope and suspicion intertwined in the hearts of everyone like light and shadow. Zhang Wei almost immediately became the center of attention in the tribe. His black box was carefully placed in the driest and safest spot, next to Elder Maka's rock house, guarded day and night by two warriors. Zhang Wei himself resembled an obsessed craftsman, spending all day around the device, with the opened lid, meticulously examining its internal structure with the limited tools the tribe could provide. Bone needles, sharpened obsidian shards, and even a small metal tweezer contributed by Dr. Han. He was constantly murmuring terms like circuit board corrosion, capacitor failure, and need for stable voltage, phrases that left others half understanding. There is hope. The core of the motherboard seems intact, but the power module is completely destroyed and needs a replacement. Zhang Wei would sometimes excitedly wave the tweezers, and at other times in frustration grasp his already disheveled hair. He was so engrossed in this device, which could connect to the outside world, that he often forgot to eat, requiring Chun Mimi or kind-hearted tribal women to bring food to him. Lei maintained close and cautious attention on Zhang Wei. He allowed Zhang Wei to attempt repairs, but strictly limited his access to the internal core of the device, insisting that each test be conducted under the supervision of either Lei or Taka. Lei even had Dr. Han remotely observe Zhang Wei's operations through a communicator. Despite Dr. Han's expertise being in ecology, she also had knowledge of basic physics and engineering. His operation process appears to be professional. Dr. Han's voice came through the makeshift communicator, crackling with static. At least he does understand these circuits. But the power source he needs is a significant problem. There is no stable DC power within the tribe unless we can utilize the faint energy leaking from the Ark's core or find the energy devices left behind by Haka. The latter is clearly extremely risky. The remnants of Haka remain elusive, and that high-energy reaction point hangs over us like the sword of Damocles. In contrast to Zhang Wei's tech-savvy image, Chun Mimi's integration into the tribe appeared much more natural and warm. She was quiet and sweet, speaking softly and showing genuine curiosity and respect for everything in the tribe. Unlike Wu Tingting, who actively used her medical skills to help others, she adopted a gentler approach, quietly sitting beside older tribal women, watching them weave and clumsily learning, using simple words and gestures to play with children, always bearing a gentle smile, showing a bird-like dependency and trust towards Su Shi and Wu Tingting. Her non-threatening, pure demeanor quickly softened the vigilance of many tribal warriors. Even Taka, who was usually serious, would slightly relax his rigid facial lines when faced with the clean water cautiously offered by Chun Mimi. However, beneath this harmony, undercurrents were stirring. The consciousness of Lin Xiaoyu harbored fond feelings for Chun Mimi, but as an observer, I also sensed a hint of discord. Chun Mimi was too perfect, like a carefully crafted character. She seemed to always appear at the right moment to comfort those in need, uttering the most appropriate words. She maintained a respectful distance from Lei, which in the tribal environment that idolizes strength made her appear even more sensible and humble. Once, while Aya was polishing her obsidian knife, she accidentally cut her finger. Chun Mimi immediately gasped and pulled out a clean handkerchief. She had even kept this. She wished to help Aya bandage it. Just as her hand was about to touch Aya, suddenly recoiled like a startled rabbit, her eyes flickering with a fleeting, almost instinctive wariness, which soon transformed into gratitude as she took the handkerchief to press against her wound. Chun Mimi was momentarily taken aback, a hint of justifiable grievance and confusion crossing her face, but she quickly regained her gentle smile and softly reminded Aya to be careful. This small interlude passed swiftly, but was noted by me. Was Aya's reaction due to the tribe's taboo against outsiders touching sacred objects, even if symbolic, or did her keen intuition catch on to something? Another discordant point lay in Wu Tingting. On the surface, Wu Tingting and Chun Mimi interacted harmoniously like two sisters in distress. Wu Tingting would share her knowledge of herbs with Chun Mimi, while Chun Mimi listened quietly to Wu Tingting recount her terrifying experiences adrift at sea, providing comfort at appropriate moments. However, once I, through Lei's perspective, saw that when Zhang Wei excitedly announced he might have found an alternative power source using some electrolytic plant juice to generate a weak current with different metals, Wu Tingting was helping Chun Mimi untangle her long hair. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Wu Tingting's actions paused imperceptibly for half a second, and a complex emotion flickered deep in her eyes. Not joy, but more like wariness and calculation. Although she immediately concealed it with a smile, that momentary anomaly did not escape Lei's and my notice. This Wu Tingting seemed not to desire immediate rescue as she appeared. What was she thinking? The greatest undercurrent came from the outside. The reconnaissance team sent out returned with unsettling news. They discovered new signs of camps in the area where the Hakka remnants had once been active on the northwest coast, but the camp was empty, as if hastily abandoned. More importantly, they found a small device wrapped in waterproof cloth hidden in a crevice of a concealed reef, its indicator light still faintly blinking. Taka brought the device back, and after Zhang Wei examined it, he confirmed that it was a signal repeater. They are attempting to establish a communication network. Not outward, but inward on the island. Zhang Wei's face turned pale. They are contacting others. This discovery sent chills down everyone's spine. The Hakka remnants were not silent, they were active in the shadows, and there might be accomplices. Their goals were clearly not limited to mere survival, but had more specific plans, likely involving that stone of life or the Ark's core. We must find them. Lei's tone was resolute before they complete their assembly. Hope coexisted with crisis. Zhang Wei's communication module was like a flickering candle in the darkness, dim yet real, while the shadow of Hakka and the island's potential collapse loomed as a massive darkness. At night, Lei stood atop the lookout tower on the edge of the village, gazing out at the dark sea horizon. Sushi quietly approached him. Has there been any progress on Zhang Wei's side? The power source is the bottleneck. He is trying, but hopes are slim. Lei replied, his voice low. Hakka's actions are quicker. We must prepare for the worst. The worst. If we cannot call for help and the Ark's core energy is exhausted. Lei did not continue, but the implication was clear. That is how to survive in the collapse of the island's ecosystem, or to seek other extreme methods. Sushi fell silent for a moment, leaning gently against the wooden post of the tower. Sometimes I feel that knowing too much only makes one more tired. Before we only thought about finding water, food, and building shelters. Though it was hard, the goals were simple. Now they bore the potential survival of the world, the heavy weight of hopelessness in going home, and the crisis of trust where companions were hard to discern. Lei turned his head, the moonlight outlining his rugged profile. He looked at Sushi, his gaze profound. Survive. No matter what, just survive. This had always been his motto, but at this moment it carried a more complex weight. Just then a gentle song floated up from the village below. It was Chun Mimi sitting by the fire pit, humming a melodious lullaby that seemed to be from her hometown. The song drifted across the silent night sky, soothing many restless souls. Wu Tingting sat beside her, resting her chin on her hand, entranced by the song, her face adorned with a serene smile. Aya sat a bit further away in the shadows, hugging her knees and gazing in the direction of the song, her expression lost in thought, unsure of what she was pondering. How many secrets and impending storms lay hidden beneath this seemingly calm and warm scene? Lei withdrew his gaze, looking once more into the boundless darkness, his eyes sharp as an eagle. Zhang Wei's laboratory, a makeshift corner beside Elder Maku's rocky cave sheltered by palm leaves from wind and rain, has become the most watched spot in the tribe. He was entirely focused on the damaged satellite communication module, his eyes bloodshot, exuding a sour smell of sweat mixed with some plant sap. He attempted to use several plant juices with special acidic and alkaline properties provided by Wu Tingting as electrolytes, combined with various metals available in the tribe, primarily fragments of the mining knife provided by Lei and a small piece of natural copper contributed by Aya, in an effort to create the most primitive chemical battery. Failure, and more failure. The voltage was either pitifully weak or collapsed in an instant. Each failure caused the onlookers' emotions to fluctuate, mainly worried Su Qian, innocent and encouraging Chun Mimi, and Lei, who appeared calm, but was internally anxious. No. The energy density is too low and the internal resistance is too great. Unless we can find a more stable redox pair, or have ready-made energy storage components. Zhang Wei lamented, pulling at his hair, his broken glasses askew on his nose. Energy storage components. Wu Tingting, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke softly. She pointed to several tiny charred components that Zhang Wei had removed from the device. Are these capacitors? If they aren't completely damaged, can we use other methods to store a little bit of electricity first? Zhang Wei was taken aback, looking at Wu Tingting in surprise. You understand this? No, I don't understand. It's just that I saw a repairman working on phones use similar things to test. I was just rambling. She lowered her head, fiddling with the herb basket. But Zhang Wei seemed to have been awakened. Yes, microcurrent charging. Though slow, if a very weak, yet stable power source could be found, theoretically, it could charge the supercapacitor, as long as the capacitor wasn't completely ruined. He immediately buried his head back into inspecting those charred little components, his eyes reigniting with fervor. Lei observed everything quietly, maintaining his composure. Wu Tingting, a medical student, referred to electronic components so accurately. Was it a coincidence, or? His inner doubts deepened. Hope flickered like a candle in the wind, dim and uncertain. Meanwhile, external threats loomed like rising tides, encroaching step by step. Lei and Taka intensified their scouting efforts. Finally, on a gloomy afternoon, with a storm approaching, a reconnaissance team returned with concrete evidence. They discovered the true active camp of the Hakka remnants in a weathered, sea-eroded cave in the northern part of the island. The camp boasted excellent camouflage, stocked with numerous canned foods and bottled water, and even a small diesel generator which was silent, along with several boxes of weapons and ammunition. More importantly, they found new footprints that did not belong to the few previously eliminated by Gina, indicating that new Hakka members had landed on the island. They are very cautious, moving stealthily, as if waiting for something, Taka reported to Elder Maku, and Lei, his expression grave. We also found this at the camp's perimeter. He produced a small piece of plastic trampled into the mud imprinted with fuzzy electronic circuits resembling the casing of some kind of device. After Zhang Wei identified it, his complexion turned pale. This is a component of a high-precision signal amplifier. They might be trying to boost the signal not for an SOS, but rather to locate a specific signal source on the island. A specific signal source. Everyone's hearts tightened. Is it the ARC core? Or perhaps the intermittently functioning communication module we are tinkering with? We must stop them. Lei's voice was as cold as ice. Before they complete their positioning or take further action, a proactive raid plan was put on the agenda. The target: destroy the Hakka campsites or destroy their equipment and capture live subjects for intelligence as much as possible. However, the raid plan was met with opposition from Elder Maku. A storm is coming. The elder gazed at the turbulent sea under the overcast sky, his ancient voice carrying undeniable authority. It is not an ordinary rainstorm, but the wrath of the sea god. Going out to circumvent to the northern shore at this moment is suicidal. Moreover, the Guardian will be particularly restless in the storm. Any large-scale conflict could completely enrage it. As if to validate the elder's words, a dull thunder rolled across the horizon, and the sea winds grew turbulent, whipping sand and stones against their faces. The people of the tribe began to busily and orderly reinforce their houses, gather supplies, and prepare for the storm. The raid plan was forced to be shelved. An invisible pressure hung over everyone's hearts like clouds that had built up. Internally, the energy crisis remained unresolved, while externally strong enemies lurked, possibly executing some dangerous plan, yet we were trapped in place by the might of nature, helplessly watching time slip away. In this oppressive atmosphere, the subtle changes in interpersonal relationships became even more pronounced. Chunmimi seemed particularly afraid of thunder. Every time the thunder roared, she would shudder with fright, instinctively seeking comfort from those nearby. Once she happened to be hiding next to Lei, her icy fingers unintentionally grasping his arm. Lei's body stiffened for a moment, but he did not immediately push her away. He merely said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, we are safe in the cave." Chunmimi raised her tear-filled eyes, looking at him pitifully, softly murmuring an in response. That trusting gaze was enough to make any straight man's heart flutter. "Damn, brother Lei, this is the chance. Quickly comfort her." I was anxiously pacing in my mind. Lei's consciousness remained unfazed, even slightly impatient. She is hindering my observation of the storm's direction. He gently but firmly withdrew his arm and moved to the cave entrance to continue his vigilance. Chunmimi was taken aback for a moment, a fleeting look of disappointment flashing in her eyes, but she was soon comforted gently by Su Qian. Su Qian looked at Lei's back, her expression complicated. Wu Tingting appeared unusually quiet, spending most of her time near Zhang Wei's laboratory, helping to pass tools or using herbs to ward off mosquitoes. But occasionally her gaze towards the howling storm outside was remarkably calm, even carrying a hint of imperceptible anticipation. Aya was sitting closely beside Elder Maku, her hand rubbing the rusty mining knife temporarily entrusted to her by Lei, her vigilant eyes occasionally scanning every outsider in the cave, including Zhang Wei and Chunmimi. Her intuition seemed to tell her that the storm brought with it more than just natural danger. As night fell, the storm showed no signs of weakening, instead growing more intense. The cave trembled in the raging storm, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. In the darkness, only the central fire pit provided a faint light and warmth. Suddenly, after a lightning bolt that split the sky, there came a thunderclap that nearly shattered eardrums. The entire cave shook violently. Immediately after, a warrior stationed at the cave entrance issued a rapid alarm. "Over there by the cliff. There's light." A strange flash. Everyone rushed to the cave entrance, braving the storm to look outside. In the northeastern direction of the island atop the steep black cliff known as Wangawei Cliff, amidst the lightning intervals, a brief but extremely bright, unnatural white light flickered several times, resembling a powerful signal light, blinking in a regular pattern. "It's a signal. Someone is sending a signal," Zhang Wei exclaimed. "That flash pattern is the standard distress signal code. But the power is too high. It can't be a flashlight. Are the Hakka people? Who are they calling for help? Or are they guiding something?" Almost simultaneously, Dr. Han's anxious voice came through the rudimentary communicator that Lei carried, mixed with severe static interference. "Lei, the control center detected strong energy disturbances originating from the direction of Wangawei Cliff, coinciding with the previous unknown high-energy reaction point. Be careful. There may be." Before he could finish, the communication was abruptly cut off by intense interference. In the murky wind and rain, the signal flickered energy disturbances. All clues pointed to the cliff amidst the storm. What are the Hakka really up to? Their true purpose seems to far exceed the scope of plundering the stone of life. Lei's gaze pierced through the rain curtain, firmly locking onto the continuously lightning-illuminated black cliff, his eyes sharp as a blade. The storm raged like a mad beast, beating the entire island like a drum. The rain did not merely fall, it poured down in torrents, crashing against the palm leaf barricade at the cave entrance, creating a noise reminiscent of machine gun fire. The wind took on the role of a mournful wail, occasionally mixed with the ominous crack of branches snapping, sending shivers down one's spine. The atmosphere inside the cave was so tense it felt as though water could be squeezed out of it. The eerie flashes from the signal at Wangaway Cliff and Dr. Han's interrupted warnings pierced through everyone's frayed nerves like two cold needles. Someone must go take a look. Lei's voice cut through the storm with unusual resolve. As he spoke, he began to bind vines around himself and check the sturdiness of his machete, striking a pose akin to a fearless squad leader. Are you crazy? Su Qian grabbed him, the rain-soaked hair sticking to her pale face. In this weather, let alone Haka, the wind could sweep you into the sea. Yeah, brother Lei. It's too dangerous. Zhang Wei hugged his precious black box, huddled in a corner, his eyes behind broken glasses filled with a pleading that screamed, please don't make me go. Chen Mimi was so frightened her face turned pale, resembling a frightened rabbit. Instinctively, she moved closer to Lei, her voice tinged with a whimper, don't go. It's so scary outside. You will die. Her big, watery eyes looked at Lei, filled with dependency and fear. Ailin Xiaoyu watched anxiously. In my mind, brother Lei, did you see that? The goddess is worried about you. Quickly, it's time to show your manliness. Hold her hand. Tell her, for you, I fear nothing. Lei's cold consciousness shot back. She's blocking my way to check the equipment. Then, with an utterly unromantic demeanor, he stepped aside to avoid Chun Mimi's attempt to grab his arm, continuing to expressionlessly sort through the vines. Chun Mimi's hand froze in the air, her expression instantly shifting from pitiful to bewildered and slightly embarrassed. Su Qian sighed helplessly and pulled Chun Mimi closer to comfort her. I pounded my chest in frustration. In my mind, ironclad straight man, forever single. They'll go, a deep voice chimed in. It was Taka. His dark face was drenched in rain, but his gaze was as steadfast as rock. I know the mountain paths well. In this weather, even Haka's bastards wouldn't expect us to go out. Ultimately, it was decided that Taka would lead two of the most elite tribal warriors to stealthily approach Wangaway Cliff under the cover of night and torrential rain. Lei was responsible for receiving them at the cave entrance and maintaining contact with the intermittently functional control center. Taka and the others slipped into the relentless downpour like three ghosts instantly swallowed by the darkness. The remaining people in the cave felt their hearts leap into their throats. As seconds ticked by, each moment felt like a century. The sound of the storm drowned everything out. We could hear nothing, see nothing, and could only wait anxiously. Zhang Wei nervously fiddled with his equipment, trying to pick up a signal, muttering about the attenuation rate of electromagnetic waves in heavy rain, successfully making the atmosphere feel even more like a science fiction horror film set. Wu Tingting sat quietly by the fire pit, absently tracing something in the dirt with a small twig. The firelight illuminated her profile, which looked oddly calm. Occasionally, when thunder crashed, she didn't even flinch, forming a stark contrast with Chen Mimi, who quivered in fear. Sister Tingting, aren't you afraid of thunder? Mimi asked softly. Wu Tingting looked up, revealing a gentle smile, tinged with weariness. I am afraid, but am used to it. When I was studying medicine, I was often called in the middle of the night for emergencies regardless of the weather. Her words made perfect sense, and combined with her frail appearance, she effortlessly embodied the image of a flawless white-robed angel. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the lines she traced in the dirt vaguely resembled a circuit diagram. Amidst this anxious waiting, an unexpected event occurred. From deep within the cave near the storage area for food and fresh water, a short, startled scream from Aya was suddenly followed by the sharp sound of a clay pot shattering. Everyone jumped in shock, instantly entering a state of alert. Lei dashed over and saw Aya sitting on the ground, surrounded by broken pottery and spilled water. In front of her, a plump, rain-soaked coconut crab, looking dazed, was raising its large pincers and swaying aggressively from side to side. It seemed the storm had been too intense, causing this poor creature to be blown down from a tree, confusedly crawling into our cave for refuge. Puffed. I almost laughed out loud in my mind. At this tense moment, a comedian suddenly emerged. Chun Mimi let out a terrified scream and jumped up instinctively, trying to retreat, but her foot slipped and she gasped as she fell backward, right into Lei, who had just walked over. In a flash, Lei instinctively reached out and steadied Chun Mimi's waist, preventing her from making intimate contact with the ground. A hero saving the beauty. A classic trope. Chun Mimi, still shaken, leaned softly against Lei's broad chest, her cheeks flushed, whether from fear or embarrassment was unclear, breathing slightly hurriedly as she looked up at Lei's chin, her gaze filled with a tender longing. Thank you, brother Lei. Wow. I whistled in my mind, brother Lei. You've made your move. How does it feel? Is she as delicate as a flower? Lei's body visibly stiffened, as if he was holding a scalding hot potato. He almost immediately released his hold, and slightly pushed Chin Mimi away, his tone as hard as stone. Steady yourself. It's just a crab. Chin Mimi. Su Qian quickly walked over to support the still shaky Chin Mimi, casting a complex glance at Lei before turning to Aya and asking, "Are you alright, Aya? Did you get hurt?" Aya shook her head, pointing at the still clawing coconut crab, angrily muttering a few words in the tribal language roughly meaning, "That ugly thing scared me to death." This small incident temporarily alleviated some of the tension in the atmosphere. Zhang Wei even adjusted his glasses and began analyzing the behavior patterns of coconut crabs during storms from a biological perspective, successfully shifting everyone's attention from the awkwardness of the moment to an academic discussion on whether or not this creature was edible. Only Wu Tingting remained quietly by the fire, as if the earlier commotion had nothing to do with her. However, when no one was paying attention, her gaze briefly flitted over Lei and Chen Mimi, and the corners of her mouth seemed to curve into an extremely faint cold arc, so quick it could be mistaken for an illusion caused by the flickering firelight. Just then there was commotion at the cave entrance. Taka and the others had returned. The three of them looked as if they had been pulled from the water, drenched, covered in mud, their faces tired, but their eyes sharp. "How did it go?" Lei immediately approached them. Taka wiped the rainwater off his face, panting heavily, and said in a deep voice, "We confirmed the source of the signal. It's Haka." They set up a large device at the cliff top covered with waterproof material, making it impossible to see exactly what it is, but the power is immense. It's not sending a distress signal. It feels more like scanning. Scanning the interior of the island. Scanning. Scanning for what? The location of the Ark core. Also, Taka lowered his voice, his face growing even graver. "When we approached, we overheard them using radio communication mentioning reception coordinates and final recovery. They aren't waiting for someone to rescue them. They are waiting for something to be brought in or for something to be taken away. Final recovery. Reception coordinates." A chill instantly swept over everyone. Haka's plan is far larger and more dangerous than we imagined. This storm might not just be a natural disaster, it could very well be a cover for their actions. The wind and rain continued to rage, but the air inside the cave had turned icy cold. The way home seemed even more bleak, while the crisis before us loomed ever closer. It seemed that the battle in this storm was unavoidable. The news brought back by Taka struck like a shard of ice, shattering the already heavy atmosphere. Final retrieval exfiltration coordinates. It was clear that Haka's objective was not mere plunder. They had a meticulous plan that was about to be set into motion. The storm became their best cover while we were trapped in the cave like a turtle in a jar. We cannot sit and wait for death. The sound of thunder shattered the suffocating silence, his gaze sweeping over every panicked or resolute face in the cave. "We must find out what they are scanning for and the specifics of the retrieval. Taka, what is the specific location of the equipment and the guard situation?" Taka quickly sketched a rough map of the lookout cliff with charcoal on the ground. The equipment is positioned at the most prominent point of the cliff, covered with camouflage nets, guarded by about 3 or 4 people. The terrain is treacherous, easy to defend, yet hard to attack. The storm and lightning are the biggest obstacles and also the best cover. A frontal assault was clearly unwise. Climbing a slippery cliff in the torrential rain while facing Haka members lying in wait seemed like a futile endeavor. "Perhaps we can work on intercepting their communications." Zhang Wei, who had been engrossed in fiddling with the equipment, suddenly raised his hand timidly, like a good student eager to answer a question in class. "If they are coordinating with radio, perhaps I could attempt to eavesdrop. Even disrupt." All eyes immediately focused on him. Zhang Wei felt a bit nervous under the gaze, adjusting his broken glasses, and stammered, "When I was dismantling the equipment, I found that the burned satellite module had a spare high-frequency receiving chip that seems still somewhat active. If I could provide it with an extremely weak power supply along with some simple component modifications, theoretically, it could be turned into a very small listening device or a noise generator." The spark of hope flickered again, though faint. It was better than none. "What do you need?" Lei asked succinctly. "Electricity. A stable, weak, direct current. And I need fine wires, metal pieces, preferably copper." Zhang Wei's gaze unconsciously drifted to the rusted machete that Aya had been fondling, as well as the small metal pins in Wu Tingting's medicinal basket, used to secure herbs. God knows how she still kept those. Aya hesitated for a moment, glancing at Elder Maku. The elder nodded slightly. Aya then immediately handed over the treasured knife to Zhang Wei without hesitation. Wu Tingting also quietly dug out a few slender pins from the bottom of the medicinal basket. The ensuing scene could be likened to a survival version of domestic Ling Ling Chi. Zhang Wei sat cross-legged by the fire pit, like a meditative monk, using the flickering firelight to manipulate the tiny chip and a pile of fragments with a sharpened bone as tweezers and an obsidian piece as a screwdriver, fully engrossed in his task. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the components, making a faint sizzling sound. Chun Mimi cautiously held a large leaf beside him, shielding him from the occasional raindrops, her face filled with tension and admiration. Su Qian assisted Lei and Taka, using the limited materials in the cave to make climbing safety ropes and anchor points in preparation for potential operations. Wu Tingting quietly helped with the herbs, but her gaze would occasionally drift toward Zhang Wei's work, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable focus, as if assessing something. Lin Xiaoyu provided real-time commentary in my mind. Dear audience, welcome to the live broadcast of Island Technology. Now approaching us is the hardcore tech enthusiast contestant Zhang Wei, who is challenging the chip of the information age with Stone Age tools. Look at his focused expression, his trembling hands, mostly due to hunger. Can he create a miracle? Let's wait and see. Oh, the outside support comes from our goddess, Chun Mimi. Look at her gentle gaze. It's simply the ultimate dream of a tech enthusiast. Lei's consciousness directly muted my chatter, as most of his attention was on the wind and rain outside the cave and the occasional flashes of lightning, remaining vigilant for any unusual sounds. Time passed in tense busyness. Suddenly Zhang Wei let out a suppressed cheer. It worked. He had connected the tiny chip, a small piece of copper wire broken off from a pin, and a rudimentary battery composed of some acidic plant juice and different metal pieces, forming a palm-sized, uniquely ugly little device. Can this really work? Chun Mimi blinked her big eyes, asking curiously. Theoretically, as long as Haka's radio signal is within the nearby frequency band, this simple detector should be able to capture weak electromagnetic fluctuations and transmit them through this copper wire. If held close to the ear, perhaps we might hear something. Zhang Wei himself had little confidence, his voice growing softer. At that moment, a bright flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderclap that seemed to explode directly overhead. The entire cave shook violently. And amidst the lingering sound of thunder, the crude device in Zhang Wei's hands suddenly emitted a faint but distinct zzz. Click. Noise of electrical current. There's a signal. Zhang Wei, filled with excitement, nearly threw the device away. He quickly pressed one end of the connected copper wire to his ear, holding his breath to listen intently. Everyone gathered around. Even Elder Maku opened his half-closed eyes. Zhang Wei's face changed under the firelight as he haltingly repeated the fragmented information he heard amidst the loud noise. Coordinates confirmed. Alpha point. Scanning focus. Energy response. Stable. Storm cover. Sea Eagle expected to arrive before dawn. Ensure the package. Safe. Arc key. Priority. Eliminate obstacles, if necessary. Abandon. The information was brief, yet contained explosive content. Is Sea Eagle the code for the extraction? Arriving before dawn. Time is of the essence. Arc key. Does it refer to the Stone of Life? Or to us with the access rights? Eliminate obstacles. We are obviously the obstacles. They plan to act before dawn. Lei instantly made the judgment the target is the Arc key, which may include us. What do we do? Su Qian's voice trembled slightly. A frontal assault on the cliff seemed nearly impossible, and defending the cave would only lead to waiting to be surrounded. We seem to have fallen into a desperate situation. Just as everyone was at a loss, Wu Tingting gently exclaimed, pointing towards the back of the cave, the narrow gap leading to the tribe's storage cave that had been invaded by the coconut crab earlier. She whispered, that hole. I think I noticed when I helped Sister Aya gather herbs a few days ago. It seems not completely blocked. There seems to be a light breeze coming from the other side. All eyes instantly turned towards the inconspicuous gap. Could there be a way beyond it? Aya was momentarily stunned, then ran over to examine it, carefully feeling the airflow at the gap with her hands, and then nodded vigorously, saying a few words to Elder Maku. A glint of insight flashed in Elder Maku's eyes as he slowly said, an ancient escape route. It hasn't been used for many years. Perhaps it leads to the back mountain. In the midst of despair, a glimmer of hope appeared. Lei immediately organized the group, cautiously starting to clear and widen the gap. Indeed, behind it was a narrow natural rock crevice that could only allow one person to crawl through, leading who knows where. Should we risk entering the unknown passage in search of a detour, or remain in the cave, facing the imminent siege of Sea Eagle and Haka? Each choice was fraught with tremendous risk. Lei looked at Su Qian, then at Zhang Wei, Chun Mimi, and Wu Tingting, finally resting his gaze on Elder Maku and Aya. We cannot stay here and be targets. His voice was resolute. The elderly and children stay behind, using the cave for defense. Taka, you take half the warriors to hold the fort. The rest follow me into the passage. We must figure out their plan before Sea Eagle arrives, or find an opportunity for counterattack. Adventuring had become the only choice. In the darkest moments before dawn, amidst the roar of the storm, our small team was about to delve deep into the earth, heading toward an unknown fate. As Wu Tingting prepared to enter the passage, she turned to glance back at the stormy night sky outside the cave, a complex and enigmatic light flashing in her eyes. The passage behind the gap is narrower and more oppressive than imagined. The air is thick with the smell of damp earth and an indescribable scent reminiscent of rust. The rock wall is slick and cold, forcing us to crawl using both hands and feet just to barely get through. The darkness is thick and unyielding, illuminated only by a branch smeared with special fungi, emitting a faint phosphorescent glow that barely lights up less than a meter ahead. With Thunder leading the way, his movements remain steady, yet Lin Xiao, you can clearly sense every tightening of his muscles and adjustment of his breath. This cramped space is a significant psychological and physiological test for him, who is used to open areas. Su Qian follows closely behind her, breathing distinctly audible in the narrow space. Next is Zhang Wei, who clumsily holds the makeshift listening device like a treasure, awkwardly bumping against protruding rocks and emitting muffled cries of pain. Chun Mei trails behind Zhang Wei, her face as pale as paper, her body slightly trembling, yet she bites her lip and remains silent, tightly gripping the hem of Su Qian's clothes. Wu Ting brings up the rear, moving surprisingly lightly, almost making no sound, her eyes appearing especially deep in the dim light, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. After crawling for what feels like a century, a subtle difference finally appears ahead. The space seems to widen slightly, and the air flows more noticeably, mixed with a faint smell of sulfur. There's space ahead, be careful, Lei whispers, signaling everyone to stop. He cautiously pokes his head out to observe. We one by one squeeze through the narrow passage, finding ourselves in a larger underground cavern. The cavern isn't particularly spacious, but it's enough for us to stand and move around. Most intriguingly, the cavern's walls are covered with moss and fungi, emitting faint multicolored fluorescence in shades of blue, green, and purple, illuminating the cavern in a bizarre light, like stepping into an alien world. In the center of the cavern, there is a small hot spring bubbling away, releasing the sulfuric scent. The water is quite warm, emitting white steam. Oh my god, this is so beautiful. Chun Mei can't help but whisper in awe, her inherent love for beautiful things temporarily overshadowing her fear. Zhang Wei curiously approaches the glowing moss, adjusting his broken glasses bioluminescence. The energy conversion efficiency. Incredible. His profession kicks in again. Su Qian scans the surroundings cautiously, holding her bone knife. Is it safe here? Could there be other creatures? Lei remains vigilant, meticulously inspecting every corner of the cavern, confirming there are no signs of large creatures, only discovering some small claw prints resembling those of lizards near the hot spring. It's temporarily safe, but we shouldn't linger. Let's rest for 5 minutes and hydrate. The water from the hot spring, after simple testing, Lei had first tried it on small animals, is drinkable, carrying a faint sulfur taste and a hint of strange sweetness. Drinking it surprisingly alleviates fatigue, even seemingly accelerating the healing of the wound on Lei's arm. This water has weak active components, possibly containing special minerals or energy. Wu Ting takes small sips, pondering softly. Just then, Zhang Wei's makeshift listening device suddenly emitted a clearer, buzzing, clicking noise than before. There's a signal, a strong signal. Zhang Wei excitedly adjusts the device, pressing it to his ear, it seems. There are 2 signal sources. One is very noisy, like the previous scanning signal. The other is faint but very rhythmic, like a heartbeat or some kind of beacon. Heartbeat, beacon. Everyone perks up their ears. Lei immediately gestures for Zhang Wei to try tracking the rhythmic signal. Zhang Wei carefully moves the device as if cradling a sacred object, finally pointing it towards a deeper, darker crevice on the other side of the cavern, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through sideways. The signal source is over there, deeper in. Hope and danger both point towards that unknown path. Should we continue forward to track this mysterious beacon, return the way we came, or seek another route? We have no way back, Lei says, glancing at the narrow passage we came from. The Haka might have already discovered it. Let's track the signal. Stay vigilant. The new crevice is even harder to navigate, requiring us to squeeze past the slick rock walls. But not long after, the view suddenly opens up. We unexpectedly emerge from the mountainside into a vast underground canyon. Above the canyon is an impenetrable darkness, but the canyon walls are lined with denser, brighter glowing plants, and even some crystalline formations radiating a soft glow, illuminating the entire canyon as if it were daylight. A subterranean river rushes at the bottom of the canyon, producing a roaring sound. The air is filled with a rich essence of life and strange energy fluctuations. Most shocking is that on the opposite wall of the canyon, we see clear signs of artificial excavation. A narrow stone walkway built along the cliffside and several cave entrances embedded in the rock, partially obscured by vines and glowing moss. The shapes of those cave entrances bear some resemblance to the architectural style we saw at the Ark's core control center, albeit older and rougher. There are ruins here. Su Qian's voice trembles with disbelief. Not ruins. Lei's gaze is sharp as an eagle's, pointing at some vague symbols eroded by wind and rain at the edge of the walkway, resembling the eagle's word mark on the mountain cutting blade, but more abstract and ancient. It's an outpost. The Haka, or the builders of the Ark, explored this place long ago. Zhang Wei's listening device now emits a clearer, more powerful heartbeat sound, directing us straight to one of the largest caves on the opposite side. The signal is in that cave. The challenge is how to cross this turbulent subterranean river. The river isn't wide, but the current is strong and bottomless, possibly hiding unknown creatures beneath. As we observe the terrain, Wu Ting Ting suddenly exclaims softly, pointing to a relatively calm section of water downstream, where several thick, decaying, but structurally intact vine ropes stretch across. To the other side, some damaged wooden planks laid on top. There seems to be the remains of a bridge. We cautiously approach. Indeed, it is the remnant of a very old rope bridge. The vines nearly frayed the wooden planks, rotten, yet the main structure seems to still barely support some weight. We'll go first. Lei hesitates not for a moment, checks the sturdiness of the vines, and carefully steps onto the rickety bridge. With each step, the bridge creaks with an unsettling creak, as if it might completely collapse at any moment. Su Qian watches his back nervously, sweat forming in her palms. Finally, Lei reaches the other side without incident. He secures the loose vines at this end of the bridge, signaling for us to come over. Su Qian goes second, her steps light and agile, crossing safely. Next is Zhang Wei, his legs weak with fear, almost being half dragged across by Lei with a rope. Under Su Qian's encouragement and Lei's assistance, Chun Mei Mei also gingerly makes her way over. When it was Wu Ting Ting's turn, the unexpected happened. As she reached the middle of the bridge, a rotten plank beneath her suddenly snapped. She cried out, losing her balance and plunging towards the rushing river. "Be careful!" Su Qian and Chun Mei Mei screamed in unison from the opposite side. In that critical moment, a figure shot out like a leopard. It was Lei. He had rushed back to the swaying bridgehead without us noticing, and at the moment Wu Ting Ting fell, grasped her wrist. The tremendous force of her fall caused the bridge to sway violently. Lei grunted, his feet rooted as if they were nailed down, his arm muscles bulging as he forcibly pulled Wu Ting Ting back from the brink of disaster. Wu Ting Ting lay on the bridge, still in shock, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her face pale. Lei helped her to a safe spot on the other side, immediately releasing her hand, his tone still calm. "Check if you're hurt." Wu Ting Ting shook her head, lowering her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you. Thank you, Brother Lei." This time her gratitude seemed less performative and more genuinely shaken. Yet in my mind I mutter, "Brother Lei, are you addicted to saving damsels in distress?" This time it was a real peril. But wasn't Wu Ting Ting's fall a bit too coincidental? An indescribable intuition keeps me on high alert towards this seemingly frail girl. After crossing the perilous bridge, we arrive at the cave entrance, emitting the signal. The cave entrance is obscured by huge glowing vines, and as we push them aside, a more intense energy presence rushes towards us. Inside, the cave is more spacious than expected, resembling a hall. In the center of the hall stands a stone platform upon which rests a peculiar metallic device about half the height of a person. The surface of the device is covered in dust, but intricate craftsmanship is still discernible, with a circular recess in the center pulsing with a soft rhythmic glow synchronized with the signal. A beacon. It's emitting the signal. Zhang Wei excitedly rushes forward. Even more shocking is that the stone wall beside the device is inscribed with dense characters and patterns identical to those from the Ark's core control center. If Dr. Han were here, she would surely faint from excitement. Lei prevents Zhang Wei from recklessly touching the device as he examines the patterns on the stone wall carefully. The patterns seem to depict a fierce battle, one side featuring warriors in uniforms reminiscent of the Haka, but equipped more elaborately, while the other consists of bizarre, mutated creatures. And at the end of the pattern, it shows the surviving warrior activating a certain device, this one, releasing an energy wave that dispels the monsters, but in doing so exhausting their energy and causing the device to fall into slumber. Next to the pattern is a line of flashing large characters, which roughly translates to Emergency Purification Beacon Outpost Now. 7 status dormant, severely low energy function, dispel, whisper, corrosion, purify, twisted creatures, activation conditions, pure energy, core authorization sequence, whisper, corrosion, twisted creatures, purification. These terms send chills down the spine. Could there be something more terrifying on the island besides the Gina? Was this beacon used in ancient times to combat that kind of corrosion? Energy core, authorization sequence. Su Qian murmurs, could it require the stone of life or your palm print, Lei? Just then Zhang Wei's listening device suddenly picks up strong static intermittently, transmitting frantic conversations from the Haka. The scan has results. Energy source confirmed. Below the throat of the Abyss Canyon. The signal is strong. It's the purification beacon. They actually kept this. It must be destroyed. We can't let them activate it. The Sea Eagle will arrive in the designated airspace in 10 minutes. Prepare for pickup. The Haka not only knows about this beacon but wants to destroy it. And the Sea Eagle will arrive in 10 minutes. Time is running out. Should we attempt to activate this ancient beacon that may bring change or evacuate immediately to avoid the imminent arrival of the Sea Eagle and the Haka's purge? Lei's gaze swiftly scans the beacon, the wall patterns, and the direction of the cave entrance, his eyes sharp as a blade. We must make a decision immediately. 10 minutes. This phrase emerged like a dagger tempered in ice, piercing sharply into everyone's hearts from the frantic shouting of the Haka members outside the cave. Following closely was the deep rumble of the aircraft engines approaching from afar, echoing like rolling thunder. The shadow of the Sea Eagle was visibly closing in. Inside the sacrificial cave, the air seemed to solidify into a heavy block of lead, suffocating everyone. The brief hope brought by the activation of the beacon was instantly crushed by the impending double assault. We cannot let them get the beacon, and we must not let them find us. Lei's voice cut through the silence with absolute certainty. He resembled a lone wolf cornered at the edge of a cliff, his sharp gaze sweeping over the narrow crevice obscured by thick vines where the faint pulsing light of the beacon was flowing. That light was gentle, yet resolute, as if silently guiding the way. Zhang Wei, he whispered urgently, what else can you hear? Zhang Wei was almost sprawled over the improvised listening device made of parts and vines, his eyes wide with fear and focused, sweat trickling down his forehead and dripping onto the cold rocks. The interference is too strong. Hissing. But, Sea Eagle, they can't land in the canyon. They need to find the eastern slope as a landing point. He stammered out the fragmented information he had captured, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The eastern slope. A rough map of the island's terrain flashed in Lei's mind. This meant that the direct aerial threat from the Sea Eagle would be temporarily delayed, but the Haka ground forces. Outside the cave, the rushing sound of the river was now mixed with clear, chaotic voices and shouts of those trying to cross, growing ever closer. They were like hyenas catching the scent of blood, relentlessly pursuing. The beacon. The light of the beacon is moving. Chun Mimi suddenly exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic as her slender finger trembled, pointing towards the crevice. The pulsing light emitted by the beacon seemed alive, no longer merely a stable glow, but rather like flowing water, gradually seeping into the darkness of the crevice, tracing a hazy path of light on the rock wall. Wu Tingting was closely beside Su Qian, her face pale, but her eyes held not only fear, but also a fleeting, almost instinctive scrutiny. She whispered in a hesitant tone, maybe it's the guidance of our ancestors from the tribe, manifesting in times of crisis. Her words seemed reasonable, yet they made Lei's brow furrow slightly, almost imperceptibly. There's no time to hesitate. Go in. Lei decisively pushed aside the vines, squeezing into the narrow crevice that could only accommodate one person. Darkness and a sense of oppression struck instantly. The crevice was exceptionally narrow and damp, the rock walls cold and slick, making it difficult to progress without using both hands and feet. The rotting moss and wet mud emitted an unpleasant odor. One by one we crawled in, with Su Qian following closely behind Lei, then Zhang Wei tumbling and crawling, while Chun Mimi was half-pushed, half-dragged by Su Qian, and Wu Tingting brought up the rear. Crawling was incredibly difficult, knees and elbows scraping against the sharp rocks. Behind us, the sounds of the Haka members searching the cave grew clearer. We could even hear them rustling the vines and kicking over clay pots. Each noise made our hearts stop for a moment. The darkness amplified all senses. The sound of our heavy breathing, the rustle of clothing, and the pounding of our hearts echoed in the narrow space. Fortunately, the light of the beacon, though faint, stubbornly illuminated the way ahead like a firefly in the darkness. We had no idea how long we had been crawling in the dark, perhaps only a few minutes, yet it felt as long as a century. Finally, a peculiar glimmer appeared ahead. Not the pulsing light of the beacon, but the natural dim light of the sky. As we clawed our way out of the crevice and breathed in the humid air filled with the scent of grass, and when we felt almost exhausted, before us lay a small valley basin embraced by steep rock walls shrouded in dense vegetation with a narrow strip of sky visible overhead. What drew the most attention was the cave entrance on one side of the valley wall, clearly man-made, yet covered with thick vines, and the stone-carved totems on either side, eroded by the elements, still exuding a solemn and ancient aura. Another ruin. Su Qian gasped, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. The environment here was relatively concealed, seeming like an ideal hiding place. However, Zhang Wei trembled as he lifted the barely stabilized listening device, the slight color returning to his face instantly drained away. Sea Eagle has confirmed landing at the eastern slope. Unloading equipment. Repeat. Priority target: locate and destroy the beacon. Searching for the key carrier. The term made everyone's heart sink again. Did it refer to Lei's special star skeleton mark on his body or the fragment of the life stone that activated the beacon? The crisis had not only not been averted, but had become even more concrete and deadly due to the Sea Eagle's landing. Quick, let's go in and take a look. Lei was the first to push aside the vines at the entrance. Inside was a more spacious natural cave, thick dust and the scent of time lingering in the air. The cave walls were adorned with large, indistinct murals. The colors faded, but one could still vaguely discern scenes of stars, waves, and ancestral sacrifices. In the center of the cave stood a circular platform built from large white stones adorned with vessels and animal bones that had long since dried and weathered, their original forms indiscernible. This seemed like an ancient place of worship or perhaps a refuge for the ancestors. Check around and see if there are any other exits or easily defensible positions. Lei quickly issued the command, his gaze always warily glancing towards the crevice we had crawled out of, his ears attuned to any unusual sounds from outside. Su Qian and Zhang Wei immediately split up to inspect the rock walls. Chun Mimi nervously leaned against a corner, clutching her clothing tightly. Wu Tingting seemingly casually, cautiously approached the central stone platform. She crouched down, extending her slender fingers to gently brush away the dust on a stone slab beneath the platform, her movements delicate as if touching a fragile antique. Brother Lei. She suddenly looked up, her voice soft and tinged with uncertain exploration. Look at this stone slab. The edge seems a bit different, doesn't it? Feel a bit loose. Her eyes were pure, filled with just the right amount of curiosity, as if it was merely a careful observation. Upon hearing this, Lei immediately stepped forward. He carefully felt along the edge of the slab, which was slightly darker than the surrounding stones, and indeed discovered some subtle, unnatural wear marks. He signaled for the others to step back, then gathered his strength in his hands, pushing firmly against the edge of the slab, slowly exerting force. Creak! A dull grinding sound echoed sharply through the silent cave. The stone slab was gradually moved aside, revealing a dark hole beneath, just large enough for one person to pass through. A cold, damp wind thick with the smell of earth immediately rushed out from the hole, causing the light of the illumination stick to flicker. It's a secret passage. Su Qian's voice was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Yet just as the spark of hope ignited. Over here. The entrance is here. The rough shouts of Hakka members at the cave entrance thundered like a clap of thunder. Immediately the vines were violently torn aside, and a Hakka member wielding a rifle, looking fierce, peeked in, his gaze locking onto us in an instant. Almost as the opponent raised his gun, Lei's pupils contracted sharply. Get down. He shouted fiercely, his body moving sideways like a leopard, not dodging himself, but with a swift push he shoved the seemingly stunned Wu Tingting, who was closest to the secret passage, down. Simultaneously, he kicked a loose stone towards the entrance to obstruct the opponent's line of sight. Bang! The deafening gunshot exploded in the cave. The bullet whizzed past Lei's ear, striking the rock wall behind him, sending fragments flying. Quick! Everyone down! Lei shouted angrily at Su Qian and Zhang Wei while positioning himself firmly in front of the secret passage, eyes fixed on the cave entrance. Su Qian reacted exceptionally quickly, pulling the nearly limp Chun Mimi, without hesitation sliding into the secret passage. Zhang Wei followed suit, tumbling and crawling. Bang! Bang! Two more shots rang out, the bullets striking the stone steps at the secret passage, sparking wildly. At the moment the opponent was reloading, Lei crouched low, swiftly sliding into the secret passage, and just as his body completely entered, he forcefully kicked the moved stone slab upward. Clang! The stone slab heavily closed, sealing out the light and the shouts of the pursuers. The secret passage was instantly engulfed in complete darkness and silence. Only the heavy, chaotic sounds of our breathing and the frantic beating of our hearts echoed in the narrow space. Above us, the dull thud-thud of bullets striking the stone slab and the frantic curses of Hakka members could be heard, but the slab was evidently thick enough to keep us safe for the time being. We carefully felt our way down the steep, slippery, natural stone steps, each step cautious. The darkness was thick as ink, almost rendering us unable to see our hands, with only the sound of our tense breathing as our sole connection. After descending for about 10 meters, the ground finally became level, and we faintly heard the sound of rushing water. Lei reignited a spare illumination stick. In the dim light, we found ourselves standing on a narrow platform beside a tumultuous underground river. The water was dark and rushing wildly, emitting a deafening roar. On the opposite bank was a smooth, steep rock wall with endless darkness in both directions, the waterway seeming to be the only way, and a desperate one at that. A dead end. Zhang Wei's voice trembled, despairing as he gazed at the menacing river. Lei did not respond. He held up the illumination stick, carefully inspecting the rock wall submerged below the waterline at the edge of the platform. The icy water rose to his calves. Suddenly his fingers brushed against a row of unusually regular, artificially carved shallow depressions. These depressions nestled against the rock wall, extending into the darkness upstream. There's a waterway we can climb along these depressions. Lay wiped the beads of water from his face, his voice chillingly calm. But the current is fast, and the rock wall is slippery. It's very dangerous. As we stared into the unknown darkness, preparing to brave the risk, Wu Tingting, who had been silently clutching the medicine basket, suddenly spoke softly, her voice almost inaudible above the roaring water. Wait. Do you hear? Something else in the sound of the water. We immediately held our breath and listened intently. Besides the deafening roar of the water, indeed, from the endless darkness upstream, a low rhythmic humming sound faintly reached our ears, reminiscent of some giant machinery operating, or perhaps the breath of some unknown creature deep underground, deep and persistent, intertwining with the sound of the rushing river, creating a bizarre dissonance. Is it the echo of a waterfall? Chun Mimi guessed timidly, her body trembling slightly from the cold and fear. Not quite. Wu Tingting frowned slightly, tilting her head, trying to discern a look of uncertain confusion on her face. This humming, the rhythm is too regular. It resembles the sound of a large engine on a ship, but the sound is muffled underground. Her analysis seemed reasonable, like that of a keen observer. Her tone was filled with uncertainty, as if it were merely a casual observation. However, this discovery felt like a boulder dropped into a deep pool. What could be producing such a regular machinery-like sound beneath this island? Was it another hidden base of the Hakka? Or was it a secret far beyond our imagination concealed within this island? With an unknown low humming sound ahead, and the Hakka members potentially breaking through the stone slab behind us at any moment, we were once again pushed to the edge of a cliff where a decision was necessary. Lay's gaze was sharp as a hawk, scanning the darkness upstream. The rhythmic humming seemed to carry some invisible allure. After a moment of silence, he made a decision, his voice low and clear, rising above the noise of the rushing water. Let's move upstream. Avoid the pursuers above, and we must uncover the source of this sound. There's no better option. We took a deep breath and stepped once more into the icy, rushing underground river, climbing along the slippery depressions close against the cold rock wall, moving towards the source of the low humming sound. The darkness engulfed us like the maw of a beast, slowly swallowing us whole, with only the faint light of the illumination stick flickering defiantly in the endless gloom. While everyone was focused on battling the current and their fears, no one noticed that Wu Tingting bringing up the rear. In the moment she turned to step into the water under the flickering shadows of the flames, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly, that arc fleeting, as if it were just another trick played by the light. The icy water of the underground river pierced like countless dull knives, slicing through our legs. The current was astonishingly swift, and every step required all the strength we could muster to resist the immense force that sought to sweep us away. The light from the illumination stick flickered violently on the surging water's surface, illuminating only a small area in front of us, while the surroundings were engulfed by an endless darkness that swallowed all light. The row of artificially carved depressions became our sole support. Our fingers had to dig tightly into the slippery crevices of the stones, and our bodies pressed against the moss-covered rock wall to barely maintain our balance. Each step felt like a struggle against death. Zhang Wei was nearly dragged forward by Lei, and Su Qian gulping down water several times, his cough echoing pitifully in the narrow waterway. Chun Mimi's face was as pale as paper, her teeth chattering, moving mechanically, driven by a primal instinct for survival. Wu Tingting was bringing up the rear. Her movements appeared somewhat unsteady, but each time she seemed about to slip, she managed to regain her balance just in time, tightly binding her medicinal basket with vines, preventing it from falling. The deep, rhythmic buzzing sound grew clearer, no longer a faint background noise, but a palpable vibration that filled the entire space. The source of the sound seemed to be not far ahead in the darkness, and along with the sound, the flow of the water appeared to quicken. The sound is right ahead, Zhang Wei shouted with difficulty, his voice mostly drowned by the sound of the rushing water and the buzzing. Lei remained silent like a rock, bracing himself at the front to shield the others from the impact of the water. His senses heightened to the extreme. He had to contend not only with the raging current, but also stay alert for any potential dangers lurking in the darkness ahead. After laboriously progressing for about 20 to 30 meters, the waterway suddenly changed. The right rock wall caved inward, forming a relatively wide stone platform elevated above the water. Even more shocking was that the end of the waterway was not the dead end or waterfall we had anticipated, but a massive downward-sloping opening. The river water poured into the opening as if swallowed by an invisible giant mouth, the tremendous buzzing sound emanating from within the cave. At the edge of the opening, we could see some thick, rusty metal structure remnants resembling the remains of some colossal facility. Be careful. There's a cliff ahead. Lei growled urgently, pulling each person behind him onto the small stone platform. We collapsed onto the cold stone surface, exhausted, greedily breathing in the air, mixed with steam and the scent of rust. The illumination stick's light illuminated this small refuge. On the inner wall of the stone platform, a blackened, artificially carved, arched passageway entrance appeared with no door, leading into an unknown depth. The immense, buzzing sound and the roar of the waterfall both echoed from the depths of the passage and the cliff's opening, creating a deafening reverberation in this enclosed space. Two paths. Su Qian wiped the water from her face, her voice hoarse. Should we go through the passage, or? She glanced at the terrifying opening that devoured the river water, instinctively shrinking her neck. Lei stood up and walked to the entrance of the passage, examining it closely. The rocks at the entrance showed signs of long-term water erosion, but were dry at this moment. He listened intently. Aside from the omnipresent buzzing, there seemed to be no other unusual sounds from deep within the passage. The passage. Avoid the main current. He made the decision. The opening below was far too dangerous. The unknown passage was the only choice. Supporting each other, we stepped into the arched passage. The passage was unusually spacious, capable of accommodating several people side by side, with the floor and walls made of roughly hewn rock, yet remarkably dry, standing in stark contrast to the dampness outside. The deep buzzing grew clearer here, and one could even feel a slight vibration transmitted through the rocks beneath our feet. The air was also thick with the scent of oil and rust. The passage was not straight, but wound downward. After walking for about 5 to 6 minutes, a faint glimmer appeared ahead. It was neither natural light nor firelight, but a steady, cool-toned blue glow. We softened our footsteps, cautiously approaching. At the end of the passage was an entrance to a massive, unfathomable natural underground cave. The sight before us caused everyone to hold their breath in astonishment, utterly shocked. The cave's ceiling towered into the darkness, its peak unseen. What was most jaw-dropping was the scene in the center of the cave. Rather than a high-tech control center, it was an unimaginably vast water conservancy project built upon the natural cavern. Several enormous rusted metal conduits stretched out from the cave's various rock walls like giant pythons, channeling the surging underground river water to a colossal, equally rusted metal water wheel in the center of the cave. The water wheel was unimaginably large, slowly turning with a deep, thunderous creak, the primary source of that low buzzing. The water wheel connected to countless more complex gears, rods, and drive shafts. These metallic giants covered much of the cave's floor. Although most were rusted and broken, the core components still operated vigorously under the relentless force of the flowing water. The blue glow emanated from several large, softly glowing crystals embedded at the water wheel's axis, as well as from some bioluminescent moss resembling a swarm of fireflies covering parts of the still operating metal structures. These lights intertwined, illuminating this mechanical behemoth that had slept in the earth for untold ages. Oh my God! Zhang Wei gaped, nearly dropping the illumination stick from his hands. What is this thing? A water mechanical workshop? Su Qian murmured incredulously, using the power of the underground river to drive such a massive machine. What kind of civilization could achieve this? The scene before us felt less like science fiction and more like an industrial marvel of a lost ancient civilization imbued with a raw, coarse, yet breathtaking sense of immense power. Lei's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanning the entire cave. His attention was soon drawn to a relatively intact area behind the water wheel, close to the deeper rock wall of the cave. There was a platform made of massive stones upon which stood a relatively intricately constructed metal shed. Scattered at the entrance of the shed were some tools and several open, heavily rusted metal boxes. On one side of the shed's rock wall there was a massive stone wall, made up of countless polished black stone slabs intricately carved with dense symbols and scales that resembled those at the stargazing cliff and the beacon station. Some symbols were accompanied by small crystals that emitted different colored glows. It appeared to be a control panel, or perhaps an observation station. There are signs of human activity there, Lei whispered, signaling everyone to remain cautious. We cautiously navigated around the rusted metal debris and the giant drive shafts, moving closer to the platform. The closer we got, the stronger the smell of oil and rust became. The tools scattered on the platform were oddly shaped, unlike modern craftsmanship, and the metal boxes were empty, containing only some blackened, carbonized remnants. Wu Tingting's gaze was fixated on the massive stone wall. Her breath became quickened involuntarily, her eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement, but she quickly lowered her head, pretending to organize her medicinal basket. Chen Mimi, too frightened by this grand scene, tightly grasped Su Qian's arm. Lei approached the stone wall, examining it closely. He could not comprehend the symbols and scales on the wall, but some simple illustrations seemed to depict the control of the water flow, the meshing of gears, and perhaps the gathering and direction of some form of energy. In the center of the stone wall there was a distinct palm-shaped recess similar to what had been seen before at the beacon and control center, but larger, and with more complex ancient patterns. Is this another place that requires authorization? Su Qian frowned. Just then Zhang Wei curiously kicked a small metal box half buried in dust at the edge of the platform. The box's lid popped open, revealing several items that rolled out. Not tools, but a few pieces of blackened material that faintly resembled biscuits, remnants of compressed food, and a metal water bottle so rusted that its original form was unrecognizable. Did someone live here? Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise. Lei crouched down, pinching a bit of the biscuit crumb with his fingers, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, then looked at the water bottle. The bottom of the bottle bore a faint mark, a pattern of an abstract eagle grasping a sword. The mark of Hakka. Moreover, judging by the rust and the state of the food remnants, it seemed that this was not too long ago, perhaps just a few years ago. People from Hakka have been here. Lei's voice turned icy. They not only know the secrets of this island, but are actively exploring these ancient ruins. What are they searching for here? Chen Mimi asked, her voice trembling. At that moment, Wu Tingting accidentally leaned closer to the massive control stone panel, tripping over a protruding rusted iron pipe under her feet. She gasped and lurched forward, her hand instinctively pressing against the stone wall. And the spot she pressed was right next to the complex palm-shaped recess on a rather inconspicuous crystal button etched with spiral patterns. Don't move, Lei's warning blurted out. But it was too late. Wu Tingting's finger had already pressed down. Click. A crisp mechanical sound was barely audible amidst the thunderous roar of the massive water wheel. But in the next second, the entire cave shook violently. The soft click of Wu Tingting's fingertip pressing the spiraled crystal button was nearly drowned out by the roaring sound of the massive water wheel. But the ensuing tremor felt like the awakening of a slumbering giant, fierce and palpable. The entire vast underground cavern shook violently. Countless dust and small stones cascaded down from the towering vault above, striking the rusted metal structures and creating a crackling sound. The massive gear transmission shaft beneath emitted a metal grinding noise that was painfully grating, as if it might fall apart at any moment. The few core light sources, the eerie blue crystals, flickered sharply, casting the cavern into a flickering light, illuminating the faces of everyone with sheer terror. What's happening? Su Qian exclaimed, instinctively moving closer to Lei to steady herself. Is it an earthquake? Zhang Wei squatted down, clutching his head, his face as pale as a sheet. Chen Mimi let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground, her hands tightly covering her ears. Lei reacted the fastest. In an instant, he leaped forward, not to avoid but to grab Wu Tingting, who was still stunned before the control stone slab, her face a picture of confusion, pulling her away from her spot, while his hawk-like gaze scanned the entire cavern for the source of the tremor and potential danger. His movements were swift and precise, carrying an undeniable force. Wu Tingting stumbled as she was yanked, colliding against Lei's solid arm. She looked up, her eyes instantly brimming with tears mixed with dust, appearing pitiful, her voice quivering and tearful. I'm sorry, Lei Go. I didn't mean to. I stumbled. Lei glanced down at her, his gaze deep and cold, not speaking immediately, but releasing her, pushing her towards the relatively safe inner side of the platform. He had no time to determine whether this was an accident or intentional. The primary task was to assess the situation. The tremor lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually subsiding, but amidst the dust in the air and the low humming sound, there seemed to be a new discordant noise, like a heavy gate struggling to open or the muffled echo of a previously blocked passage being reopened. It's not an earthquake. Lei's voice was low and certain as he pointed towards the darkness deeper in the cave behind the water wheel. The sound is coming from over there. Everyone's gaze shifted in that direction. In the faint light of the eerie blue crystals and glowing moss, the rock wall deep within the cave seemed to have opened a previously non-existent, even deeper entrance. A stronger current laden with a musty and damp odor surged from the newly appeared opening. The mechanism has been triggered. Zhang Wei stammered, adjusting his crooked glasses, staring fearfully at the new opening, and then back at Wu Tingting. What did you press? I don't know. Wu Tingting's tearful eyes widened as she shook her head desperately, her body trembling slightly like a frightened rabbit. I just lost my balance. I accidentally touched that glowing button. Su Qian helped the terrified Chen Mimi up, her gaze towards the new opening filled with wariness. Where does that lead? Could it be dangerous? Lei did not answer. He quickly walked back to the enormous control stone slab. On the slab, the spiraled button that Wu Tingting had pressed earlier was now emitting a continuous soft white light. Beside the button, several previously dim symbols representing different waterways and gears lit up, as well one line symbol, shining especially brightly, pointing directly to the newly appeared entrance. This wasn't a random triggering of a defense mechanism, Lei assessed carefully, arriving at a preliminary conclusion. It seems more like it opened a blocked passage or initiated a specific process. His gaze returned to Wu Tingting. Once it was a hint of the hidden path, once it was an accidental touch of the critical button. Too many coincidences could no longer be mere coincidences. This seemingly fragile woman, every one of her unintentional actions seemed to lead us deeper into the unknown. But what exactly did she want? What benefits could opening this passage bring her? Just then a sudden burst of extremely brief but clear encrypted communication fragments, not on the usual Hakka frequency, came from Zhang Wei's constantly buzzing and noisy makeshift listening device. The gate has been opened. Repeat, this side door has been opened. Energy flow has changed. Interference in the core area has weakened. The cleaner team proceed as planned. Be cautious of remnants. The communication abruptly cut off, once again drowned in noise. Cleaner, side door, proceed as planned. Lei's expression turned gravely serious. This was not a mere chance communication from Hakka pursuers. This sounded like a long-planned operation. The passage Wu Tingting opened by touching the button was not a route to safety, but possibly an offensive path opened for another group of enemies who had long been lying in wait. We might have unwittingly become pawns in someone else's scheme. We've been used. Lei shouted, instantly understanding the dire nature of the situation. Get out of here quickly. That's not an escape route, it's a trap. He yanked up the still-dazed Su Qian and Zhang Wei while yelling at the stunned Chen Mimi, follow me. His gaze finally pierced through Wu Tingting like an ice pick, his tone leaving no room for doubt. You go in the middle. At this moment suspicion had peaked, but it was not yet time to confront. We had to leave this place, which was about to become a battlefield, immediately. We had no time to think, following Lei as we rushed toward the other side of the platform, searching for the path we had come from. However, the path we had taken appeared to have become less passable due to the debris that had fallen during the earlier tremor. Just then, from deep within that newly opened eerie entrance, faint sounds of rapidly approaching footsteps and the crisp sounds of metal equipment clashing echoed. The sounds were well-trained, certainly not a disorganized crowd. The cleaners were coming. Ahead lay unknown dangers, and behind elite ambushers. We were once again trapped in a dire situation. A glint of determination flashed in Lei's eyes as he looked towards the massive water wheel that continued to turn, slowly roaring, and the surging waters below. Chapter 41 End. The hurried and orderly footsteps of the cleaner squad echoed like a death knell, swiftly approaching from the newly opened depths of the dark cave. The sound of metal equipment clashing reverberating throughout the enormous cavern, carrying a chilling intent to kill. We were trapped in this roaring water relic with our escape route blocked by fallen rocks, and ahead lay an unknown vertical waterway. Lei's gaze shot through the entire cave like lightning, finally landing on the giant water wheel that slowly rotated, rumbling like thunder, and the underground river's main waterway that surged and flowed into the dark abyss below. That was the only direction that seemed impossible, yet might be our only chance of survival. Jump down. Follow the main waterway. Lei's voice was resolute, cutting through the roar of the water wheel without a hint of hesitation. He was not pointing to the vertical cliff that devoured the river, but to a relatively narrow branch waterway, formed by the impact of the water flowing swiftly along the rock wall, winding into the darkness downstream. This was the only gamble in this desperate situation. What? Jump down. Zhang Wei was terrified, his soul nearly escaping as he looked at the swirling white foam and the deafening sound of the water, his legs turning to jelly. No time. Hurry. Su Qian's face was pale, but at this critical moment, she displayed remarkable decisiveness, grabbing the nearly limp Chen Mimi and pushing Zhang Wei forward. Lei acted first, moving like an agile mountain leopard, leaping to the edge of the platform in a few bounds, gauging the direction of the waterway, and without any hesitation, he jumped down. His figure was instantly swallowed by the murky and turbulent river water. Lei! Su Qian screamed, her heart leaping to her throat. But the next second, Lei's figure suddenly emerged from the waves several meters away, stabilizing himself, with effort waving to us to signal safety, while cautiously watching the back entrance of the cave. Seeing Lei succeed, Su Qian gritted her teeth and shouted to Chen Mimi, Mimi, hold your breath. Hold on to me. Saying this, she tightly embraced Chen Mimi, closed her eyes, and jumped down. The two of them plunged into the water, splashing up a huge wave, and were quickly swept downstream by the current, but Su Qian struggled to maintain a position, facing upward, gripping Chen Mimi tightly. Zhang Wei screamed with his eyes shut, almost falling down, instantly disappearing in the spray. The footsteps at the entrance were already close enough to hear the crisp sound of gun bolts being pulled. Only Wu Tingting remained on the platform alongside Lei, who had just pushed Zhang Wei down and was preparing to jump, having quickly controlled his body to retreat for support after Lei jumped. Wu Tingting stared at the terrifying torrent below her, face filled with fear, her body trembling slightly, seemingly unable to jump. Go. Lei uttered in a low voice, not caring much at this moment, grabbing Wu Tingting's arm. At the moment of contact, Lin Xiaoyu felt her arm's muscles momentarily stiffen before they quickly returned to a weak and boneless state. Oh. Wu Tingting exclaimed, half embraced by Lei as they jumped into the icy river water. The biting cold enveloped her entire body, the immense impact and turbulent current making her head spin. My consciousness felt as if it had been thrown into a washing machine, clinging tightly to Lei's senses. Using his powerful strength and superb swimming skills, Lei struggled to control the direction in the current while firmly holding onto Wu Tingting to prevent her from being swept away. In the water, Wu Tingting seemed to have completely lost her autonomy, instinctively clinging tightly to Lei's arm, burying her head near his shoulder, her body violently trembling from the cold and fear. But in this close proximity and chaotic flow, Lei vaguely caught a faint, distinct scent of some herb among her hair, starkly contrasting with the fishy smell of the river water and the odor of oil, a scent so calm that it was entirely at odds with her panicked demeanor. The current was incredibly swift, and we were swept downstream like leaves. In the darkness, we could barely discern the direction, relying on the faint glow from the distant azure crystals at the core of the water wheel. The waterway alternated between wide and narrow, with protruding rocks brushing past us, fraught with danger. Lei had to focus all his attention on avoiding obstacles while also keeping an eye on Su Qian and the others ahead. After a few minutes, the sound of the water ahead suddenly intensified, and a faint light appeared, suggesting we were nearing an exit. But at the same time, the waterway became narrower and more turbulent, with a noticeable drop. "There's a waterfall ahead. Be careful," Lei warned loudly, but his voice was almost inaudible against the roaring water. He exerted himself to grab onto a protrusion in the rock wall to slow down, but the current was too fierce to find any leverage. We were all swept down like dumplings, crashing down a not particularly high but voluminous waterfall. Boom. The sensation of weightlessness hit us, followed by the heavy impact of smashing into the pool below. The water immediately submerged us. Lei adjusted his posture as he entered the water, cushioning most of the impact, and quickly surfaced. He immediately looked for the others. Su Qian and Chen Mimi were struggling to surface not far away, with Su Qian still trying to support the choking Chen Mimi. Zhang Wei was flailing further downstream, fortunately having grabbed a protruding rock in his panic, and was coughing violently. But Wu Tingting. Lei suddenly realized that the Wu Tingting he had been holding was gone. His heart tightened, and he immediately dove into the water. In the murky depths, he vaguely saw a figure sinking, seemingly unconscious. Lei quickly swam over, wrapping his arms around her waist, and exerted all his strength to bring her to the surface. Wu Tingting's eyes were tightly closed, her face pale, and her breathing weak, as if she had hit a stone underwater and lost consciousness. Lei dragged her to a relatively flat rock at the edge of the pool and immediately began emergency compressions. Su Qian also swam over with and shaken Chen Mimi, watching anxiously. After a few compressions, Wu Tingting suddenly coughed up a few large mouthfuls of water, slowly waking up, her gaze dazed and fragile. Upon seeing Lei, tears immediately welled up, and she weakly cried, "Brother Lei, I'm so scared. I thought I was going to die." She clung tightly to Lei's soaked shirt, her body shivering, her acting impeccable. Lei silently checked her head for any obvious injuries, finding only some abrasions. He released his grip, stood up, and scanned the surrounding environment with sharp eyes. We had been swept into a larger underground cave, with the waterfall being the water source on one side. This cave was relatively brighter, with cracks in the ceiling allowing sunlight to filter through. Although it was already dusk and the light was dim, it was enough to see. On one side of the cave, a pool and river continued to flow downstream, while the other was a riverbank strewn with rocks. Most importantly, at the end of the riverbank, there seemed to be an exit leading outside. We had escaped, temporarily leaving that complex and dangerous underground water system. However, before we could catch our breath, a strange sound reminiscent of countless tiny metal pieces rubbing together suddenly emanated from the shadows around the cave, the noise dense and rapid, approaching from afar. "What is that sound?" Su Qian gripped her bone knife warily. Lei turned abruptly, looking towards the source of the sound. In the dim light from the shadows of the cave walls and piles of rocks emerged countless fist-sized creatures with shells gleaming with a dull metallic sheen and enormous pincers. Giant crabs. Their eyes were like red dots, moving swiftly, surrounding us from all sides. The sheer number was enough to send chills down our spines. "It's cave crabs. Be careful of their pincers. They are poisonous." Aya, familiar with the island's creatures, had warned us, but the number and size of these were clearly not of ordinary variety. We had just escaped from the water danger, only to be immediately surrounded on land. Exhausted, how could we face this tidal wave of attacks? Lei pulled the weakened Wu Tingting behind him, and his mountain cutting knife was drawn in an instant, his gaze coldly fixed on the swiftly approaching wave of crabs. Su Qian also protected Chen Mimi, and Zhang Wei behind her, tightly gripping her weapon. In this dire situation, it seemed endless. SHHHSHHHSHHH. A dense grating sound so unnerving it made one's scalp crawl, as though thousands of rusted scissors were snapping open and shut in unison. In the dim light, tide-like waves of cavern crabs surged forth from rock fissures and shadowed corners. Their dull chitinous carapaces reflected a sickly spectral gleam. Countless pairs of crimson eyes locked onto us, while massive pincers, capable of shearing through ankles, rose high encircling us in an inexorable vice. Back to the pool. Form a circle. Lay's roar instantly drowned out the crab's frenzied clatter. He stood like a weather-beaten reef at the front line. His mountain-splitting cleaver carved a cold, lethal arc, crack, bisecting the first leaping crab cleanly through claw and shell. Fetid bodily fluids splattered across the ground. "Oh my God!" Zhang Wei shrieked, scrambling backward behind Lei in blind panic. So terrified he nearly hurled the battered spectacles he clutched like a sacred relic. A crab seized his pant leg. He let out a blood-curdling pig slaughter wail, stomping wildly, his jerking limbs resembling nothing so much as a frantic exorcism dance. "Don't move." Sushi moved with lightning precision. Her bone dagger pierced the chink between armor plates, dispatching the crab that had seized Zhang Wei. In one fluid motion, she yanked him behind her, joining Lei and the shakily steadying Wu Tingting and Chun Mimi to form a fragile, trembling defensive ring. Sushi's gaze was razor-sharp, her movements economical and lethal. Each slash felled a crab. Yet even her skill could not overcome the sheer number of pincers. Soon thin crimson lines scored her arms. "Too many. We'll never kill them all." Chun Mimi screamed, voice cracking with tears, swinging a scavenged wooden stick in wild, uncoordinated arcs, hitting nothing but air and nearly striking Zhang Wei beside her. Wu Tingting's face was ashen. Lips tightly clenched, she appeared flustered as she huddled within the protective ring formed by Su Shi and Lei. Yet her eyes darted rapidly, scanning the surroundings with unnerving intensity, as if searching for something specific. Suddenly, she slipped, crying out as she tumbled backward, just enough to overturn the precious backpack Zhang Wei had clutched desperately to his chest, a jumble of crude listening devices and scattered components. Clatter. Parts scattered across the damp stone. "My equipment!" Zhang Wei wailed, instinctively bending down to retrieve them. "You want to die?" Lei roared, cleaving a sneaking crab mid-lunge toward Zhang Wei's back. Wu Tingting hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. Brother Zhang Wei. I didn't mean to." But in the instant she bowed her head, her fingers flickered, snatching a minuscule, unremarkable black chip from the scattered debris and slipping it into her sleeve. The motion was so swift, so seamless it verged on illusion. "This won't hold." Sushi gasped, sweat beading on her brow. "Their shells are too hard." Lei understood the gravity of the situation. The crabs were too numerous, their carapaces impervious. Our weapons inflicted little decisive damage, and our stamina bled away with terrifying speed. A breakthrough was imperative. "Fire. They fear fire." I shouted mentally to Lei. "These creatures dwell eternally in dark, damp depths. They must recoil from light and flame." "Fire." Lei grasped the idea instantly. "Sushi, cover me." "Zhang Wei, bring out the resin-wrapped tinder." "Chun Mimi, gather dry moss." Zhang Wei fumbled frantically inside his waterproof oilcloth bundle and pulled out a small bundle of dried grass saturated in flammable resin. Chun Mimi grabbed fistfuls of relatively dry moss from the riverbank. Lei scraped flint sharply with his cleaver. Sparks ignited the resin-soaked bundle, releasing thick, acrid smoke. Sushi swung her bone dagger, fiercely driving back the advancing swarm and buying Lei precious seconds. Whoosh! A small flame finally caught. Lei hurled the burning bundle into the thickest cluster of crabs. And the fire worked. The crabs emitted shrill hissing cries, recoiling in evident dread and yielding a narrow clearing. But the cave's oppressive dampness stifled the flames. No wall of fire could rise, only fleeting repulsion. "Not enough. Fuel is scarce." Sushi cried, urgency sharpening her voice. At that moment, Zhang Wei, the seemingly most useless among us sheltered at the center, was struck by sudden, improbable inspiration. He glanced at the twitching corpse of a crab Lei had just cleaved, then at his own soaked trousers, drenched by sheer terror, and conceived a notion absurd yet perhaps potent. He recalled from some dubious wilderness survival magazine that certain creatures' bodily fluids contained volatile chemical compounds. "Make way. Let me try." Zhang Wei bellowed, face flushed with unexpected courage. Under stunned gazes, he ripped off his sodden jacket, plunged it deep into the steaming wound of the dead crab, soaking it in foul ichor and viscera, then brandished the dripping garment like a grotesque banner, flinging it toward the swarm. A startling thing occurred. Wherever the jacket landed, smeared with kin's essence, the crabs faltered, hesitating their advance, grinding to a bewildered halt. The pheromones of kinship, death's signal, had disrupted their hive mind. "It works." Sushi cried, elation breaking through her exhaustion. "Quick, repeat it." Lei issued the order instantly. His cleaver flashed. 3 more crabs fell, creating fresh ammunition. Even Chun Mimi, gagging, mimicked Zhang Wei, dabbing moss-tipped sticks into the gore to ward off attackers. Wu Tingting meanwhile timidly lingered at the rear, occasionally accidentally kicking a dead crab towards Su Shi's feet, facilitating swift access to its fluids. The tactic was revolting, but astonishingly effective. The swarm's assault stalled, yet respite was brief. Either the crabs adapted to the olfactory disruption, or a stronger will now commanded them. A sharper, more commanding click-clack echoed from the swarm's rear. Several crabs emerged, larger by half their carapaces, as sinister bruised crimson the crab kings. Their pincers dwarfed the rest, their eyes burned with primal malice. Damn it, the big ones are here. Zhang Wei's newfound courage evaporated, replaced by a tremulous, tear-choked whine. One crimson king lunged, blindingly fast, straight for Chen Mimi, the weakest link in our ring. Chen Mimi froze paralyzed, unable even to scream. At the final breathless instant, a figure launched forward, not Lei, not Su Shi, but Wu Tingting. She seemed to instinctively shield Chen Mimi, then stumbled, colliding with her, just so sending them both sprawling backward, evading the king's killing strike by a hair's breadth. Yet Wu Tingting's arm bore a deep, glistening gash, torn open by the king's scythe-like pincer edge. Tingting! Su Shi cried, straining to reach her, but another crab pinned her down. Lei's gaze turned glacial. His cleaver whistled through the air, aimed straight at the Crimson King's skull. The king reacted with uncanny speed. Its massive pincer snapped up to meet the blade. Clang! Sparks erupted. Lei's arm jolted, a shockwave of impact. This king's carapace was leagues harder than any common crab's. Its other pincer swept viciously toward Lei's calf. At that critical second, a stone struck true, smashing into the king's compound eye. Su Shi! She'd risked herself to create Lei's opening. Lei seized the split-second gap. His blade, tip angled with surgical precision, drove deep into the seam where the king's armored plates met, and twisted savagely. The Crimson King convulsed violently, then lay still. Its death sent the swarm reeling into chaos once more. But our strength was spent. Lei and Su Shi bore fresh wounds, their bodies trembling with exhaustion. We must break out, toward that exit. Lei pointed toward the faint golden light at the riverbank's end, the sole path to salvation. I can't run anymore. Zhang Wei wheezed, his spectacles fogged and streaked with grime. Jettison everything useless. Travel light. Lei commanded. Zhang Wei stared at his scattered treasures, agony twisting his face. Yet survival overrode sentiment. He kept only the cracked core board of his listening device, everything else he abandoned with a grimace. Prepare to breach. Follow me. Lei drew a deep breath, then hurled his last resin torch into the swarm's rear, igniting confusion, before sprinting headlong toward the light. Su Shi shielded the wounded Wu Tingting and the flagging Chun Mimi, pressing forward behind Lei. Zhang Wei tumbled and scrambled along the rear, crabs surging after us like a dark chitinous tide. As the exit's glow swelled brighter, suddenly a Crimson King erupted from the flank, aiming straight for Wu Tingting, and Chen Mimi slowed by injury and fatigue. Watch out! Su Shi parried desperately, her arm numbed by the impact. Lei was too far to intervene in time. No one expected what happened next. Zhang Wei, lagging at the very back, stumbling blindly, either surrendered to pure survival instinct or shattered under accumulated terror. Staring at the king's gaping, stinking maw and the fresh, glistening blood of Wu Tingting's wound clinging to its pincer, he did something that left everyone, including the crabs, stunned speechless. He yanked down his zipper and unleashed a desperate, pungent yellow arc, directly into the king's compound eye and mouth. SSSSSKRR. The Crimson King shrieked, a sound warped beyond recognition, piercing and agonized, as if suffering profound insult and unbearable violation. Its entire body recoiled violently, both pincers flailed wildly, scraping frantically at its face, as though trying to erase this unspeakable indignity, forgetting for a crucial moment to attack. The world held its breath, for one suspended second. Su Shi, Chen Mimi, even Lei's jaw tightened, just barely, into a near imperceptible twitch. Ailin Xiaoyu was already roaring with laughter inside my mind. Holy hell. Zhang Wei, you're a genius. Urine-based crab repellent. That stench is legendary. Huh. This utterly preposterous attack dealt no physical harm, but its psychological shock on the king and its tactical disruption, rendering it momentarily incapacitated, were devastatingly real. Lei seized the celestial opportunity. His cleaver flashed once, and the disoriented king fell. What are you waiting for? Run. Lei's thunderous command shattered our stupor. We burst from the cave's mouth, back into the dusky emerald embrace of the island's jungle. Fresh air fragrant with damp earth and greenery flooded our lungs. Behind us, the swarm reached the threshold, hesitated in the fading light, and retreated, vanishing into the cave's yawning darkness with a final frustrated rustle. We collapsed onto the soft grass, every one of us, even Lei, gasping, drenched, caked in mud and crab blood, utterly broken. The hollow, shuddering exhaustion of deliverance washed over us all. Zhang Wei lay sprawled, staring at his soaked crotch, then at the corpse of the king he'd just humiliated. His expression a chaotic swirl of disbelief, horror, and hysterical triumph, resolving finally into a long, wavering wail. Half sob, half laugh. His spectacles, lost in the final mad dash, had snapped cleanly in two, only one temple arm clinging stubbornly to his ear. Wu Tingting pressed a hand to her bleeding arm, her face pale as parchment, leaning against Su Shi, her gaze lowered, unreadable. Chun Mimi wept openly, tears of terror, relief, release. Lei assessed our wounds, mostly superficial save for Wu Tingting's deep gash, which needed immediate attention. He tore a strip from the cleanest part of his inner tunic and handed it to Su Shi. Bind it. Stop the bleeding. The sun's dying embers filtered through the canopy, gilding the battered survivors who lay strewn across the grass. We were safe, for now. But the cost was staggering: spent strength, lost supplies, Wu Tingting's injury, and Zhang Wei's unforgettable, ludicrous life-saving act, which had branded this escape with indelible, absurd irony. And in that moment, no one noticed. Hidden beneath the veil of her lowered lashes, Wu Tingting's fingertips tracing the faint, cool outline of the newly acquired chip nestled in her sleeve, her lips curving ever so briefly into an inscrutable, fleeting smile. Island survival is defined by the unexpected, and some surprises are never accidents at all. The last rays of the setting sun reluctantly disappeared beneath the horizon, while a few impatient stars began to twinkle in the dark blue sky. The five of us, along with my soul, lay sprawled on the grass at the edge of the jungle like a group of soldiers just pulled from a muddy pit, with only enough strength left to breathe. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sweat, river water, crab blood, and a faint, elusive aroma that seemed to emanate from Zhang Wei. Woe is me. My glasses. All ruined. Zhang Wei lamented, holding the pair of glasses that had broken in half, the lenses covered in a web of cracks, trying to piece them together with trembling hands, looking as if he had lost half his soul. At least we managed to save our lives. Su Qian shot him a glare as she carefully cleaned the gruesome wound on Wu Tingting's arm, with fresh water, skillfully applying crushed hemostatic herbs. Her movements were professional and gentle, completely different from her earlier fierce actions while chopping crabs. Tingting, bear with it. The wound is a bit deep, but it hasn't damaged any tendons or bones. Wu Tingting bit her pale lower lip, fine beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, yet she bravely nodded, her voice barely a whisper. Thank you, Sister Su Qian. I'm fine. Her fragile yet resilient demeanor, coupled with her pale and beautiful face, made me Lin Xiaoyu exclaim in my mind, what a pity. Chun Mimi stood by, helping to pass leaves and water, her little face scrunched up in empathy as she washed Wu Tingting's wound. Lei silently examined our meager belongings: a machete with several notches on the blade, a bone knife belonging to Su Qian, a damaged backpack, Zhang Wei's containing only a broken monitor mainboard, and half a flask of water, and Wu Tingting's seemingly bottomless medicine basket. Surprisingly, most of the herbs were well packaged. Food, fire, and backup tools had all been left behind in that damned crab den. We must start a fire, treat the wounds, and replenish food and water. Lei succinctly summarized our three major tasks, his gaze sweeping over the exhausted group before finally resting on Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, you and Mimi are responsible for gathering firewood. Don't go too far. Su Qian, you take care of Wu Tingting. They'll handle making the fire and keeping watch. As soon as Zhang Wei heard that he had to leave the relatively safe camp, his face turned pale. However, upon seeing Lei's unyielding gaze, he could only tremble and get up, dragging the equally frightened Chun Mimi along like two startled rabbits tiptoeing into the nearby woods. Lei walked a short distance to a large tree and began to use the most primitive method of fire starting, by drilling wood. Watching the lines of tension in his muscular back and his focused profile, I couldn't help but mutter in my mind, Brother Lei, you are so handsome and capable, yet you act like a tight-lipped person. If only you could share even a fraction of your looks and strength with me, I could become a top streamer just by live streaming my sleep. Lei's awareness remained undisturbed, even too lazy to pay me any mind, his full concentration on the rapidly rotating stick between his hands. Time passed slowly. The sky grew darker, and the sounds of insects and unknown animals in the jungle started to rise and fall, creating an eerie atmosphere. The firewood Zhang Wei and Chun Mimi collected was scant and mostly damp. Lei's attempts at drilling for fire were slow, and sweat dripped down his chiseled jawline. Just as the tension in the atmosphere was mounting, Wu Tingting weakly spoke up, Brother Lei. Sister Su Qian, there's a small bamboo tube at the bottom of my medicine basket inside. There might still be some fire tinder that I saved before. It's something Aya taught me to make with dried mycelium. I don't know if it's still usable. Su Qian immediately began searching and indeed found a bamboo tube the width of a pinky, pouring out a bit of grayish-white fibrous material. Lei took it, placed it under the kindling, and tried drilling again. A few minutes later, a wisp of fine but persistent blue smoke rose, and then with a pop, A flickering orange flame finally sprang to life. We did it! Chen Mimi exclaimed in delight. The bonfire dispelled the darkness and some of the chill, bringing a faint sense of security. We sat around the fire, and the atmosphere eased slightly. Su Qian carefully bandaged Wu Tingting's wound. Lei began to process the few large dark red crab king corpses he had brought with him, our only source of protein for the night. As the aroma of roasted crabs began to waft through the air, everyone's stomachs betrayed them with loud growls. Despite the perilous experience, the taste of this crab meat was simply divine. Especially the crab king with its rich, raw, firm, and springy flesh and a hint of sweetness was simply top-tier cuisine on a deserted island. Even the reserved Chen Mimi couldn't help but eat a few more bites. While gnawing on a crab leg, Zhang Wei gazed at the fire and suddenly sighed. Ah, if only we had some salt. It would be best to have some ginger vinegar too. We have some, Wu Tingting said softly, pulling out a small leather pouch from her medicine basket, which contained fine, well-crystallized white powder. This is sea salt I collected from the rocky crevices by the sea, dried and ground up. Then she took out a few small dark-colored fruit that resembled dried plums, saying this, I believe, is called sour lime. The juice squeezed from it is very sour and can be used as vinegar. She distributed the salt and squeezed lime juice to everyone. The flavor of the roasted crab instantly elevated several levels with the added seasoning. Tingting, you are simply our treasure girl, Chen Mimi exclaimed sincerely. Zhang Wei was also moved to tears, perhaps from the sourness, saying, Dr. Wu, no fairy Tingting. From now on you are like my little sister. Even Su Qian cast a grateful glance at Wu Tingting. Although Lei didn't speak, his pace of eating crab noticeably quickened. Wu Tingting shyly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed by the firelight. It's nothing just happened to bring them. Yet in my mind alarms were going off. Isn't this too coincidental? Fire, tinder, salt, sour seasonings. Is this medicine basket a treasure chest? And the timing is just too perfect. Brother Lei, you analyze it, really analyze it. A slight ripple of awareness from Lei reached me, but on the surface he remained impassive, only slowing his crab-eating motion, the corner of his eye seemingly casually glancing over Wu Tingting's seemingly fragile profile. After filling our stomachs, relatively speaking, exhaustion washed over us like a tide. We arranged the night watch order. Lei took the first shift, followed by Su Qian, with Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi covering the latter half of the night, when it was easiest to doze off, while the injured Wu Tingting was exempt. As night deepened, the bonfire crackled. Except for the watchful Lei, everyone else was wrapped in makeshift blankets, made from large leaves and vines, curled up beside the fire, fast asleep. Zhang Wei's snoring quickly filled the air, while Chen Mimi slept uneasily, occasionally sobbing. Even in her sleep, Su Qian had her hand resting on the bone knife. Wu Tingting lay on her side, facing the fire, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her face, breathing evenly, seemingly in deep slumber. However, just as dawn approached, during the darkest moment before the day, when it was Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi's turn to keep watch, these two were almost half asleep while supervising each other. An unexpected event occurred. A curious tree squirrel out foraging at night was likely drawn by the lingering aroma of roasted crab and scampered to the edge of our camp. Half asleep, Chen Mimi caught sight of a shadow darting by in the faint firelight and screamed, "There's something there." Her shout startled Zhang Wei, who was napping nearby, causing him to jump up with a yelp, instinctively thrusting the branch he was holding forward like a club. By a stroke of luck, he poked directly into a small shell covered with leaves next to the fire, which contained the remnants of the sour lime. Splash! The sour juice splattered out, landing a few drops on Wu Tingting's face and into her slightly open collar. Wu Tingting was startled awake, the icy sour sensation causing her to gasp, sitting up abruptly, instinctively covering her neck, her eyes flashing with a fierce intensity that starkly contrasted her gentle appearance and murderous intent. Though her expression was fleeting, like an illusion quickly replaced by confusion and fear, it was nonetheless captured by the ever-watchful Lei and myself. I'm sorry, Tingting. I didn't mean to. Zhang Wei stammered in fright. Chen Mimi hurried to apologize as well. I'm sorry, Tingting, it's my fault. I saw a shadow. It's fine. Wu Tingting quickly lowered her head, wiping her face and neck with her sleeve, her voice hoarse from just waking up, laced with a hint of grievance. I just got startled. It's nothing. This small commotion quickly subsided. But Lei's gaze had turned icy. He looked at the fleeting expression Wu Tingting had just shown me in shared awareness and coldly uttered two words in his mind: disguise. Yes, disguise. There was definitely something off about this Wu Tingting. Her fragility, her perfectly timed usefulness, even this seemingly accidental awakening could all be part of a meticulously planned act. Was that moment of intensity her true face? Yet just as we remained on guard, a new twist emerged. As dawn began to break, Lei was preparing to wake everyone to continue their journey in search of the way back to the tribe, when suddenly a rapid sound of footsteps and Faint cries for help echoed from deep within the jungle. It was in English. Help! Is anyone there? We were instantly awakened, grabbing our weapons and warily looking towards the source of the sound. A young man dressed in tattered clothing resembling some sort of uniform covered in dirt and looking panicked came tumbling out of the woods. Upon seeing our fire and group, he seemed to have found his saviors collapsing to the ground and crying out in a trembling voice, God. Finally met a living person. Save me. Those monsters are chasing me. His sudden appearance disrupted the already tense atmosphere. Lei stepped forward, not immediately helping him up, but calmly sizing him up, asking in a deep voice, Who are you? Where did you come from? What monsters are chasing you? The man looked up, revealing a face that, though dirty, still bore traces of a once handsome appearance, appearing younger than Zhang Wei, likely in his early 20s. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with fear as he glanced back at the jungle. My name is Lin Feng. I'm a researcher from the Starfish. Our ship ran aground. Everyone else is dead. There are enormous crabs on this island. And there are glowing vines. They move. They ensnare people. Another survivor. Moreover, he mentioned enormous crabs and glowing vines. The latter was a new situation we had never encountered. Upon hearing the name Lin Feng and researcher from Starfish, a flicker of unusual light flashed in Wu Tingting's downcast eyes. The mist surrounding the deserted island seemed to thicken. And this newcomer Lin Feng, is he a true victim or another storm brewing? Chapter 44 End. The young researcher who called himself Lin Feng lay on the ground like a dehydrated fish gasping for air. His gaze was vacant, his body covered in mud and scratches, and his tattered uniform vaguely resembled that of a scientific expedition team. The news he brought, glowing vines and pursuers, sank like two giant stones into the already turbulent waters. The monster, glowing like a snake, wrapped around Professor Lee. Lin Feng babbled, gesturing wildly, his face reflecting pure, unfiltered terror. We just wanted to find some water. Lei did not approach easily. He was like a leopard scrutinizing its prey, his sharp eyes scanning every detail on Lin Feng's body. The worn soles of his shoes, fresh marks on his arms, and several barely noticeable remnants of what seemed to be a laboratory logo on his uniform. Where are the Hakka people? How many? How far away? Lei's questions were short and direct, spoken in English with a low voice that carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Hakka? No, not Hakka. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, his eyes filled with terror as he looked back toward the jungle they had come from. It's another group. They wear black clothing and are well equipped. They seem to be looking for something. We accidentally stumbled upon them. And then, they just opened fire. Not Hakka. A new force. Everyone's hearts sank. How many of them are there? How far away? Lei repeated, his tone growing more intense. 5. Maybe 6. I don't know the distance we scattered. But they shouldn't be far. They have a big dog. Its nose is very keen. Lin Feng's voice cracked with a sob. More than 5 with tracking dogs and well-equipped. On our side, Lei and Sushi have combat capabilities but are already exhausted and injured. As Zhang Wei and Shen Mei Mei are a burden. A Wu Tingting is injured. And Lin Feng's condition is unknown. A direct confrontation would lead to death. Pack up. Move immediately. Lei made a swift decision, his gaze sweeping over everyone. We will move downstream along the riverbank, using the water flow to mask our scent. Downstream. But downstream is... Sushi hesitated, knowing that downstream led to a denser, unknown jungle, which might also bear signs of Hakka activity. No better choice. Lei interrupted her, already starting to quickly extinguish the campfire and clear traces. Zhang Wei, help him. He pointed at the limp Lin Feng. Zhang Wei grimaced reluctantly, helping Lin Feng to his feet. Lin Feng seemed terrified, almost leaning all his weight on his Zhang Wei, further exhausting him. Brother Lei, my foot seems to be sprained. Wu Tingting let out a painful groan at the right moment, barely standing with Su's eyes support her face, pale, sweat beading on her forehead, looking pitiful. Lei glanced at her ankle, which was indeed somewhat red and swollen, whether real or not, then looked at the panting Zhang Wei and the panicked Lin Feng, frowning deeply. This team's mobility will be extremely slow. Follow me. Lei no longer hesitated and led the way, walking briskly downstream along the riverbank. Sushi supported Wu Tingting. Chun Mei Mei followed closely, while Zhang Wei half-dragged, half-carried Lin Feng, lagging behind. The riverbank was strewn with gravel, damp and muddy, making it incredibly difficult to traverse. Before long, they heard faint barking and indistinct voices coming from the jungle behind them. The pursuers were faster than expected. Hurry, Lei growled, quickening his pace. But the group's speed was indeed hard to increase. Wu Tingting's sprained foot made each step excruciating, while Lin Feng stumbled, nearly dragging Zhang Wei down multiple times. The barking grew closer. No, we can't run like this. Sushi anxiously turned back to look. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been silent and seemingly stunned, suddenly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the rushing river and the enormous rusted remnants of the metal water diversion channels along the riverbank, the place where they had been swept out of the underground cave, the remnants stretching out faintly. A fleeting sharp glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, contrasting starkly with his terrified appearance. Gasping for breath, he stammered in broken English, gesturing to Lei. Water. Use the water. Those iron pipes, maybe, can create chaos. Disrupt the dog's sense of smell. Lei abruptly stopped, looking at the enormous metal pipes half buried in the riverbank mud. These were clearly extensions of an underground waterworks project, most of which had rusted and deteriorated. Lin Feng's suggestion made sense. How do we do it? Lei fixed his gaze on him. Fine. A place where an interface is loose. Divert the water to the shore. Create a marsh area. Or strike the iron pipes to make a loud noise. Scare them off. Lin Feng said uncertainly, his eyes darting as if he was just throwing out a hasty idea. But Lei's eyes flickered slightly. This seemingly frantic idea aligned with the tactical thought of utilizing the environment and creating obstacles. This Lin Feng was not as simple as he appeared. Let's give it a try. Lei decisively commanded, shouting to Su Shi, provide cover for me. He quickly dashed toward a huge metal pipe half suspended over the riverbank, swinging his machete to chop at the rusted connection. Clang, clang. The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed through the morning valley. The barking behind them instantly grew more frantic. The pursuers were clearly startled. Quick, help! Su Shi shouted to Zhang Wei and Chun Mei, picking up stones to smash the nearby metal pipes, creating even more noise. Zhang Wei and Chun Mei clumsily followed suit. Wu Tingting, meanwhile, feigned weakness, leaning against a rock, her eyes darting around the scene, especially moving between Lei's vigorous chopping and Lin Feng's tense watching. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as a heavily rusted pipe clamp was finally severed by Lei. The heavy metal pipe tilted sharply downward under its own weight, and cold river water mixed with mud surged out from the crack instantly, creating a muddy area on the riverbank. Run into the mud pit, Lei shouted, leading the way into the knee-deep muck. The others, disregarding their dirtiness, followed suit, stepping through the murky ground. The cold, muddy water quickly soaked their pant legs, but it effectively masked their footprints and scent. Meanwhile, the loud metallic noise and the sudden appearance of the water barrier clearly had an effect. The barking behind them turned hesitant and anxious, and the shouts of the pursuers were filled with confusion and vigilance, their speed noticeably slowing down. Taking advantage of the situation, they sprinted downstream for several hundred meters, only daring to stop when they could no longer hear the sounds behind them, hiding behind some large boulders, gasping for breath. Everyone had turned into mud-covered figures, looking disheveled, but they had managed to shake off their pursuers for the time being. For now, we are safe. Su Shi panted heavily, leaning on her knees. Zhang Wei collapsed directly into the mud, spitting out mud water. Ugh, this stinks. Chun Mei looked at her clothes covered in filth, almost on the verge of tears. Lin Feng plopped down on the ground, his hands trembling, yet a hint of relief after the disaster showed on his face. Wu Tingting leaned against a rock, covering her injured ankle, her brow slightly furrowed, as if enduring pain, but her gaze secretly fell on Lin Feng, holding an unspoken scrutiny. Lei did not let down his guard. He walked up to Lin Feng, squatted down, and looked intently at him. Lin Feng, researcher from the Starfish. What were you researching? Why did you come to this area? Lin Feng trembled slightly, his gaze flickering as he lowered his head, rubbing his muddy hands. We were studying marine geology and anomalous magnetic fields. Our ship encountered an unusual storm. And then, anomalous magnetic fields. Lei seized upon this keyword. Is there a strong anomalous magnetic field on this island? Yes. Yes. Lin Feng seemed to have found a topic, nodding eagerly. Our instruments detected a very powerful, unstable magnetic field source right in the center of the island. The ship might have been affected by it. The island's center. Anomalous magnetic fields. This seemed to correspond vaguely with the energy source discovered by Dr. Han and the existence of Gina. What about those people in black? Lei continued to press. What is their background? I don't know. I really don't know. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, genuine terror showing on his face. They appeared suddenly. Opened fire without saying a word. As if they were looking for something. In a hurry. Lei watched him for a few seconds, seemingly assessing the truth of his words. Lin Feng nervously swallowed. At that moment, Wu Tingting suddenly spoke softly, her tone filled with concern and curiosity. Mr. Lin, your arm injury. Do you need to take care of it? I have some herbs here. She indicated her basket of medicine. Lin Feng paused, instinctively covering his arm, shaking his head hurriedly. No, it's not necessary. It's just a small injury. Thank you. Wu Tingting smiled slightly, not insisting further, but a glimmer of contemplation flashed in her eyes. This Lin Feng seemed somewhat resistant to treatment. Lei stood up, no longer questioning. He knew it was not the time for deep inquiry. But this suddenly appearing Lin Feng, along with the third force he represented, made the already complex situation even more enigmatic. Haka the black-clad, people the secrets of the island, and the increasingly suspicious Wu Ting beside him. Trust had become the most luxurious and dangerous thing on this deserted island. Rest for 10 minutes, then well set off again. Lei's voice broke the silence. We must return to the tribal area as soon as possible. It is relatively safe there. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating our group of mud-covered, exhausted survivors. Behind the temporary safety lay deeper and more turbulent undercurrents. Was the newly joined Lin Feng an unexpectedly dropped chess piece, or another unseen hand quietly laying down a new game? After a brief rest, we dragged our legs heavy with mud, continuing to trek downstream along the riverbank. Everyone was exhausted. Silence enveloped the group with only heavy breaths and the squelching sound of our feet in the muck. The sun became scorching, steaming the moisture in the air, creating a stifling heat that was suffocating. The addition of Lin Feng made the atmosphere of the team even more delicate. He seemed shaken, constantly glancing back as he walked, overly reacting to any rustle in the jungle. He mostly stayed close behind Lei, as if that were his only lifeline, yet he avoided the scrutinizing glances from Su Qian and Wu Ting hesitating to respond. Mr. Lin. Su Qian attempted to break the silence, her tone as calm as possible. You mentioned you were studying magnetic fields. Did you make any discoveries about the geological structure of this island? For example, did you find anything unusual, like large underground structures? Her questions were cleverly crafted, appearing casual while subtly probing. Lin Feng stiffened slightly, then shook his head vigorously, his gaze darting no. No. We encountered problems as soon as we approached the island. All the instruments failed. This island, it's quite eerie. The magnetic field is a complete mess. He spoke rapidly, displaying a frantic urgency to absolve himself. Failed. Wu Ting, leaning against Su Qian, suddenly interjected softly, her brows furrowed with an inquisitive scholar's expression. A typical magnetic storm shouldn't incapacitate all instruments instantly, right? Unless there was a very powerful localized energy source interference. Mr. Lin, before your incident, did your instruments register any abnormal energy peaks? Her question struck at the core, her eyes clear, showing no signs of probing, only pure curiosity. Lin Feng was caught off guard, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead as he stammered, I wasn't in the control room at that time. I'm not clear on the data. Maybe there was. He instinctively touched the pocket of his damaged uniform where there seemed to be a notebook or data terminal. Lei observed everything in silence. Lin Feng's avoidance of professional questions was quite inconsistent with his identity as a researcher. Furthermore, Wu Ting's questioning was too precise in timing, an angle not resembling a casual inquiry. Ahead, the river began to widen, the flow slowing down, and the riverbank gradually transformed into a swamp reeking of decaying vegetation. Murky puddles were scattered all around, thick green duckweed floated on the surface, and tall reeds grew densely, obstructing our view. The air was thick with the stench of stagnant water and marsh gas, making one feel nauseous. It's a swamp. What do we do? Chen Mimi looked at the treacherous muddy area before her, her voice filled with despair. Zhang Wei's face also turned pale. He had only seen the dangers of swamps in documentaries. Lei stopped, carefully observing the terrain of the swamp. Detouring would require a lot of time and energy and might lead us into even more dangerous areas. Crossing directly would be extremely risky. Follow my lead. Step in my footprints and absolutely do not wander off. Lei commanded in a low voice, snapping a long branch, carefully probing the path ahead, testing the firmness of the ground beneath. Every step felt like walking on thin ice. Moving through the swamp was exceptionally challenging, with mud reaching up to our calves, and each lift of our feet required immense effort. The hot, humid environment drained the little stamina we had left. Mosquitoes swarmed us like bombers, biting our exposed skin. Oh! Chun Mimi suddenly screamed, her body sinking down. She had stepped into a concealed pit of mud. Don't move. Lei barked, reacting swiftly, extending the branch in his hand. Su Qian immediately rushed forward to grab Chun Mimi's hand. Together they pulled the stunned Chun Mimi out of the mud pit, her lower body covered in foul-smelling black muck, and she was crying loudly. Watch out. There's something in the water. Zhang Wei suddenly shouted, pointing at a nearby puddle. A few colorful water snakes swiftly swam by. Although non-venomous, they were still quite frightening. Lin Feng was even more flustered. He seemed completely lacking in outdoor experience, stumbling through the mud, nearly falling several times, relying on Lei to pull him back occasionally. His panic did not appear to be an act. However, while everyone was busy dealing with the swamp's dangers, Lin Xiaoyu noticed a detail. Once Lin Feng almost slipped, instinctively reaching out, accidentally grabbing a water plant with sharp serrated leaves instantly cutting his palm and causing him to wince in pain. Wu Tingting, who was following behind, just happened to see this and immediately concernedly handed him a small piece of grass leaf that had a coagulating effect. "Mr. Lin, press this against your wound, it will stop the bleeding." Her voice was gentle and caring. Lin Feng paused, gazing at Wu Tingting with a complex expression, a flicker of quick, elusive emotion, crossing his face akin to surprise, yet also wariness. But he quickly accepted the grass leaf, murmuring a thank you. Dr. Wu. He referred to her as Dr. Wu rather than calling her Tingting like Zhang Wei and the others. This form of address caused Wu Tingting's eyelashes to quiver slightly, but she still wore a warm smile. "You're welcome," just a small gesture. This all happened quickly, unremarkably in the chaotic movement through the swamp. Yet I caught that moment of abnormality. Did Lin Feng know that Wu Tingting understood medicine? Or did the title doctor hold special significance for him? After nearly 2 hours of arduous trekking, we finally made it through the most dangerous core of the swamp, reaching a slightly elevated area with sparse shrubs on solid ground. Everyone collapsed to the ground. Even Lei leaned against a tree, trunk, his chest lightly heaving. "Water. There's no water left." Zhang Wei licked his cracked lips, shaking his empty water bottle. Crossing the swamp had drained our drinking water. Lei's gaze turned to a relatively clear puddle at the edge of the swamp. He walked over, observing closely. There were small fish swimming in the puddle, and the bottom was sandy, appearing cleaner than the stagnant water in the swamp's center. He took out an empty bamboo tube, which he had picked up earlier, preparing to collect water. "Wait." Lin Feng suddenly spoke up to stop him, struggling to rise, carefully pulling out a palm-sized cracked, but still functioning portable device from the pocket of his tattered uniform. It looked like some kind of waterproof portable water quality testing pen, explaining this. "This might still work. It can test the water quality. The swamp water might have issues." As he spoke, his eyes flickered, suggesting hesitance in revealing this device. Lei glanced at him and nodded. Lin Feng clumsily operated the device, extending the probe into the water. The device's screen flickered a few times, displaying a row of rapidly scrolling data, though the specific contents were unclear. Moments later, he appeared relieved, telling Lei the basic indicators are acceptable. Heavy metals and microorganisms are not overly excessive. After boiling, it should be drinkable. His actions seemingly kind, yet it again exposed issues. Would a panicked researcher who barely escaped a shipwreck treasure a seemingly ordinary testing pen so much? Moreover, was he able to instinctively keep it safe amidst such chaos? Lei quietly collected water, then gathered dry branches to start a fire again. As the water in the pot began to boil, Lin Feng seemed to relax completely, becoming more talkative, sharing how their starfish encountered a strange storm, how they ran aground, and how his companions got separated. His narration was filled with details rich in emotion and sounded very genuine. The cost of crossing the swamp was steep. The 7 of us, including myself, lay sprawled on the hard ground, resembling fossil specimens that had just crawled out of a prehistoric mire. Each of us was smeared from head to toe in foul blackish-green mud, with tangled hair and clothes clinging to our skin, exuding a rich scent of decomposed vegetation and methane, like a limited edition swamp perfume. Zhang Wei attempted to remove his broken glasses, which had only one remaining leg, and were about to fall apart, resulting in mud smeared all over his face, creating a camouflage effect. "Ugh, I feel like every pore in my body is exuding swamp gas." Zhang Wei weakly gagged, trying to lick his cracked lips, only to taste the mud, his expression twisting in further agony. Chen Mimi watched her once light-colored clothes get completely ruined, transformed into an abstract mud painting, and finally couldn't help but whisper, "My skirt." It was new. Su Qian remained relatively calm, using leaves to scrape the mud off her arms, but to little effect. Lei sat against a tree like a statue made of mud, eyes closed in meditation. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still alive, but his furrowed brow showed he was exerting all his energy to recover and remain alert. The new arrival Lin Feng had it the worst. Clearly lacking outdoor experience, he was caked in the thickest layer of mud, barely resembling a human. He futilely wiped his face with a handkerchief, which he surprisingly hadn't lost, only making it worse, looking like he had just eaten sesame paste without wiping his mouth. And our white angel, Wu Tingting, at this moment was devoid of any celestial aura. She sat sideways, carefully trying to clean the mud off her calves, her movements still maintaining an air of elegance. If one overlooked the piece of rotten water plant clinging to her hair and the mud streak on one side of her face, which made her look like she bore some mysterious tribal battle mark. Lin Xiaoyu unkindly laughed in my mind. Lei Ge looked quickly. Wu Tingting's limited edition mud makeup. Quite unique, huh? Lei's mind was utterly unfazed, even a bit inclined to block me out. After a brief moment of rest, the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. The primary task was to clean up and rehydrate. Nearby, there was a small puddle, and the water looked significantly better than that in the swamp center. Lei was the first to walk over, scooping up water to wash the mud off his face and arms. As the cold water splashed on him, he visibly perked up. Su Qian also pulled the still sobbing Chen Mimi over to wash up. Zhang Wei and Lin Feng supported each other, mainly Lin Feng leaned on Zhang Wei as they staggered to catch up. Wu Tingting stood up, just about to step forward when she suddenly let out a soft hiss, her delicate brows furrowing as she looked down at her ankle, the spot she had previously twisted. Tingting, is your foot okay? Let me help you, Su Qian said with concern as she turned around. I'm fine, Sister Su. Qian, I'm much better now, I can manage on my own. Wu Tingting quickly waved her hand, forcing a strong smile, then walked alone, her steps noticeably light, mind you light, not the staggering of an injury victim, towards a slightly secluded spot by the puddle shielded by a large rock. The location she chose was just the right distance from Lei, who was washing upstream. I began to feel something was off. This positioning seemed a bit too deliberate. I saw Wu Tingting crouch down, facing away from everyone, first carefully washing her arms and cheeks. Then she seemed to hesitate for a moment, secretly glancing at Lei's direction, who was washing his arms with his back to her, before quickly averting her gaze. Next, she did something that left everyone, mainly me, dumbstruck. She began to unbutton her top. It appeared she intended to wipe off the mud around her neck and collarbone. Holy crap, it's happening. A welfare moment. I excitedly screamed in my mind, Lei, go. Turn your head. Don't look. Oh no, I mean comrades should care for each other. See if she needs help. Lei's consciousness transmitted a wave of extreme impatience, yet he remained motionless, intently cleaning his mountain-cutting knife, as if that blade was more appealing than anything else. However, just as Wu Tingting had unbuttoned 2 buttons at the collar, revealing a small section of her fair neck and a hint of her collarbone, preparing to wipe with a damp handkerchief. Ah! A shriek sharp enough to rival a dolphin's cry and distorted in its intensity erupted from Wu Tingting's throat. It instantly shattered the relative tranquility at the swamp's edge, startling countless birds into flight. Everyone jumped at the sound of her scream. Lei spun around in an instant, his knife already across his chest. Su Qian and Zhang Wei stood up abruptly. Chen Mimi was utterly stunned. Wu Tingting's face drained of color, her entire being sprang into the air, as if electrocuted, disregarding all elegance and concealment, wildly slapping at her chest, back, and arms, her voice tinged with sobs and extreme terror. There's something crawling on me. Ah, it's cold. It's slippery. Help. What was happening? Everyone was frozen in place. The next second, the answer was revealed. A large black thick leech, swollen with blood, plopped out from the opening of Wu Tingting's collar, landing with a thud on the stone beneath her feet, still wriggling in disgust. Moreover, there seemed to be signs of wriggling on her arms and under her neck, indicating that there was more than one. She had been targeted by leeches in the swamp, and they had burrowed into her clothes. Leeches. It's leeches. Zhang Wei screamed, stumbling backward in fright, nearly falling into the water. Chen Mimi was so scared she covered her eyes and dared not look. Su Qian reacted the quickest, rushing over. Tingting, don't be afraid. Don't pull hard. Just slap at the skin around you. But Wu Tingting had completely lost control. Terrified of bugs this time, it seemed genuine, and with the horrifying sensation of the creature crawling on her, she abandoned all pretense and composure. Screaming wildly, she twisted her body, as if performing an exorcism, slapping her hands all over, shouting, "Where is it? Help me get it off. Lei, go. Save me. Ah!" The scene was chaotic and absurd. Lei's mouth twitched violently, evidently having never encountered such a situation. He stepped forward quickly, but seeing a girl slapping at herself in that area, he didn't know how to approach, and the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Su Qian, help her. Lei decisively handed the task to a female comrade. Su Qian was equally at a loss, quickly moving forward to try and restrain Wu Tingting. Tingting, calm down. Stand still. They'll help you. But Wu Tingting was far from calm, as she instinctively tried to hide behind Lei, nearly crashing into his embrace. Lei could only stiffly sidestep to avoid her, placing a hand on her shoulder to prevent her from falling into the puddle, his expression one of unprecedented embarrassment and helplessness. I was already laughing so hard in my mind that I was crowing help. A large-scale social death scene. The aloof goddess image has collapsed. Lei Gu was at a loss. Wu Tingting, you have your day too. Zhang Wei was beside me, wanting to laugh, but not daring to, his face flushed red, shoulders shaking. Even the still shocked Chen Mimi peeked through her fingers, her expression odd. In the end, Su Qian had a solution. She grabbed Wu Tingting and forcibly sat her down on a stone, her tone severe. Don't move. You'll get it deeper. Then she quickly pulled out some salt, the one Wu Tingting had given her, from her bag, and sprinkled it on the still wriggling leech. The leech curled up and fell off upon contact with the salt. Su Qian then had Wu Tingting turn around, and sure enough, 2 more were found under her back clothing. Once everything was dealt with, Wu Tingting was slumped on the stone, her clothes disheveled with 2 buttons undone and sleeves rolled up, hair messy, face smeared with mud and tears, eyes hollow, as though she had undergone a significant life crisis. The previous effort to maintain a delicate beauty was now replaced by a stark and extreme breakdown of reality. The scene fell into silence. Only the sound of wind rustling through the reeds could be heard. After several seconds, Zhang Wei weakly spoke up, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Tingting, fairy, are you all right? The mention of fairy, in light of Wu Tingting's current appearance, created a stark contrast that was explosive. Chen Mimi was the first to crack laughing out loud before quickly covering her mouth. Su Qian shook her head helplessly, a hint of a smile forming on her lips. Even Lei turned his face away, his shoulders slightly shaking. Hearing the laughter, Wu Tingting snapped back to reality, realizing her earlier loss of composure and now disheveled appearance, especially in front of Lei. Her face flushed, instantly turning as red as a boiled shrimp, the tips of her ears bright crimson. She fumbled to button up her clothes, but her hands trembled, and after a long time, she couldn't manage it, making her seem even more flustered. Finally, she simply buried her face in her knees, letting out a frustrated sob tinged with tears. Wu, so embarrassing. In that moment, all the scheme's pretenses and mysterious identities seemed to have been drained away by those damned leeches. What remained was just an ordinary girl who had made a spectacle of herself in front of someone she liked. This sudden leech crisis, though awkward and messy, unexpectedly eased the tension and mutual suspicion that had been building over the past few days, bringing about a bizarre, yet genuine, sense of life. Lei cleared his throat, striving to regain his usual calmness. It's good that you're okay. Clean up and let's leave here quickly. The swamp edge isn't safe. Yet there seemed to be a hint of barely perceptible relief in his tone. It appears that even the most formidable characters fear these soft, blood-sucking creatures. The brief absurdity brought on by Wu Tingting's social embarrassment was swiftly devoured by the damp and heavy reality of the swamp, like a soap bubble bursting under the sun. She curled up on the stone, burying her face deep into her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. Not the delicate quiver of someone seeking sympathy, but a genuine breakdown laden with extreme shame and anger. Su Qian silently helped fasten her clothes, patting her back softly in consolation, her gaze complex. Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi tactfully averted their eyes, pretending to study the ants on the ground, yet the embarrassment in the air was almost tangible. Lei shattered the silence, his voice regaining its customary coldness, as if the earlier moment of helplessness had never occurred. Rest period is over. Check your gear, we leave in 5 minutes. His gaze scanned the crowd, lingering half a second on Wu Tingting, without any emotional ripple, before finally settling on the always silent and seemingly shaken Lin Feng. Lin Feng, are you sure those men in black are still nearby? Lin Feng shuddered as if jolted awake from a nightmare, quickly nodding, his eyes filled with fear as he looked into the depths of the swamp. Yai's definitely there. They have dogs and won't give up easily. We need to leave here quickly. His fear seemed palpably real. Lei asked no further questions and swiftly assigned tasks. Su Qian, you take care of Wu Tingting. Zhang Wei and Mimi follow. Lin Feng walk beside me and lead the way. He deliberately placed Lin Feng beside him, both as a form of protection and surveillance. We set out once again, trekking forward along the firm ground at the edge of the swamp. The atmosphere was even more somber than before. Wu Tingting remained silent, her head bowed, supported by Su Qian, her steps unsteady, as if her soul had left her body. Lin Feng was like a frightened rabbit, constantly looking back. Even the slightest rustle made him tense up. Lin Xiaoyu also lost my mood for teasing. Wu Tingting's unexpected outburst, although comical when combined with her previous oddities, revealed a more unsettling undercurrent, as if a disguise had been unexpectedly torn away. Then there was Lin Feng. His fear was genuine, yet the occasional glimmers of insight he displayed that contradicted his terror made one feel uneasy. These two. One looks utterly terrified and the other just experienced social death. Our team's condition is worrying. I attempted to communicate with Lei. Quiet. Stay vigilant. Lei's response was curt and focused, his senses heightened to the extreme, scanning the surrounding jungle, water, surface, and sky like a radar. We moved silently for about an hour as the swamp gradually gave way to a denser, dimly lit rainforest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, vines intertwined, and the air was thick with the scent of decaying plants and damp earth. The path became increasingly difficult, and our strength was rapidly depleting. Just as we crossed a forest filled with large slab-like roots, Lei suddenly raised his fist, signaling everyone to crouch and hide. Shoo! He lowered his voice, his eyes sharp as a knife, fixated on a cluster of bushes several dozen meters ahead. Everyone held their breath. Following his gaze, we saw that the bushes were moving, without wind, rustling softly. Moments later, several figures dressed in black combat gear with their faces painted and heavily armed emerged like phantoms. They moved swiftly and professionally, fanning out in a semicircle, cautiously searching the ground, one holding a snarling, muscular Doberman. These were the men in black Lin Feng had spoken of. They had truly caught up to us, and so close. This is bad. Zhang Wei's face turned pale, nearly collapsing. Chen Mimi clamped her mouth shut to stifle her cry. Lin Feng curled into a ball, trembling like a leaf. Su Qian instantly gripped her bone knife tightly, pulling Wu Tingting behind her. Lei slowly drew his machete, leaning slightly forward like a leopard poised to pounce, calculating the distance and the strength of both sides. There were 5 of them with a dog equipped and trained far beyond us. Fighting Heaton was out of the question. Just as the situation became critical, Wu Tingting, who had been shielded by Su Qian, suddenly stopped trembling. Her lowered head slowly lifted, the previous expressions of collapse, shame, and weakness receding like a tide, replaced by a chilling calmness. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle, quickly scanning the formation and equipment of the black-clad men, a faint, almost mocking smile gracing her lips. This change was subtle, yet in the extremely tense atmosphere, it was as noticeable as a firefly in the dark. Lei, who had been keeping her in his peripheral vision, felt his pupils suddenly constrict. "They are not coming for us," Wu Tingting suddenly spoke, her voice calm and devoid of any tremor, a stark contrast to her earlier weeping. "They are tracking another signal source. The tall guy on the left, his scanner's antenna is angled toward 10 o'clock. He isn't looking for heat sources or footprints." Her tone was professional and calm, carrying an undeniable authority, as if she had transformed into a completely different person. Everyone was stunned, including the approaching men in black. The one holding the dog seemed to have heard the subtle movement from our side, and the Doberman immediately began barking furiously in our direction. "Over there," the man in black growled, and the 5-member team instantly turned, raising their guns and encircling us in a combat formation. We were exposed. Lei decisively commanded retreat. "Run into the right side jungle. Use the terrain." We immediately turned and sprinted desperately into the dense jungle. The men in black chased closely behind, bullets whizzing past, striking the surrounding trees and sending wood chips flying. The barking of the Doberman and the shouts of the black-clad men closed in on us like a swarm. "Split up. Distract them," Lei ordered while running forcefully, pushing the stunned Lin Feng toward another direction. "Lin Feng, take your group that way." Lin Feng stumbled from the push, instinctively following Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi as they staggered off to the side. Su Qian tightly held on to Wu Tingting, trailing behind Lei. However, just as we tried to use the complex terrain to shake off our pursuers, Wu Tingting suddenly broke free from Su Qian's grasp. Not only did she not run away, but she came to a sudden halt, turning to face the direction of the pursuers, her hands quickly pressing and pulling at the bottom of what appeared to be an ordinary medicine basket at her waist. The outer layer of the basket was ripped apart, revealing a palm-sized, flashing red signal device inside. She hurled the device forcefully toward Lin Feng, Zhang Wei, and the others fleeing direction. The device arced through the air, landing in the bushes, its red light flashing more urgently. "Signal source has been moved. Target is at 3 o'clock. Capture as a priority," Wu Tingting shouted in a clear, cold tone toward the men in black. She spoke in English, but with a particular commanding rhythm. The gunfire and barking momentarily halted, and most of the pursuers shifted toward where Lin Feng and the others had fled. Only 2 men in black and the dog continued to pursue us. Everything happened too quickly, in the blink of an eye. Su Qian was stunned, looking at Wu Tingting in disbelief. "Tingting, what are you doing?" Lei abruptly stopped, turned around, the machete held horizontally in front of him, his eyes icy as he locked onto Wu Tingting. His earlier suspicions were cruelly confirmed in that moment. Wu Tingting slowly turned to face us, her face devoid of any pretense. Her gaze was calm, even carrying a hint of condescension, the mocking curve at the corner of her mouth becoming increasingly pronounced. "Let me reintroduce myself." Her voice remained pleasant, yet as cold as ice. "Codename Nightingale. Cleaner seat 7. She elegantly adjusted her slightly disheveled collar, her movements graceful and composed, a stark contrast to her previous disarray. "Unfortunately, the game is over." Host Lei, and also the little mouse hidden in his mind, Lin Xiaoyu. She not only knew about Lei's uniqueness, but also pointed out my existence directly. Su Qian looked as if struck by lightning, her face immediately paling, instinctively taking a half-step back, her bone knife pointed at Wu Tingting. You always were." "That's right." Wu Tingting, or should I say Nightingale, smiled slightly, a beautiful, yet chilling smile. "From the moment we met on the cruise ship to surviving on the deserted island, every step was all part of the plan. Unfortunately, Zhao Dai, that fool, messed up many things, forcing me to have to close the net early." She glanced back at the approaching pursuers. Those 2 men in black were clearly there to assist her, then looked toward Lei, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. "Lei, you are a perfect specimen. It's just a pity you wouldn't cooperate. Then we'll have to implement the forced retrieval procedure." The truth was laid bare. A huge sense of deception and betrayal crashed over us like a tsunami. This teammate, whom we once sympathized with, protected, and even developed feelings for, was in fact the most dangerous enemy hidden behind the scenes. Lei said nothing. He merely adjusted his grip on the knife, slowly, his muscles taut to the extreme, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable. I knew he was angry, not because he had been deceived, but because Su Qian and the others had been put in such a dire situation. So Nightingale looked at us leisurely, as if observing mice in a cage. Will you surrender, or shall I have my men help you? 2 men in black had already closed in, their guns aimed at us. The Doberman bared its teeth, letting out a low growl. We were in an unprecedented predicament. Lei positioned himself in front of Su Qian, the machete reflecting the dappled light, filtering through the forest, his deep voice filled with undeniable resolve. If you want my life, you can have it. But to capture her, you'll have to get past me first. The final battle was imminent. Nightingale. A cleaner 7th seat. Wu Tingting. No. Nightingale's voice pierced through the last vestige of false hope like a dagger forged in ice. The air froze, even the pursuer's footsteps and barking dogs seemed muted, as if silenced by an unseen hand. Sushi's knuckles whitened around the bone knife, her eyes roiling with shock and the searing sting of betrayal. Scattered gunshots and shouts from the direction Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi had fled echoed distantly like faint background noise, only deepening the suffocating silence of our standoff. Lei said nothing. All his emotion was compressed into those bottomless eyes, solidifying into palpable glacial killing intent. His mountain-splitting cleaver hung poised before him, its tip slightly lowered, a flawless offensive stance. He placed his body squarely between Su Shi and danger, a silent, unyielding wall. Take my life, if you can. But to seize her, you must first pass through me. His voice was low yet rang with the metallic resonance of clashing bronze and iron, reverberating across the forest, clearing and drowning out every other sound. Nightingale smiled, a beautiful, utterly temperatureless smile, as she brushed non-existent dust from her sleeve. Impressive courage, Lei. But recklessness solves nothing. Her gaze swept over the 2 advancing black-clad figures and the restless Doberman beside them. You might fell 1 or 2, but what of her? Her eyes settled on Su Shi behind Lei, laced with the cruel amusement of a cat toying with its prey. And tell me, how long do you think Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi will survive against that squad of street sweepers? She was applying psychological pressure, leveraging her allies' safety as a bargaining chip. You want me? Let them go. Lei's voice did not waver. Target. Nightingale arched a brow as if amused. You are indeed a primary target, the vessel. But keys come in more than one shape. Lin Feng, or rather whatever lies within his mind, is equally valuable. As for the rest, she shrugged, her tone dismissive. It depends on my mood. Her words carried staggering implications. Lin Feng was also a target, something hidden inside his head. Was he another vessel, or did he hold critical intelligence? At that very moment, the gunfire and chaos chasing Zhang Wei erupted violently, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Faint flames flickered in the distance. Nightingale's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Apparently events there had deviated from her expectations. One of her black-clad subordinates pressed a finger to his earpiece and relayed a terse, urgent report. Opportunity. Lei moved like lightning. He did not charge Nightingale. Instead, without warning, he lunged sideways toward the black-clad man holding the dog. His speed was ghost-like. The man had no time to react. Before he could blink, Lei's blade traced a cold, precise arc, not aimed at flesh, but slicing cleanly through the Doberman's leash. Grrr. Freed from restraint, the Doberman erupted into feral rage, instinctively lunging at the nearest target, the second black-clad operative. Fire! Nightingale barked the order, then sprang backward with uncanny agility, hardly befitting a mere physician. Bang! Bang! Gunfire cracked the air. Yet the instant the leash snapped, Lei had already used his forward momentum to drive off the ground, sweeping Su Shi into his arms and rolling hard into the dense thicket behind them. Bullets slammed into the earth where they'd stood moments before, kicking up plumes of dirt. Go! Lei's guttural command vibrated beside Su Shi's ear, absolute, unassailable. Half-cradling her, he vanished into the shadow-choked depths of the jungle, guided by intimate knowledge of the terrain and explosive physical power. Pursue! Nightingale's face darkened as she ordered the black-clad operative who'd just escaped the dog's jaws. The other remained locked in frantic struggle with the frenzied Doberman. A jungle chase erupted instantly. Lei guiding Su, she darted unpredictably, left-right, through tangled undergrowth and uneven ground, moving with breathtaking speed. Black-clad operatives surged after them, shots ringing out sporadically, shattering branches, scattering birds in panicked flight. Lei, we can't abandon Zhang Wei and the others. Su Shi cried out mid-sprint, breath ragged. Separation is our only chance to survive, Lei replied, calm to the point of chilling precision. Lin Feng is compromised. Drawing the main force away buys us time to counterattack or escape. Trust Zhang Wei's luck. There was the faintest trace of sardonic irony in his final words. Lin Xiaoyu raged silently within my own mind, yet knew this was the optimal path. Staying united meant certain death. Dispersal offered a sliver of survival. Still, abandoning Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi, two utterly untrained civilians, and adding Lin Feng, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, to a squad of elite operatives. That gamble felt impossibly steep. After 5 or 6 minutes of relentless flight, Lei halted abruptly, pulling Su Shi behind the thick serpentine aerial roots of a colossal banyan tree. The pursuit, footsteps and barking, had receded, momentarily lost in the labyrinthine foliage. Listen carefully, Lei whispered, voice taut and rapid. Nightingale's objective is me, and possibly the Ark Core. She won't kill me, not yet, but you're an outsider. In her hands you're in grave peril. We must split up. No, Su Shi protested, instantly gripping his arm tightly. You can't face them alone. I'm not facing them. I'm baiting them. I'll draw their fire. You must find Dr. Han and Aya. The tribe is our only possible sanctuary and our sole source of intelligence. Locate them. Uncover what the cleaners and the Hakka truly seek. That may be our only hope of turning the tide. His plan was audacious, perilous, yet ruthlessly logical. As a high-value target, his deliberate exposure would divert firepower, granting Su Shi the crucial window to reach the tribe and unearth the truth. Su Shi bit her lip, torn, knowing in her mind it was the rational choice, yet resisting with every fiber of her heart. We have no time to hesitate. Lei gripped her shoulders, firm grounding, his gaze burning with unwavering intensity. Trust me, and trust yourself. You are no burden. You are our sole lifeline, our only hope. Those words struck deep within Su Shi's core. She held his resolute gaze, drew a sharp breath, and nodded once fiercely, yes. I'll find Elder Maku. You stay alive. Agreed. Lei released her, then withdrew a crude short-range comm unit, Dr. Han's gift, from an inner pocket, pressing it into her palm. Maintain radio silence. Contact only if absolutely necessary. When you find a lead signal on the old frequency. Without waiting for her reply, he shoved her hard in the opposite direction. Go, now. Follow the stream upstream. Avoid open ground. Su Shi cast one final lingering look, then vanished into the jungle without hesitation. Lei, meanwhile, deliberately created loud noises as he sprinted in the opposite direction, drawing the pursuing footsteps and barks irresistibly after him. The jungle fell silent once more, only the rustle of wind through leaves breaking the stillness. Lin Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. Brother Lei, your brand of heroism is dangerously impressive. Shut up. She's stronger than you imagine. Lei's mental reply was terse. He was already moving swiftly, erasing traces of his passage, fabricating false trails to mislead his hunters. Minutes later, having widened the gap, once more he concealed himself within a narrow rock fissure, breath stilled, ears straining. The pursuit appeared momentarily deceived. Yet, just then, the comm unit, which should have remained inert, emitted a faint stuttering burst of static. Buried within it was a distorted, digitally altered voice repeating a single phrase. Coordinates confirmed. Nightingale, activation. Homing protocol. This voice belonged neither to Dr. Han nor Su Shi. Where had it come from? A trap, or another faction entirely? Lei's pupils contracted sharply. This island survival game ran far deeper and darker than anyone had imagined. And their parting, was it the beginning of a desperate separation, or the prelude to irreversible loss? The answer lay hidden somewhere ahead, in the unknown. The cold dampness seeping from the crevices of the rocks contrasted sharply with Lei's taut muscles as the eerie electronic voice from the communicator slithered like a venomous snake's tongue, fleeting and leaving behind a lingering unease. Return to Nest Protocol. This unfamiliar term carried an ominous portent. Lei swiftly turned off the communicator, stowing it deep in his inner pocket, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, scanning each quivering leaf around him. This was neither Su Qian nor Dr. Han, nor was it a frequency known to Hakka, a third force, or perhaps a deeper network of the cleaners. He remained like a silent statue, lying in the crevice for a full 10 minutes, until the sounds of pursuing footsteps and barking dogs faded completely in another direction of the jungle, before stealthily slipping out of his hiding place, like a cheetah, choosing a steep and arduous mountain path that diverged sharply from Su Qian's escape route. He had to distance himself from Su Qian, lead the pursuers in the opposite direction, while simultaneously figuring out the source of that eerie communication. Meanwhile, Su Qian was struggling through the dense jungle. Tears blurred her vision, but she forced herself to hold them back. The resolute look in Lei's eyes when he pushed her away was etched in her heart like a brand. She was not a burden, but hope. This phrase burned like a spark in her chest, dispelling fear and helplessness. She tightly gripped the cold communicator in one hand and a bone knife in the other, using her memory and the position of the sun to determine the general direction towards the Kalinwa tribe. Every step crunched on decaying leaves and tangled roots, making faint sounds that echoed in her ears like drum beats. She had to hurry. She needed to find Elder Maku Anaya. Lei was buying her time with his life. Turning his gaze to another side, Zhang Wei and Chun Mimi's escape path was filled with despair and chaos. After being pushed in another direction by Lei, Zhang Wei instinctively dragged the incessantly screaming Chun Mimi down a steep slope, rolling and crawling. Lin Feng followed behind them, his movements appearing unsteady, yet he always managed to avoid the lethal vines and stones at crucial moments. Bang! Bang! Bullets whistled overhead, striking the tree trunks and sending wooden splinters flying. Two black-clad cleaners pursued them relentlessly, their well-trained footsteps closing in rapidly. Run! I can't run anymore. Chun Mimi's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, her cries choked by sheer terror, leaving only silent tremors. Get up! Hurry up! Zhang Wei shouted hoarsely, trying to pull her up, but he too was exhausted, the world fading to black before his eyes. As the pursuers were about to encircle them, a flicker of struggle passed through Lin Feng's eyes, and then, as if having made a certain resolution, he pointed to a gap shrouded in dense vines below the steep slope and shouted, "Over there. There's a hole. Get in quickly." In a desperate situation, any straw would be grasped. Without a second thought, Zhang Wei dragged and shoved Chun Mimi into the narrow opening, then curled himself in after her. Lin Feng followed closely behind. The entrance was narrow and damp, barely allowing one person to crawl through. Darkness and a sense of suffocation enveloped them instantly. Behind them, the footsteps of the cleaners stopped at the entrance, accompanied by indistinct murmurs. They've crawled into a rat hole. The entrance is too narrow for equipment to enter. Let's lie in wait or use smoke to flush them out. Despair washed over Zhang Wei and Chun Mimi like cold seawater. They huddled deep in the dark cave, trembling as they listened to the sounds outside. However, Lin Feng was unusually quiet. He was feeling around in the darkness, his fingers brushing against the damp rock wall as if searching for something. Minutes later, his fingers touched a strangely smooth indentation. He pressed it gently. Click! A barely audible sound echoed. A piece of seemingly natural rock slowly slid inward, revealing another deeper passage that was low enough for a person to bend down and enter. A whiff of musty yet relatively dry air rushed out. What is this? Zhang Wei was stunned. Don't ask. Hurry. Lin Feng lowered his voice, urgency unmistakable in his tone as he was the first to dive in. The instinct for survival overrode everything. Zhang Wei and Chun Mimi exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and a glimmer of hope for survival in each other's eyes, and quickly followed suit. The passage twisted downwards, seemingly leading deep into the belly of the mountain. After walking for about 10 minutes, a faint light appeared ahead. They cautiously poked their heads out, only to find themselves in a vast underground cavern. Light filtered through cracks at the top of the cavern, with a deep pool of spring water in the center, surrounded by some decaying wooden boxes and rusted metal cans, and the rock walls bore faint, unnatural markings. It felt like a long-abandoned secret stronghold or storage place. Are we safe for now? Chun Mimi collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Wei leaned against the rock wall, sliding down to sit, taking off his completely broken glasses and staring blankly at this unfamiliar place. The relief of having survived soon gave way to overwhelming questions. How did Lin Feng know there was a secret passage here? Who exactly was he? Lin Feng did not explain. He walked to the pool's edge, scooped up some water to drink, then vigilantly surveyed the various exits of the cavern, his expression inscrutable. Dusk descended, dressing the island in a layer of blood-red veil. Lei stood at the edge of a cliff with the turbulent sea below. He had successfully shaken off his pursuers, but had completely lost his sense of direction. That eerie communication had not reappeared. He needed food, water, and a safe place to spend the night. More importantly, he needed information. Was Su Qian safe in the tribe? What was Zhang Wei's and Chun Mimi's fate? What were Nightingale and the cleaners planning next? He gazed toward the direction of the tribe, his expression profound. Trust had shattered, and the road ahead was fraught with thorns. He and Su Qian, this pair of forcibly separated partners, had each embarked on a journey filled with the unknown and danger. And this seemingly desperate divide of forces, was it a helpless act of desperation, or the crucial first step to breaking the deadlock? The night slowly enveloped this island rife with peril. Chapter 50: The End. The night fell like a gigantic beast soaked in dark ink, slowly closing its sharp teeth and completely swallowing the last glimmer of twilight. On the edge of the cliff, the salty and fierce sea breeze whipped the damp and cold mist, striking against Lei's face and body like countless icy whips, yet it could not shake him even a little. He stood like an ancient rock at the edge of the abyss, his profound gaze sweeping one last time over the dark jungle, where Su Qian's figure had vanished, a place where undetectable waves surged like the dark currents beneath the sea. Beneath the resolute silhouette was a responsibility heavier than mountains. Brother Lei, now it's just the two of us staring at each other. Not even a single person to share a quip. Lin Xiaoyu attempted to dispel the suffocating sense of separation and loneliness in my mind with some lighthearted banter. This absolute reliance on each other's consciousness felt particularly profound and incredibly fragile. Lei's consciousness did not respond to my musings. He had completely entered a state of extreme focus where the self and the world were forgotten. All feelings belonging to humanity were forcibly suppressed, compressed to the deepest part of consciousness, replaced by the purest logic of survival, environmental assessment, and goal orientation. He took a deep breath of the cold, bone-chilling air filled with the scent of the sea, which burned in his lungs, yet made his mind exceptionally clear. He resolutely turned around, choosing not the relatively easy path along the jungle's edge that was easy to track, but like a ghost most skilled in rock climbing, he descended along the perilously steep, almost vertical cliff edge, using the shadows and crevices of the rocks to move down precisely and swiftly. His fingertips dug into the cold rock crevices, his ankles seeking insignificant footholds, each muscle coordinated to minimize energy expenditure. His figure quickly merged into the darkness beneath the cliff after a few leaps among the jagged rocks, leaving no trace behind. What he needed was an absolutely safe vantage point that was easy to defend yet difficult to attack, capable of observing both land and sea movements. A temporary nest that was hard to track. Almost at the same time, deep within the dark and dense jungle, which seemed like the throat of a giant beast, Su Qian was experiencing the most lonely and will-testing trek of her life. Fear wrapped around her feet like cold vines, tightening around her heart. Every rustle of an unknown creature and every suddenly snapping branch made her hair stand on end and her heart skip a beat. The darkness amplified all the senses with unknown dangers lurking in every shadow. But the words support and hope spoken by Lei as he pushed her away burned into her heart like a red-hot iron, searing her nearly crushed will. She gripped the cold bone knife tightly, her nails digging deep into the soft flesh of her palm, using the sharp pain to force herself to stay awake, mechanically swinging her arm again and again to cut through the entangling thorns and vines ahead. Tears mixed with sweat silently slid down her mud-streaked cheeks, dripping onto the rotting leaves beneath her feet, but her steps showed no hesitation, even growing more steady. She had to survive to reach the tribe. This was not just a promise, but a testament to her own abilities, marking her transition from being protected to becoming a supporter. The night and solitude were refining her bones and soul in the most brutal manner. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the silent underground cavern was as oppressive as an ancient tomb. The only light source was a feeble match lit again by Lin Feng, casting flickering claw-like shadows on the damp rock walls, illuminating three faces filled with fear and fatigue. Zhang Wei and Chun Mimi curled tightly in a corner like two frightened cubs, as if this was the only way to draw a sliver of warmth and courage from each other. Lin Feng sat alone by the dark water pool, his back to the faint firelight, his silhouette vague, silent, like a stone, a silence more unsettling than the darkness. Lin Feng. Zhang Wei mustered all his courage, his voice dry and trembling, the sound echoing hollowly in the vast cavern, adding to the eeriness. How did you know about that secret passage just now? That's so strange. This question weighed on him like a giant stone, suffocating him. Lin Feng's back stiffened imperceptibly. He did not turn around. The suffocating silence lasted for more than 10 seconds before he finally spoke in a voice laden with extreme fatigue and heavy uncertainty. I don't know. Really don't know. It's just a feeling. Like some vague shadow flashed in my mind. As if I've seen a similar picture. Maybe it was a hallucination after bumping my head. His explanation was vague and full of holes, and as he raised his hand to rub his temples, the gesture perfectly conveyed confusion and pain, making it hard for anyone to press further. Chun Mimi was driven to quiet sobs by the oppressive atmosphere, despair spreading like cold tides in the stillness. Zhang Wei patted her back uselessly, comforting her with words he didn't even believe himself, his hand trembling like a leaf in the wind. Lin Feng. This wall of silence separated suspicion and fear into two worlds, but also bound them together invisibly. Gulyalu, Gulu. A loud drum-like growl emanated from Zhang Wei's stomach, echoing like thunder in the silent cavern. The extreme embarrassment momentarily diluted the pervasive fear. Since their escape from the chaotic sacrificial cave, they had not had a drop to drink, and their stamina was depleted to the limit. Lin Feng seemed to be awakened from a certain contemplation by this sound. He turned around, forcing a weak, almost helpless smile. First, let's find something to eat. We need to survive before we think of anything else. He approached the rotting, musty wooden boxes, carefully rummaging through them as if afraid to disturb something. Zhang Wei also forced himself to help, hoping to find a sliver of hope. Most of the boxes were empty, but in one rusted, almost collapsing tin box, they found a few packets of fully carbonized, crumbly compressed biscuits. Ultimately, they discovered a half-full, relatively intact ceramic jar in a corner covered with dust containing a murky, foul-smelling dark red liquid that had a faint spoiled wine scent and a pungent herbal aroma with no indication of when it had been left. Better than nothing, it can provide some hydration. Lin Feng sighed, handing the ceramic jar to the pale-faced Chun Mimi with a complex expression. Be careful, just take a small sip to moisten your throat. Don't drink too much, we don't know if it's poisoned. The instinct for survival temporarily overwhelmed suspicion. The three of them took turns cautiously sipping a small amount of the nauseating liquid, the spicy and bitter taste burning from their throats to their stomachs, but at least it alleviated their parching thirst. Extreme fatigue washed over them like a tide as they leaned against the cold, damp rock wall, succumbing to hunger, cold, and deep-seated unease, falling into a deep sleep. However, in the shadows where the firelight did not reach, Lin Feng's eyes remained half open, his alert ears perked, capturing every subtle sound from deep within the cavern, while his fingers unconsciously traced complex and ancient geometric symbols on the thick layer of dust on the ground. In the sea cave beneath the cliff, Lei conducted the most thorough and professional reconnaissance. He scanned every inch of the cave's walls, ceiling, and ground like a precision scanner, ensuring there were no potential dangers or hidden openings. Then, using the rubble and sand he found, he cleverly reinforced and camouflaged the entrance from the inside without leaving a trace. Only after completing all this did he lean back against the deepest, driest, and most concealed corner of the cave, like a highly efficient energy replenishment device, slowly and rhythmically chewing on jerky and sipping clear water, maximizing the absorption of precious energy. In the darkness, his senses heightened to their peak. He could hear the rhythmic sound of the waves crashing on the shore outside, keenly distinguishing the salty scent of the sea, the earthy smell of the rocks, and any subtle changes in the air. Brother Lei, what's the plan next? We can't just hide in this little water curtain cave like Sun Wukong, can we? I couldn't help but ask, the silence and darkness making me uneasy. Wait. Lei's consciousness responded, concise and cold like a piece of iron. Wait for dawn. Wait for the tide to change. Wait for them to reveal a flaw. He needed valuable time to restore his body to peak condition and also needed to patiently observe. To observe the possible search patterns and movements of the pursuers, to observe the environmental details of this sea area and cliff, and to find usable resources or paths. More importantly, he was waiting for the opportunity for that strange communication to possibly appear again, which would be the key to unraveling the mystery. He was like the most patient and cunning cheetah lurking in the shadows, perfectly concealing his murderous intent and restlessness, waiting for that lightning opportunity to strike. The long night dragged on, the stars hidden. On this perilous island, scattered individuals struggled through the darkest hour before dawn amidst loneliness, fear, suspicion, and an unknown fate. The disintegrating team, each person's thread of fate quietly unfurling in the dense darkness, extending toward completely different, uncertain directions. And the island itself, that slumbering giant, seemed to emit a low and oppressive breath on this unusual night. The darkness inside the sea erosion cave was thick as ink, with only the roar of waves crashing against the rocks outside like an incessant background noise. Lei leaned against the cold rock wall, his eyes slowly opening in the darkness, devoid of any lingering drowsiness, only the alertness and clarity of a cheetah. After several hours of deep, vigilant light sleep, he had regained 70% of his exhausted strength. Like a finely tuned machine, he began to silently move his limbs and joints, checking the status of his equipment. The edge of the mountain knife gently ground against the rock, producing a faint, almost inaudible scratching sound. Lei Gu, it's not even dawn yet. Your biological clock is too accurate, I muttered in my mind, trying to dispel the overly serious atmosphere. The absolute silence and focus made me, as an onlooker, feel a bit uneasy. The moments just before dawn are when vigilance is at its lowest, making it the best time to act. Lei's consciousness responded coolly, as if stating a physical law. He carefully removed a stone blocking the entrance, creating a small gap through which the damp, cold sea breeze rushed in. The sky was already tinged with a fishbelly white, but the light remained dim, with mist shrouding the sea. He patiently observed for a full half-hour, confirming that there were no unusual movements above or around the cliff, before slipping out of the cave like a gecko, using the morning mist and shadows of the rocks to quickly climb back to the cliff top. He needed a higher vantage point to assess the situation. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, Su Qian was enduring the last torment before dawn. The darkness was about to recede, but the chill was at its worst and fatigue was the deepest. Her hands and feet were marked with small cuts from thorns, her clothes drenched in dew, clinging tightly to her body, making her shiver with cold. But she dared not stop, relying on her astounding willpower. She discerned the faint direction of moss growth on the tree trunk sparse on the sunny side, and trudged eastward with great difficulty. Hunger and thirst clawed at her stomach and throat like two claws. She found a plant with thick leaves, used her bone knife to cut it open, and sucked the slightly astringent juice to quench her thirst. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the bushes on her left. Su Qian held her breath, gripping her bone knife across her chest, pressing her body against a giant tree. A sizable beast resembling a wild boar emerged, its small eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Su Qian's heart raced like a drum, remaining utterly still. The beast sniffed the air, seemingly unaware of her presence, and slowly walked away. Su Qian let out a long breath. Cold sweat had already drenched her back. She dared not delay and continued forward with only one belief in her heart: she had to reach the tribe quickly. Inside the underground cave, Zhang Wei was awakened by a strange, subtle crack sound. He sat up suddenly, his heart racing. In the darkness, illuminated by the faint light streaming through the rock crevices, he was terrified to see Lin Feng crouching beside the decaying wooden boxes, holding a small tool, seemingly dismantling a severely rusted metal box found inside one of the boxes. That sound was the noise made by the tool scraping against the metal. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Zhang Wei's voice was laced with sleepiness and fear. Lin Feng froze for a moment, quickly hiding the item behind him. He turned around, a flustered look on his face, and said nothing. I just wanted to see if I could open this box. Maybe there are useful things inside. His explanation was weak and his eyes darted. Chen Mimi was also awakened, fearfully moving closer to Zhang Wei. The atmosphere in the cave instantly became tense. Lin Feng's secretive behavior shattered the brief, fragile trust. At that moment, a clearer sound, definitely not natural, resembling metal scraping against rock, suddenly came from the dark passage they had come from. And the sound was getting closer. What is that sound? Chen Mimi screamed in fright. Shoo! Lin Feng's face changed drastically as he quickly smothered the dying embers of the fire, plunging the cave into absolute darkness. Don't make a sound, he whispered sharply, his tone more severe than ever. In the darkness, only the heavy, fearful breaths of the three and the increasingly close, grating sound could be heard. Had the cleaners found the entrance? Or was there something else already in this cave? The scene shifted back to the cliff top. Lei lay hidden behind the rocks like a sculpture. The morning mist was gradually dissipating, and his view was slowly opening up. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a spot in the northwest, about a few kilometers from the coastline. A patch of jungle where several faint, unnatural reflections flickered, as if from telescopes or metallic equipment. Moreover, the points of reflection were moving. Was it the Hakka patrol? Or was it the Nightingale's people? Almost simultaneously, the silent communicator he kept close to him blinked faintly again. This time the duration was slightly longer than before, as if it had captured some signal fragment, but it still could not be deciphered. The direction of the signal source roughly matched those reflection points. Lei's gaze instantly sharpened like a knife. The prey had revealed its trace. He did not act rashly, but continued to observe patiently. He noticed that the movement of those reflection points had a pattern resembling a carpet search directed inland, exactly towards the direction Su Qian was heading and the area she might traverse. He had to warn Su Qian, but the communicator was unusable. Lei's mind raced. He quickly assessed the risks. Directly crossing the search area was extremely dangerous and likely to be detected. He needed a way to relay information over a distance that wouldn't raise suspicion from the other party. His gaze swept over the coastline below the cliff, where he saw several early rising seabirds foraging among the rocks. A bold plan formed in his mind. He needed to create a natural noise, one that would alert Su Qian without making the search team suspect it was a man-made signal. He silently slid down the cliff, returning to the sea erosion cave, quickly gathering some dry seaweed and a specific type of resin that would release a strong, distinctive smell when burned. He carefully stuffed these materials into a hollow, burn-resistant shell, creating a simple, delayed burning device. Then, calculating the tides and wind direction, he chose a relatively concealed rock crevice along Su Qian's possible route to place the device, igniting the fuse with flint. Legu, are you going to signal a beacon? Is that feasible? I expressed my doubts. It's a gamble. Su Qian recognizes the smell of this resin. When burned, the tribe often uses it to repel insects. The thick smoke and scent can travel far in the windless morning. The search team will likely think it's a jungle fire or natives starting a fire, Lei's consciousness calmly analyzed. This was the fastest and most discreet method he could think of at the moment. The smoke slowly rose, not conspicuous in the morning mist, but that distinctive spicy aroma wafted inland with the gentle breeze. After completing all this, Lei turned without hesitation, quickly moving along the coastline in the opposite direction of the smoke's rise, but in a way that could circumvent and approach those reflection points. The search team. He needed to confirm the enemy's identity, numbers, and intentions while searching for an opportunity to rescue Zhang Wei and the others. The lone wolf had already revealed its fangs and had taken the initiative to enter the hunting ground. Could Su Qian sense the signal? Would Zhang Wei and the others survive the crisis in the cave? Lei's proactive strike was a path to survival or a deeper trap. The light of dawn finally pierced through the night, illuminating this perilous island and the determined expressions on everyone's faces. Chapter 52 End. On the eastern side of the cliff, Lay's figure darted swiftly between the rocks and morning mist like a shadow gliding close to the ground. The route he chose was exceptionally intricate, consistently utilizing the elevation differences and the dense salt-tolerant shrubs along the shore to conceal his tracks, his footsteps landing on the damp gravel or rocks with hardly a sound. His target was clear: to approach the northwestern area where reflections had previously appeared in order to confirm the situation of the search team. My Lin Xiao Yes consciousness closely followed, clearly sensing the coordination of Lay's muscles, each breath controlled to conserve the utmost energy. This extreme state of stealth made me dare not even breathe. Brother Lay, are we essentially delivering ourselves to them? Isn't it a bit too risky? I couldn't help but ask in my mind, as the other side was a quasi-military personnel equipped with guns and dogs. The risks are manageable. Lay's consciousness responded calmly, as if analyzing data. The fog has not fully dispersed, visibility is low. The complex terrain of the coastline facilitates concealment and retreat. I need to ascertain their scale, equipment, and search patterns. Passive hiding will eventually lead to encirclement. His judgment was based on absolute rationality. About 20 minutes later, he arrived at the edge of a brackish marsh thick with mangroves, approximately 1 kilometer from the target area, an ideal observation point. He slid silently into the murky water like a crocodile, with only his eyes and nostrils exposed, using the mangrove's aerial roots for cover, gazing towards the opposite shore. The mist swirled around the edge of the jungle on the opposite side. Sure enough, a 6-man team appeared in his line of sight. They were all dressed in uniform, dark gray jungle combat uniforms, not the pure black of Nightingale's subordinates, well-equipped, carrying assault rifles, and one of them led an energetic Belgian Malinois. Their actions were professional, with 2 in the front alternating to cover reconnaissance, 2 in the middle providing technical support, carrying communication and detection equipment, and 2 at the rear providing rearguard. The search formation was maintained while slowly advancing in a fan shape toward the interior, clearly directed towards the heart of the island. They are not cleansers. Lay immediately made a judgment. The equipment standard is different, and the tactical movements are closer to those of a regular military unit. They are from Harka. The remnants of Harka were indeed still active, and it seemed they had received reinforcements, clearly executing a search mission. What were they looking for? Survivors. Or something else. Just then, the military dog suddenly stopped, turned warily toward the general direction where Lay was concealed, sniffing the air intensely while emitting a low whine. The handler immediately signaled the entire team to stop, and everyone instantly went into a combat-ready state, their guns aimed at the mangroves. Lay's heartbeat did not accelerate. Instead, his breathing became even longer and gentler, his body completely submerged underwater, leaving only the reeds for air. He was like a stone beneath the water, blending into the surrounding environment. The military dog fidgeted for a while, seemingly unable to accurately locate the source of the scent in the humid sea breeze and moisture, eventually calming down under the team's soothing. The search team continued to advance, not probing further into the difficult marsh. Having confirmed the enemy's identity and movements, Lay slowly retreated, disappearing into the depths of the mangroves. He chose not to follow. The risk was too high. It seemed that Harka's target was not the coastline, but the interior. For now, this was somewhat good news. Yet his brow furrowed slightly. The appearance of Harka meant that the forces on the island had become more complex. Nightingale's cleansers, the remnants of Harka, the possible third party hinted by Lin Feng, and the indigenous tribes. This isolated island had turned into a whirlpool. He now needed to quickly confirm whether Su Shi had received the signal and find a way to meet her. At the same time, the situation of the 3 people in the cave was unknown and had to be clarified as soon as possible. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, Su Shi was running desperately. Her lungs burned painfully, her legs felt like they were filled with lead, but a strong intuition compelled her to keep moving forward. Just moments ago, she had caught a faint whiff of a familiar pungent smoke, very subtle, mixed in with the humid air, but unmistakably. It was the scent of a unique resin burned near the tribe, often used by Elder Maku to ward off mosquitoes and signal danger. It was Lay. He must be using this method to guide her. The signal came from the southeast direction, slightly deviating from her path to the tribe, but it definitely meant that Lay had encountered an emergency and needed her to assist, or had changed the meeting point. Trust outweighed all hesitation. Su Shi unhesitatingly adjusted her direction, struggling through towards the source of the smoke. She had to move faster. Faster. In the underground, cave time seemed to freeze. The grating sound that was painfully grating on the nerves stopped suddenly after a few minutes. In the darkness, a dead silence descended, further torturing their nerves. Zhang Wei and Chun Mei clung tightly to each other, hearing each other's frantic heartbeat. Lin Feng, like a statue pressed against the rock wall, his ears pointed towards the direction of the dark passage, his entire body tense. After a few minutes, the grating sound did not reoccur. Instead, it was replaced by a faint sound like something being dragged, growing fainter as it moved away, gradually disappearing into the depths of the dark passage. Was the crisis averted? After an agonizingly long 10 minutes confirming that there were no further sounds, Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling for a match to relight. In the dim light, the three of them looked pale, as if they had just been pulled out of the water. What was that just now? Chen Mei asked with a quiver in her voice. Lin Feng shook his head, his expression grave. I don't know, but it definitely wasn't human. It sounded like some kind of claws, or the sound of a hard object scraping against the rock. He walked cautiously to the entrance of the dark passage, peering in where it was pitch black and unfathomably deep. We can't stay here anymore. This place isn't safe. We don't know where the dark passage leads, and there might be other inhabitants. Then, where do we go? Zhang Wei was in a daze. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to another direction in the cave, where several dark and unknown forks awaited. We need to find another way out. This cave system might be vast. We have to take our chances. His tone carried an undeniable decisiveness, as if he had instantly transformed from a panicked survivor into the leader. He picked up a burning stick as a torch and chose one of the openings that looked relatively dry and had a faint airflow. Follow me and watch your step. Zhang Wei and Chen Mei exchanged glances, seeing fear reflected in each other's eyes, but staying behind clearly posed greater danger. They had no choice but to steel themselves and follow Lin Feng, who held the torch, his shadow flickering in the darkness, stepping into the unknown depths. With every step, they treaded upon the fear of the unknown. Lei tracked the invisible clues in the mist. She rushed towards the hopeful signal in the jungle, while Zhang Wei and the others walked towards an unknown fate in the dark maze. The crisis unfolding on three fronts quietly escalated on this dawnlit island. Deep within the mangroves at the edge of the brackish marsh, Lei stood still like a statue covered in mud. The footsteps of the Hakka search team and the barking of dogs gradually faded away, eventually disappearing into the depths of the jungle. He did not act immediately, but remained absolutely still, using this rare gap to quickly replay everything he had just observed in his mind. A six-man team in a standard tactical formation, well-equipped, highly trained, and clearly advancing inland. It was undoubtedly the main reconnaissance unit of Hakka. Their appearance confirmed previous suspicions that the remnants of Hakka not only existed, but were also active, seemingly searching for something of great importance. They have left. Should we follow them to see what they are up to, or stick to the original plan and look for Su Qian? Lin Xiaoyu asked in my mind, feeling a bit anxious, worried about Su Qian, yet also filled with curiosity about Hakka's intentions. Priority change. Lei's consciousness responded, calm to the point of coldness. If Hakka's target is inland, it will not pose a threat to the coastline for now. There is a possibility that Su Qian received the signal, but the rendezvous point is uncertain. The current top priority: confirm the situation of Zhang Wei and the others, and gather more intelligence on Lin Feng and the cleaners. The cave is a known clue point. His logic was remarkably clear. Su Qian had the ability to protect herself and attempt to reach the tribe, while Zhang Wei, Chen Mimi, and especially the suspicious Lin Feng in the cave faced more direct danger and uncertainty and might hold key information. Lei silently slid out of the marsh, using the last cover of the mist to quickly retrace his steps along the coastline, aiming directly for the cave area he had previously discovered with an underground river entrance. He needed to enter the underground waters from there and try to find a path leading to the cave where Zhang Wei and the others were. Just as Lei re-entered the underground world, Su Qian was struggling through the dense jungle. The special burning smell of the resin acted like a guiding beacon. Although faint, it gave her a clear direction and immense hope. Ignoring her fatigue and pain, she fought to cut through the vines and moved southeast. As she got closer, the smell seemed to grow stronger, boosting her confidence. However, the terrain of the jungle was far more complex than she had imagined, with ravines, streams, and steep slopes appearing constantly, severely slowing her pace. She had to be more careful to avoid losing everything due to a mistake just when hope was within reach. Meanwhile, in the intricate maze of the underground cave, Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi were following Lin Feng, who held the torch, cautiously exploring. The range illuminated by the fire was limited, surrounded by endless darkness and oppressive silence, where only their footsteps, breaths, and the crackling of the burning torch echoed in the empty passage, amplifying their inner fear. The passage wound downward, the air growing increasingly damp and cold, and more traces of human excavation began to appear on the rock walls, even revealing some corroded and broken metal pipes and cables embedded in the walls. Where exactly is this place? How could there be these things? Zhang Wei looked at the structures that clearly did not belong to nature, his voice trembling. Chen Mimi tightly gripped his arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Lin Feng raised the torch high and scrutinized the rust his brow, furrowing. It looks like some kind of ancient industrial facility, or the remnants of an underground base. Given the level of rust, it must have been abandoned for decades, if not longer. His tone carried the scrutiny of a researcher, seemingly momentarily forgetting their dangerous predicament. After advancing for a while, they came upon a relatively spacious cavern. When the firelight illuminated the scene inside the cavern, all three involuntarily gasped in shock. In the center of the cavern lay several heavily rusted metal tables and chairs, and in a corner were piled a few broken wooden crates, one of which was tipped over, spilling out some black coal-like chunks. Most shocking of all was a massive, clearly metal circular valve on one side of the cavern wall covered in thick rust and some dried, dark red moss-like substance, with a huge wheel in the center that required multiple people to turn. Next to the valve was a control panel embedded in the rock wall, its glass long shattered with a tangled mess of rusty wires behind it. My God, is this really an underground base? Zhang Wei exclaimed, his mouth agape, momentarily overwhelmed by shock instead of fear. Chen Mimi also widened her eyes, incredulously gazing at the surreal scene before her. Lin Feng quickly walked up to the control panel, wiping away the thick dust with his sleeve, carefully deciphering the blurred inscriptions and symbols. The style of those symbols bore some resemblance to the ancient patterns they had seen earlier in the sacrificial cave and at the beacon, yet they were mixed with more modern industrial icons and abbreviations. Look here. Lin Feng pointed to a corner of the panel with several indistinct letters. It looks like ventilation. Pressure. This should be a valve control station for regulating underground airflow or water pressure. His professional expertise was evident at this moment. And these boxes. Zhang Wei bravely approached a crate, kicked it with his foot, and the decayed wooden boards shattered, revealing some black, regularly shaped chunks inside. Is this coal? Is there a mine beneath this island? Not necessarily. Lin Feng shook his head, leaning closer with the torch for a detailed look. It resembles reserve fuel for powering certain devices that require steam or large power. He raised his head, his gaze directed toward the massive circular valve, his eyes flickering. What could be behind this door? A tremendous curiosity temporarily overshadowed the fear. This discovery was too astonishing. Beneath this island lay such a large-scale, clearly industrial-era structure. This far exceeded their understanding of a primitive, deserted island. Should we open it and take a look? Chen Mimi timidly asked, both frightened and curious. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and shook his head no. Not to mention whether we can turn that wheel. If what's behind it is high-pressure gas, toxic substances, or simply water, we could lose our lives in an instant. Moreover, the noise would be too loud, potentially attracting things we don't want. He referred to the source of the eerie scraping sound earlier. Reason prevailed. The three decided to temporarily leave this control station and continue exploring other paths in search of an exit. This unexpected discovery, like a boulder thrown into water, stirred up great waves in their hearts. Lin Feng's identity and the secrets of this island seemed intricately linked to the ruins buried deep underground. However, they were unaware that while they focused on exploring this abandoned facility above the cave, near a crack in the ground, two pairs of feet, wearing black combat boots, silently treaded over the damp moss. The owners of the boots were conversing in a softly spoken accented English. The last signal disappearance point is nearby. Spread out and search. Be mindful of underground cavities. Lord Nightingale demands to see the living or the dead. Understood. Especially the one named Lin Feng, who is the highest priority. The hunters of the cleaners had already caught the scent, closing in on the lair of their prey in the underground maze. Meanwhile, Lei was also stealthily entering this dark water from another direction. The chess game underground was about to welcome new players. The threads of fate grew tighter in the darkness. Chapter 54 End. The shock brought by the discovery of the underground control station was soon replaced by a more immediate fear. The massive rusted valve resembled a silent giant eye, exuding an ominous aura. Lin Feng's rational advice kept the three from acting recklessly. They extinguished most of the torches, leaving only one for illumination, and cautiously exited the unsettling cave, choosing another path that seemed to have a faint airflow to continue their exploration. The passage became narrower and more rugged, the ground covered with slippery moss and loose gravel. The darkness enveloped them like thick ink, the torchlight illuminating only a few steps ahead, surrounded by endless heart-stopping void. In the silence, the only sounds were the drip of water falling from the rock crevices and their own heavy, oppressive breaths and heartbeats. I say, doesn't this feel like a real-life version of a Tomb Raiding story? Zhang Wei attempted to dispel the fear with his usual ill-timed humor, his voice echoing in the narrow passage, making it all the more eerie. He pushed up his broken glasses, held together only by a vine, his actions comically reminiscent of a panicked groundhog trying to mimic a human. Just missing a little brother, and adding, He glanced at Lin Feng, who was silently holding the torch ahead, swallowing the latter half of his sentence, an unidentified fellow. Chun Mimi pinched his arm in annoyance, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. What are you joking about at a time like this? I just feel like something is following us, she said, looking back fearfully at the profound darkness. According to the survival rules in horror movies, we absolutely cannot look back now. And we can't split up. Also, we absolutely must not jinx ourselves. Zhang Wei analyzed earnestly while shrinking his neck in fear, pressing close to Chen Mimi, almost stepping on her heels. Can you please be quiet? Chen Mimi was almost brought to tears by his antics. The front-running Lin Feng suddenly stopped, raising his torch to signal for silence. He listened intently, his brow furrowed. A faint, continuous buzzing sound came from further down the passage, like some mechanical noise, but very faint. There's movement. Zhang Wei froze momentarily, his voice barely above a whisper, trembling. Is that scratching sound coming back? Lin Feng shook his head, signaling them to follow as he cautiously moved forward. Turning a corner, they were greeted by a vast underground cavern. In the center of the cavern was a bottomless pit surrounded by rusted metal supports and a broken conveyor belt that extended downward, disappearing into the darkness below. The buzzing seemed to emanate from the bottom of the pit, carrying a dull, unsettling vibration. What is this place? A mine? Zhang Wei's eyes widened as he carefully leaned over the edge of the pit, peering down into the inky blackness that seemed bottomless. Only a cold wind swirling up from below made him shiver. Oh my god, if I fall down there, I might as well restart the game. Lin Feng yanked him back, his expression serious. The stones at the edge are very loose. It looks like an abandoned elevator shaft or the main shaft of a ventilation system. He scrutinized the rusted supports and conveyor belt. There might still be large machinery operating down there or echoes of underground water flow. Just then a flurry of flapping sounds suddenly erupted from above them. Immediately a swarm of dark shapes screeched as they burst forth from the crevices at the top of the cave, rushing towards them. Bats! It's bats! Chen Mimi screamed in fright, crouching down and covering her head. Zhang Wei was even more terrified, flailing his arms and shouting, "Ah! Don't bite me! I'm not tasty. I'm nearsighted and timid. My flesh is sour." In his panic, he stepped on a loose stone, yelping as he fell backward, landing on the slippery ground with a thud, his torch slipping from his hand and rolling a few times before the flame quickly weakened. The torch is going out. Zhang Wei ignored the pain, scrambling to retrieve it, but in his clumsiness, he slipped again, his pose utterly awkward. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, stepping forward to stamp out the dying torch with his foot, quickly retrieving a spare flint from his backpack, which he surprisingly still had, and reigniting it. As the fire flared back to life, the startled bats had already flown far away. Regaining his composure, Zhang Wei slumped to the ground, clutching his sore coccyx with a mournful expression. My butt. It's ruined, definitely broken into pieces. This cursed place with its strange sounds and bats, will it let us live? His broken glasses hung crookedly on his face, paired with a grimacing expression appeared particularly comical in the flickering firelight. Chun Mimi, still shaken, stood up and looked at Zhang Wei's disheveled state, both angry and amused. Couldn't help but kick him lightly. Not hard, serves you right. You were being so loud. You almost got us all killed. Lin Feng watched the two, shaking his head helplessly, though the tension at the corner of his mouth seemed to relax slightly. Zhang Wei's knack for cracking jokes at critical moments, yet still remembering to jest in dire situations, somehow eased a bit of the extreme tension. Can we still move? Lin Feng asked Zhang Wei. I suppose so. Zhang Wei grimaced as he got back up, rubbing his rear, limping slightly. Just feels a bit unsteady, like I'm half disabled. After all this commotion, the three dared not linger any longer. Lin Feng chose a narrow path that circumvented the pit, continuing along the cave wall. The path was wooden, already rotted, creaking underfoot at risk of breaking at any moment. Zhang Wei moved even slower, now each step cautious, muttering to himself, left foot steady now. Right foot, come on. But hold it together. Glasses, you better hold up, you're my only eyes now. His cautious and motivating demeanor towards each part of his body made Chen Mimi, who was following behind, roll her eyes, yet somehow feel less afraid. However, just as they were about to finish crossing the path, a glimmer of light, possibly another exit, appeared ahead. Lin Feng suddenly stopped, his expression changing drastically. He quickly extinguished the torch. "Shoo, don't move," he whispered, urgently, filled with tension. In the darkness from the direction they had come, faintly came the clear sound of footsteps crunching on gravel, and voices speaking in hushed English. "The traces are very fresh, they must be down here. Split up and search, watch for traps. Lady Nightingale wants them alive, especially that technician." They were the cleaners. They had caught up, and they had already entered the cave system. Despair instantly gripped the three. Ahead lay an unknown exit, possibly a dead end, and behind them were elite pursuers. They were trapped on this dangerous narrow path. Zhang Wei trembled in fear, his teeth chattering, nearly wetting himself, gasping, "It's over, it's over. We're really going to be wrapped up like dumplings. I'm still young, I haven't married, yet I haven't published my geological paper." Lin Feng's eyes flickered fiercely. He glanced at the bottomless darkness below the path, and then at the direction of the footsteps, finally resting his gaze on a shadowy rock protrusion a few meters below the side of the path, which seemed to provide cover. "Down! Hide behind that rock! Quickly!" he decisively commanded in a hushed tone, cautiously leading the way down the swaying path. Chun Mimi and Zhang Wei didn't care about anything else, rolling and scrambling after him. The space behind the rock was cramped, and the three pressed closely together, not daring to make a sound. The footsteps drew nearer, the beam of a flashlight sweeping across the path above their heads. The breath of death had never felt so close. Zhang Wei clamped his mouth shut, fearing the sound of his racing heart would be heard. His comedic talent faced with absolute danger completely failed, leaving only the most primitive fear. In this extreme fear, no one noticed that Lin Feng, curled up in the shadows, was tightly gripping a rusted metal component the size of a fingernail, quietly pried from the control station's rusty panel, his fingertips turning slightly white from exertion. In his eyes beneath the fear lay a deeper, elusive resolve. Beneath the abandoned walkway on a narrow rock outcropping, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Zhang Wei, Chun Mimi, and Lin Feng huddled tightly in the shadows, their breaths nearly stilled. Above them, the creaking sound of the search team's boots on the decaying wooden planks, the flickering of flashlight beams sweeping across the rocky walls, and the hushed, cold conversations felt like the scythe of death brushing against their necks. Zhang Wei trembled like a leaf, biting down hard on his hand to suppress the sound of his chattering teeth. Chun Mimi buried her face in her knees, weeping silently. Lin Feng stood still like a statue, his chest slightly rising and falling, his sharp gaze fixed on the gap above, revealing his extreme vigilance. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, the attention of the searchers seemed to be drawn to a faint light ahead on the walkway, possibly an exit. The footsteps and light gradually moved forward, ultimately disappearing around the corner at the end of the walkway. They did not thoroughly search beneath the walkway. After a long few minutes, confirming that there were no more sounds from outside, the three of them slumped down, as if deflated, gasping for air, cold sweat soaking their backs. "Did they leave?" Zhang Wei's voice was hoarse, tinged with tears. "For now," Lin Feng replied quietly, his face still grave. "They went that way, and if they find it's a dead end, they will definitely turn back. We must leave at once and find another route." He cautiously climbed up the walkway, first observing the surroundings to ensure safety, before signaling for Zhang Wei and Chun Mimi to follow. The three dared not linger, even refraining from lighting a torch, instead feeling their way in the darkness toward the deeper labyrinthine passages that led away from the searchers. Every step teetered on the edge of the unknown and fear. Meanwhile, at the edge of the jungle in the southeast of the island, Lei had just emerged from a concealed underground outlet completely covered by vines, returning to the surface. Using a complex underground river system, he successfully circumvented potential surveillance, but had not directly found an obvious path leading to the cave where Zhang Wei was located. The underground waters were intricate and winding, with many forks and no clear guidance. Searching blindly was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. He lay hidden among dense ferns like a leopard, waiting for the right moment, acutely sensing everything around him. Morning sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled spots of light. The chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects made everything seem to return to tranquility. But his sharp gaze quickly locked onto a higher hillock a few hundred meters away, where he had previously released the signal smoke. At that moment, a very faint sound, distinct from the natural wind rustling through leaves, reached his keen ears. The sound came from the dense forest below the hill and was rapidly approaching his direction. It wasn't a large animal, it was the footsteps of a person, and there was only one, the steps slightly disordered and hurried, as if running yet struggling through obstacles. Lei's body instantly tensed, his mountain knife silently unsheathing a fraction, his cold gaze locking onto the source of the sound. Friend or foe? Moments later, a familiar figure stumbled out of the bushes at the bottom of the hill. It was Su Qian. She looked disheveled, her combat suit torn by thorns, her face and arms marred with blood and mud, hair in disarray, breathing heavily, and her complexion pale from exertion and dehydration. Yet her eyes were exceptionally bright, filled with a sense of urgency and vigilance that spoke of survival, tightly gripping that bone knife. Upon seeing Lei lying in the grass, Su Qian's steps abruptly halted, her pupils dilating, the bone knife instantly crossed in front of her chest, assuming a defensive posture. But the next second, when she saw those eyes that remained sharp as an eagle's, even in the shadows, her tense body trembled violently, her defensive stance collapsing into an overwhelming mix of surprise and relief. "Lei," she almost exclaimed, her voice catching in her throat, her eyes immediately reddening. She rushed over without hesitation, but suddenly stopped a few steps away from Lei, as if afraid of disturbing something. Instead, she fixed her misty eyes on him, as if to confirm that this was not an illusion. Lei also slowly stood up from his hiding spot, looking at the battered yet resilient Su Qian, and deep within his cold gaze a barely perceptible wave flickered. He quickly scanned her for serious injuries, and once reassured, he nodded slightly. As long as you're okay. 3 simple words felt as heavy as a mountain. Su Qian's tears finally rolled down, but she immediately wiped them away, taking a deep breath to forcibly calm herself. I smelled smoke. So I came looking for you. Are you alright? What about Zhang Wei and the others? I'm fine. Zhang Wei and the others are trapped in the northern cave, and the searchers are looking for them. I was about to go assist. Lei succinctly explained the situation, his tone quickly regaining calmness. What have you encountered? I was being tracked by a 6-man patrol team from Hakka. I shook them off, but I might not have fully escaped. Su Qian spoke rapidly. There are anomalies coming from the direction of the tribe. On my way here, I saw strange signal flares in the sky, not ones used by the tribe. Elder Mako might be in trouble. Bad news kept coming. Hakka the searchers' potential changes in the tribe. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. Priority change. Lei made a decisive call, without hesitation. We must head to the cave immediately to rescue them. Lin Feng might have crucial information, and Zhang Wei and Chun Mimi cannot fall into the hands of the searchers. Then we will decide the next step based on the situation. All right. Su Qian nodded without hesitation. Having experienced life and death separation, she had absolute trust in Lei's judgment. The joy of reunion was quickly overshadowed by a sense of great crisis. There was no time for pleasantries, and the two quickly exchanged the information they had. Lei handed the water bottle to Su Qian, who greedily drank several large gulps, her cracked lips regaining a hint of color. She broke off a tough vine, neatly tying up her disheveled hair, her gaze returning to sharp determination. However, just as they prepared to depart along the relatively concealed route, Lei had scouted toward the northern cave area. Whoosh bang! A sharp whistle pierced the sky, followed immediately by a red signal flare exploding in the air not far behind them in the jungle. The dazzling light was clearly visible even in daylight. It's a signal from Hakka. They found us. Su Qian's expression changed drastically. Almost at the same moment, the flare detonated. A barrage of gunfire erupted from that direction, like popping beans. Bullets whizzed past, striking the trees and ground around them, sending wood chips flying. Take cover. Lei shouted, grabbing Su Qian's wrist, and the two leaped like leopards toward a nearby dense thicket and behind a massive rock. Bang! 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 Bullets chased after their footsteps, striking the rocks forcefully, sending sparks flying. The Hakka patrol team had not only discovered them, but had launched an attack directly. They were trapped. Lei, this is bad. We just reunited, and now we're being surrounded. Lin Xiaoyu wailed in my mind. Lei ignored my complaint, leaning against the rock to quickly peer out at the source of the gunfire. He assessed that there were at least 4 opponents forming a fan-shaped encirclement, their firepower fierce. We can't fight Hedon. We are outmatched in ammunition and numbers. Retreat north using the jungle terrain to lose them. The target remains the cave area. Lei rapidly devised a strategy. The terrain toward the northern cave was more complex, making it easier to maneuver. Understood. Su Qian checked her bone knife, her gaze icy. The warmth of reunion had been replaced by a sharp intent to kill. Lei spotted a gap in the enemy's fire and suddenly threw a rock towards the side thicket to create a noise, drawing their attention while urgently whispering, "Go." The two shot out like arrows from behind the rock, using the cover of the trees to sprint northward. Behind them, the shouts of Hakka soldiers and gunfire pursued closely. The joy of reunion was so fleeting, instantly replaced by a more intense chase for survival. Their convergence seemed to ignite a fuse, pushing the chaos and crisis of the island to a new climax. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei and the others in the cave remained unaware, their fates tightly intertwined with this sudden encounter. Chapter 56: The End. Deep within the northern cave, darkness enveloped everything like thick tar, swallowing all sound and light. Zhang Wei, Chun Mei, and Lin Feng were desperately fleeing through the narrow, winding passage, the echo of the cleaner's boots pounding on the rocks growing ever closer, the beam of the flashlight sweeping wildly like a deadly tentacle against the walls. Turn left. Hurry. Lin Feng whispered, urgently shoving the stumbling Chun Mei towards a fork in the path. He seemed exceptionally familiar with this maze-like cave, always making the most decisive choices at the complex intersections. Zhang Wei followed suit, crawling and rolling his lungs, screaming like a broken bellows, his glasses askew on his face, his vision filled with double images. I can't. I really can't. My butt. It's going to split. He cried out, feeling the sharp pain from his coccyx radiate throughout his body. Shut up. If you want to live, run. Chun Mei snapped back, her face a mix of fear and determination. She grabbed hold of Zhang Wei's backpack strap, nearly dragging him forward. Suddenly, a faint roar of rushing water echoed from the end of the passage. The air grew damp. There's an exit. A glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he quickened his pace. The three burst out of the passage only to be met with a sight that made them gasp in shock. It was a vast underground cavern with a roaring underground river at its center, the dark water emitting a deafening roar. On the opposite bank, faintly illuminated by dim light, another cave entrance was visible. The crucial thing was that the connection between the two shores was an ancient-looking suspension bridge made of ropes and wooden planks. The bridge was in a terrible state, swaying in the damp air, the wooden planks rotting and glowing moss covering the ropes. Can it really hold us? Zhang Wei's voice trembled as he looked at the swirling black water below, his calves cramping. There's no time to hesitate. They're coming. Lin Feng heard the footsteps closing in behind them and was the first to step onto the suspension bridge. The bridge creaked ominously, shaking violently. Chun Meimei gritted her teeth and followed. Zhang Wei watched as shadows and beams of light appeared at the entrance behind them, steeling himself and stepping onto the first wooden plank with his eyes shut. Crack! The wooden plank beneath him shattered. Zhang Wei screamed as he fell downwards. In that critical moment, Lin Feng, who was ahead, suddenly turned back and grabbed his wrist. Chun Meimei also quickly turned and grabbed his other arm. Together, they desperately pulled the stunned Zhang Wei back up. Watch your step. Step on the places where the ropes cross. Lin Feng shouted breathlessly. The three moved cautiously at a snail's pace across the swaying suspension bridge. Every creak of the ropes made their hearts stop. The pursuers had reached the riverbank, the blinding flashlight beams shining on their backs. Stop, or I'll shoot. A harsh voice shouted in English from the bank. Bang! Bang! Bullets struck the rock face above them, sending debris falling. Hurry! Lin Feng urged hoarsely. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything else as the three of them sprinted toward the opposite shore. Just as they were only a few steps away from the other side, a loud bang echoed, and a main support rope suddenly snapped. The entire suspension bridge tilted to one side in an instant. Chun Meimei screamed as she slid towards the edge, while Lin Feng desperately clung to a secondary rope to avoid falling. Zhang Wei, terrified, clung to another swaying rope like a koala. Grab me. Lin Feng extended his hand to Chun Meimei. She struggled to climb up, her fingertips barely brushing Lin Feng's hand, when another round of gunfire erupted, bullets striking the wooden planks beside them. I can't hold on. Jump! Lin Feng saw the pursuers on the opposite bank attempting to steady the bridge and made a quick decision, pointing at the swirling river below, shouting, Jump downstream. There might be a chance for survival. Jump! Jump into the river. Zhang Wei looked at the dark water below, his voice trembling. I can't swim. If you don't jump, you'll die. Lin Feng shouted sternly, no longer hesitating, grabbing Chun Meimei's hand and leaping into the icy dark river. Instantly swallowed by the rushing water. Wait for me. Zhang Wei watched the gun barrel aimed at him from the shore, letting out a desperate wail, closing his eyes, releasing his grip on the rope, and plummeting into the river like a weight. On the other side, Lei and Su Qian engaged in an intense chase with the Hakka team through the dense forest. Bullets whizzed past their ears, breaking branches and leaves. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain and extraordinary physical abilities, Lei used trees and boulders as cover, sprinting with Su Qian while occasionally turning back to disrupt the pace of the pursuers with accurate throws or sudden changes in direction. To the 2 o'clock direction steep slope. Lei whispered, grabbing Su Qian's wrist as they slid down a moss-covered slope, temporarily escaping the pursuers' line of sight. They were few in number, but well-equipped and coordinated. Su Qian leaned against a giant tree, gasping for breath, while quickly checking her bone knife, her eyes sharp. We can't keep being hunted down. Lei scanned the surroundings, quickly assessing the situation. There should be a seasonally dry riverbed not far ahead, connected to the northern foothills near the cave area. We can use the complex terrain of the riverbed to shake them off. Then the two sprinted again. Sure enough, not long after, a wide riverbed covered with pebbles appeared before them. They jumped down to the riverbed, weaving between the massive stones. The Hakka team followed closely, but the terrain of the riverbed effectively slowed their speed. Suddenly, Lei came to a halt, raising his fist to signal silence. He keenly heard, aside from the pursuers behind them, another sound coming from upstream, the hurried, chaotic footsteps, along with a faint cry for help. Su Qian heard it too, exchanging a glance with Lei, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Almost simultaneously, at the bend upstream of the river, 3 soaked figures rolled and stumbled out. They were Zhang Wei, Chun Meimei, and Lin Feng, who had just been washed out from a certain exit of the underground river. Zhang Wei coughed desperately as he ran, spitting out water, while Chun Meimei supported the nearly exhausted Lin Feng. The 3 looked utterly disheveled. Their eyes locked, freezing the moment. Brother Lei, sister Su Qian. Zhang Wei saw the two as if he had seen his own mother, crying out with desperation, Help me. The cleaners are behind us. Before he could finish, figures appeared simultaneously upstream and downstream. The downstream was the pursuing Hakka team, while the upstream were the cleaners who had just emerged from the cave hot on the heels of Zhang Wei and the others. Two opposing forces along with Lei and Su Qian faced off against the unarmed Zhang Wei and his companions in this dry riverbed. The atmosphere instantly froze, tension thickening in the air. The Hakka team and the cleaners clearly did not expect to encounter each other here, along with the unexpected Lei and Su Qian. Both sides froze for a moment, instinctively pointing their guns at the suddenly appearing third party and each other. Lei's reaction was lightning fast. In the split second of their surprise, he pushed Su Qian toward a large boulder while throwing himself to the side, shouting, "Take cover." Bang, bang, bang. The chaotic gunfire instantly shattered the silence. The Hakka team and the cleaners opened fire almost simultaneously, bullets flying wildly through the riverbed, kicking up countless rocks and sparks. Their first targets were the most threatening opponents, but inevitably others in the scene were also caught in the crossfire. Zhang Wei, terrified, covered his head and screamed, hiding behind a large rock. Chen Mei pulled Lin Feng towards another cover. The riverbed instantly transformed into a chaotic battlefield. Lei took cover, coldly observing the unfolding situation. While the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. No, they were currently the grain of sand in the clam's meat, at risk of being crushed by either side at any moment. They must take advantage of the chaos to break through. Chapter 57 End. The dry riverbed instantly transformed into a vortex of death. Bullets whizzed through the narrow space like locusts, striking the pebbles and sparking fire, while the impacts against the rocks produced a dull thudding sound. The Hakka team and the pursuers of the cleaners, suddenly encountering each other, immediately regarded one another as the primary threat. After a brief moment of shock and intense gunfire erupted instantaneously. Find cover. Stick close to the riverbank. The roar of thunder was particularly distinct amid the gunfire. He moved like a ghost among the massive rocks, with the mountain-cutting knife now in his left hand and his right hand gripping a sharp-edged stone, calmly surveying the battlefield. Su Qian reacted extremely quickly, rolling behind a boulder near Lei, gripping her bone knife in reverse, breathing rapidly, but her gaze sharp, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. "Oh my God, don't shoot me. I'm an innocent civilian. A very innocent civilian." Zhang Wei crouched down, hugging his head, rolling and crawling to hide behind a relatively recessed rock, shaking like a leaf in the autumn wind, his broken glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, looking both awkward and comical. Chun Mimi screamed as Lin Feng suddenly pulled her down, the two of them tumbling into a shallow pit, with gravel crashing down on the rocks above their heads. At the moment of falling, Lin Feng quickly scanned the positions and equipment of both sides in the firefight, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes, but he immediately lowered his head, pressing his body tightly against the ground, as if he were just an overly frightened ordinary researcher. Chaos was the best shield, but also the greatest danger. The Hakka team, leveraging their firepower advantage, attempted to suppress the cleaners. The cleaners, on the other hand, used more agile tactical maneuvers and precise shooting to engage with Hakka. Both sides tried to eliminate each other as quickly as possible before dealing with Lei and these unexpected factors. Stray bullets occasionally whizzed past the spot where Zhang Wei and the others were hiding, causing Zhang Wei to emit suppressed screams. "Lei Ge, think of something. We're going to be sandwich filling." Lin Xiaoyu anxiously jumped in my mind. Lei didn't answer. He was waiting like the most patient hunter. He discerned the rhythm amidst the chaotic gunfire, calculating the intervals of ammunition exchanges and movement patterns on both sides. Suddenly, a Hakka soldier leaned out from behind cover in search of a better shooting angle. "Now's the time." Lei's arm swung fiercely, the stone in his hand flying like a cannonball, with a sharp whooshing sound crashing precisely onto the exposed shoulder blade of that soldier. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking. Accompanied by the soldier's shrill scream, his rifle flew from his hands. Almost simultaneously, Su Qian understood and shot out from behind the rock, like a cheetah. Her target was not the person, but the fallen rifle. With a slide, she skillfully grabbed the rifle just before a bullet struck her, quickly rolling back to cover. "Well done." I couldn't help but cheer. This moment instantly shifted the balance of power in the area. A Hakka soldier was rendered combat ineffective, and the weapon changed hands. The leader of the cleaners, the one who was walking the dog earlier, immediately sensed the opportunity, shouting in English, "Suppress the left flank. Deal with Hakka first." The firepower of the cleaners intensified, taking the chance to launch an assault on the flank of the Hakka team. The formation of the Hakka team became slightly chaotic, having to divert more firepower to respond to the fierce attack from the cleaners. "Now's the time. Break north. Run upstream along the riverbed." Lei whispered sharply, leaping out from behind the rocks, first not running in a straight line, but utilizing a zigzag route and the undulations of the riverbed to dash upstream rapidly. Su Qian followed closely behind, holding the recently acquired rifle. Although unskilled, it was intimidating enough. Run! Zhang Wei saw Lei move, and his survival instinct overshadowed everything, crawling out from behind the rock with hands and feet desperately following along while shouting, "Wait for me. I can't run. My butt." His scrambling posture resembled that of a frightened penguin. Chen Mimi was also yanked up by Lin Feng, and they sprinted wildly together. While running, Lin Feng's gaze casually swept over the rock wall on one side of the riverbed, where there were narrow cracks formed by the flowing water. Into the cracks. There's a place to hide ahead. Lin Feng suddenly pointed at an inconspicuous crack on the right front of the rock wall, just enough for one person to pass sideways. Lei also noticed that crack, its hidden location, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. Without hesitation, he said, "Go." The five of them filed in one after another. The inside of the crack was deeper than expected, winding and dark, but it temporarily isolated them from the gunfire outside, providing a precious chance to catch their breath. "We are temporarily safe." Zhang Wei collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily, feeling as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Chen Mimi also leaned against the rock wall, sliding down, her face pale. Su Qian vigilantly guarded near the entrance of the crack, listening for any sounds outside. Lei quickly checked the depths of the crack, confirming there were no other exits or dangers. Lin Feng leaned against the rock wall, breathing slightly heavier, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally landing on Lei's face with a tone of relief mixed with fear, saying, "Thank you. Luckily we encountered you." Outside, the gunfire remained fierce, but it seemed that the lack of a primary target, Lei and the others, caused the firefight between Haka and the cleaners to gradually turn into mutual probing and entanglement, with a decrease in firepower density. "They won't finish fighting anytime soon, nor will they necessarily engage in a deadlock," Lei calmly analyzed. "But we are trapped here. There's only one exit. If either side guards outside, we can't get out. So, what do we do? Do we have to wait here until dark?" Zhang Wei asked with a sobbing tone. Lei didn't answer immediately. He walked to the entrance of the crack, carefully observing outside. The sounds of battle in the riverbed became sparse, but sporadic gunfire still proved that both sides were still in confrontation. Suddenly, a low, imposing roar, as if emanating from deep within the earth, faintly echoed from afar. The sound pierced through the rock wall, carrying a chilling pressure. It was Gina, the guardian beast of the island. Its roar seemed angrier than ever, and closer. The residual gunfire in the riverbed abruptly ceased. Both Haka and the cleaners seemed to be filled with dread at this sound. "It's that monster." Zhang Wei shivered in fright. But a glint of brilliance flashed in Lei's eyes. "The opportunity has come. The activity of Gina will force them to retreat or shrink their defenses. This is our best chance to break out." He signaled everyone to be quiet, carefully listening to the sounds outside. Sure enough, a few minutes later, hurried footsteps and brief commands were faintly heard receding into the distance. Both Haka and the cleaners seemed to have chosen to temporarily retreat, avoiding the wrath of Gina. "Go. Follow me. Stay quiet." Lei decisively made the call, being the first to squeeze out of the crack. The riverbed was a mess, strewn with shell casings and blood, but already devoid of any people. In the distance, the roar of Gina sounded again, seemingly moving in another direction. "Quick! North! Into the jungle!" Lei whispered urgently, and the five of them sprinted upstream along the riverbed, diving into the dense, primordial jungle, temporarily leaving the danger behind. However, they all knew that the crisis was far from over. Haka, the cleaners, the mysterious Lin Feng, the awakening Gina, and the potential upheaval within the tribe, all clues and threats pointed towards the northern hinterland of the island. Their path of escape had just entered the most core and dangerous area. Chapter 58 End. Rushing into the northern jungle felt like stepping into another world. The vegetation here towered far taller and denser than in the island's south. Massive buttress roots coiled across the forest floor like twisted serpents, while colossal canopies fractured the sunlight into scattered shards. The air hung thick with the scent of decaying humus and a faint sulphurous tang impossible to name. Light was dim, humidity suffocating, the heat oppressive enough to steal breath. The five dared not pause, not for an instant. Following Lei's judgment of the safest possible route, they trekked deep into the jungle for nearly an hour, only halting at a secluded stream ringed by towering ferns, once certain no pursuers remained behind. Temporarily safe. Zhang Wei collapsed onto damp moss, yanking off his shattered glasses, now nothing but bent frames, and wiping sweat and grime from his face with a tattered sleeve, gasping raggedly. "I swear, my legs aren't mine anymore, and my backside has officially emigrated." Chen Mimi, equally exhausted, slid down the trunk of a tree, her face pale, as she inspected scrapes on her arms and thighs. Sushi remained vigilant, scanning the perimeter, her rifle, its ammunition nearly spent, held ready at all times. Lin Feng moved silently to the stream's edge, cupped water in his palms, drank deeply, then splashed his face. His gaze stayed sharp, flickering constantly toward the jungle's shadowed depths. Lei did not rest. Like a machine unburdened by fatigue, he swiftly surveyed the 100-meter radius around them, confirming no immediate threats or pursuit traces before returning to the stream. He filled his canteen with clear water and passed it to Sushi. We've entered the core zone of the island's northern region. Lei said, his voice low, breaking the fragile silence. According to Dr. Han's prior data and Elder Maku's veiled hints, the Ark Core's likely location, the primary territory of Kina, and the very objective that drives Haka and the cleaner's relentless search, all converge here. His words sent a chill through them all. They had not escaped danger. They had walked straight into its heart. So what now? Zhang Wei groaned, face crumpled. We can't just wander aimlessly in this cursed forest. Lei turned his gaze to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, do you know anything more about this region? Or about Haka's ultimate objective? Or the cleaners? Even the faintest lead would suffice. All eyes converged on Lin Feng. After the cavern escape and the river ambush, his growing enigmas could no longer be ignored. Lin Feng stiffened slightly, lowering his head to avoid their stares, fingers unconsciously rubbing together. I don't know much. The Starfish's mission was monitoring anomalous magnetic fields. Before the crash, we detected an extremely powerful, unstable energy source at the island's center. Haka and those black-clad cleaners. Their target is almost certainly that same source. His explanation remained vague, but he had named the energy source. Anything else? Sushi pressed, her tone edged with quiet intensity. In the cavern, you seemed strangely familiar with those ruins. Why? No, not familiar. Lin Feng flinched, waving his hands hastily. I studied geology and basic mechanics long ago. I recognize some structural logic. Those ruins are ancient, far older than anything modern. His hand drifted instinctively to his pocket where the cold metallic fragment he'd pried from the control station still rested. Lei noted the gesture, but said nothing. Now was no time for suspicion. Lin Feng was their sole remaining thread to vital truth. We need a safer haven, and must locate Dr. Han or make contact with the tribe, Lei declared. We'll follow this stream upstream. Water sources often betray signs of human activity, and may also draw wildlife, including Kina. Risk and opportunity walk hand in hand here. 10 minutes later, the group resumed their march, winding steadily up the sinuous forest stream. The path grew steeper, the ground slick with rotting leaves and mud swarming with venomous insects. Zhang Wei slipped twice, his whining complaints becoming the group's grim soundtrack. What unholy place is this? These mosquitoes bite harder than my hometown geese. Ouch! Damn vine tricked me again. Lei Gusu Shijia, slow down. Show mercy to the wounded and disabled. He grumbled, stumbling forward to keep pace. Suddenly Lei, leading the way, jammed to a halt, fist raised in silent alarm. His piercing gaze locked onto a clearing ahead where the stream curved. Instantly the others dropped low, hearts pounding, peering forward. There in the clearing lay unmistakably unnatural signs, several crude, abandoned campsites, fresh ash from recent campfires, less than 24 hours old, scattered empty tins and wrappers bearing Haka's insignia. Haka's camp. They were stationed here. Sushi whispered, her expression hardening. Look at these tread marks. Lin Feng knelt, studying the ground, brow furrowed. Width and depth. They're not from standard off-road vehicles or transport trucks. More like compact construction machinery or geological survey equipment. Had Haka hauled heavy machinery deep into the island's interior? What were they digging for? Drilling? Excavating? Lei said nothing. He strode to the camp's edge, tracing the direction the tread marks vanished, deeper into the jungle upstream along the stream. Follow the tracks. Stay sharp. Haka's objective was unmistakable. Their trail might lead straight to the answer. The group pressed onward, tension coiling tighter. As they advanced, the landscape shifted. The stream banks darkened, the rocks turning a deep, ominous crimson, while the sulfurous odor intensified. Occasionally, faintly luminescent mosses and fungi clung to cliff faces, casting eerie, shifting glows across the gloom. Half an hour later, Sushi, patrolling the flank, hissed a warning. Lei. Situation. The group froze, vanishing into cover. Ahead, the stream widened into a modest pool, and directly across, carved into the opposite rock face, gaped a stark artificial entrance, black, yawning, and unmistakably man-made. More Haka debris littered the area, broken tools, empty fuel drums. Most striking were the newly installed high-intensity floodlights and surveillance cameras mounted beside the entrance, now dark and inert, and a heavy metal security gate violently torn from its frame. Another entrance. Haka found it first. Zhang Wei's voice trembled. Lei examined the opening and its surroundings with meticulous care. The aperture was vast, wide enough for vehicles, evidence of massive investment. Within, darkness swallowed light whole. A strange melange of motor oil, dust, and something acrid, like ozone, drifted from the void. Do we go in? Chen Mimi asked, fear tightening her voice. Lei paused, weighing the unknown peril within against the risk of missing decisive evidence. I'll scout ahead. Sushi, you hold the perimeter. Protect them. He chose the gamble. I'm going with you. Sushi stated unwavering. Lei met her gaze and nodded. They checked their weapons. Lei's machete, Sushi's rifle and bone knife, took a slow, steadying breath and stepped into the consuming dark. Zhang Wei, Chen Mimi, and Lin Feng crouched behind boulders beside the pool, holding their breath, waiting. Inside, a broad, downward-sloping artificial tunnel stretched before them, smooth concrete walls webbed with cracks and veined with moss. Haka's temporary wiring snaked across the floor, dead and silent. Only their footsteps echoed in the hollow vastness. 50 meters in, the tunnel opened into a colossal subterranean chamber. When Lei and Sushi swept their tactical flashlights, recovered from Haka's camp, across the space, even Lei's iron composure faltered. His pupils contracted sharply. It was a gargantuan underground factory, or warehouse, so immense its ceiling soared over 10 meters high, its floor area spanning the breadth of several football fields. Rusted metal machinery and disassembled parts piled, like mountains, colossal gears, pistons, drive shafts, some recognizable, others grotesquely alien, defying comprehension. Thick severed pipes dangled from the vaulted ceiling like petrified serpents or slithered across the floor. The air reeked of iron oxide and that same unsettling ozone tang. Deeper still, illuminated only by fleeting beams, loomed a titanic metallic structure, mountainous, encircled by conduits and machinery, shrouded in profound shadow. It stood motionless in the dark, a slumbering leviathan of antiquity radiating palpable dread. Where is this place? Sushi breathed, awestruck. Lei didn't answer. His eyes fixed instead on the chamber's center, where Haka's team had cleared a wide space, setting up sleek instruments, workbenches, and a compact tracked engineering vehicle. Data streams still flickered weakly across one monitor screen. Was Haka conducting research here, or attempting repairs? Then, Lei's silent comm unit flared violently. Not a whisper of light this time, but a rapid, urgent pulse of crimson. Simultaneously, a crushing wave of energy surged forth from the colossal structure in the deepest recess, dizzying, disorienting, primal. VVVVRRR. A deep, guttural roar erupted from the Leviathan's lair, like thunder rising from the abyss. The entire chamber convulsed. Danger! Fall back now! Lei's face blanched. He seized Sushi's arm and sprinted toward the entrance. Outside, Zhang Wei and the others felt the earth heave and heard the monstrous boom, terror freezing their blood. Lei, go! Sushi, Jia! Get out now! Zhang Wei screamed, voice cracking with tears. Deep below, the Leviathan, roused either by Haka's tampering or by their intrusion, had awakened. The rumble of the underground space is not a continuous noise, but rather an intermittent heavy pulsation with a strange rhythm. Each thunderous vroom feels like an invisible giant hammer mercilessly striking everyone's chest and eardrums. Accompanying this heart-pounding sound wave is the violent convulsion of the entire underground factory. The towering concrete ceiling resembles a fragile eggshell covered in spiderweb-like cracks as chunks of cement and exposed twisted steel bars continuously peel off and crash down, shattering on the ground and sending clouds of dust into the air. The rusted equipment piled high collide with one another in the vibrations, producing a harsh metallic grinding sound akin to the lament of a dying beast. In the air, the heavy scent of rust and dust mingles with an increasingly intense, electrifying, strange odor of ozone, creating a nauseating feeling of suffocation. Go back the way we came. Hurry! Lei's roar is as solid as a rock amidst the collapsing chaos. He grabs Su Qian's wrist, feeling icy, yet filled with strength. The black blade in his other hand transforms into a flash of lightning, precisely cleaving a concrete block the size of a head that is crashing down towards them. In the midst of flying debris, the figures of the two intertwine, performing a death-defying dance on the stage of apocalypse. Su Qian synchronizes perfectly with every pull and push from Lei, her bone knife, occasionally deflecting the dangers of the falling debris, her gaze fixed on the path ahead, which is increasingly blocked by falling rocks and twisted pipes, her breath rapid yet calm. Outside the cave, Zhang Wei's anguished screams have taken on a tone of despair as he futilely tries to claw at the boulders blocking the entrance, his nails splitting and bleeding, completely oblivious. It's over. It's all over. Brother Lei, sister Su Qian, you promised to take me home. You can't go back on your word. Chen Mimi sits helplessly not far away, her hands pressed tightly against her ears, as if that would shield her from the terrifying noise and the fear of losing her companion's, tears streaming down her face, mingling with dirt, her body trembling like a candle in the wind. Lin Feng does not lose control like the others. He presses against the rock wall, his face pale as paper, yet his eyes are exceptionally bright, fixed intently on the swirling dust at the cave entrance, his lips silently moving, as if calculating something, or perhaps praying, a complex expression flickering rapidly in his gaze. just as Lei and Su Qian's figures are about to break through the swirling dust and touch the faint light of the cave entrance. A thunderous sound far surpassing the previous ones erupts from the depths of the factory, as if the heavens are collapsing. This is no longer a pulsation, but a complete and destructive collapse. The visible shockwave carrying denser dust and debris spreads outward like a tsunami. The rock wall above the cave entrance emits a final toothacheing groan before a massive crack spanning the entire width of the entrance suddenly opens wide like the gaping mouth of a demon, and then a torrent of tons of mud and giant boulders rushes down violently, unstoppable. Lei. Su Qian can only let out a heart-wrenching cry before Lei uses all his strength to shove her outward. A tremendous force slams into her back, sending her tumbling outward like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily onto the rocky ground outside the cave. She hardly has time to feel the pain before she rolls over and looks back, but her view is completely swallowed by the collapsing rocks and the billowing dust. Lei's familiar figure vanishing completely behind that shroud of death. No. Su Qian's eyes widen in desperation, struggling to get up and rush back, but Lin Feng swiftly holds her tightly from behind. Calm down, Su Qian. The entrance has completely collapsed. Going back in is suicide. Lin Feng's voice is hoarse and filled with unyielding strength, his arms locked around Su Qian like a steel hoop. As the dust settles slightly, despair rises like a cold tide, drowning every person outside the cave. Zhang Wei stops, crying, staring blankly at the mound of rubble, as if his soul has been drawn away. Chen Mimi emits a suppressed, animal-like whimper. Yet in this dead silence of despair, that massive pile of seemingly indestructible rubble suddenly shifts at the top. Several stones tumble down. Then from a narrow gap, near the bottom, a hand covered in thick dust with knuckles white from exertion suddenly reaches out. It stubbornly and almost mechanically pushes away the surrounding stones, widening the opening. A hand. There's a hand. Brother Lei. It's Brother Lei. Zhang Wei is the first to react, seemingly injected with adrenaline, scrambling over to help claw at the rocks without a care for his own lack of strength. Chen Mimi also feels like she has grasped a lifeline, crying as she joins in. Su Qian breaks free from Lin Feng, lunging at the cave entrance, digging with her bare hands, her nails breaking and blood mixing with dirt, yet she pays it no mind. With the four of them exerting all their strength, the gap is gradually widened. Finally, Lei's head, covered in gray and white dust, struggles to emerge, violently coughing out the dirt from his mouth, a deep wound on his forehead, bleeding profusely, smearing half of his face. Yet his eyes, even in such a disheveled and weak state, remain sharp like a hawk's, scanning the crowd to confirm everyone is still alive. Quick, pull me out. His voice is hoarse. Together, they finally drag Lei completely from the edge of death. He collapses on the ground, leaning against the rubble, his chest heaving violently, each breath accompanied by the heavy sound of a bellows, clearly having endured unimaginable shock and suffocating danger in that brief time inside. Brother Lei, how are you? Su Qian's voice trembles as she carefully uses a relatively clean part of her torn sleeve to wipe the blood from his forehead. Lei waves his hand, signaling that he is fine, his gaze passing over everyone as he looks towards the mountain body, which still echoes with dull sounds, the dust not yet fully dissipated, his tone urgent and undeniable inside. The structure is completely destroyed. Energy is out of control. This place will collapse again soon. We must leave immediately. Without any hesitation, the instinct for survival overrides everything once more. With Su Qian and Lin Feng supporting him, Lei struggles to stand up, his left leg seemingly injured, his movements slightly hindered, but he still persists. Head southeast, into the depths of the jungle. Hurry. The group sets off in haste again. This time the atmosphere is even heavier. Lei's injury and the close brush with death cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. They run desperately towards the depths of the dense forest, following the direction of the stream they vaguely remember. Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi support each other. Lin Feng keeps a wary eye behind, while Su Qian closely follows beside Lei, ready to support him at any moment. Behind them, the direction of the collapsed cave occasionally emits a dull, almost reluctant final roar from within the mountain body, along with the sounds of scattered rocks falling, urging them to quicken their pace. After running nearly a kilometer, feeling the ground beneath them no longer tremble and the sounds behind them gradually absorbed by the dense jungle, the five dare to stop in a relatively open space filled with soft moss. Everyone collapses to the ground as if drained of energy, gasping for the relatively fresh air, their lungs burning, sweat long soaked through their tattered clothes sticking tightly to their skin, cold and clammy. Just now, I thought we were really going to be wiped out. Zhang Wei stares blankly at the shattered sky cut by the tree canopy, his eyes hollow as he mutters, "What the hell are those crazy Hakka folks worshipping inside the boiler room of the King of Hell?" Su Qian ignores Zhang Wei's nonsensical ramblings, quickly checks the wound on Lei's forehead. Thankfully, it's not too deep. She carefully rinses off the dirt with clean water and tears off a relatively clean strip from her tattered clothes to bandage him up. Her movements are gentle and focused, as if treating a rare treasure. Lei leans against an ancient tree, closing his eyes to quickly adjust his internal breath and suppress the pain from the muscle strain in his leg. A few minutes later, he opens his eyes again. Although his face is still somewhat pale, his gaze has regained much of its clarity and calmness. It's not a living creature, he answers Zhang Wei's earlier question, his voice still somewhat hoarse, but much steadier. It's a massive energy core, or rather a power source that is difficult to imagine. The Haka seemed to be trying to activate or control it, but clearly failed, triggering a catastrophic energy backlash and structural collapse. He recalls that metallic construct, silent like an ancient beast, and then suddenly awakened along with the energy storm capable of tearing souls apart, a deep wariness flashing in his eyes. The level of technology there completely exceeds conventional understanding. The Haka's goal likely is to completely control that core. Lin Feng mumbles the word, his gaze flickering slightly, his right hand unconsciously reaching into his pocket, gripping the cold, hard metal component obtained from the control station, a faint, nearly imperceptible tremor passing through his fingertips. Then, are we in even more danger now? Chun Mimi asks timidly, her voice thick with fear. Didn't all the Haka die inside? Are there any others? The entrance is completely sealed. The people inside are likely doomed. But the Haka have been operating on the island for a long time, and this is certainly not their only stronghold. Lei analyzes calmly, his gaze sweeping over the still shocked crowd. We must quickly find Dr. Han or make contact with the Kilonoa tribe. The Haka's actions are becoming increasingly brazen, and the balance of this island is being forcibly disrupted, leaving us little time. He endures the discomfort in his legs, supports himself against the tree, and gazes towards the southeast, deeper into the unknown jungle, which is also roughly the location of the tribe. Rest here for 10 minutes. Replenish water, check injuries. Then we continue. Priority is to find a safe drinking water source, edible food, and a sufficiently concealed shelter to survive the night. During the brief rest period, no one speaks. The relief of surviving is replaced by deeper concerns. Zhang Wei no longer behaves foolishly, simply staring blankly at his torn pants and the empty bridge of his nose, his glasses long gone, sighing. Lin Feng silently sits to the side, gazing down at his palms, lost in thought. Su Qian remains vigilantly by Lei's side, watchfully observing the surroundings. 10 minutes later, the group sets off once more. Although Lei's pace is slightly slower than usual, it remains steady. Su Qian insists on walking slightly behind him, ready to support him, while also keeping a watchful eye on their flank. Zhang Wei and Chun Mimi encourage each other, closely following behind. Lin Feng takes on the responsibility of rear guard. They advance along a faintly discernible path, possibly carved by wild beasts, deeper into the jungle. The further they venture in, the more peculiar the surroundings become. The bark of towering ancient trees is covered with mosses that emit a ghostly blue or pale green glow, while some bizarre, never-before-seen gigantic fungi grow rampantly by the roots, and the previously heavy scent of sulfur is gradually replaced by a faint, refreshing aroma reminiscent of mint and camphor, invigorating the lungs, as if it has a refreshing effect. However, this increasingly strange and unfamiliar environment silently indicates that they are stepping deeper into the true core of the island, which is also the most dangerous area. Unbeknownst to them, not long after they leave near the entrance that has already become ruins, two soldiers dressed in deep gray Haka combat uniforms, their faces marked by irritation and hostility, slowly emerge from the shadows of several giant trees, needing several people to embrace. They look at the completely buried entrance, the chaotic ground around it, and the faint wisps of dust still rising in the distance, and begin to curse in low tones. Damn it! The core experiment site has completely gone out of control. The entrance is thoroughly buried. That bunch of idiots and Team A must have all perished inside. Damn it, the communication signals are completely disrupted. We can't contact the base at all. What now? Just sit around in this hellish place. Screw that. Withdraw to Forward Camp 3. Report the situation here to the manager. This cursed mission is utterly bizarre. Two soldiers spit on the ground in frustration, angrily kicking away the debris at their feet before turning to disappear into the dense forest, going in the opposite direction of where Lei and the others are heading. The night fell like a vast curtain of black velvet, swiftly and completely enveloping the entire jungle. The oppressive heat of the day was replaced by a chilling dampness as cold raindrops began to patter down from the sky, striking the layers of overlapping leaves and producing a continuous rustling sound, adding a touch of solitude and desolation. Exhausted, the five finally found a barely adequate shelter before complete darkness set in. A shallow cave situated midway up a steep slope, partially concealed by large rocks and dense vines. The cave was shallow but sufficient to protect them from the intensifying rain, with its entrance elevated enough to prevent water accumulation. Lei declined Su Qian's offer of assistance, forcing himself to inspect the cave inside and out with his injured leg, ensuring there were no snakes or other potential dangers. Zhang Wei and Chun Mimi almost collapsed in the driest corner at the back, huddled together, quickly succumbing to fatigue and cold, their uneven snores filling the air. Lin Feng chose to sit near the cave entrance, his back to the inside, facing the darkness and the curtain of rain outside like a silent sentinel, yet his ears were keenly tuned to capture every subtle sound within the cave. Inside the cramped space, the air was damp and cold. Ignoring her own exhaustion, Su Qian found a relatively safe spot at the edge of the cave entrance, using dry branches she gathered and a bit of flammable resin to laboriously kindle a small fire. The orange flames danced, dispelling some of the darkness and cold, casting flickering shadows on everyone's faces. Lei leaned against the rock wall closest to the fire, eyes closed, brows slightly furrowed, seemingly battling the discomfort from his leg injury and the toll of overexertion. The dancing firelight outlined his chiseled profile, the bandage on his forehead stained with dark red blood that had already dried, adding a touch of wild fragility. After tending to the fire, Su Qian squatted beside Lei, her voice soft, as if afraid to disturb something. "Lei, can I take a look at your leg injury?" Lei slowly opened his eyes, the firelight reflecting in the depths of his gaze, revealing a flicker of warmth, yet the habitual coldness had not entirely melted away. He did not speak, merely nodding slightly. Su Qian carefully rolled up his mud-stained pant leg that had been torn. By the firelight, she could see a noticeable swelling and bruise on his calf, with several cuts on his skin from the rough rocks. She took out her water bottle, poured a little precious clean water to moisten a relatively clean cloth, and began gently cleaning the dirt around his wound. Her movements were extremely cautious, her fingertips carrying a slight chill, and as they brushed against his heated skin, both seemed to pause imperceptibly. Outside the cave, the sound of rain poured down, while inside there were the crackles of burning firewood and the clear sounds of their breaths close enough to hear. "It might hurt a bit, bear with it," Su Qian whispered, her voice particularly clear in the confined space. Lei's response was low and hoarse, his gaze landing on her lowered brows and eyes, observing her focused and earnest expression, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows in the firelight. She was very close to him, close enough for him to smell the unique scent of rainwater earth and a hint of sweat mingling in her hair. It wasn't pleasant, yet strangely it eased the tension in his nerves slightly. Lin Xiaoyu held my breath in my mind, feeling like a 100,000-watt light bulb, yet unable to resist peeking at this rare scene. Wow, this atmosphere. Lei Ge, this is the chance. Quick, say something, do something. Lei's consciousness directly blocked out my noisy thoughts. He simply gazed at her quietly, feeling the gentle yet firm touch on his leg and a long-lost, nearly forgotten sensation of being cared for. After cleaning the wound, Su Qian found several previously identified herbs with anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties, chewed them, and leaned down to apply them to his injury. As her warm breath brushed over the skin of his calf, Lei's body stiffened imperceptibly. Su Qian also realized the inappropriateness of this action, her cheeks slightly reddening in the glow of the fire, yet she did not stop, only hastening her movements to carefully apply the herbs on the bruises and wounds. Her hair occasionally brushed against his knee, bringing a faint tickling sensation. The air inside the cave seemed to thicken, the temperature subtly rising, creating two worlds distinct from the cold wind and rain outside. After applying the medicine, Su Qian lifted her head, directly meeting Lei's gaze as he stared at her. His gaze was deep as night, swirling with complex emotions she could not comprehend. Fatigue, vigilance, the usual coldness, but seemingly a hint of something else, a faintly trapped softness. Their eyes met in the flickering firelight, entangled. The sounds of rain, fire, and Zhang Wei's distant snores became a blurred background. It felt as if the world had been reduced to this narrow cave and the two silent figures within. Su Qian's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and she could feel her cheeks burning. She wanted to look away, but felt as if magnetically drawn, unable to move. Lei's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, still silent, yet that gaze seemed to carry a tangible weight, pressing heavily on her heart. Suddenly, a stronger gust of wind swept and carrying raindrops through the cave entrance, causing the flames to flicker dangerously low, nearly extinguishing. This unexpected turn of events felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly shattering the enchanting yet perilous atmosphere. Su Qian seemed to awaken from a dream, abruptly lowering her head, frantically organizing the cloth in her hands to mask her fluster. Lei also averted his gaze, closing his eyes once more, yet the tight line of his lips and slightly quickened breaths betrayed that his heart was not entirely undisturbed. You should rest a bit too." Su Qian's voice trembled slightly, She shoved the water bottle back into Lay's hand, then retreated to the other side of the fire, curling up with her knees drawn and burying her burning cheeks in her arms, leaving only a pair of eyes reflecting the firelight, flickering with complex emotions, quietly continuing to watch the silent man opposite her. Lay did not respond, but the fingers of the hand resting beside him curled slightly. Inside the cave, the bonfire burned steadily, once more warm and tranquil. An unspoken, surging undercurrent quietly grew and spread between the two weary souls. This night was destined to be long. The rain ceased before dawn. As the first rays of faint morning light, like a reluctant thread of gold, struggled to penetrate the dense canopy and the hanging vines at the cave's entrance, Su Qian immediately opened her eyes. She had not slept deeply, or rather she had hardly slept at all through the night. The campfire had long since extinguished, leaving only a heap of dark red embers that emitted the last vestiges of warmth. The cave was dimly lit, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth, the ashes of vegetation, and a hint of a rugged masculine aroma that belonged to thunder, tainted with the smell of sweat and blood. Her gaze immediately fell upon the figure at the base of the opposite rock wall. Lay remained in the same sitting position as last night, leaning against the rock, his head slightly bowed, seemingly still asleep. The morning light outlined his rugged profile, and the wound revealed at the edge of the cloth on his forehead stood out starkly. His breathing was steady and long, but Su Qian keenly noticed that his hand resting on his knee was slightly curled, maintaining a posture of vigilance, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. She gently rose, moving as quietly as possible. The soreness in her legs and the fatigue throughout her body reminded her of yesterday's hardships. She walked to the cave entrance, pushed aside the vines, and looked outside. The post-rain jungle was vibrant with life, birds chirping joyfully in the branches, the leaves adorned with glistening droplets of water, and the air was fresh enough to lift one's spirits. Yet beneath this tranquility lay countless unknown dangers. She returned to the cave and saw Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi still sound asleep in the corner, with Zhang Wei even letting out soft snores. Lin Feng was already awake, sitting inside the cave entrance, silently gnawing on a piece of tough jerky. Upon seeing Su Qian, he nodded slightly, a silent greeting, his gaze still deep and inscrutable. Su Qian approached the embers, crouching down to attempt to relight the fire in hopes of boiling some hot water. Just as she focused on the flint and tinder in her hands, a low voice came from behind her. "No need to bother." Su Qian paused, turning her head. Lei had opened his eyes at some point and was quietly watching her. His gaze had regained its usual clarity and coolness. The fleeting, elusive emotion that had briefly surfaced last night seemed merely an illusion cast by the flickering firelight. "Your leg." Su Qian stood up, concerned. Lei moved his injured left leg slightly, his brow furrowing imperceptibly, but his tone remained flat. "It's nothing. It doesn't affect my mobility." He propped himself against the rock to stand up. While his movements were not as swift as usual, they were still steady. He walked to the cave entrance, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Qian, gazing out at the damp jungle. "We have deviated from our intended direction." Lei's voice was low, ensuring only the two of them could hear. "Last night we went too deep to the southeast to avoid the collapse. We might be further from the tribe now," and he paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surrounding environment. "This area feels unfamiliar, and the energy field seems a bit off." Su Qian followed his gaze and indeed saw that the vegetation here was denser and stranger, with some trees taking on shapes never before seen. Aside from the freshness left by the rain, there seemed to be a faint, unsettling tremor in the air. "What should we do now? Continue southeast, or try to find our way back west to locate the tribe?" Lei was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. "We cannot turn back. Hakka and the cleaners are likely still active in the west. We can only move forward, seeking a new escape route, or wait for Dr. Han's signal." When he mentioned Dr. Han, there was a subtle gravity in his tone. The bizarre underground core had gone out of control, and it was uncertain whether it had affected Dr. Han, who was at the control center. At that moment, Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi were also stirred awake by the noise, rubbing sleep from their eyes as they sat up. Zhang Wei began to grumble as soon as he woke. "Ouch. My whole body hurts. Feels like I was trampled by an elephant. My glasses. Without my glasses, I feel like I've lost my soul." His ramblings broke the morning's tranquility and diluted the subtle atmosphere between Lei and Su Qian. Lin Feng swallowed the last bit of jerky, stood up, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and said, "Since we've decided on a direction, let's set off quickly. This jungle gives me a feeling. Something is off, and we shouldn't linger here." Just as he finished speaking, as if to validate his words, a deep, elongated howl suddenly echoed from deep within the jungle. Everyone instantly held their breath and concealed themselves. They saw a short distance ahead, in the clearing of the woods, several animal skeletons appeared. These were not corpses that had decayed from natural causes, but remnants torn apart and gnawed upon by some massive force, with deep claw marks and bite marks scattered everywhere, creating a bloody and eerie scene. "What? What did this? Zhang Wei's voice trembled as he clamped his mouth shut tightly. Lei crouched down, meticulously examining the claw marks, his expression grave. The size is immense, and the strength is astonishing. It is not any creature we know of on this island. Just then Lin Feng suddenly pointed at a patch of bushes beside the skeletons and whispered, "Look there." Everyone followed the direction he pointed, seeing some dark red, not yet fully dried viscous liquid smeared on the leaves of the bushes, exuding an indescribable stench. A sense of unprecedented crisis coiled around each person's spine like a cold snake. It seemed they had stumbled into the hunting grounds of an unknown predator. Chapter 62. The End. The clearing within the woods sent a chill down one's spine. Scattered across the ground lay several animal carcasses, their forms long since unrecognizable. Only the remnants of skulls and pelvic structures suggested they might once have been large cervids or wild boars. Yet what seized attention was not their identity, but the horror of their demise. Bones brutally torn and shattered, scored with deep, jagged claw marks, far too massive for any ordinary predator. And some bore holes punched clean through as if bitten by an unimaginable maw. All flesh had been devoured, leaving only bleached, glistening skeletons and dried, blackened bloodstains mingled with damp earth and rotting leaves, exuding a nauseating coppery stench. Even more unsettling were the dark, crimson, viscous droplets clinging to the nearby shrubbery, still tacky, not yet fully dried. Under the dim, muted light, the substance gleamed with an oily, saliva-like sheen, thick, organic, and unmistakably alive in its origin. Its pungent, acrid odor, sharper and more invasive than that of the corpses themselves, rose like a physical presence. This couldn't possibly be the work of bears or wolves. Zhang Wei's voice trembled uncontrollably as he gripped Chen Mimi's arm with desperate force, as though it were his sole lifeline. What kind of creature has claws and teeth that enormous? How big is this thing? Chen Mimi could utter no reply, only shook her head violently, tears welling at the edges of her eyes. Lin Feng crouched beside the viscous residue, carefully lifting a small portion with a twig and bringing it close to his nose, then recoiled instantly, his brow furrowing in disgust before discarding the stick without hesitation. Unknown composition, highly volatile odor, and mild corrosivity, he said, his tone graver than ever before. Its maker is not to be trifled with. Lei's brows drew together tightly as his gaze swept the surroundings with razor-sharp intensity. The clearing was ringed by towering trees. Beyond the bones and viscous traces, the soft earth bore chaotic, three-toed footprints, each sunk deep into the soil, larger by several times than the palm of a grown man. They stretched onward into the deeper jungle, the very direction the group had originally intended to take. "Change course," Lei declared without hesitation, his voice low and resolute. "Circumvent this area, head northeast. This predator is no ordinary threat. We are ill-prepared for confrontation." No one objected. Faced with such visceral, chilling evidence, detouring was the only rational choice. The team immediately adjusted their path, moving with deliberate caution, skirting the death-laden clearing and vanishing into denser, darker thickets where light barely pierced the canopy. The air grew heavier, more suffocating. Every member walked on edge, ears straining for the faintest anomaly in the forest's hush. Zhang Wei no longer complained, only clung tightly to the group, glancing back repeatedly with raw terror, as if the unseen beast might lunge from behind at any moment. The new route proved arduous. Vegetation choked every step, vines crisscrossed like living snares, forcing them to cut their way forward with knives. Lei's leg wound clearly burdened his movement. His pace slowed and fine beads of sweat glistened along his temples. Yet he pressed on in silence, leading the way as always. Sushi followed closely behind him, watching the slight lag in his stride and the taut line of his jaw, and felt an ache rise within her, wordless and profound concern, yes, but also something warmer, deeper, tender. She opened her mouth more than once to ask after his injury, then closed it again. She knew with absolute certainty that any sign of weakness or hesitation now would doom them all. After nearly half an hour of grueling progress, Lei suddenly froze, then flashed a sharp, urgent hand signal for concealment. Instantly, the others melted behind trunks and into thickets, holding their breath. This time the sound carried not the howl of a beast, but human voices. And not just any voices, arrogant, whining, infuriatingly familiar ones. "Damn it, what kind of weather is this?" A slick, grating voice rang out from beyond the trees, growing steadily louder. "Just rained and the path slicker than oil. Ruined my brand new boots. Mr. Zhao, please calm down. We'll reach Camp 3 shortly. The energy anomaly we detected this time has drawn serious attention from above. This could be a major breakthrough." Another voice chimed in, deferential and eager. "Breakthrough? Huh. This damn island is cursed. First the core lab blew up. Now these erratic energy signatures pop up everywhere. All I want is to wrap this up, collect my pay, and get the hell out. One extra day here shaves years off my life. Mr. Zhao, From behind their cover lay Su Shi and Zhang Wei exchanged stunned, wide-eyed glances, shock crystallizing into disbelief. Zhao Dai, the traitor. Not only was he alive, but he appeared to hold the title of manager under Haka, and judging by his words, Haka was still hunting other energy anomalies. The footsteps and banter drew nearer. Peering through gaps in the foliage, they glimpsed a party of 7 or 8 figures advancing along a rough-hewn trail, heading straight toward them. At the front strode a man in a garishly patterned shirt, still marginally clean despite splatters of mud. His hair plastered into a ridiculous pompadour, his expression smug and irritable. There was no mistaking him, Zhao Dai. Flanking him were armed soldiers in Haka uniforms, and a bespectacled technician carrying a heavy instrument case. As he walked, Zhao Dai gestured wildly, spittle flying, his voice dripping with self-importance and petty grievance, a grotesque contrast to the panicked fugitive he'd been before. An opening, Zhang Wei whispered, trembling with excitement. Brother Lei, grab him. Force him to talk about Haka. Lei's eyes remained icy. He shook his head slowly, voice barely audible. 7 men. Fully armed. We're weakened. A direct assault carries unacceptable risk. And his gaze flickered toward the vigilant soldiers trailing Zhao Dai. They appear to be on assignment. Shadowing them may lead us to Haka's new stronghold, or to that energy anomaly itself. Su Shi nodded silently, her agreement clear. Exposure now would be catastrophic. So the 5 held their breath, motionless as stones, watching Zhao Dai's party stride past their hiding place, no more than 20 meters away, unaware of the danger mere feet from their path. Zhao Dai, utterly oblivious, kept ranting. Once we hit camp, I'm ordering the cook to prepare something fit for a king. These damn ration bars have left my mouth tasting like ash. His voice receded, then faded entirely into the depths of the jungle. Only when the sounds had vanished did Lei and the others emerge from concealment. Huh, that pompous fraud. Zhang Wei spat in the direction Zhao Dai had disappeared, seething. A manager. Has Haka run out of decent people? He mentioned Camp 3 and an energy anomaly, Lin Feng mused. Haka's operations on this island are far more extensive and far more focused than we imagined. We follow them, Lei decided, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Maintain distance. Stay unseen. This is our chance to learn Haka's movements and uncover new leads. The traces left by Zhao Dai and his group were clearly visible. Trampled grass, fresh boot prints in the mud, and the lingering scent of sweat and tobacco belonging to a group of humans in the air. For the exhausted Lei team, this was like a guiding light in the darkness. Keep your distance, use the vegetation for cover. Watch your step and stay silent. Lei issued the command in a low voice, his gaze sharp like the most precise radar, locking onto the faint human figures and sounds ahead. He forcibly suppressed the pain from his leg injury, moving with steady and firm steps. Su Qian followed closely, her senses heightened as well, not only paying attention to the Haka team ahead, but also alert to the potential dangers lurking in the surrounding jungle, be it the creatures that left terrifying claw marks or potential hidden observers. Zhang Wei and Chun Mimi supported each other, doing their utmost to keep up with the team, not daring to make a sound, fearing that even the slightest mistake would expose their whereabouts. Lin Feng remained silently at the rear, yet his eyes were more focused than usual, as if he were carefully listening to something or memorizing the route. The process of following was tense and oppressive. Zhao Dai's arrogant and complaining voice became the best tracking beacon. This path is really hard to walk. We need to have the logistics department send someone to fix this road. At least it should be passable for small vehicles. Yes, Manager Zhao is right. After this mission is completed, we will definitely request it. Completing the mission. Easier said than done. The energy signal fluctuates. Who knows what it is? Don't let it be like that core last time, almost costing me my life. Zhao Dai's intermittent complaints carried information that sent chills down the Lei team's spines. The Haka had indeed discovered abnormal energy sources elsewhere and deployed forces to investigate. The Camp No. 3-inch they mentioned was clearly an important forward base. After tracking for about 40 minutes, the trees ahead began to thin out, and a man-made clearing became faintly visible. The footsteps and conversations of Zhao Dai and the others noticeably quickened. We're almost there. Everyone stay alert. Zhao Dai's voice carried a hint of relaxation and renewed arrogance as they approached their destination. Lei immediately signaled to stop, and the 5 quickly concealed themselves behind a dense thicket, cautiously peering forward through the gaps in the branches and leaves. About 100 meters ahead, an open area appeared at the edge of the jungle. There, nestled in a hollow, were 7 or 8 camouflage military tents, roughly surrounded by barbed wire, forming a makeshift camp. In the center of the camp stood a tall antenna with 2 off-road vehicles covered in camouflage netting parked nearby, along with a small tracked engineering vehicle they had seen before. Several Haka soldiers patrolled within the camp, while a few personnel resembling technicians gathered around a table outside the tents, pointing at various instrument screens. This was Haka's Camp No. 3. It wasn't large, but it was fully functional and well-guarded. Zhao De swaggered to the camp entrance, giving orders to the soldier on guard with an air of authority before leading his team in. Upon entering the camp, he immediately switched to a commanding demeanor, gesturing to a few people who approached and raising his voice so it could be heard from afar. Is all the equipment calibrated? Is the signal source accurately located? Don't make me deal with any more nonsense. My time is precious. Rest assured, Manager Zhao, we have preliminarily locked onto the general location of the signal source in that valley to the northeast, about 3 kilometers from here. But the interference is still strong, so we need to get closer for further analysis. 3 kilometers. We have to walk. Damn. Zhao Da's dissatisfied shouts could be faintly heard. They have locked onto the location of the signal source. Su Qian lowered her voice and looked at Lei, in the valley to the northeast. Lei nodded, his sharp gaze scanning the entire layout of the camp, the distribution of personnel, and the weaknesses in their defenses. The camp's defenses aren't particularly strict, but a direct assault isn't wise, Lei calmly analyzed. Our goal is intelligence, not destruction. Wait until it gets dark. What about after dark? Lin Feng suddenly asked, his gaze also fixed on the camp, his eyes deep. Infiltration or long-distance surveillance? It depends on the situation. Lei's response remained concise. Priority is to obtain their information regarding the energy signal and the island. If the opportunity is right, we can consider capturing a Tang prisoner. Upon hearing capturing a Tang, Zhang Wei turned pale and murmured, infiltration. Capturing people. This is too intense. Chen Mimi tightly grasped his arm, her face equally filled with fear. Just then it seemed there was a slight commotion over at the camp. Zhao De stormed out of a large tent holding a document and angrily scolding the technicians following him. This little progress. Where is the energy consumption analysis? The spectral characteristics. I want precise data. Data that can be reported to the higher-ups. Not these ambiguous guesses. They'll give you half a day. If you don't produce something substantial, all bonuses will be withheld. He waved the document, spitting as he scolded the technicians, fully displaying his tyrannical and bullying nature. The technicians cowered, not daring to retort. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wei, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but curl his lip and mutter in a very low voice, TCH. Not a big official, but acting all high and mighty. Just knows how to bully his own people. Su Qian also frowned slightly, feeling disgusted by Zhao Da's demeanor. Yet Lei seemed to see an opportunity, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seems this manager Zhao is under significant pressure. People under pressure tend to make mistakes and are also easier to be used. Time passed slowly in tense observation and waiting. As the sun set, the sky gradually darkened, lights lit up in the camp, and the patrolling soldiers changed shifts. The Lei team, like the most patient hunters, lay quietly in the cover of darkness, waiting for the best moment to strike. As the night deepened, the jungle returned to silence, with only the lights and faint voices from the Hakka camp acting as the lone lighthouse in the darkness, also serving as bait to attract moths. A covert operation targeting intelligence was about to unfold on the edge of this unknown valley. The night was like thick ink, completely saturating the forest. Only a few searchlights powered by generators at the Hakka camp pierced the darkness like lonely eyes in the void, illuminating certain areas while casting even more distorted, swaying shadows. The sounds of insects and frogs rose and fell in succession, forming a constant background noise in the night jungle, which to some extent masked the faintest movements. Team Lei moved like ghosts, melting into the darkness, taking advantage of the dead angles of the camp's lights and the uneven terrain, silently arriving behind a bush about 30 meters away from the camp's barbed wire. This position allowed for a clear view of most of the camp, especially the largest tent, which served as the command and communication center, as well as the area where vehicles and equipment were parked. The patrol team moves in pairs every 15 minutes around the camp. There are fixed sentries on the east and north sides, but their attention is not very focused. The searchlights mainly cover the entrance and vehicle area. The shadowy zones between the tents can be utilized. Lei's voice was kept extremely low, his words rapid as he swiftly shared the information he observed with the others. His eyes glinted with a cold light in the darkness, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. That large tent has the most comings and goings. It should be the command center. If we can get inside, we should be able to find the intelligence we need. Su Qian pointed at the brightly lit largest tent in the center of the camp. How do we get in? Is the barbed wire electrified? Zhang Wei looked at the barbed wire with barbs, his voice trembling. It's unlikely, but it's just a temporary forward camp with limited resources. Moreover, they seem quite confident in their concealment. Their defenses are not particularly tight. Lin Feng observed the connections of the barbed wire, speaking softly. Just then the flap of the command center's tent was lifted and Zhao De walked out, cursing under his breath, holding a cup seemingly to get some fresh air or make coffee. He stood outside the tent, yawned, stretched, and then casually scanned the darkness surrounding the camp. For a brief moment his gaze seemed to lock onto the direction of the bush where Team Lei was hiding. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Zhang Wei was so frightened that he almost cried out, his mouth firmly covered by Chen Mimi beside him. However, Zhao De merely cast a lazy glance, muttering, "This damn place is so dark at night," before turning around and slipping back into the tent. Clearly he had not noticed the watchers so close at hand. That was close. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, cold sweat trickling down. Opportunity. Lei's gaze sharpened. He just went in and won't likely come out again anytime soon. Su Qian, Lin Feng, you two are the most skilled. You will handle the infiltration. The goal is to gather intelligence maps, documents, communication records, anything related to energy signals and island information. I, Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi, will provide support outside, creating distractions if necessary. Su Qian and Lin Feng exchanged a glance and nodded. How do we create distractions? Zhang Wei asked, bewildered. Lei picked up a few suitably sized stones from the ground, weighing them in his hand, then glanced towards the other side of the camp near the area where debris and garbage bins were piled. Wait until they go in, then listen for my command. The plan was set, and the operation began. Su Qian and Lin Feng moved like two wisps of black smoke, using the gap between the patrol team's recent passage and the blind spots of the searchlights to quietly crawl forward towards the barbed wire. Lin Feng took a multi-tool from his backpack and carefully and swiftly cut several wires at the bottom of the barbed wire, creating a gap large enough for a person to crawl through. The two of them crawled in one after the other, their figures instantly merging into the shadows between the tents, heading towards the command center tent. Lei kept a close watch as they disappeared into the shadows, then whispered to Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi, get ready. He selected a pile of empty oil drums on the west side of the camp near the mountainside. Estimating the next passing time of the patrol team and the angle of the searchlights, Lei took a deep breath and suddenly exerted his arm's strength. Whoosh, bang. A stone struck an empty oil drum with precision, producing a crisp sound that echoed clearly in the silent night. What sound? The soldier at the fixed post on the west side of the camp immediately became alert, raising his gun and shining his flashlight towards the direction of the oil drum. Almost simultaneously, Lei's second and third stones flew out, hitting different oil drums and nearby debris, creating a series of clanging sounds that stirred a small commotion in the west side area. There's something. West side. Go check it out. The patrol team was also startled, quickly changing their route and hastily heading towards the area where the noise originated. The fixed post on the east side also couldn't help but cast glances towards the west side. The camp's attention was successfully drawn to the west. In the shadows of the command center tent, Su Qian and Lin Feng seized this precious opportunity. Lin Feng quickly and silently pried open a small window on the side of the tent used for ventilation, and Su Qian deftly flipped inside, followed closely by Lin Feng. The inside of the tent was brightly lit, simply furnished with several military tables pushed together, covered with maps, several laptops and communication devices, along with some scattered documents. The air was filled with the smell of coffee and tobacco. Fortunately, the tent was empty at that moment, likely because everyone had been drawn outside by the commotion. Hurry, split up and search. Su Qian called out, immediately rushing to the table to quickly sift through the documents and maps. Lin Feng headed straight for the laptops, attempting to power them on and hack in. Outside the tent, Lei observed that the patrol team and sentries were successfully distracted, signaling Zhang Wei and Chen Mimi to remain quiet, while he himself lay in wait like a rock, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the command center tent and its surroundings, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Time passed second by second, each second feeling particularly long. Inside the tent, Su Qian and Lin Feng moved rapidly. Su Qian found a detailed area map marked with a red circle pinpointing the valley to the northeast, alongside some energy readings and technical notes. She also discovered a draft report on abnormal biological activity, mentioning terms like giant claw marks, unknown slime, and highly aggressive. On Lin Feng's side, a computer without a complicated password was successfully opened, and he was quickly copying the data and communication logs from the hard drive. At that moment, footsteps and Zhao Da's impatient voice came from outside the tent. What's going on? What's making all that noise at this late hour? Is it just a few wild monkeys knocking things over? What a fuss! Zhao De seemed to be annoyed by the commotion outside, walking towards the command center tent. Inside the tent, Su Qian and Lin Feng's hearts sank. Lin Feng quickly pulled out a USB drive which he had taken from the Hakka camp and shut down the computer. Su Qian also swiftly folded and tucked away the critical map and documents in her clothes. Hurry, he's coming, Su Qian urged. The two quickly moved to the window. Lin Feng jumped out first, then reached out to help Su Qian. Just as Su Qian was about to climb out the window, the tent's flap was suddenly flung open with a whoosh. Zhao De walked in, yawning, muttering, "What a bunch of useless people making a fuss over nothing." His words abruptly stopped, for he immediately spotted Su Qian's back, who was about to climb out the window and Lin Feng's figure outside. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze for a moment. Zhao Da's eyes instantly widened, the laziness and impatience on his face replaced by sheer terror. He opened his mouth as if seeing a ghost, and let out a high-pitched, distorted scream. Ah! There are thieves! His scream was like thunder in the clear sky, instantly shattering the night's silence in the camp. They've been exposed. Run! Lin Feng shouted, yanking Su Qian out of the window, and without hesitation the two dashed towards the gap in the barbed wire. Catch them! Don't let them escape! Zhao Da, scared, crawled back in a panic, hiding behind a table, fiercely pointing outside, while shouting, yet he didn't dare to chase after them. The piercing alarm instantly echoed throughout the camp. All the lights focused on the scene. The patrol team and soldiers reacted quickly, roaring as they chased after the direction Su Qian and Lin Feng fled. The sound of gun bolts being pulled was crisp and terrifying. Fire! Shoot to kill! A soldier who appeared to be a squad leader barked the orders. Bang! Bang! The intense gunfire abruptly shattered the silence of the jungle, bullets flying like water towards the two figures fleeing under the lights. The tranquility of the camp was completely destroyed, and under the night the fangs were bared. Chapter 65 completed.